Chapter 1. The beginning of a lone commander. Master, Master, something terrible has happened. The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder, they have fled with their disciples. On the Tsanglong continent, at the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Fan, who lay in a state of unconsciousness, felt a persistent buzzing in his ears, akin to the incessant whirring of a mosquito. Slap! In the next moment, Lu Fan abruptly opened his eyes. The Master is awake. Master, you must see this. The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder have fled, taking most of our disciples with them. What? Having just regained consciousness, Lu Fan stared in bewilderment at the two anxious figures clad in coarse blue garments standing at the foot of his bed. Where is this? Wasn't I killed by a car? Could it be the underworld? But that doesn't make sense if this were the underworld. Why would they refer to me as Master? And what do they mean by someone has fled? Buzz. As Lu Fan grappled with confusion, a surge of foreign memories suddenly flooded his mind. Lu Fan couldn't help but cry out in pain. Yet, as the memories merged, the once well-read Lu Fan quickly comprehended the situation he found himself in. He had indeed transmigrated, and moreover, he had taken on the identity of the master of a sect. Wait! Having finally sorted through the memories, Lu Fan's mind was jolted by the words he had just heard. What did you just say? Who has fled? Master, it's the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder. They fled with most of our disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect. Currently, only the two of us, myself and the senior brother, remain. What? Lu Fan was utterly baffled. What on earth is happening? He had only just arrived, and in the blink of an eye, there were only two disciples left? What exactly happened? Speak, he demanded, his expression darkening. Master, you mustn't have forgotten. Today is the day we face the Lan Yun sect in a life-or-death battle. The Grand Elder and the others heard that the Lan Yun sect's master has already broken through to the Crystal Realm, while you are still at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Thus, this morning, they took most of our disciples and fled. Lu Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. However, at this moment, he had grasped the full extent of the situation. The original owner of this body was indeed the master of the Heavenly Sword sect, yet he had been stuck at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. In contrast, his nemesis, Li Ziyang, the master of the Lan Yun sect, had already reached the Crystal Realm. In this world, strength was everything categorized into stages. Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, crystal, golden core, spirit manifestation, nascent soul, divine transformation, ascension, immortal, divine level, and void realm, with each stage further divided into three sublevels: early, mid, and peak. The differences between each level were particularly lethal. In a bid to prevent the destruction of his sect and his own demise at the hands of his enemies, the original Lu Fan had begun seclusion. However, he never anticipated that this retreat would not lead to a breakthrough, but instead result in his demise due to a mental breakdown. Yet it was precisely because of this that Lu Fan now found himself transmigrated. Lu Fan opened his mouth, only to find a bitter taste within. After a prolonged pause, he finally uttered weakly, Zhang Yi, Lin Hong, you two should prepare. Master, we have long been prepared. Exchanging a glance, Zhang Yi and Lin Hong's faces were instantly filled with a resolute determination. Seeing this, Lu Fan nodded appreciatively. Good, since that is the case, let us take this opportunity to make our escape. With that, Lu Fan lifted his leg and dashed toward the door. What? Zhang Yi and Lin Hong were left dumbfounded. Did they just hear the master correctly? He was instructing them to escape while there was still time? What do you mean? Noticing that the two remained in bewilderment, Lu Fan shot them an exasperated glare and exclaimed, Why are you still standing there? Hurry and run. Master, are we truly to flee? Zhang Yi and Lin Hong still found it hard to believe. Are we to wait here, to be slaughtered? Lu Fan rolled his eyes in frustration. They are at the Crystal Realm, with dozens of Foundation establishment disciples and hundreds of Qi refinement disciples. And what do we have? Only 3 at the Foundation establishment stage. Come now, tell me, how do we fight this battle? One spit from them could drown us. Hurry and run, it will soon be too late. After delivering this exhortation, Lu Fan no longer cared for Zhang Yi and Lin Hong. Bursting through the door of his chamber, Ding! The sect master system is being activated. Ding! The sect master system has been successfully activated, and a beginner's gift package is being distributed. Just as Lu Fan stepped out of his room, a series of system notifications suddenly rang in his ears, causing him to pause in surprise, standing frozen in place. Ding! The beginner's gift package has been distributed. Would the host like to open it? A system? After a moment of bewilderment, Lu Fan finally reacted. I thought something was missing after my transmigration. A smirk crept across his lips as he softly uttered, "System, open the beginner's gift package." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the beginner's gift package. You have received 1 premium foundation establishment pill and 1 premium spirit sword. The rewards have been issued to the system's built-in storage space, which the host can access at any time. A premium foundation establishment pill? Lu Fan's eyes sparkled. The reason the original owner had failed to break through to the crystal realm was due to a lack of foundation establishment pills. And now, the system had gifted him a premium foundation establishment pill? Ha, Lu Fan! Your demise shall be commemorated on this day next year. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from afar, causing Lu Fan's expression to shift dramatically as he quickly looked up. He saw a small black dot racing toward him from the foot of the mountain where his sect resided. At this rate, it would not take long for the newcomer to arrive. Moreover, Lu Fan quickly noticed that the area surrounding his Heavenly Sword sect was teeming with figures. If he were to guess, these figures were likely disciples of the Lan Yun sect. The Lan Yun sect had completely surrounded his Heavenly Sword sect. Master, what shall we do now? Clearly, it was not only Lu Fan who was aware of the dire situation. Zhang Yi and Lin Hong, standing behind him, had also realized they were encircled. What else can we do? We fight. From the outset, Zhang Yi, who had been reluctant to flee, unsheathed his sword with conviction, declaring, "Disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect have always preferred to stand and die rather than kneel and live." Well said. Lu Fan's expression turned serious. Since the Lan Yun sect dares to bully us so brazenly, we shall fight them to the bitter end today. With his words, Lu Fan's right hand discreetly flipped, revealing a small, exquisitely crafted green pill nestled in his palm. The very premium foundation establishment pill awarded by the system. Chapter 2. The End of the Heavenly Sword Sect. As the pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, Lu Fan barely had time to savor its flavor before he felt a surge of warmth coursing down his throat, heading straight for his abdomen. Boom! In the next instant, a wave of spiritual energy erupted, radiating outwards from Lu Fan as the epicenter. As the spiritual energy rippled through the air, the surrounding ambient spiritual energy seemed to be drawn to him, surging uncontrollably into his body. The sudden surge of spiritual energy naturally caught the attention of Zhang Yi and Lin Hong. When they realized that the source of this upheaval was their master, their faces lit up with elation. The master is about to break through, and judging by the intensity, he might very well reach the crystal realm. Our sect is saved. Exchanging glances, Zhang Yi and Lin Hong beheld the exhilaration in each other's eyes. In the next moment, both tightened their grips on their swords, stepping forward in unison, vigilant against the approaching disciples of the Lan Yun sect. At that moment, Zhang Yi and Lin Hong were resolute in their readiness to fight to the death. For they understood all too well that if Lu Fan failed to break through to the crystal realm, annihilation awaited them. But if Lu Fan could successfully ascend, they would still have the strength to battle. Oh! Naturally, the scene of Lu Fan's impending breakthrough did not escape the notice of Li Ziang, the master of the Lan Yun sect. Upon witnessing the spiritual energy turmoil above the Heavenly Sword sect, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes, and his pace quickened once more. Swish! 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 Several afterimages blurred past, reducing the originally half-minute journey to a mere 10 seconds. However, upon his arrival, Li Ziang did not rush to attack immediately. Instead, he stood 10 meters away from Lu Fan, quietly observing him. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. A last-minute breakthrough, is it? Lu Fan, it appears that today is indeed your destined demise. Li Ziang's smile grew increasingly pronounced, for he had discerned that Lu Fan was attempting a breakthrough in the heat of battle. although the current circumstances suggested that Lu Fan might very well succeed in his endeavor. What of it? How could a newly ascended practitioner of the crystal realm possibly compare to himself? A seasoned expert who had been advancing for half a year and was already on the brink of entering the mid-crystal stage. Moreover, he had no intention of allowing Lu Fan the time to stabilize his newfound realm, and without the opportunity to solidify his position. Even if Lu Fan did attain the crystal realm, the power he could unleash would pale in comparison to that which he wielded at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Thus, in Li Ziyang's eyes, Lu Fan's current breakthrough was nothing short of a fool's errand. He would have been better off not attempting it at all. To be frank, had you chosen not to break through, but instead focused on honing your martial skills, fighting me with the strength of your peak Foundation establishment, I might have truly had to pay heed lest you catch me off guard. But now, as a crystal realm practitioner with no time to stabilize, how can you possibly contend with me? It was only when Lu Fan successfully broke through that Li Ziyang took a leisurely step forward, his aura, approaching the mid-crystal stage, erupting violently towards Lu Fan. With a cold snort, Lu Fan swiftly pulled Zhang Yi and Lin Hong behind him, then boldly stepped forward to confront Li Ziyang's overwhelming pressure. Boom! In the next instant, the two potent crystal realm auras collided and erupted. Lu Fan's figure shuddered, and he involuntarily staggered backward a few steps. In contrast, Li Ziyang remained unfazed, his expression as calm as ever. With a casual wave of his right hand, he dissipated the turbulence resulting from their clash into the air. I told you, your breakthrough is worse than not breaking through at all. Li Ziyang shook his head with indifference, regarding Lu Fan with a look of disdainful mockery. Long live the sect leader. The sect leader is magnificent. The sect leader is the strongest. At that moment, the hundreds of disciples from Lanyan's sect, who had followed Li Ziyang, arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing their leader's overwhelming aura pressing down on Lu Fan, they erupted into cheers of adulation. Sect leader, are you all right? On Lu Fan's side, upon seeing him retreat merely from a glance at Li Ziyang's aura, Zhang Yi and Lin Hong were taken aback and hurriedly rushed to support Lu Fan. I'm fine. Shaking his head, Lu Fan took a deep breath, feeling the turbulent energy within him settle slightly. Sect leader, please stabilize your realm as quickly as possible, Lin Hong, and I will buy you some time. Understanding the predicament of their leader, Zhang Yi stepped forward, fiercely surveying the surrounding crowd of Lanyan sect disciples who had them surrounded. Indeed, sect leader, you must stabilize your realm swiftly. Only by doing so can our Tianjin sect have a glimmer of hope. Lin Hong echoed, stepping forward as well. Ha! Observing this scene, before Lu Fan could respond, Li Ziyang burst into laughter. Two Foundation establishment novices, audaciously claiming they will protect their leader? I truly wonder what has emboldened you. As his words fell, Li Ziyang's gaze turned icy, and his figure surged forward. Swish! Swish! In an instant, Li Ziyang appeared before Zhang Yi and Lin Hong, and with their eyes wide in disbelief, he unleashed two powerful punches upon them. Bang! Poof! Without any capacity for resistance. The Foundation establishment novices Zhang Yi and Lin Hong barely had time to react before Li Ziyang sent them flying with a single blow each, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their lips. Without needing to look, Lu Fan knew that Zhang Yi and Lin Hong were grievously injured. There was no other choice. The disparity between the three of them and Li Ziyang was simply too vast, a difference of an entire realm. Overestimating oneself. After a contemptuous snort, Li Ziyang's gaze fell once more upon Lu Fan, a smirk gracing his lips as he taunted. Lu Fan, half a year ago, I warned you that aligning with Lanyan's sect was your only path forward. But you chose to act stubbornly as such. From this day forth, the Tianjin sect shall no longer exist in the Songlong continent. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword at Li Ziyang's waist suddenly hummed to life. Clang! In the next moment, the sword leapt from its sheath like a shooting star, hurtling towards Lu Fan. To contend with me, Lu Fan, you are still woefully inexperienced. As Li Ziyang's sword drew perilously close to Lu Fan, he turned and confidently declared, from this day forth, the Songlong continent shall know no Tianjin sect. Chapter 3. Master, Your sword is broken. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Zhang lightly waved his sleeve, and a sudden gust of wind surged forth that a wave of energy emanated from him, suppressing the wild wind, leaving only the sound of his robe flapping thunderously. What a fortuitous wind, Li Zhang mused, knowing that his demeanor must have been etched in the minds of all his disciples. He squinted, as if he could already hear their shouts of admiration echoing in his ears. After a brief moment, however, Li Zhang grew puzzled. There were no sounds of congratulations as he had anticipated. Instead, a gasp of astonishment arose, followed by a collective intake of breath. Why are these disciples so slow to react? Were they startled by this master's sword just now? Perhaps his mid-stage crystallization realm was indeed beyond the comprehension of these foundation-building disciples. So their shock was understandable. Disciples, you must strive diligently in the future. What I have done today is merely a trifle. You shall surely achieve what I have accomplished in due time, Li Zhang declared with great satisfaction, preparing himself for the anticipated cheers from his disciples. Yet the initial silence around him was disconcerting. Li Zhang furrowed his brow, finally sensing that something was amiss at that moment. A disciple of Lanyan's sect could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Master, Master, your sword? Indeed, he had not yet sheathed his sword. Li Zhang chuckled softly, waving his hand with utmost grace at that moment. The disciple who had spoken finally managed to articulate the rest of his thought. Your sword is broken. Li Zhang was momentarily taken aback, as if he had misheard. After waiting for a while without seeing his sword return to its sheath, he finally grasped the situation. Li Zhang swiftly turned around, his eyelids instinctively widening. The scene before him was startling. Liu Fan, who should have been slain by his sword, stood there in scathe, his own face reflecting equal astonishment. What is happening? What just transpired? Li Zhang instinctively questioned his disciples. Master, your sword is broken. Broken? Li Zhang's pupils dilated as he saw, at Liu Fan's feet, two shattered pieces of his sword scattered on the ground. That was his treasured weapon. How could this be? How could it break? Liu Fan, what have you done? Fury coursed through Li Zhang, for that sword had been painstakingly forged by him, something he cherished dearly, and now it lay in ruins. What have I done? Liu Fan chuckled. In that critical moment, he had suddenly remembered that the system had also gifted him a sword. Almost instinctively, Liu Fan drew forth the exquisite spirit sword bestowed by the system. Without a hint of hesitation, he used the spirit sword to parry Li Zhang's strike, and in doing so, struck down upon the master's sword. However, he had not anticipated that Li Zhang's sword would be cleaved in twain by the spirit sword gifted by the system. Thus, he stood there, watching it break apart. Oh, it's nothing that I merely brushed against your sword. Who would have thought it would be so fragile? Breaking at the slightest touch, Liu Fan smiled, smacking his lips as if craving more. Now fully aware, he realized the spirit sword was indeed extraordinary. Li Zhang's sword was no match for it. Brushed against it? Li Zhang was momentarily stunned, but his gaze then fell upon the spirit sword in Liu Fan's hand, and his eyes gleamed with intensity. You rascal! I had intended to spare your life, yet you dare to shatter my sword. It appears today I shall not let you live. Li Zhang laughed in rage. Did you truly hold back just now? Liu Fan appeared perplexed, his expression somewhat odd. You little brat, prepare to die. Li Zhang had now set his sights on the spirit sword in Liu Fan's possession. Recognizing instantly that it far surpassed his own weapon, that if he was not mistaken, it was indeed a top-tier spirit sword, an item that even Lanyan's sect lacked, yet a mere heavenly sword sect dared to possess such a treasure. At that moment, the onlooking disciples of Lanyan's sect finally grasped the situation. Our master was merely holding back earlier. They cheered. Master is formidable. Master, show him who's boss. This brat dares to be ungrateful. Master, don't hold back. Teach this insolent youth a lesson, so he knows the might of Lanyan's sect. The excited disciples of Lanyan's sect could not contain their glee as Li Zhang charged towards Liu Fan. A smile escaping his lips, it seemed he had successfully deceived them. Indeed, he had been holding back. This insolent boy, since he did not recognize the gravity of the situation, deserved to perish. Master, be careful, as Li Zhang unleashed a lethal strike. Zhang Yi and Lin Hong, who had collapsed on the ground, wore expressions of anxiety. Liu Fan turned to them with a reassuring smile. Signaling that all was well, he casually waved the spirit sword in his hand, feeling as if it were an extension of himself. Having just broken through to the crystallization realm, Lu Fan felt his strength surge as he effortlessly parried Li Ziyang's assault, even managing to smile at his opponent. "Is this all you've got?" Lu Fan's expression remained remarkably calm. Now aware that Li Ziyang posed no real threat, he was in no rush to retaliate, while deftly deflecting Li Ziyang's attacks. Lu Fan continued to smile, mid-stage crystallization. "Is this your true strength? Did you really hold back just now?" "Surely not, surely not. You wouldn't really have held back, would you? How about now? Are you still holding back?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's taunts, Li Ziyang's face flushed crimson, his strikes growing increasingly ferocious, yet he found it impossible to land a blow on his opponent. That Lu Fan's words flowed unabated, his expression one of astonishment. "Master Li, you can't be serious. If this is truly your level, then I shall not hold back." The scene was utterly shocking. All around, the disciples of Lanyan's sect fell silent. Zhang Yi and Lin Hong were left speechless. What was happening with their master? Why had he suddenly become so formidable? Preposterous. Li Ziyang's lips trembled with fury, his aura surging. His hair whipped about wildly, contrasting sharply with Lu Fan's calm demeanor. "You little brat, you rely solely on the spirit sword. Do not speak so arrogantly that if I possessed the spirit sword, you would be nothing but a mere insect." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. "Master Li, what are you saying? Your sword is right there. Quickly pick it up." Chapter 4. One Sword Seeking Death. Li Ziyang roared with rage, now disregarding everything else. The disciples of Lanyan's sect were watching. If he continued this way, he would surely humiliate himself. Secret technique. Blood Crow Buddha hand. With a thunderous shout, Li Ziyang stepped back forcefully, spewing forth a mouthful of blood that in an instant. The blood seemed to come alive, transforming into a flurry of crimson crows that swarmed into the as Li Ziyang's aura surged. The blood crows coalesced into a colossal hand that shadowed the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples of Lanyan's sect erupted in cheers. "Master is mighty." Zhang Yi and Lin Hong trembled in fear, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the blood-red hand. They inadvertently glanced towards Lu Fan, only to find him smiling faintly. How could he still be smiling at a time like this? At that moment, Lu Fan wore a grin, yet in his heart, he was fervently communicating with the system. Just prior, the system had issued its first mission since its arrival. System mission: repel the intruder. The nearby Heavenly Sword sect was under the watchful eyes of Lanyan's sect, with Li Ziyang ever eager to annex it. Current task: withstand Li Ziyang's attacks for 15 minutes. Mission accomplished. Seeing the task he had painstakingly completed, Lu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he had eagerly agreed to battle was precisely because of the system's mission. Otherwise, why would he dare to confront a mid-stage crystallization opponent while consuming foundation-building pills? Earlier, he refrained from countering because, even wielding the system's spirit sword, he could only match Li Ziyang blow for blow. Now that Li Ziyang was willing to exhaust himself to unleash his ultimate technique, Lu Fan could only rely on the system's rewards to face him. Claim reward. Without hesitation, Lu Fan commanded in his mind, and in the next moment, he felt a surge of new knowledge flooding his consciousness that a sword technique. Its name was remarkably unadorned: One Sword. Upon grasping the essence of this sword technique, Lu Fan nearly retched. What on earth? Does the system wish for me to perish? The one sword in his mind was painfully ordinary, devoid of any of the effects he had imagined, leaving him utterly perplexed. System, you are truly trying to kill me. Lu Fan wore a cheerful expression, yet inwardly he was cursing this moment. Li Ziyang had gathered his energy, his eyes fixated on Lu Fan like a hawk. "You little brat, prepare to die. Wait." Lu Fan hastily spoke, taking a deep breath. "Master Li, I too possess a sword. Please enlighten me. Embrace your demise." Li Ziyang paid no heed to Lu Fan as a blood-red hand descended from the air, ruthlessly bearing down upon him. Whether he would succeed depended entirely on the system's capability. That Lu Fan was resolute, recalling the sword technique that lingered in his mind. Grasping his spiritual sword, he effortlessly executed the technique that had taken root in his consciousness. In an instant, the The sound of the sword echoed across the heavens. Liu Fan closed his eyes, averse to witnessing the impending scene, fearing that upon opening them, he would be met with the sight of the blood-red hand. A sharp intake of breath pierced the silence, and the atmosphere around him seemed to become utterly stilled. No sounds could be heard, save for the whisper of the wind, after an agonizing wait. Liu Fan felt no sensation of the blood-red hand striking down upon him. With a tinge of confusion, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a cerulean sky. A gentle breeze had begun to stir around him. Instinctively, he glanced towards Li Xiang's position, only to find it devoid of any presence. What was happening? Liu Fan was taken aback, casting a worried glance towards the direction of Lanyan's sect. His brow furrowed and his expression inscrutable. However, at that moment, the disciples of Lanyan's sect appeared to be on high alert. Suddenly, a figure knelt, followed by a cascade of others, as all the disciples of Lanyan's sect bowed in submission. What in the world? Liu Fan was bewildered, his gaze shifting to Zhang Yi and Lin Hong. The two appeared to be in a state of shock, and as Liu Fan's eyes fell upon them, their faces flushed crimson. "Master is formidable. Master, your prowess is unparalleled," the two exclaimed, their voices rising with palpable excitement. Despite being grievously injured by Li Xiang, they seemed unfazed, as if they had emerged unscathed, were it not for Liu Fan witnessing their incapacitated forms. He might have thought them to be merely acting. "Where's Master Li?" Liu Fan chuckled, suppressing the turmoil within him, unable to resist asking. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi and Lin Hong erupted with even greater fervor. "Master, you have reduced Li Xiang to ashes with a single stroke. That sword strike of yours was simply extraordinary. The moment your sword pointed, Li Xiang's blood-red hand was cleaved asunder, and the sword's energy obliterated him into dust." What? Liu Fan's heart raced with shock that he had vanquished Li Xiang. In that moment of fear, he had closed his eyes, bracing for the impact of the blood-red hand, and now these two informed him that he had eradicated Li Xiang. Unbelievable. Is that truly the case? Liu Fan asked, his tone laced with disbelief. Was the system sword technique really so formidable? His gaze instinctively drifted towards the disciples of Lanyan's sect, who were all trembling with trepidation. "Master Liu, we harbor no ill will towards you. We were coerced into this by that old scoundrel Li Xiang, but we have always held your sect in high regard." One disciple, unable to contain his fear, blurted out, terrified of facing Liu Fan's wrath. Had they not witnessed the sword strike that had obliterated Li Xiang? He was a mid-stage crystallization cultivator, while they were merely foundational and chi refining disciples, utterly incapable of withstanding Liu Fan's might. The residual force of that strike had even scattered the clouds in the sky. Upon hearing this, Liu Fan finally grasped the reality of the situation. He had indeed annihilated Li Xiang with a single blow. Otherwise, these individuals would not exhibit such deference. Zhang Yi and Lin Hong were in a state of ecstatic frenzy, and were it not for their injuries, Liu Fan would have suspected they might bow before him in reverence. Ding, hidden task. Eliminate the enemy. Task completed. As Liu Fan reveled in the fruits of his victory, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Surprised by the unexpected hidden task completion, Liu Fan quickly accessed the rewards in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a fundamental sword manual, a cornerstone for the sect, a bottle of supreme healing elixir, great recovery elixir. That Liu Fan was well aware of the nature of elixirs. As for their quality, it mattered little since they were healing potions. But what was this fundamental sword manual? This cornerstone? Tianjin sect specialized in swordsmanship and naturally possessed foundational manuals. However, based on his current knowledge, the sect's so-called foundational manual was utterly unimpressive, a mere pile of rubbish. The fact that the system had rewarded him with a sword manual was undoubtedly beneficial. Initially, he had thought it might be an extraordinary technique, but the term fundamental had instantly dampened his enthusiasm. His gaze drifted towards the cornerstone in the system space, revealing a large, black stone that seemed utterly ordinary. A cornerstone. Surely it was not merely a stepping stone. Liu Fan felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. After withdrawing his gaze, he looked outward once more. At this moment, the disciples of Lanyan's sect dared not utter a sound, while Zhang Yi and Lin Hong had begun to meditate for healing. Liu Fan cast a casual glance towards the two. They were rather commendable. Upon hearing of an attack on Tianjin sect, they had immediately thought of fleeing. Yet these two had displayed remarkable bravery. Had it not been for the system's unexpected activation, he might have fled long ago, recalling how all the elders of Tianjin sect had fled due to Li Ziang. Lu Fan found himself looking more favorably at Zhang Yi and Lin Hong. Observing their flushed faces as they struggled to recover, he approached them directly. "Master." Upon Lu Fan's approach, Zhang Yi and Lin Hong promptly ceased their healing. Eagerly exclaiming, Lu Fan waved his hand and retrieved the Great Recovery Elixir from the system space, tossing one to each of them. "Here, take this. It will aid in your recovery." The two were momentarily stunned as they accepted the elixir, the aroma wafting from it immediately captivating their senses. Though they were unfamiliar with the Great Recovery Elixir, they assumed it was a healing potion from their master. Unable to resist, they swallowed it eagerly. As they resumed their healing process, Lu Fan's gaze drifted languidly towards the disciples of Lanyan's sect. Having entered the crystallization stage, he could easily discern that most of Lanyan's sect's disciples were in the qi refining stage, with a few in the foundational stage. Lanyan's sect's strength was indeed formidable. No wonder the elders of Tianjin sect had fled. The two sects were not even comparable. Even in its prime, Tianjin sect had merely a handful of foundational elders and a few dozen qi refining disciples. In contrast, Lanyan's sect boasted a force several times greater. Li Ziang had aimed to obliterate Tianjin sect entirely. Little did he know, Lu Fan possessed a system. Gulp. Under Lu Fan's scrutiny, the disciples of Lanyan's sect could not help but swallow nervously. Their heads bowed low. Fearful of meeting his gaze, Lu Fan turned his attention to the individual who had spoken earlier, who was struggling to maintain a smile. "Master Lu, we truly bear no animosity towards Tianjin sect." Oh, Lu Fan elongated his response, momentarily refraining from speaking. Just then, two enthusiastic voices erupted from behind him. "Master, I have fully recovered." "Master, so have I." Zhang Yi and Lin Hong stood up, their energy robust, showing no signs of their previous injuries. Lu Fan nodded, about to speak when Zhang Yi interjected excitedly. "Master, you are truly incredible. This healing elixir has restored us to full strength." "Isn't that to be expected?" Lu Fan replied with confusion, pondering what was so remarkable about this. The system's healing elixir merely restored some injuries. What was the big deal? At his words, Zhang Yi and Lin Hong were momentarily taken aback. This was a complete restoration to peak condition. Wasn't such an elixir impressive? In their master's eyes, it seemed not to be a matter of great astonishment. After all, their master had never produced such an elixir before. They exchanged glances, as if a realization dawned upon them. The memory of that sword strike was still vivid, and their master had never exhibited such remarkable prowess. Could it be? The patriarch of our sect has long concealed his true prowess. That recent strike was hardly indicative of the capabilities of someone at the crystal stage. Was it? Reflecting on that formidable blow, it seems the healing elixir has lost its significance. "Master, we comprehend now." The eyes of Zhang Yi and his companions sparkled with fervent excitement. The attitude displayed by the patriarch at this critical moment reassured them that their decision to remain behind, rather than fleeing with the elders, was indeed the right one. Previously, the patriarch had mentioned an intention to escape with the two of them. Perhaps this was merely a test of their resolve. After all, why did he not simply eliminate Li Ziang from the outset? Initially, the patriarch had been at a disadvantage. It dawned on them that this entire ordeal was a trial imposed by the patriarch upon the two of them. Even had they chosen not to intervene, the patriarch could have effortlessly dealt with Li Ziang. The current healing elixir thus served as a validation of their worth in the eyes of the patriarch. Zhang Yi and his companions' imaginations ran wild, their gazes inadvertently growing more fervent as they regarded Lu Fan. Lu Fan found himself bewildered. Had he misspoken? What was amiss with these two? Were they out of their minds? Considering that only the three of them remained in their sect now, and that he would inevitably need to cultivate the sect's growth, Lu Fan felt a sudden weight of pressure. How was he to develop it? "Master, what shall we do with these individuals?" Lost in thought, Lin Hong unsheathed his sword, glaring furiously at the disciples of Lanyan's sect. Should Lu Fan issue the command, he was prepared to strike them down without hesitation. "Deal with them?" Lu Fan paused, his gaze sweeping over the Lanyan sect disciples. That moment. Upon meeting his eyes, the disciples of Lanyan's sect were utterly panicked. "Patriarch Lu, We truly never intended to oppose Tianjin sect. Patriarch Lu, I wish to remain here. Given the vastness of Tianjin sect, someone must handle the upkeep. Patriarch Lu, I too wish to stay. Chapter 6. Accepting disciples, though these individuals were merely following orders. Lu Fan felt no goodwill towards the Lanyan sect disciples as he observed their indecisiveness. You all, before he could finish his sentence, the system's voice reverberated in his mind. Ding. Main quest triggered. The ascendance of Tianjin sect. Current task, recruit followers. Rewards will be granted based on the host's completion rate. This task can be completed over an extended period. Lu Fan's expression darkened. It appeared he had no choice but to accept these individuals. Since this was a task given by the system, it would be unwise to defy it. Moreover, there were rewards involved. It seemed he would have to employ some measures to ensure these individuals would wholeheartedly join Tianjin sect. Observing the shifty-eyed disciples of Lanyan sect, Lu Fan forced himself to reassure them. Since you intend to join Tianjin sect, you shall serve it diligently. Future benefits will not be lacking for you. Understood? As these words left Lu Fan's mouth, a chorus of agreement erupted. Numerous Lanyan sect disciples weeping with joy, and a few even attempted to rush forward to embrace Lu Fan's legs. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Lu Fan quickly stepped back to evade them, but he could not fault their enthusiasm. After all, had he chosen to slay them, none would have escaped unscathed. Even Li Xiang, at the mid-crystal stage, had been dispatched with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been granted. 100 Qi refining pills, 20 foundation establishment pills, and 100 low-grade spiritual swords. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the title. The Patriarch's authority. The rewards have been placed into the system space. Please check them, host. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. True to the nature of a task aimed at developing a sect, all the rewards were items meant for the disciples. However, the title seemed somewhat enigmatic. He was unsure of its purpose. Contemplating this, Lu Fan promptly began to examine the title. Title: The Patriarch's Authority Effect. The strength of the Patriarch is the sect's foundation. Possessing this title allows 30% of the disciples' cultivation achievements to convert into the host's own cultivation progress, without affecting the disciples. This is extraordinarily overpowered. Lu Fan gazed at the nearly 100 Lanyan sect disciples. Momentarily dumbfounded, his previous discontent transformed entirely into exhilaration. This was akin to granting him nearly 100-fold increase in his Qi refining speed, with the addition of several elders from Lanyan sect. Along with Zhang Yi and Lin Hong, Lu Fan effectively possessed nearly 10-fold enhancement in his foundation establishment speed. Having somewhat regained his composure, Lu Fan quickly retrieved the rewards from the system space. 10 Qi refining pills, 5 foundation establishment pills, and 10 spiritual swords. The previously noisy scene fell deathly silent, with many pairs of eyes fixated on the items in Lu Fan's hands, filled with envy. Yet, mindful of Lu Fan's strength, they restrained their impulses to act. Even Lin Hong and Zhang Yi were left in a stupor, their gazes towards Lu Fan growing increasingly fervent. These are some pills and spiritual swords, upon becoming disciples of Tianjin sect. You may come to me for one when the time comes for your breakthroughs. As for the spiritual swords, they shall be bestowed upon those who perform exceptionally or contribute greatly to the sect. As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, all the disciples of Lanyan sect knelt before him in unison, with a few nearly clashing over positioning. The chaos of the scene escalated further. Patriarch Lu. From now on, I, Zhang Dali, shall not hesitate to plunge through fire and water for Tianjin sect. So will I. Not only can I join Tianjin sect, but I also receive such precious treasures. This is a fortune that one could hardly attain in 3 lifetimes. Patriarch Lu, henceforth, Tianjin sect shall be my home. Whoever dares to oppose us, I shall oppose them in turn. The crowd erupted in shouts, declaring their loyalty to Tianjin sect. That Lu Fan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed these individuals were rather easy to win over, that a mere fraction of the system's rewards had stirred such excitement among them. Gazing at the throng before him, he couldn't help but reflect on how just a short while ago he had been on the brink of life and death. And now he was revered as the Patriarch. This system is truly formidable. Yet he pondered whether the fleeing elders and disciples would come to regret their decision. Meanwhile, as Lu Fan vanquished Li Xiang, A peculiar crow quietly took flight. It surely slope. The elders and disciples of Tianjin sect were resting in place. It had been an entire day since their escape from Tianjin sect, and everyone was weary yet pleased to have narrowly evaded disaster. Second brother, what is the situation within the sect? Your crow should have returned by now, right? The grand elder inquired of the second elder beside him. The second elder possessed a unique secret method, allowing him to control trained animals with his eyes. During their flight, he had not forgotten to leave behind a crow to monitor the situation. Should Lu Fan perish swiftly, they could receive news promptly if the disciples of Lanyan sect pursued them, allowing them to escape in haste. The second elder, evidently concerned about potential pursuers, closed his eyes to communicate with the crow upon the grand elder's urging. "It's back," two caws from the crow echoed. And soon a small black dot appeared in the sky. Moments later, a crow landed on the arm of the second elder, who immediately closed his eyes to converse with it. After a while, the second elder's expression turned incredulous, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "What did you see? Speak quickly." The grand elder pressed, anxious that if the disciples of Lanyan sect were to pursue them, they could not afford to rest any longer. They must depart immediately. Otherwise, if Li Ziang caught up, none present would likely survive. Lu Fan. He killed Li Ziang with a single strike. The second elder's face was filled with bitterness, as if he regretted leaving Tianjin sect. The crowd gasped in astonishment. That puppet patriarch had suddenly erupted with strength. "Ha ha! Come, since the formidable foe has been dealt with, can we not return to the sect in peace?" The grand elder laughed heartily, urging the seated disciples to prepare for departure. Since Lu Fan had taken the helm of Tianjin sect, he had been overshadowed by the three elders within the sect. Returning this time, the grand elder was confident in continuing to manipulate Lu Fan, whom he perceived as a soft target. Seeing the grand elder's demeanor, the second elder contemplated issuing a warning, but ultimately refrained. "It would be best to return. Even if we cannot, Lu Fan surely would not act against us, would he?" With such thoughts, the second elder, burdened with trepidation, followed along. Only he understood that while Lu Fan appeared somewhat weak, he seemed to have undergone a transformation. He was no longer the puppet patriarch they could manipulate at will. The group traveled tirelessly through the night. Having already covered a considerable distance, the TO return to Tianjin sect would now be a matter for the following day. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was preoccupied with registering the disciples of Lanyan sect and extracting resources from them. Chapter 7. The basic sword manual. Although the items Lu Fan produced provoked envy, his actions of extraction sparked discontent among some. "You three over there. You are at the mid-chi refining stage, correct? Take these 3 chi refining pills, and tonight you shall break through to the late chi refining stage," Lu Fan asserted, firmly placing the 3 chi refining pills into their hands. The disciples' dissatisfaction evaporated in an instant, their eyes once again reflecting admiration and fervor towards Lu Fan. It turned out Lu Fan had not been lying. Such generosity, even rare among third-tier sects, was now witnessed within the 9th-tier Tianjin sect. One must ask, which sect would be so generous as to freely distribute precious chi refining pills to their ordinary disciples? Such privileges are the exclusive domain of the inner sect, reserved for those disciples who are even considered closed-door students. This Master Lu is akin to a wealthy magnate. From this day forth, everyone must diligently practice their cultivation, assisting our heavenly sword sect in becoming the foremost sect in the world, upon returning to their respective quarters. Let them seize every moment to train. All disciples felt their hearts surge with fervor. Such words, even if spoken by their former sect leader Li Ziang, would not have inspired such a profound effect. Yet in Master Lu, they saw a glimmer of hope. After meticulously assessing everyone's cultivation levels, Lu Fan sighed and returned to his small courtyard. There were few on the verge of a breakthrough, which left him somewhat disheartened. The advancement of realms represents the most significant enhancement in cultivation, and correspondingly, the benefits he could reap would also multiply. As night fell over the mountain, Lu Fan sat alone, holding the foundational sword manual provided by the system. Lost in thought that he had comprehended the manual the moment it came into his possession. With further practice, he would wield it with effortless precision. His dilemma now lay in whether to share it with those disciples. Compared to the foundational manuals of ordinary third-rate sects, the one given by the system was exponentially superior, that if he distributed it, there was a risk that their overall strength might escalate beyond control. causing him considerable trouble. Yet if he withheld it, his own progress would be stymied. Alas, suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, jolting Lu Fan from his reverie. Upon opening the door, he found Zhang Yi and Lin Hong standing there. "Master, everyone has been settled in, and as per your guidance, not a single person went to sleep directly. They are all meditating and cultivating." Zhang Yi spoke first, his admiration for Lu Fan's leadership evident. Lin Hong chimed in eagerly. "I've checked each room. Not a single person is slacking. They are all earnestly practicing. After all, with the allure of elixirs and spiritual swords provided, it would be akin to nurturing a multitude of salt-dried fish if these dozens did not exert themselves in their cultivation." Lu Fan nodded slightly, producing 2 foundation establishment pills and 2 spiritual swords. "Take these 2 elixirs and swords. Use the elixirs when you reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and I will provide more in the future. Should the swords sustain damage, you may return for replacements." That Lu Fan appeared unperturbed, akin to a wealthy landowner, leaving Zhang Yi and Lin Hong utterly astonished. It is worth noting that ordinary high-quality gold artifacts are rare treasures in the eyes of foundation establishment cultivators, let alone spiritual artifacts of higher grades. And those foundation establishment pills are precious items meant for breaking through to the crystallization stage. Lu Fan actually offered them for the mid-stage breakthrough. Both men knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Sect leader, this is far too precious. We cannot possibly accept." Deep down, both harbored a strong desire for the items, yet they feared this might be a test from Lu Fan and thus hesitated to accept. "If I say to accept, then accept without hesitation. I have plenty more where that came from. By the way, this foundational sword manual, gather everyone and ensure they devote themselves to their training." That Lu Fan sighed in exasperation at how people in this world so readily drop to their knees. In a realm fraught with peril, if one did not hasten to enhance their strength, they might soon find themselves under siege. With that thought, Lu Fan forcefully thrust the elixirs and swords into their arms, then handed the sword manual to Zhang Yi. "Thank you, sect leader. We shall strive diligently in our cultivation and repay the sect in the future." They echoed in unison, clearly overwhelmed with gratitude for the bestowed elixirs and swords. After a day filled with such excitement, Lu Fan was no longer fazed by their exuberance. After casually waving them off, he retreated to his quarters. Outside, the 2 men quickly summoned everyone to announce the bestowal of the foundational sword manual from the Heavenly Sword sect. The crowd was bewildered, as it was merely a foundational manual. They had all cultivated their foundational techniques for many years. Suddenly altering their training direction might incite a wave of complaints, say senior brother. "How many years have we practiced the foundational techniques of Lan Yun sect? Changing now seems rather unrealistic, doesn't it?" "Indeed. I respect you both as senior brothers, which is why I made the trip here. If there is nothing pressing, I must return to my cultivation to strive for a breakthrough. That foundation establishment pill is still waiting for us. I will not change my foundational techniques without a compelling reason. If it is your suggestion, then we shall abandon this matter. However, if it is the sect leader's wish, could we request him to announce this in person?" The 3 speakers were all cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, holding elder positions within Lan Yun sect. They had long grown weary of being dictated to by those of lesser cultivation. Zhang Yi and Lin Hong exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness. Although the elder's tone was rather brusque, they spoke a semblance of truth, and with Lu Fan absent, it was indeed normal for them to feel overwhelmed. With a sigh, Zhang Yi casually opened the sword manual in his hand. Yet, with that simple action, he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. The confusion and abruptness he had previously felt during his cultivation began to dissipate, before he could retort to the 3 elders. Zhang Yi stood frozen, his gaze fixated on the foundational sword manual. The 3 Lan Yun sect elders, who had been reveling in their own satisfaction moments earlier, now noticed Zhang Yi's transformation and sensed something was amiss. After all, this was the foundational manual gifted by the wealthy Lu Fan. Though it was merely a foundational manual, could there be some hidden wonder within? Unable to quell their curiosity, the 3 elders gradually approached, only to find themselves equally stunned. What treasure had they stumbled upon? The intrigue sparked among all present, and they gathered around the 4 in droves to TO their astonishment, after each person perused the manual. Their expressions transitioned from shock to calm, and they began to scrutinize it closely. Within minutes, a crowd had encircled Zhang Yi, leaving no room for passage. After a prolonged silence, the group was jolted back to reality by a scream from one disciple, who, having grasped a sliver of sword intent, instinctively tested it on another disciple. Stop. Everyone remain calm. First summon someone to tend to this disciple, and then we shall each copy the manual in turn. As the senior brothers of the sect, Zhang Yi and Lin Hong endeavored to maintain order amid the chaos. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Lu Fan, was blissfully asleep in his quarters. Chapter 8. The Return of the Elders of Heavenly Sword Sect. The following morning, Lu Fan awoke early, eager to assess the results of the previous night's cultivation. As he activated his techniques, the moment the spiritual energy coursed through his body, he sensed something was amiss. Compared to the intensity of spiritual energy yesterday, today was evidently much stronger. Hastily immersing his consciousness in his dantian, he was startled to discover that the inner alchemical core he had formed just the day before, which should have appeared rough and dim, now gleamed with a smooth, lustrous golden hue, the mid-stage of crystallization. Had he truly broken through in his sleep last night, he recalled dreaming of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, followed by a series of enchanting images. Could that have been the catalyst? For a moment, Lu Fan was taken aback by his own thoughts. How could one achieve a breakthrough simply by dreaming of beauty? Otherwise, wouldn't those lecherous old men who traverse to other realms ascend within a month? It seemed more likely that the cause lay in the disciples' cultivation efforts last night. He must hurry to find out. Murmuring to himself, Lu Fan sprang from his bed, only to realize his garments were soiled. He called out for Zhang Yi, as was customary for him, to attend to Lu Fan's morning preparations. However, to his surprise, after several calls, there was still no sign of him. That it appeared he would have to wash up later. Fortunately, he had plenty of clean clothes available. With a frown, Lu Fan hastily changed into a fresh outfit and dashed out of his small courtyard. Before he could reach the training hall, the sounds of shouts and the clashing of blades echoed in his ears from the training ground. How peculiar. The Lanyan sect was not a legitimate sword cultivation sect. The majority of its disciples were likely practitioners of law. Upon his meticulous inspection yesterday, he noted there were hardly a dozen sword cultivators. Yet now, the ruckus suggested there were at least 50 or 60 engaged in combat. Had the law practitioners suddenly changed their ways, or was his sword's allure from yesterday too potent? Lu Fan quickly redirected his path towards the training ground. The cycle of heaven turns well. This time, it was Lu Fan who was left dumbfounded. The number of disciples on the training ground far exceeded 50 or 60. Nearly all the disciples were paired off, sparring with swords. Not only were rusty old swords retrieved from storage, but some had even resorted to wielding wooden swords or even branches, despite the majority being law practitioners, with the assistance of the foundational sword manual and a night of diligent practice. Nearly everyone wielded their swords with remarkable skill. Zhang Yi and Lin Hong were no exception. At that moment, they occupied a prime position in the center of the training ground, engaged in swordplay. After a night of training, coupled with their possession of low-grade spiritual swords, both bore some injuries, and their clothing was tattered. Zhang Yi, have you all gone mad? I instructed you to cultivate in the training hall quietly. Yet you've all rushed here to spar the night away. Lu Fan nearly shouted this statement, not out of anger, but because the scene before him was utterly bizarre in the realm of cultivation. The status of spellcasters has always been superior to that of sword cultivators. Sword cultivators specialize in the path of slaughter, excelling only in close combat, whereas spellcasters differ in their myriad sects and, as long as they maintain distance, a sword cultivator of equal cultivation will undoubtedly be defeated. The sudden shift of these spellcasting disciples to sword cultivation must indicate that some significant event transpired yesterday. And as the sect leader, he was completely unaware of it. Upon hearing his roar, all disciples were startled into kneeling on the ground, greeting him with exclamations of good morning. Sect leader, you are magnificent. Sect leader, long live the sect leader. A torrent of praises from dozens of voices struck him like a downpour. Lu Fan had never witnessed such a spectacle in his previous life. Even yesterday's events, which were merely motivated by coercion, felt entirely different from this heartfelt admiration. This overwhelming sense of happiness momentarily lifted Lu Fan to cloud nine. It's all right, continue your practice. I'm not unwell, just taking a few steps. He reassured them. These spirit swords are quite handy. You may keep them for now. After all, The diligent practice of these individuals was a result he was pleased to see, and with such enthusiasm from his disciples. Lu Fan was disinclined to dwell on trivial matters. However, the absence of attendants to assist him with changing clothes in the morning felt somewhat at odds with his accustomed routine, in high spirits. Lu Fan retrieved dozens of spirit swords from the system space and placed them on the empty ground of the training field, in an instant. All disciples' eyes turned bloodshot, their sclerae veined with red. While some were even swallowing saliva incessantly, Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, intending to check the sect's main gate. After all, given that Li Ziang had been rather ungracious yesterday, if the damaged gate was left unguarded and someone were to launch a surprise attack, it would certainly be a considerable headache. Before he reached the vicinity, the familiar sounds of clashing swords and blades echoed from the entrance. As expected, although there were disciples stationed at the gate, it appeared that two individuals had engaged in combat. If one were unaware of the situation, they might well assume that the Tianjin sect was embroiled in internal strife. "I say, are you two guarding the gate or practicing swordplay?" Lu Fan's tone carried a hint of exasperation. These individuals seemed utterly bewitched by their fervor. Were it not for the substantial gains they brought, he would have been inclined to berate them. "Good morning, sect leader. We understand our mistake, sect leader." Upon hearing his voice, the two immediately ceased their duel and instinctively knelt in respect. "Rise. I merely came to see if the front gate was being watched." Lu Fan sighed, raising his hand to signal them to stand. However, in the next moment his brow furrowed and his expression turned serious. Not far off, approximately 30 to 40 individuals were slowly advancing towards the gate. "Ha ha ha!" Before Lu Fan could utter a warning, a hearty laugh rang out. "Lu Fan, what a truly imposing sect leader you are." Those two disciples at the gate, judging by their figures, were none other than Zhang Yi and Lin Hong. Right, upon seeing Lu Fan, the Grand Elder took the lead and approached him. These deserters had the audacity to return so brazenly. A cold smile crept on Lu Fan's lips. He distinctly remembered the actions of the three elders before his reincarnation. Various forms of exclusion, undermining, and the unauthorized use of sect funds. The former Lu Fan had dared to harbor resentment, but remained silent. However, if they still wished to treat him as a soft persimmon, they would need to face some consequences. "What? No longer fleeing? Planning to return and serve me like a dog?" Lu Fan crossed his arms, looking down at the Grand Elder. The 30 to 40 individuals exchanged glances, gradually feeling a twinge of fear as they looked to the Grand Elder, hoping he could suppress Lu Fan's audacious demeanor. They were aware that Lu Fan had just defeated Li Ziang, and in their eyes, this was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Furthermore, he must have sustained significant injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to inspect the situation at the gates so early in the morning. Yes, exactly. They all believed that Lu Fan was merely riding on borrowed authority. Lu Fan, do you think that just because you've reached the crystal stage, you are invincible? The Grand Elder spoke coldly, preparing to take action. Just then, the two disciples guarding the mountain gate exchanged glances, one of them swiftly sprinting towards the training field. "Crystal stage experts, don't make me laugh. Do you think the Tianjin sect is your little fiefdom?" Lu Fan scoffed, not feeling compelled to act immediately. After all, these individuals were former elders and disciples of the Tianjin sect, and the system's task was to develop the sect. Killing these few would only invite unnecessary repercussions. Of course, Lu Fan had just broken through to the mid-crystal stage and was in good spirits, which was the most crucial reason for his restraint. "Lu Fan, do you think that merely reaching the crystal stage makes you invincible?" Second Elder, Third Elder. As the Grand Elder's words fell, he took a step forward, unleashing his foundation stage aura, which whipped up a fierce wind that struck Lu Fan. The second and third elders followed suit, their combined pressure intensifying the gusts, causing Lu Fan's sect leader robes to flutter wildly. Particularly, the second elder's eyes were shrouded in a misty haze, exuding an aura of extreme danger. Were they truly going to fight? As Lu Fan hesitated, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding, mission triggered. Recruit troops, rewards based on host completion rate. This mission can be completed over the long term." Ding, mission triggered. Eliminate sect traitors. The host can acquire 50% of the traitor's cultivation and seize their unique abilities. Lu Fan exhaled deeply. Finally, the system had provided him with a mission. Otherwise, he would have been caught in indecision for a while. A flash of white light passed, and Lu Fan drew his spirit sword. Assuming an offensive stance, with a single stroke of swordplay, he locked onto the three individuals led by the Grand Elder. A terrifying killing intent enveloping their hearts. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought Lu Fan had only defeated Li Ziang by luck and must have been injured. Yet upon closer inspection, Lu Fan appeared to be completely unscathed. Given the astonishing intensity of Lu Fan's initial sword stance, would he not be capable of instantly dispatching all three of them? Only the second elder managed to maintain his composure, though the mist in his eyes thickened further. "You fools! Why aren't you coming together to deal with him? Do you all wish to die?" The usually silent third elder panicked, shouting towards the disciples behind him. Now, every additional person would increase their chances of victory, and the third elder could not afford to be cautious. His voice faded. Although the disciples were frightened, they obediently encircled Lu Fan, following the third elder's command. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. Even the pressure of his sword stance faltered. He had never anticipated that these three old geezers would shamelessly rally 30 to 40 people to besiege him. Crowds can be chaotic, and swords do not discriminate. It was not just the younger generation that lacked martial ethics. These three old fellows were equally unscrupulous. How dare they conspire and launch a sneak attack on someone in their 20s? Lu Fan was incensed, nearly jumping up to curse. Having these Qi refinement disciples surround him was tantamount to self-sabotage. As his momentum weakened, the Grand Elder began to feel more confident. After all, he was merely a useless sect leader. Even having reached the crystal stage, he should still fear the encirclement of 30 to 40 Qi refinement practitioners. He had clearly overestimated Lu Fan, the Lu sect leader. It's not too late to surrender now. If you prostrate and apologize and hand over the Tianjin sect to me, I shall let this matter rest. The Grand Elder slightly relaxed his posture, revealing a confident smile, aiming to shatter Lu Fan's psychological defenses. It seemed he would have to abandon the troop recruitment mission. Lu Fan sighed softly, torn between whether to flee or to fight that moment. A cacophony of footsteps erupted, and nearly 100 disciples surged forth from behind Lu Fan. It was precisely those disciples who had been training in the training field earlier. This 100-strong force surrounded the Grand Elder and his group with fierce determination, their eyes reddened, filled with bloodshot veins, exuding an air of deep-seated hatred. Even more astonishing was that each of these disciples wielded a spirit weapon. Such a display of nearly 100 inferior spirit weapons was something that even a third-rate sect could not afford. "I say, Elder, who just suggested that I, the sect leader of Tianjin sect, should prostrate and apologize?" The Grand Elder of Lanyan sect stepped forward, unleashing his peak foundation stage aura, subtly overshadowing that of the Grand Elder. At the peak of the foundation stage, he was but a step away from breaking into the crystal stage. The Grand Elder felt a jolt of surprise. Just a few days prior, when he had encountered him, his cultivation had remained firmly at the peak of the foundation stage, showing no signs of breakthrough. Yet now, it was evident that he had one foot firmly in the crystal stage. This is all a misunderstanding. I was influenced by my disciples earlier and had fleeting thoughts of fleeing. Now that I have returned, I wish to sincerely rejoin the Tianjin sect. Seeing the situation turning against him, the Grand Elder hastily sought to shift the blame onto his disciples. However, with everyone surrounded, they were all like caged birds. The disciples naturally would not accept the Grand Elder's attempt to save himself at their expense. "You old bastard, stop spouting nonsense. Had it not been for your leadership, how would we Qi refinement disciples have dared to be the first to abandon the sect?" "Exactly. We implore sect leader Lu to see the truth." With a few individuals leading the charge in rebellion, all disciples began to cry out in injustice, desperately seeking a sliver of hope amidst this dire predicament. The Grand Elder cast a dark, foreboding gaze upon the first disciple to speak, his hand slowly resting upon the hilt of his sword. Clang! The crisp sound of the iron sword being drawn resonated, a glimmering blade aimed directly at the disciple's throat. The disciple, facing imminent death, could only accept his fate and shut his eyes, after a prolonged silence. As the surroundings fell into a deep hush, the disciple, who had yet to feel the pangs of pain, opened his eyes in confusion. Why was he still alive? Upon looking, he discovered the Grand Elder standing before him. His face contorted in anguish. The hand that should have wielded the sword now vanished from the forearm. A wretched scream echoed in the ears of all present, sending chills down their spines. Every disciple swallowed hard, understanding that if Lu Fan had truly wished it, the Grand Elder would surely have met his demise. Yet Lu Fan harbored a sense of discontent. Only he knew that the sword strike was intended for the Grand Elder's neck. But at the moment of execution, a surge of sword energy had accurately struck the spiritual sword in his hand, allowing the Grand Elder to narrowly escape death. What an extraordinary sensitivity to energy. Even Lu Fan, at his current level, could not replicate such precision. The disciples present, if they wished to remain in the Tianjin sect, could simply lay down their weapons and step out of the encirclement. As for the three principal culprits, they were urged to stay. Lu Fan spoke calmly, his spiritual sword trembling in his grasp, shaking off the blood that had accumulated upon it. The Grand Elder, in a frenzy, howled, Lu Fan, I share a deep bond with Shen Exin. Do you dare to kill me? Noise, Lu Fan retorted, who is Shen Exin? Why should I fear killing you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Fan moved, a flash of cold light darting forth, and the Grand Elder's head was severed from his body. Not far away, Zhang Yi had just opened his mouth to dissuade Lu Fan. But he was a moment too late, letting out a faint sigh instead. Chapter 10. The Eye of Energy. Witnessing the Grand Elder's sudden demise, the Third Elder momentarily crumbled. He could hardly comprehend how Lu Fan, who had been as pliable as a soft persimmon just a day prior, had transformed into such a decisive force of slaughter. I end this world. It is the one who survives until the end that emerges as the greatest victor. Without a moment's hesitation, the Third Elder dashed toward Lu Fan, seeking to cling to his leg and plead for mercy. Unfortunately for him, Lu Fan was inherently cautious, particularly in such a chaotic situation, constantly on guard against potential treachery from behind. In a moment of nervous reaction, the Third Elder lunged, only to find himself ensnared by Lu Fan's sword technique, instantly meeting his demise. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances in dismay. Was the Third Elder so eager to meet his end, fearing the torment Lu Fan might inflict upon him if taken back? Once calmness returned, Lu Fan noticed the Third Elder's face contorted in fear as he approached. You're too frightened. And now it's just you left, Second Elder, Lu Fan threatened, his demeanor devoid of any shame for mistakenly killing the others. The Second Elder's face turned ashen, slowly retreating a few steps, the mist in his eyes thickening, rendering his pupils nearly transparent. That if the sect master can spare my life, I shall devote myself to the Tianjin sect, serving until my last breath. That I hope you can grant me this opportunity. Though the Second Elder pleaded for mercy, the spiritual energy within him surged with greater intensity, that he understood that escape was impossible today, and thus he secretly gathered his strength, preparing to fight Lu Fan to the bitter end. If you have any sense, just end your own life to spare me the effort, Lu Fan said, oblivious to the Second Elder's internal machinations, as he gradually relaxed his vigilance, with dozens of disciples still present. Should the Second Elder escape, Lu Fan could abandon his ambitions and live a life of seclusion in the Tianjin sect. However, in that fleeting moment of delay, the Second Elder suddenly bore a maniacal grin. Buzz! A deafening roar resonated in everyone's minds, leaving their brains momentarily blank. The Lu Fan's cultivation was slightly superior, yet he was not much quicker in response. Moreover, the terrifying energy locked onto him. Time was running out. Lu Fan exerted all his strength to shield his heart, knowing that any attempt to block would lead to certain death. The Second Elder's figure flickered, and in the next instant, he appeared before Lu Fan, plunging his sword into Lu Fan's body. Lu Fan cursed loudly, "You old fool! How dare you attempt to unleash a grand move secretly?" As darkness enveloped him, Lu Fan instinctively retrieved a great rejuvenation pill from the system space and swallowed it. The bleeding from his wound ceased immediately, and the injury visibly healed at an astonishing pace, his damaged organs mending almost instantaneously. The Second Elder, startled by Lu Fan's ferocity, instinctively tried to withdraw his sword, only to find it deeply lodged within Lu Fan's flesh. With a slight reduction in force, he failed to extract it. Spitting out blood onto the Second Elder's face, Lu Fan flipped his hand, revealing the remaining great rejuvenation pills. That my goodness! The sect master is a deity descended from the heavens. A disciple suddenly exclaimed, collapsing to his knees. The others, stunned, followed suit, bewildered by the audacity of the situation. Seeing this, Lu Fan erupted into wild laughter, reveling in his newfound invincibility. The second elder, trembling, made another attempt to withdraw the sword, hesitantly stabbing at Lu Fan with a sluggish thrust, which stood no chance of landing. With a slight sidestep, Lu Fan's spiritual sword pierced the second elder's body. The second elder's eyes brimmed with bitterness, and after a futile struggle, he breathed his last, observing the blood gushing from the wound. Lu Fan hastily consumed another great rejuvenation pill. One must admit, the efficacy of these pills was remarkable. Even after consuming numerous ones prior, the last pill still retained its potency, the wound healing at an observable rate. The sight of Lu Fan treating the pills as mere candies did not go unnoticed by the disciples, who silently acknowledged his expertise, and even the traitorous disciples of the Tianjin sect began to feel a sense of submission. Looking down at the lifeless second elder, Lu Fan felt a lingering dissatisfaction and thrust his sword into the body several more times. But the next moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Task: recruit disciples completed. Reward: 1 bottle of Great Rejuvenation Pills, 1 bottle of Energy Gathering Pills, 30 Qi Cultivation Pills, 3 Foundation Establishment Pills, 30 low-grade Spiritual Swords. Rewards have been allocated to the system space. Main Quest: the rise of the Tianjin sect. Reach a certain milestone. Reward: 1 Golden Core, 1 Splendid Spirit Sword. Rewards have been allocated to the system space. Task: eliminate traitors of the sect. Completed. Cultivation rewards have been allocated to the host Dantian. 3 Foundation Establishment Pills. 1 volume of the Cloud Sword Classics, and the Eye of Energy. Rewards have been allocated to the system space. That a series of notifications overwhelmed Lu Fan, yet the allure of several rewards was too tempting to ignore. Suppressing the urge to break through, he quickly focused his consciousness on the system space. The worthless pills and spiritual swords held no interest for him, but the splendid spirit sword was a mid-grade treasure. As for the Eye of Energy, Lu Fan had heard of its special abilities in his previous life's memories, categorized among the coveted heavenly eyes. And this heavenly eye was a unique technique coveted by every cultivator. Fusion, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan commanded in his heart that in an instant, the spiritual energy surrounding Lu Fan erupted, gradually forming a vortex of energy above his head, which then surged into his body with wild abandon. The disciples were awestruck. They had sensed the signs of Lu Fan's impending breakthrough when he had just defeated the second elder. Now, with the sudden emergence of the energy vortex, was he about to directly break through to the late crystallization stage? Achieving 3 breakthroughs in 2 days would indeed be unprecedented. At least in the small nation of Liang, they had never heard of such a precedent. The gazes of the disciples toward Lu Fan shifted from admiration to fervent reverence. Yet, Lu Fan had no time to concern himself with the thoughts of his disciples. After all, the fusion of the Eye of Energy, one of the heavenly eyes, brought him immense suffering. The condensed spiritual energy gradually consumed his eyeball, a sensation akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his vision. After a quarter of an hour, drenched in sweat, Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 11. The Sect's Recruitment Conference. Those radiant. Divine eyes opened. Lu Fan's cultivation surged explosively, stabilizing at the late crystallization stage before gradually coming to a halt. Casting a casual glance, he locked onto a disciple with his energy vision, rendering any chance of escape impossible. So this is the Eye of Energy. How fascinating. No wonder the second elder, despite the vast difference in our cultivation levels, could still pose a threat. Lu Fan nodded slightly, his heart swelling with joy. This was now his most formidable weapon, aside from the system, as an external aid. With the Eye of Energy and the splendid spirit sword in his arsenal, would he not be invincible beneath the Golden Core? Perhaps he could even contend with those in the early Golden Core stage. Upon reaching this thought, Lu Fan could not help but burst into laughter. The disciples knelt on the ground, silent and apprehensive, fearing that a careless word might provoke the newly promoted Lu Fan. Only the earnest Zhang Yi slowly rose to his feet and approached Lu Fan's side. Master, you might want to sheath that divine power for now, lest it attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, the disciples have urgent matters to report. Lu Fan pondered briefly, and with a blink of his eyes, he reverted to his usual demeanor. Zhang Yi's words held merit. Should a formidable expert chance upon this place, it could spell disaster not only for him, but potentially for the entire Tianjin sect. Rise, return to your training, and serve our Tianjin sect diligently in the future. After speaking, Lu Fan strode directly towards the sect's interior. Zhang Yi called upon Lin Hong, and the two hurriedly followed in Lu Fan's wake. Upon reaching Lu Fan's courtyard, he leisurely sipped some water, waiting for the two to speak. "Master, do you truly not remember Shen Xian, who has been at the sect for 3 years?" Zhang Yi inquired cautiously. His face etched with confusion. Lu Fan frowned slightly, recalling the strikingly talented young woman. Shen Xian, though merely a wandering cultivator, had extraordinary strength at a young age. Having received favor from the previous sect master and with the Grand Elder's vigorous matchmaking, she had managed to obtain a nominal position as a guest at the Tianjin sect that if she were to pass another decade in peace. Within the borders of Liang Kingdom, it would be unlikely for anyone to dare disturb the Tianjin sect. Based on her progress, she had likely reached the mid-stage of crystallization, and it would not be surprising if she had even attained the late stage. Moreover, it was troubling that Lu Fan's predecessor had attempted to forcibly claim Shen Xian on more than one occasion, only to be cleverly evaded each time, that Lu Fan muttered under his breath. "Goodness, this fellow has truly left me quite the mess." He understood that if Shen Xian were to misunderstand the Grand Elder's demise, the chances of turning into adversaries would be significant. However, if handled properly, he might even gain an advantageous wife. "Master, what did you just say?" The two, unable to catch Lu Fan's mumbling, displayed expressions of bewilderment. "Ahem. It's nothing. I have this matter under control. Did I ask there anything else?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Zhang Yi felt reassured, for their master had unexpectedly become so powerful and dependable. Although Shen Xian possessed remarkable talent, she might not be able to surpass their current sect master. Another matter is of great importance. The sect's recruitment conference is about to commence, and we must set off tomorrow. After Zhang Yi spoke, Lu Fan remained somewhat puzzled as to why the urgency. Lin Hong quickly interjected. "The annual recruitment conference is held near the imperial city. If we do not leave early, we might find ourselves pressed for time." While it was termed a recruitment conference, most elites would consider joining based on the sect's ranking and reputation, resulting in a situation where a 9th-grade sect like Tianjin struggled to recruit even a handful of ordinary disciples. Lu Fan felt a wave of disinterest. It seemed more prudent to oversee the current disciples' training than to recruit a few ineffectual cultivators who could barely break through the foundational stage. With over 100 idle disciples at Tianjin, he did not require a few more from the recruitment conference. Just as he was about to decline, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, task triggered, sect recruitment conference. Rewards will be distributed based on completion." "Fine, I understand. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart tomorrow." To Lu Fan's side, realizing that since the system had issued a task, he had no choice but to comply. If a few idle disciples could yield 2 foundational pills, he would not be at a complete loss. "Yes, we shall prepare immediately." The two responded with eager faces before swiftly departing. The previous Tianjin sect had, as Lu Fan envisioned, simply gathered a few idle disciples each year. However, this year was different. With Lu Fan's substantial rise in power, the sect might ascend from a 9th grade to an 8th grade sect through the recruitment conference's contest. Given Lu Fan's current strength, he could easily assume the position of sect master in any 8th grade sect. That in truth, it was the Tianjin sect that had been holding him back. After the two left, Lu Fan, still lacking enthusiasm, began to delve into the Zhanling Sword and Yunzhong Sword Classic, as the reward bestowed by the system. Lu Fan quickly grasped the Yunzhong Sword Classic. But the precious Zhanling Sword proved somewhat peculiar. Typically, treasures of this caliber wield considerable power, but also consume vast amounts of spiritual energy. However, the Zhanling Sword was entirely different. With each swing, it not only refrained from depleting spiritual energy, but also subtly augmented the user's energy. Upon careful observation, Lu Fan discovered that the Zhanling Sword absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy from its surroundings. This mutual benefit, combined with the Qi Vision Eye's ability to absorb energy, rendered Lu Fan nearly invincible in a battle of attrition. Truly, it was a treasure worthy of the system. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan rushed to the training ground where the disciples gathered, casually selecting a few foundational stage disciples to experiment with the combination of the Zhanling Sword and Yunzhong Sword Classic. Even as Lu Fan intentionally restrained himself, enveloping the Zhanling Sword with spiritual energy, the sword's absorption effect did not wane. One by one, the disciples gradually became weakened over time, resulting in their cries of despair as Lu Fan bested them. The two remaining foundational stage disciples, having narrowly escaped, trembled in a corner, too fearful to make a sound, lest the formidable Lu Fan turn his attention towards them for training. That night passed swiftly amidst the disciples' lamentations. The following morning, Lu Fan surveyed the multitude of disciples sprawled across the training ground and nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite adept with the Zhang Ling sword and Yun Zhong sword classic. After calling out to Zhang Yi, he approached with a look of determination to Lu Fan, slightly exasperated, chided, "What are you so afraid of? I dealt with Lin Hong last night, saving you for today's preparations." Zhang Yi obediently nodded, casting a smug glance at the other disciples on the ground before commencing the final preparations. Chapter 12. The talented disciple. The carriage sped along the official road, the picturesque scenery outside gradually receding. Lu Fan and Zhang Yi sat within the carriage, while Lin Hong remained outside, driving. "Master, our Tianjin sect already lacks prestige. With only 3 of us attending, won't we be looked down upon?" Zhang Yi's eyes glimmered with concern, evidently uneasy about Lu Fan's potential embarrassment at the recruitment conference. Although the 100-plus disciples were lethargic, their presence would enhance the chances of the Tianjin sect ascending to an 8th-grade sect. On the other hand, these disciples' strength was rather insufficient, and bringing them along would at least spare the lower-tier sects from spreading malicious gossip. 3 individuals are sufficient. Too many would only complicate matters. Lu Fan replied casually, his gaze drifting to the scenery outside. Previously, he had lived at the bottom of a concrete jungle, far removed from the leisure to appreciate such refreshing sights. Suddenly, a figure clad in green caught Lu Fan's attention upon the road. What a beautiful woman! She seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be Shan Exen? If it were indeed her, had she already received news of the Grand Elder's demise at my hands? As Lu Fan pondered. The carriage quickly distanced itself from the green figure, and when he craned his neck for another look, her features had already faded from view. Fortunately, she remained within sight, and Lu Fan blinked, activating his Qi Vision Eye. The girl in green noticed the dazzling light, but paid it little mind, merely quickening her pace. After all, encountering a perfect celestial eye on the street was as improbable as a lecherous sect master suddenly transforming into a genius. That woman possesses peak crystallization stage cultivation. Lu Fan thought, astonished, as he withdrew his head back into the carriage. Was the outside world truly filled with such formidable beings? "Master, is something the matter? We mustn't unleash the full extent of the Qi Vision Eye in public." Zhang Yi exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Yet Lu Fan, still mired in uncertainty, felt that with his current strength, it was wise to remain humble and play the part of a pig to eat the tiger. Throughout the journey, Lu Fan discreetly employed the Qi Vision Eye at its lowest setting to gauge the cultivation levels of passers-by, discovering that most were merely at the initial stage of Qi training. It took quite some time before he encountered someone at the foundational stage, that no further incidents transpired, and the trio arrived smoothly at the venue for the sect's recruitment conference, although there remained a day until the official commencement. The venue was already bustling with numerous individuals, primarily newcomers or wandering cultivators eager to gather information about various sections. Occasionally, a few individuals masquerading as sect masters gathered to share laughter and conversation. Lu Fan regarded these individuals with disinterest, recognizing them merely as practitioners of the Qi and foundational stages, engaging in so-called social games. Such matters were trivial in the face of true power. "Welcome back. Have the registration matters been settled?" Lu Fan called out to Zhang Yi, who was not far off, intending to complete the registration before finding a place to rest. After a day of jostling in the carriage, while it did not affect his body, he felt somewhat weary mentally. "Yes," Zhang Yi replied casually, yet his gaze remained fixed on a particular direction. His unwavering loyalty to the sect and profound respect for Lu Fan were evident, and this sudden nonchalance piqued Lu Fan's curiosity. Following Zhang Yi's line of sight, he beheld a stubborn youth standing before a group of extravagantly dressed individuals. "The do not presume that your grandfather's contributions to my sword spirit sect grant you the audacity to overstep your bounds. You are unwilling to serve as a mere errand boy. Do you possess other skills?" The disdain and revulsion in the man's eyes were unmistakable, and his words caused the boy's head to bow slightly once more. Despite his humble demeanor, the boy remained resolute, steadfastly standing before the group. My goodness. Is this the archetype of the protagonist who should not be underestimated due to his youth? Lu Fan mused, astonished, as he envisioned the boy being spurned from his engagement. After lowering his head slightly, Lu Fan activated his Chi, and true to expectation, it did not disappoint. Upon activation, the boy's formidable aura and sword intent were laid bare, yet his spiritual roots were alarmingly weak, barely qualifying him as a beginner in Chi cultivation. However, Lu Fan was undeterred, for he possessed a system that could potentially unveil a path to recovery with a little time, despised yet concealing immense talent. This was the quintessential protagonist. How fortunate I am! Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Fan was about to rush forward to claim the boy as his disciple when Zhang Yi seized him by the arm. Master, I understand your righteous indignation, but the Sword Spirit sect is the foremost sect in the Liang Kingdom. One of only 2 third-tier sections. Zhang Yi's expression was grave as he slowly revealed the background of this group. Lu Fan was on the verge of exasperation. How could this foolish man not grasp his current feelings? Meanwhile, the people from the Sword Spirit sect failed to notice Lu Fan and his companions. The boy continued to shield them, causing the leading man's expression to darken further. Chao Qingjian, if you do not step aside, do not blame my spirit sword for being merciless. The man's voice had barely faded when he struck at the boy without regard for his willingness to yield. It seemed that today, my grandfather's wishes would remain unfulfilled. Chao Qingjian lamented internally, resignedly closing his eyes. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, an unusual sound of metal clashing reached his ears, that I'm not dead. Moreover, why is Lin Hao just standing there, holding the sword hilt? Can one condense formless sword energy even in the foundation establishment stage now? Chao Qingjian was momentarily bewildered, utterly at a loss for what was happening. At that moment, a somewhat frail arm rested on his shoulder, its fabric and texture evidently belonging to a sect leader. Is it permissible for the prestigious Sword Spirit sect to murder with impunity near the Imperial City? Lu Fan shouted, his crystal phase aura erupting, forcing the Sword Spirit sect members back several steps, with only a few remaining steadfast. His heart swelled with exhilaration and disdain. These individuals are terribly ignorant, daring to strike against one who embodies the protagonist archetype. Do they not value their own lives? Moreover, with my Chi in hand, I would not want to miss this grand opportunity that Lu Fan secretly reveled in his good fortune, unaware that his appearance had been indelibly etched into the memory of one of the women in the group. Chapter 13. Provoking the Sword Spirit sect, you possess an audacious spirit. How dare you publicly offend the dignity of my Sword Spirit sect? Lin Hao exclaimed in fury, reaching for his backup spirit sword. Although Lu Fan's crystal phase cultivation was astonishing, he had the Sword Spirit sect as his formidable backing, bolstered by a senior sister of equal cultivation behind him. These factors lent him a greater sense of confidence. Lin Hao, we are at the outskirts of the Imperial City. If you seek to vent your anger, wait until the sect recruitment event begins. Just as he prepared to act, a calm voice emerged from behind. It is Lin Wan. Today, with my senior sister present, consider yourselves fortunate. I will remember this incident. Lin Hao halted abruptly, forcibly suppressing his rage before retreating into the crowd. Though you lack skill, your arrogance is noteworthy. Lu Fan regarded him with disdain, yet remained at Chao Qingjian's side, both standing their ground firmly. To his surprise, the Sword Spirit sect did not press further. They merely took a few steps back, brushing past the Tuda Tianjin sect. Lu Fan? I shall remember this name. The woman, referred to as senior sister by Lin Hao, uttered before rejoining the throng. Lu Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly stowed his identity token into his pocket. How careless of me. That woman noticed even such details. It seems I must take action in tomorrow's contest. Lu Fan sighed inwardly, casting a resentful glance at Zhang Yi. All of my belongings were organized by this fool. Had it not been for the token revealing my identity, I could have navigated the contest unnoticed. It appears that hope is now dashed. Nevertheless, I have gained an unexpected ally in Chao Qingjian, so this journey was not entirely in vain. Your name is Chao Qingjian, correct? Are you willing to join my Tianjin sect? Lu Fan asked confidently, believing the boy had no other options at this juncture. Through the Qi, he could distinctly perceive the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Chao Qingjian. With such paltry talent, even the most destitute ninth-tier sects might hesitate to accept him. That I'm sorry. But I must decline that my grandfather instructed me to join the Sword Spirit sect to study their secret texts. Chao Qingjian shook his head, his expression one of regret. That Lu Fan stared at him, bewildered. This boy was obstinately resolute, clinging to a stubborn principle. Were he a young lady, he would have forcibly brought her back to the Tianjin sect. However, Chao Qingjian was a boy, and Lu Fan's orientation was quite normal. What if I told you that I could help you obtain that secret text in the future? Lu Fan attempted one last effort. For such a prime opportunity could not slip from his grasp. After contemplating for a moment, Chao Qingjian replied slowly, "If you can prove your strength and help me acquire the secret text in the future, I will join the Tianjin sect. How shall I prove it? Not difficult. Securing first place in the competition will suffice." That Lu Fan and his companions exchanged glances, each appearing somewhat uncertain. Although Lu Fan was still relatively young and eligible to participate in the competition for the younger generation, this was a contest among the sects of the entire Liang Kingdom. If he were to secure first place, it would not be an exaggeration to bestow upon Lu Fan the title of the Liang Kingdom's foremost genius. The challenge seemed daunting. Was he being compelled to contend with the talents of the entire kingdom? "Master, we have already shown great leniency. There is no need to engage with this ignorant individual further." Zhang Yi's face darkened, and he attempted to pull Lu Fan away. However, despite repeated efforts, Lu Fan remained firmly planted. At merely securing first place in a competition. I accept this challenge, gritting his teeth. Lu Fan gradually restored his composure, speaking with calm authority. Chao Qingjian, evidently taken aback by Lu Fan's agreement, paused for a moment before saying, "I shall look forward to your performance, Sect Master Lu." With that, Chao Qingjian left, wearing an expression of peculiar intrigue. The Lu Fan remained silent, walking toward the imperial city. After settling into an inn, he summoned Zhang Yi to his room. "Deliver a message back home tonight, informing them that upon my return, anyone who has remained stagnant without progress will be confined to the training room for a month," Lu Fan proclaimed, closing his eyes to begin meditating. Although Zhang Yi was somewhat puzzled as to why Lu Fan was concerned about the disciples' cultivation at such a critical juncture, he recognized that Lu Fan was evidently serious. Nodding silently, Zhang Yi closed the door and departed swiftly at that moment. Lu Fan was far from as tranquil as he appeared. He repeatedly rehearsed the Cloud Sword Sutra in his mind, feeling a pang of melancholy. Reflecting on his few days in this world, he had first been coerced into a life-and-death struggle by a troublesome system. Now, just as he had finally discovered a promising disciple, he was compelled to vie for survival against the entire genius pool of the Liang Kingdom. Who could he possibly share this predicament with? Yet, the situation had escalated to this point, and Lu Fan was not one to easily accept defeat. He resolved to give it his all, determined to ascertain his standing in this world. With a sigh, Lu Fan immersed himself completely in the Sword Sutra. The following day, Lu Fan arrived at the venue early. As time passed, the arena, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, gradually filled with people from various sects. An elder cleared his throat, and his voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated throughout the entire venue, bringing the previously boisterous audience to a hush. The first round of chaos is the stage for the younger generation. Let the old geezers observe the prowess of our new generation. This year's rules remain unchanged from previous ones, permitting each sect to send a maximum of 3 young representatives to engage in a free-for-all battle in the arena. Naturally, other independent practitioners are also allowed to participate, especially considering the grand prize for this year is a high-quality spirit sword that if one has no use for it, selling it for over 10,000 spirit stones is certainly feasible. A high-quality spirit sword? Lu Fan wore an expression of disbelief, questioning whether the elder had mistakenly announced the reward. Here I am, having discarded a top-tier spirit sword into the system space, and now I am told that after risking my life in this contest, the reward is merely a high-quality spirit sword. However, the audience around him reacted in stark contrast to Lu Fan's skepticism, erupting in waves of cheers. The murmurs of some onlookers reached Lu Fan's ears. Did I hear that correctly? The royal family of the Liang Kingdom has actually produced a high-quality spirit sword. It's been years since I've seen such a top-tier spiritual artifact, acknowledging that the world belongs to cultivators. The royal family naturally understands this principle. If this spirit sword garners enough publicity, it wouldn't be a loss after all. That I end this moment of distraction. A figure clad in blue leapt gracefully from the crowd. rushing at the last moment to sign her name at the registration desk. Chapter 14. The contest begins. Shun Xin, a guest of the Tianjin sect, pondered for a moment before scrunching her delicate nose and changing her designation from Tianjin sect guest to an independent practitioner. Although she hadn't encountered any members of the Tianjin sect during her several days in the royal city, Shun Xin decided to alter her registration details just to be safe. Ahem. The elder's soft cough resonated throughout the venue, quieting the crowd once more before he continued, "Everyone, please remain calm. We now invite our young participants to the stage." As soon as the elder's words fell, individuals began to make their way toward the martial arts arena, forming small groups and exchanging respectful pleasantries among themselves that if I had remembered this rule earlier, I would have brought Zhang Yi and Lin Hong along to stir the waters. Now, it seems the challenge has only intensified to Lu Fan's side, recalling the previous conflict with the sword spirit, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The senior sister mentioned by Lin Hao left him with an air of uncertainty. Her cultivation level was likely slightly above his own. Whether she stood at the late crystallization stage or the pinnacle of crystallization, he could not ascertain as Lu Fan followed the throng into the arena. He preferred to remain silent, standing alone as he utilized the final moments to mentally rehearse the Cloud Sword Classic. The foundational sword technique would suffice for the initial chaos, but against formidable opponents, he would have to resort to the Cloud Sword Classic. While Lu Fan contemplated his strategy, discordant voices emerged around him. What else with this guy pretending to be aloof with his eyes closed? Look at his sect master attire. He must be from a 9th-tier sect. Haha Zhang, don't tease him too much that it's already pitiful enough for a lone commander to take the field. True enough. Once the contest begins, let's team up and force him off the stage to prevent him from getting hurt in the fray. As the group continued to jest, their spirits lifted, the spiritual energy in their hands began to gather slowly. Lu Fan felt exasperated. Did these individuals take pleasure in bullying the weak? Did I somehow offend them? As he internally scoffed, all participating youths entered the martial arena. The elder, seizing the moment, cleared his throat once more and, drawing everyone's attention, proclaimed in a commanding voice, "I hereby declare the contest officially commenced." No sooner had the elder's declaration echoed than Lu Fan took a decisive step forward, unleashing the formidable aura of the crystallization stage. A wave of spiritual energy surged forth, knocking many participants to the ground. Those who had mocked Lu Fan were now caught beneath the tumbling crowd, their expressions filled with despair. With Lu Fan's current strength, he could easily contend with those at the pinnacle of crystallization, let alone these individuals who had barely reached the early foundation stage. Caught off guard, they could not withstand the force of his aura. Stop pretending, stop pretending. Pretending will bring calamity, Lu Fan muttered to himself, completely oblivious to the chaos he was inciting. The reason for his audacity stemmed from his keen observation of the participants' overall strength. Among the hundreds present in the arena, approximately 70% were still in the chi refining stage, while the remaining 30% were predominantly in the foundation building stage, with only a handful having reached the crystallization stage. While his actions appeared as a mere display, they were, in truth, a calculated intimidation tactic. However, this sudden display of power soon attracted significant trouble. I was just pondering how to find you, and here you are, willingly stepping up as the sacrificial lamb. Today, I'll see if I can challenge beyond my level. Lin Hao bellowed with laughter, then leaped into the air, floating effortlessly several meters above the ground. Two translucent orbs of energy orbiting him in an instant. Lin Hao commanded attention, gesturing, and one of the orbs shot toward Lu Fan, that a high-quality spiritual artifact. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, his low-tier spirit sword tracing a graceful arc as he deflected the orb shot by Lin Hao. From the conversations he had overheard among the ordinary spectators, he understood that both swords he possessed were coveted treasures, hence he hadn't drawn them immediately, though Lin Hao's cultivation was slightly inferior. The disparity between his spiritual artifact and Lu Fan's low-tier spirit sword was palpable, and without employing sword techniques, Lu Fan found it increasingly challenging to manage the situation that if he wished to continue concealing his true strength, it would prove quite troublesome. While dodging the incoming orbs, Lu Fan occasionally used his spirit sword to parry them in the swift dance of his movements. Lin Hao found himself momentarily at a loss against Lu Fan. Yet, this predicament left the group surrounding Lu Fan in dire straits. With Lin Hao's peak foundation building cultivation and a high-quality spiritual artifact, Lu Fan could manage, but for the others at the Qi refining stage, a single misstep could lead to their demise. Lu Fan, you were so impressive when saving people earlier. Why are you now scurrying like a rat? Lin Hao roared in frustration as he descended, unleashing the two orbs once more toward Lu Fan. With Lin Hao's full-fledged assault, Lu Fan found himself in a progressively precarious situation. Crack. After enduring a barrage from the high-quality spiritual artifact, Lu Fan's spirit sword finally succumbed, revealing a minute crack. Feeling somewhat resigned, Lu Fan discarded his current spirit sword and retrieved another low-tier one, that he understood the wisdom of discretion. In this brutal world of survival of the fittest, a common man is often punished for possessing valuable items. That it seems I must resort to the Cloud Sword Classic after all. Petals in the mist that Lu Fan intoned softly, plunging his spirit sword into the ground, allowing a torrent of spiritual energy to surge into the earth below. Buzz boom. As Lu Fan executed an upward swing, a colossal illusory spirit sword sliced through the arena, scattering mist and smoke, sending 2 to 3 dozen nearby Qi refining disciples flying, landing directly onto the viewing platform. The sight was nothing short of terrifying. After the dust settled, Lu Fan remained vigilant, carefully observing the dust-covered surroundings. He wasn't on guard against Lin Hao. Rather, he was wary of 3 notable opponents in the arena, 2 at the pinnacle of crystallization and 1 at the mid-crystallization stage. By taking the initiative, he risked attracting the attention of that mid-crystallization contender, and should a battle ensue with him, the other 2 would likely join in, leaving Lu Fan with no means of escape. Sensing Lu Fan's overwhelming strength, those surrounding him had long since scattered, leaving him alone in the arena. Moments later, the smoke and dust gradually cleared and a woman stood before Lin Hao, sword in hand. While Lin Hao appeared flustered, a mixture of shame and anger on his face, that Lu Fan, Lin Hao's impulsiveness has led him astray. Now, let me take my turn as your opponent. Chapter 15. A fight to the finish. Lu Fan clicked his tongue in annoyance, replying, after dealing with the younger, now the elder appears. Can I have a moment of peace? Lin Wan's expression shifted slightly, yet she said nothing further, simply maintaining her stance before Lin Hao with her sword raised. The tension between the two escalated, and Lu Fan could only hope that the other 2 crystallization stage experts would engage in battle soon, allowing him to dispatch Lin Wan without enduring a drawn-out fight. However, a resonant, ethereal voice floated over. Lu Fan, you 2 have entered the contest. Great, don't let the 2 of you engage in a team fight. Let us all face off together. Lu Fan cursed his luck internally. Though he couldn't yet see the figure who had spoken, he could immediately recognize, through his keen perception, that it belonged to the last expert at the pinnacle of crystallization. Buzz boom! As the figure rapidly approached, Lu Fan swiftly executed another strike with the Cloud Sword Classic. Shen Xian, who had initially intended to reminisce, found herself caught off guard by Lu Fan's sudden attack. Barely managing to draw her spirit sword in time to block the blow, flushed with indignation, Shen Xian exclaimed, "So you want to fight? Just let me see how much you've changed at this moment." Shen Xian had already distanced herself from Lu Fan, yet the rising smoke and dust obscured his view of her features. That in his state of tension, he instinctively perceived her as an enemy from his past. While a direct assault may be evaded, the unseen strike is far more perilous. Lu Fan briefly glanced at Lin Wan not far away before launching another strike with his sword technique. Cloud among flowers. Ha ha! Let us team up. We'll take them down together. After his boisterous laughter, a thin mist appeared in his eyes as he grasped the air, summoning a supreme spirit sword into his hand. Lin Wan's expression shifted dramatically as she struggled to deflect his blow, retreating rapidly alongside Lin Hao'd. It dawned on her that Lu Fan's earlier disarray had been nothing but an act. You can't blame me for losing, can you? If you recognize me, you should leave quickly. It would be troublesome if you get caught up in this. Lin Wan reminded, drawing her spirit sword, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge violently. In the next moment, she charged into the tumultuous dust. Lin Hao stood frozen, his gaze vacant, that he could hardly fathom how effortlessly he had been bested by Lu Fan. Had Lin Wan not intercepted that strike, he might have been torn to shreds. The scenes of his earlier mockery echoed in his mind, and the smile that once graced his lips turned increasingly bitter. It was only when a deafening crash reverberated through the dust that he finally regained his senses. Wandering despondently out of the martial arena, on the observation platform, Lin Hong's expression gradually shifted from confidence to concern that it was worth noting that Lu Fan had only recently reached the late stage of crystallization. Yet he was now engaging in combat with peak crystallization opponents, facing two at once. This perilous situation made Lin Hong break into a cold sweat. The legendary guardian martial god of Liang Kingdom must have been less formidable in his youth, one would think. Meanwhile, Lu Fan finally discerned the azure silhouette amidst the dust. This girl couldn't possibly be Shun Exing, the esteemed culinary disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, could she? The situation left Lu Fan in a state of confusion. But peril surrounded him, and any lapse in focus could lead to his demise. After fending off Lin Wan's fierce attacks, Lu Fan quickly created distance. Shun Exing, it's me, Lu Fan. We've spent 3 years together. You can't treat me like this. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan shouted to her, hoping to turn foe into friend. Unfortunately, this hope was in vain. Shun Exing appeared invigorated. Despite Lu Fan being outnumbered, it reignited her long-lost fervor for battle. Enough of the chatter. The moment I recognized you, you unleashed your strongest move. It's too late for apologies now, Shun Exing exclaimed, charging at Lu Fan once more. Lin Wan, overhearing their exchange, felt her cheeks flush with anger. How could they disregard her status as a peak crystallization cultivator? It was already humiliating enough to face two opponents, yet Lu Fan still had the energy to converse with another. Master Lu. Do not underestimate me, Lin Wan with another fierce shout. Lin Wan too rushed towards Lu Fan. Regardless of how profound Lu Fan's sword techniques might be, he could not withstand the simultaneous onslaught of two prodigious young women. He felt utterly despondent. If it were but one adversary, he could still manage with the cloud among sword techniques. However, if he held back now, he might not even see the light of the next day. Chao Qingjian, just wait until I bring you back to the Heavenly Sword sect. I will teach you a lesson. Thankfully, the smoke provided some cover, and if he could envelop the martial arena with his own spiritual energy, he would not have to worry about others noticing the unfolding events. With determination, Lu Fan unleashed 2 strikes of cloud among flowers towards the 2 young women. Empowered by the Supreme Spirit's sword in his grasp, he finally managed to temporarily repel them. Without hesitation, he reversed his grip and plunged the Supreme Spirit's sword into the ground, flooding the entire martial arena with an abundance of spiritual energy. The spectators were utterly taken aback by the intensity of the match, hastily retreating from the arena to avoid being caught in the aftermath. The lone mid-crystallization expert remaining also wore a grave expression as he joined the retreat. He understood that any of the 3 still in the arena could easily obliterate him, and in such a situation, attempting to profit from the chaos could only harm his own resolve. Retreating from the torrent was indeed the wisest choice. However, Lu Fan had other thoughts. Should he fail here, not only would the system's rewards slip from his grasp, but Chao Qingjian might also depart without a second thought. After struggling to deflect Lu Fan's previous strike, Lin Wan was about to charge again when she instinctively halted. Lu Fan, now kneeling on one knee with his sword, had his eyes firmly closed. Though he did not open them, Lin Wan could acutely sense that Lu Fan's aura was firmly locked onto both of them, that at this moment, approaching him recklessly seemed unwise. Moreover, his spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. If this continued, Lu Fan might very well succumb to exhaustion. Shun Exing and Lin Wan exchanged a glance. Instantly comprehending each other's thoughts, they both opted to wait quietly for Lu Fan to exhaust his spiritual energy or abandon this futile endeavor. Yet his next small gesture left them both dumbfounded. Feeling the impending depletion of his spiritual energy, Lu Fan flipped his left hand, revealing a jade-green pill resting within. It was the chi-gathering pill rewarded from a prior task. As soon as he tossed the pill into his mouth, it transformed into a rich elixir, flowing actively towards his heart, instantly replenishing his dwindling spiritual energy. Moments later, as the spiritual energy enveloped him, Lu Fan rose, slowly opening his brilliant eyes, exuding an air of divine majesty amidst the mist. Open, Eye of Qi. With a low command, the aura of killing intent erupted forth. In the next instant, it was as if an invisible hand had gripped the throats of Lin Wan and Shun Exing, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Lin Wan's heart raced with dread. What kind of pill was that? How could he replenish his energy so swiftly? Such miraculous efficacy was beyond her prior knowledge. Furthermore, how could such a divine elixir be in the hands of someone from a mere ninth-grade sect? Surely, Lu Fan's identity was not as simple as it appeared. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through Lin Wan's mind. On the other side, Shen Xin was equally astonished. Having once been a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, she was well aware of its depths. Such an extraordinary pill could not possibly be possessed by their sect. Though both Lin Wan and Shen Xin were peak crystallization cultivators, they were still ensnared by the eye of Qi, yet they managed to muster their full strength. Boom! The two women unleashed their full peak crystallization might. The elder who had previously announced the rules expressed his admiration. Now, this is their true power. The younger generation is formidable. In 2 years, they may very well match me. The elder, named Lin Ping, served as a revered elder of the Liang Kingdom's royal family and was at the early stage of nascent soul. His gaze sharpened. If these two women were worthy of his admiration, then Lu Fan, who dared to confront them, was truly astonishing. Judging by realms, Lu Fan seemed to be only at the mid-crystallization stage. To challenge two at a higher level was a feat only a handful of young geniuses in Liang Kingdom could achieve. Sword Spirit Strike. Lin Wan cried out, channeling all her strength into her sword. Executing the Sword Spirit Sect's martial arts. Shen Xin also poured forth her energy, forming a hand seal with her agile palms, charging towards Lu Fan. The arena erupted into a storm of dust, obscuring the spectators' view. However, the elder Lin Ping stood abruptly, disbelief etched across his face that Lu Fan had won. Even when faced with two peak crystallization practitioners unleashing their mightiest techniques, he prevailed. At that moment, Lin Ping discerned Lu Fan's true realm. Merely at mid-crystallization the dust settled. Lu Fan stood calmly, sword in hand, while the two women, Shen Xin and Lin Wan, appeared pale and drained in stark contrast. Lu Fan's complexion was vibrant, his energy steady. Having already left the arena, Lin Hao felt a surge of terror welling within him. He understood just how formidable his senior sister was, and with another equally strong, mysterious woman alongside her. It was unfathomable that the two could not best Lu Fan. Previously, he had even contemplated teaching Lu Fan a lesson, but in hindsight, that notion seemed utterly reckless. The observation platform buzzed with astonishment. Most spectators recognized that Lu Fan's attire belonged to a mere ninth-grade sect. Yet, how could such a prodigy be relegated to such a sect? Was he perhaps a gifted disciple from a major sect? Here for training, as speculation swirled, the outcome became evident that Lu Fan was unequivocally the victor of this contest. Members of the Sword Spirit sect swiftly approached to assist the nearly incapacitated Lin Wan, while Shen Xin cast a deep glance at Lu Fan before leaping off the stage. Her condition was markedly better than Lin Wan's, but it was not due to superior strength. Rather, it was because Lu Fan had shown her mercy. After all, they belonged to the same sect, and given his past offenses toward Shen Xin, it would be too excessive to strike with lethal intent. Elder Lin Ping then proclaimed, for the Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Fan is the first-place winner of this contest. Lin Wan from the Sword Spirit sect takes second. Shen Xin, an independent cultivator, claims third. Lu Fan clasped his fists and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your graciousness." His demeanor was excessively humble, as though the people around him were genuinely accommodating him. Many among the crowd silently scoffed, thinking, with your prowess, it seems that only Elder Lin could possibly suppress you. Elder Lin Ping presented Lu Fan with the first prize, a top-tier spirit sword. Lu Fan accepted it without even glancing at it, carelessly hanging it at his waist. Lin Ping's lips twitched. Did he consider this top-tier spirit sword mere scrap metal, neglecting to even look at it? Were it anyone else, such a flamboyant display of a top-tier spirit sword might incite envy and covetousness. However, Lu Fan's strength extinguished any such notions among those present. No one dared entertain such thoughts. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude to Lin Ping and then leaped down to stand before Chao Qingjian. The latter, visibly astonished, found himself at a loss for words upon Lu Fan's arrival. He had indeed secured the first place in this competition. This was a clear indication of his potential to acquire the secret texts of the Sword Spirit sect. Before Lu Fan could speak, Chao Qingjian knelt and declared, "I wish to join the Tianjin sect as a disciple." Lu Fan replied earnestly, "Should you enter the Tianjin sect, You must not become complacent in your cultivation. You must strive diligently to uphold the honor of our sect. However, within Lu Fan's mind, he thought, once you reach the sect, I will show you how to deal with you. Just then, Lu Fan felt his cultivation barrier loosen, that a surge of spiritual energy surged wildly within him, causing his body to tremble violently. After a few breaths, his realm advanced to the late stage of crystallization. Lu Fan understood that as a disciple of the sect broke through, he too would similarly ascend in realm. Chao Chengjian, taken aback, hurriedly inquired, "What is the current cultivation level of the sect master?" Upon seeing Lu Fan nod casually, he grinned, unsure of what to say. Just moments ago, Lu Fan had battled two peak crystallization experts while only at mid-crystallization. Such combat prowess was indeed terrifying. Surely, there were few like him in neighboring nations that moment. A system reward was announced. Ding! You have acquired a swordsmanship genius. Reward: 5 bottles of Qi gathering pills, 5 bottles of flesh bone powder, 5 level 1 breaking barrier pills, and the earth level martial art dragon elephant diamond palm. The prompt echoed in Lu Fan's mind, filling him with joy. Flesh bone powder was akin to a life-saving elixir, while the breaking barrier pill possessed the terrifying ability to assist peak crystallization individuals in breaking through to the golden core stage. Such pills were exceedingly rare, perhaps non-existent in the entirety of Liang Kingdom. Although the leap from crystallization to golden core was but a single step, the chasm between them was vast and daunting. Some individuals might never break through even upon death. Possessing a peak crystallization expert would elevate one to an 8-rank sect, while having a golden core expert would directly classify one as a 4-rank sect. Such treasures were far too precious to be revealed. Otherwise, various sects would undoubtedly swarm to seize them, Lu Fan mused. Once I reach peak crystallization and consume this pill, I can directly ascend to golden core. At that time, I shall traverse the entirety of Liang Kingdom with ease. As for the remaining level 1 breaking barrier pills, he intended to reserve them for his sect's disciples. However, the highest cultivation level among those disciples was merely the foundation establishment stage, and he had no idea how long it would take for them to reach peak crystallization. A thought crossed Lu Fan's mind. Shenxine's cultivation was at peak crystallization, that if he were to give her a level 1 breaking barrier pill, she could instantly ascend to golden core, an aspiration coveted by countless individuals. While crystallization was challenging, it could potentially be attained through diligent effort within one's lifetime. Yet golden core was a different matter entirely, that it required either exceptional talent or extraordinary resources. Liang Kingdom was merely a small frontier nation in central Shenzhou. Where would it find ample resources for ascension? Thus, the golden core stage became exceedingly precious. However, Lu Fan had not yet interacted closely with Shenxian and was unaware of her feelings towards him. What if she still harbored a grudge? Bestowing her a breaking barrier pill could result in gaining a golden core adversary, which would pose significant trouble. Lu Fan pondered deeply. It seemed he needed to seize the opportunity to get to know Shenxian better. If he could win her over, offering her a breaking barrier pill would not be a problem. Just then, Lin Ping, the golden core expert, approached, adorned with a finely crafted medal. Lu Fan, possessing heightened senses, immediately sensed Lin Ping's presence and looked up, meeting the gaze of the golden core expert without flinching. Lin Ping intended to test Lu Fan's realm, deliberately exuding his own pressure. However, Lu Fan remained unfazed, leaving Lin Ping somewhat astonished. He realized that Lu Fan had indeed ascended to a higher level of power. This medal was crafted by a 4th-rank forge master of the Liang royal family, symbolizing an 8-rank sect. Lin Ping tossed the medal to Lu Fan. Upon receiving it and weighing it in his hand, Lu Fan discerned that this medal possessed the quality of a top-tier spirit artifact. With the royal family's involvement, it was indeed extraordinary. The emergence of a talent like Lu Fan in a 9th-rank sect was a natural progression, and even a 7th-rank advancement was not out of the realm of possibility. However, sect advancements required repeated competitions at sect gatherings. One could only ascend 1 rank at a time. Ding! The Tianjin sect has advanced from an 8-rank sect to a 9th-rank sect. Mission accomplished. To promote and expand the Tianjin sect. Reward: 100 level 1 breaking barrier pills, 2 level 2 breaking barrier pills, the heavenly level martial art 4 season sword technique, and 1 use of undying defense. The announcement reverberated in Lu Fan's mind. What a delightful surprise! Lu Fan's body trembled in exhilaration, almost causing him to leap up .100 level 1 breaking barrier pills. Was this a jest? This meant he could cultivate 100 peak crystallization experts into golden core warriors. Moreover, the level 2 breaking barrier pills meant that if he consumed one now, he could directly enter the golden core stage. What an unimaginable concept. This was truly unparalleled. Lu Fan clenched his fists in excitement, his gaze reflecting a determination to conquer the stars and the seas. Those around him noticed Lu Fan's sudden tremor and found it somewhat peculiar. However, upon reflection, they deemed it understandable. Zhang Yi inwardly speculated. The sect master must be overwhelmed with joy, considering the sect's elevation is indeed a momentous event. His own spirits lifted as well, realizing that with a talent like Lu Fan leading the sect, a promising future lay ahead. Lin Ping chuckled. Congratulations, Sect Master Lu, that I trust that at the next sect gathering, you shall grow even stronger, and then your sect may ascend to a 7th-rank sect. Lu Fan, recovering from his elation, nodded. When that time comes, I shall trouble Elder Lin to present the medal once more. Not a problem. With a change of topic, Lin Ping added, in 3 days, the Emperor will host a banquet at Qianlong Palace for the leaders of various sections. It is imperative that Sect Master Lu attends to showcase the prowess of today's youth before the Emperor. Every year, the royal family of Liang Kingdom held a banquet inviting sect leaders. With a minimum requirement of a 3rd-rank sect, which meant at least a 6th-rank sect, that a newly promoted 8th-rank sect like the Tianjin sect would typically not qualify. However, Lu Fan's remarkable performance today changed that perception. Furthermore, Lin Ping valued not just Lu Fan's cultivation level. The royal family was teeming with hidden talents, and even golden core experts were not the strongest. The royal family would not extend a special invitation for a mere crystallization expert. However, Lu Fan's recent display of a pill that restored spiritual energy piqued Lin Ping's interest. That Lu Fan's thoughts shifted as he considered the implications. Just as he was about to decline, ding. Task triggered. Accept the invitation to Qianlong Palace. Lu Fan's lips twitched. The system was once again playing tricks on him. The uncertainties of attending the royal palace were immense. The sect recruitment event had been filled with minor characters, but the palace banquet would undoubtedly feature the most prominent figures in Liang Kingdom. In such a scenario, his crystallization level might seem inadequate. Nevertheless, with the system granting him a level 2 breaking barrier pill, a swift ascent to golden core was merely a matter of moments. Additionally, he possessed an undying defense, which was of great value. Seeing Lu Fan lost in thought, Lin Ping did not interrupt, confident that no one within Liang Kingdom would dare to refuse the royal family's invitation. At that moment, Lu Fan stated, "Very well, I will trouble Elder Lin to introduce me to the heroes of Liang Kingdom." Indeed, no one would dare to turn down the royal invitation. Lin Ping wore a knowing smile, responded affirmatively, and then took his leave. Most of the attendees had already departed, making this one of the swiftest results in history. The emergence of 2 peak crystallization prodigies and 1 unfathomable genius was a rare occurrence. Sect Master Lu, I hope you can forgive my earlier arrogance. Here are 100 low-grade spirit stones. I implore you to be magnanimous and pardon us that moment. A few individuals approached with trepidation. Upon seeing their familiar faces, Lu Fan recognized them as those who had mocked him earlier. They were now quite perceptive, voluntarily coming forth to apologize to Lu Fan. Not one to hold grudges, thought, just because someone ridiculed me doesn't mean I must resort to extreme measures. The individual before me is merely a youthful and impetuous lad. However, it is commendable that he possesses the ability to acknowledge his mistakes and amend them. He is, after all, a good child. Lu Fan instructed Zhang Yi and Lin Hong to accept the spirit stones, then continued with a tone of indifference. Young ones, beware. Disasters often arise from one's words. Do you not comprehend that if you persist in this manner, you may provoke someone of a volatile temperament, and your families could suffer as a consequence? Encountering me today serves as a wake-up call for you in your lives. Remember, one must not judge by appearances. Boom. This profound axiom seemed to open the meridians of several individuals, who gazed at Lu Fan with awe and excitement. They were utterly convinced. Little did Lu Fan know that his mere words would truly alter the character of these individuals, eventually leading them to surpass the Yuaning realm. At this moment, he was simply seeking to impress, as he had previously been ridiculed, leaving him somewhat disgruntled. Ding. The host has unlocked a new feature. Worship value point 10 points of worship value acquired. Worship value can be exchanged for cultivation. And the host has now ascended to the peak of the crystal stage, requiring an additional 5 points for further advancement. Shall the exchange proceed? Those who worship the host will strive diligently in their cultivation. With half of their progress benefiting the host, additional hidden features of the system await development. Could it be that merely seeking to impress could unlock new functions? This system is truly amusing. Lu Fan mused. Exchange. Did I end the next instant? Lu Fan's aura shifted once more. Buzz. Ascending to the peak of the crystal stage consumed a considerable amount of time. Yet Lu Fan felt he had become tenfold stronger than before. With his current level of cultivation, coupled with a single sword technique, he could likely withstand Lin Ping of the Golden Core realm, Chao Qingjian, Zhang Yi, and the others sense another change in Lu Fan's aura, leaving them utterly astonished, as if their worldviews had been upended. Sect Master, you cannot be ascending yet again, can you? However, Lu Fan merely coughed and replied, No, it's just that I have recently ascended to the later stage of the crystal realm, and my aura is still unstable. They collectively sighed in relief, but that's a relief. If you were to ascend 2 minor realms in a single day, it would truly be disheartening for us. They had toiled day and night to achieve their breakthroughs, while Lu Fan accomplished it in merely half an hour. That if that were the case, what motivation would they have to cultivate further? To avoid dampening the spirits of the sect's disciples, Lu Fan decided to refrain from showing off for the time being. Otherwise, these young rascals might truly become complacent, that if they do not cultivate, from where would his own cultivation arise? Moreover, what would become of their growth? Additionally, incurring the system's wrath would be troublesome, that Lu Fan and his companions returned to the inn. Time was of the essence. Lu Fan had originally intended to return to the Tianjin sect to check on whether those young rascals had been slacking off in their training. However, with the royal banquet imminent, he feared he would miss this occasion. The disciples of the Tianjin sect were, after all, the source of Lu Fan's cultivation. Their progress would yield returns for him as well. Imagine the delight of gaining cultivation while merely resting. As evening approached, Lu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed when a knocking sound resonated from outside. From the intensity of the knocks, it seemed not to be Zhang Yi or Lin Hong, the 2 burly men. Could it be Chao Qingjian? What could he possibly want at this moment? Lu Fan lazily called out, Come in, Chapter 19. To become the strongest, the door swung open, accompanied by a waft of fragrant aroma. Lu Fan was instantly invigorated and turned to glance at the entrance, clad in elegant green, radiating grace and charm. Who else could it be but Shen Exa? It was now evening, and the full moon ascended outside, casting silvery light upon the floorboards of the room. The interior remained unlit, yet the moonlight illuminated Shen Exa, rendering her remarkably captivating. And no wonder his predecessor had always favored her. Lu Fan mused internally. Shen Exa's cheeks flushed slightly. How could this lecherous sect master remain unchanged after all these years? Crouching gracefully with her arms around her knees, her voice chimed like a nightingale. Disciple Shen Exa pays her respects to the sect master. Throughout the years of wandering, Shen Exa had never forgotten the initial nurturing she received from the Tianjin sect. Although she had joined another sect, her heart still belonged to the Tianjin sect, where the individuals who had first guided her resided. This sentiment would not be erased, even unto death. Moreover, today, Lu Fan had proven through his strength that he was worthy of the title of sect master. Upon witnessing her, Lu Fan's face lit up with joy, but soon his expression turned serious that if memory served him correctly, that cursed elder had mentioned a good rapport between him and Shen Exa. And the elder, alas, had fallen by Lu Fan's hand. How would Shen Exa confront the truth when it came to light? Before Lu Fan could devise a strategy, Shen Exa immediately inquired, Sect Master, may I ask, how is the elder's health? Lu Fan, lost in contemplation, failed to perceive the bitterness in Shen Exian's tone. He replied coolly, The elder is dead, slain by my hand, in the face of peril to the sect. That old scoundrel incited the entire sect to flee the mountain gate, betraying our ancestors and our teachings. He deserved to die 1,000 times. I was merciful, only killing him once and leaving his corpse intact. Lu Fan felt a twinge of frustration. How could Shen Exian, with such a delightful demeanor, become his enemy? It would indeed be quite troublesome. Nevertheless, Lu Fan was not a man to forsake righteousness for beauty. Should Shen Xian truly wish for an irreconcilable conflict, he would show no mercy. Shen Xian gritted her teeth. Her tone intensified. Well, the sect master has executed him well. Such a beast, who defied the natural order, deserves to die 1,000 times over. Subsequently, Shen Xian recounted all the dark deeds of the elder from her childhood. It turned out that because of this old scoundrel, many young women within the sect had suffered greatly. Shen Xian herself had narrowly escaped his clutches, saved only by Lu Fan's persistent attention during their youth, which had kept the elder at bay. Thus, Shen Xian felt both gratitude and a peculiar sentiment towards Lu Fan. Although Lu Fan had harbored inappropriate thoughts back then, he lacked the means to act on them. At merely 7 or 8 years of age, what could he have done? In hindsight, Shen Xian regarded Lu Fan as merely a playful child. In truth, Lu Fan had not caused her any substantial harm. Therefore, Shen Xian harbored no resentment towards him. However, the elder was a different story. Among Shen Xian's childhood companions, some had fallen victim to his malignity. This time, Shen Xian returned not only to express her gratitude for the nurturing she received from Lu Fan and the Tianjin sect, but also to seek vengeance against the elder. Little did she anticipate that Lu Fan would fulfill this wish ahead of schedule, complicating her feelings towards him even further. Yet there was no enmity in her heart. Upon hearing the circumstances, Lu Fan felt a sense of joy. It seemed that the elder had truly met his just deserts. How ironic that he had claimed to be on good terms with Shen Xian before his demise. Such nonsense. Merely a means to intimidate Lu Fan. Lu Fan reassured her. The wicked will receive their just punishment. Even if I had not slain him, he would have ultimately met his end at the hands of the heavens. The two conversed for a considerable time, during which Lu Fan learned that since leaving the Tianjin sect, Shen Xian had been traveling through nearby kingdoms. Ultimately, she was taken under the wing of a third-tier sect as a personal disciple. Shen Xian informed Lu Fan about the power dynamics surrounding the Liang Kingdom. In central Shenzhou, the Liang Kingdom was merely a lowly nation, lacking even the qualifications to attach itself to the great empires. There were approximately a dozen nations of similar strength to Liang. According to Shen Xian, nations also held ranks from the lowest to the highest, from the 9th tier to the 1st tier. The Liang Kingdom was but a trivial 7th-tier nation. In contrast, those formidable nations known as empires could not be measured by tier alone. Within them, yuaning cultivators were common, with spirit beings and golden core practitioners plentiful, while crystals were as common as dogs. Only those who transcended the yuaning realm, reaching the transformation stage, could become significant figures. Shen Xian had expected Lu Fan to be disheartened upon hearing this, perhaps lamenting his position as a mere ephemeral being in this world. In the past, when Shen Xian had learned of such matters, she had been despondent for an entire month before regaining her composure. However, Lu Fan appeared invigorated and brimming with combat spirit instead. He had not come here to be a local tyrant. He intended to truly stand at the pinnacle of this continent, clashing with the strongest beings across the realms, with the system at his disposal. Becoming powerful was merely a matter of time. Shen Xian realized once more that she had underestimated Lu Fan, that a normal person would feel like a mere mayfly upon learning this. Yet, Lu Fan remained unaffected. Suddenly, Lu Fan spoke. "We are both members of the Tianjin sect. On the day of the royal banquet, let's attend together." Shen Xian did not decline. Although she had now joined another sect, a part of her heart still resided with the Tianjin sect. Presently, aside from Lu Fan, no one else could uphold the reputation of the sect. She was determined to shoulder this responsibility. Chapter 20. Valuing martial strength in the Liang Kingdom, within the Sword Spirit sect. Lin Wan was summoned by the sect master for a private audience. The emergence of Lu Fan, this rising star, garnered significant attention throughout the Liang Kingdom. Lin Wan, having engaged in direct combat with Lu Fan, was uniquely positioned to offer a first-hand account of his prowess. The sect master of the Sword Spirit sect, named Lin Yu, was none other than Lin Wan's father. Lin Yu inquired, "You mean to say that this Lu Fan, with his cultivation at the mid-crystal stage, managed to defeat you?" Lin Yu's brow furrowed, revealing an air of skepticism. How could such talent remain obscure, especially hailing from a 9th-tier sect? Lin Wan forced a smile. "Father, had I not faced him in battle myself, I too would find it hard to believe. Yet the truth remains, he is indeed at the mid-crystal stage." Subsequently, Lin Wan's tone grew grave, setting aside his combat prowess. He possesses a pill that, when consumed, instantly restores his spiritual energy to full capacity. If my memory serves me right, such elixirs often possess the efficacy to break through realms. My father has been stuck at the pinnacle of the golden core for quite some time. Should he acquire such a pill, transcending the golden core and entering the spirit realm would likely not pose much difficulty. You speak the truth. Lin Yu nodded slightly. As the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect. He is immensely powerful, standing at the peak of the golden core. However, he has remained at this stage for a decade without any progress. Every cultivator experiences a peak period. Once this period has passed, advancing to a higher realm becomes exceedingly challenging. Lin Yu ascended step by step to the golden core through exceptional talent, subsequently becoming the sect master of the Sword Spirit sect. With the entire sect's resources at his disposal, he gradually accumulated his strength to reach the pinnacle of the golden core. Yet now, neither ordinary elixirs nor training seem to yield any further advancement. However, the emergence of Lu Fan has illuminated a glimmer of hope for him. Lin Yu pondered. If I am not mistaken, the elixir in that boy Lu Fan's possession is called the Gathering Chi Pill, which can instantaneously consolidate spiritual energy. Given my capabilities, acquiring such a pill would be exceedingly difficult. Yet Lu Fan possesses one, and even ingested it directly during the competition. Such ostentatiousness compels one to question his true identity. Elixirs are exceedingly precious in the central divine continent. Alchemists are classified from the 9th rank to the 1st rank. In the vast Liang Kingdom, the highest-ranking alchemist is merely an 8th-rank alchemist, barely capable of refining the Gathering Chi Pill. Though the Liang Kingdom is large, it is extremely barren. The spiritual energy here is quite thin, making it arduous to cultivate quality alchemical materials, which consequently leads to the scarcity of alchemists and elixirs. Today, Lu Fan's ability to produce a Gathering Chi Pill in the training grounds has undoubtedly astonished everyone. Lin Wan hesitated momentarily. If Lu Fan were merely the master of a 9th-rank sect, he would hardly warrant such prolonged consideration from the father and daughter. However, the fact that he can casually produce and consume an elixir necessitates a thorough contemplation of his identity. Lin Yu mused. Let us hold our positions during the royal banquet. I suspect the old fogies of the royal family are even more anxious than we are at the mention of the royal family. Lin Yu's gaze grew noticeably colder, as if harboring some insurmountable conflict. Lin Wan then remarked, if Lu Fan is backed by a formidable force, we might be able to forge an alliance. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the royal banquet arrived. Lu Fan and Shen Exen approached together, one as graceful as a jade tree, the other as elegantly beautiful. A perfect pair that drew envious glances from all around. However, when the crowd noticed the 8th-rank sect emblem hanging from Lu Fan's waist, they were momentarily stunned. Curious whispers spread. When did the royal family lower their standards for invitations? Observers glanced around and realized that everyone else was from at least a 6th-rank sect, with only Lu Fan representing an 8th-rank sect. The crowd was not particularly familiar with Lu Fan, as those present were all sect masters, while the participants in the recent sect recruitment conference were mainly elders. Therefore, they did not recognize him. When did an 8th-rank sect gain eligibility to attend a royal banquet? A master from a 5th-rank sect furrowed his brow and spoke. This continent reveres the strong, with a strict hierarchy, one rank above another. The 5th-rank sect master felt a twinge of discomfort at the perceived diminishment of his status. Lu Fan responded calmly. What are the rules in the central divine continent? Martial prowess is paramount. The 5th-rank sect master replied that if I were stronger than you, would that grant me the qualification to attend this royal banquet? Lu Fan inquired. The 5th-rank sect master chuckled. That is indeed the case, but you... He had intended to remark that Lu Fan was merely a callow youth, but given the notable individuals present, he refrained from such disparagement. Lu Fan, choosing not to further engage, exuded his own aura, taking Shen Exion's hand, which caused her cheeks to flush slightly, that he then strode forward, approaching the 5th-rank sect master. Each step Lu Fan took radiated an aura that surpassed the pinnacle of crystallization. By the time he stood before the 5th-rank sect master, the latter's expression had turned grave, sensing a life-threatening pressure emanating from Lu Fan. Chapter 21. Where does the 8th-rank sect sit? This individual's strength is nearly on par with mine. The fifth-rank sect master thought to himself that he realized that Lu Fan was not at the pinnacle of crystallization, but rather a half-step into the golden core realm. Yet the aura surrounding Lu Fan was undeniably powerful, even more so than his own, exuding youthful vigor. The fifth-rank sect master chuckled. "I acknowledge your strength. You certainly have the qualifications to be here." His words, though somewhat flattering, did not overstep that Lu Fan chose not to press further. Merely wishing to avoid complications, that he displayed his strength openly before the gathering, effectively silencing the surrounding murmurs. Indeed, when the fifth-rank sect master affirmed Lu Fan's eligibility, the surrounding clamor diminished by half, that if a half-step into the golden core is deemed qualified, then it must indeed be true. Cultivators possess a sense of pride. One cannot speak falsely. Lu Fan nodded coolly at the fifth-rank sect master and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, entered the royal banquet hall. Unbeknownst to those around him, he discreetly consumed another gathering chi pill. That my goodness. Exuding one's aura to impress others is undeniably the most taxing on spiritual energy. Fortunately, Lu Fan was financially robust and cared little for the depletion of his gathering chi pills. Shen Xin, witnessing Lu Fan consume the gathering chi pill, recalled that it was precisely this pill that had enabled him to defeat both her and Lin Wan in their previous collaboration. Curiously, she inquired, "Sect Master, what kind of elixir is that?" "This is a gathering chi pill, which allows one to instantly replenish spiritual energy," Lu Fan replied casually. Upon hearing this, Shen Xin was taken aback. Having joined a third-rank sect, she was well aware of the rarity of gathering chi pills. These pills belong to the category of 8th-rank elixirs, which can only be refined by 8th-rank alchemists. Alchemists, no matter where they go, are highly valued. Even in empires that transcend rank, they are treated as honored guests. The world lacks warriors but is in dire need of alchemists. Shen Xin cast another glance at Lu Fan. Just how many secrets does he harbor? Where did his gathering chi pill come from? What Lu Fan did not know was that his act of consuming the gathering chi pill was being closely observed by Lin Ping, an esteemed member of the Liang royal family. Previously, Lin Ping had been quietly observing Lu Fan's actions, and, witnessing him casually consume another gathering chi pill, felt an urge to tear out his own beard. Such a treasure should be reserved for breakthroughs in realm. This prodigal child, consuming it as though it were a meal. Were it not for the royal edict against interference, Lin Ping would have been tempted to seize all of Lu Fan's gathering chi pills. Inside the palace, the interior was resplendent, radiating the grandeur of royalty, adorned with numerous tables of varying sizes and opulence. These tables, of differing magnificence, held food of corresponding quality. The larger tables were evidently of superior quality. At that moment, everyone had entered the palace. The fifth-rank sect master, who had previously conversed with Lu Fan, acknowledged him with a nod, to which Lu Fan reciprocated. The fifth-rank sect master clearly aimed to cultivate a good rapport with Lu Fan. After all, Lu Fan was so young, yet already possessed strength comparable to his own. Regardless of the sect's backing, Lu Fan's individual merit warranted establishing a favorable connection. Ahem, esteemed sect masters. A voice with a peculiar timbre resonated throughout the hall. It was an elderly eunuch from the royal family. The crowd fell silent, awaiting his directives to sixth-rank sects. "Sit at this table." The eunuch pointed to a modest wooden table, the food upon it rather ordinary. "Not particularly noteworthy. Fifth-rank sects, sit at this table." He then indicated another table, notably larger and more sumptuous than that of the sixth-rank section's fourth-rank sects. "Sit at this table." The table designated for the fourth-rank sects was even grander. Crafted from golden sandalwood, exuding a faint golden sheen, and exuding an air of opulence. This material was the same as that used for the Emperor of Liang's dragon throne. Yet there were only a handful of fourth-rank sects in the Liang kingdom. Finally, third-rank sects, sit at this table. The table for the third-rank sects was crafted from spirit stones, laden with food that surpassed all others combined. Surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, it evoked an ethereal ambience. The dishes were specifically prepared by the royal family, utilizing powerful hunters to procure exquisite meats from fierce beasts, expertly concocted into fragrant delicacies. Even cultivators found it challenging to restrain their taste buds and olfactory senses. This table was reserved for the only third-rank sect in Liang, the Sword Spirit sect. Lin Wan and Lin Yu subsequently took their seats at this table. The eunuch's announcements concluded, yet two individuals remained without seats. Lu Fan slowly inquired, "Where does the 8th-rank sect sit?" The eunuch, having turned to leave, paused at the unexpected question from an unfamiliar young man, upon noticing the 8th-rank sect emblem at Lu Fan's waist. He was utterly astonished. How could there be an 8th-rank sect? The elderly eunuch furrowed his brow, and then his expression shifted dramatically that he was the one overseeing this banquet. Allowing individuals from an 8th-tier sect to enter was tantamount to admitting his own guilt. In a fit of rage, the eunuch exclaimed, "Which reckless 8th-tier sect dares to attend such a grand banquet, as if they were worthy?" Chapter 22. Slaying the Nascent Soul. The onlookers fell silent, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Most had witnessed Lu Fan's formidable strength moments ago and had grasped the essence of his temperament. He was undoubtedly not someone to be trifled with. Ding. A time mission has been triggered. Eliminate the elderly eunuch. Time limit, 10 minutes. Reward, instant mastery of learned martial arts. 1 chance for invulnerability, and 10 cultivation pills. Cultivation pill description. Regardless of one's realm, consuming a single cultivation pill allows one to ascend a minor tier. Upon hearing the system's explanation of the cultivation pill, Lu Fan was instantly elated. With such a potent pill combined with his breakthrough pill, could he not sweep through the Liang Kingdom with ease? This mission was one that he had to complete, no matter the cost. Noticing Lu Fan standing still, others assumed he was paralyzed with fear. The eunuch, seeing this, wasted no time and struck. At that moment, the eunuch's cultivation was revealed. He was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Old fool, meet your demise. The eunuch, incensed by Lu Fan's insult, became even more enraged, precisely as Lu Fan had intended. In a state of fury, one often reveals vulnerabilities. This was the perfect moment for Lu Fan to act. Shen Exine, standing nearby, felt her heart leap into her throat. While she was at the pinnacle of the crystal realm, she could not contend with a Golden Core powerhouse. She possessed a protective talisman bestowed by a senior in her sect, which could withstand the eunuch's attacks. But what about Lu Fan? What was he to do? In that instant, Shen Exine fervently prayed internally for Lu Fan to evade the confrontation. However, little did she know that Lu Fan was not merely seeking to escape. He intended to confront the elderly eunuch head-on. In that fleeting moment, Lu Fan swiftly consumed a first-level breakthrough pill. Subsequently, his aura surged exponentially, increasing dozens of times. The crystal and Golden Core realms were worlds apart. A Golden Core cultivator could easily dispatch 10 at the pinnacle of the crystal realm without breaking a sweat. The chasm between the realms could only be truly felt by one who had experienced it firsthand. The airborne eunuch sensed the shift in Lu Fan's aura, and his countenance shifted drastically. In that instant, panic set in, and thoughts of retreat began to surface. The eunuch, now gripped by fear, was no match for the newly ascended Golden Core Lu Fan. I'll strike at your psyche. Seizing the opportune moment, Lu Fan unleashed a sword technique. The cataclysmic slash reverberated throughout the entire palace. Save for Lin Yu, a peak Golden Core expert, the remaining attendees were all left awestruck by the sheer power. Boom! The protective aura surrounding the eunuch shattered. The sword energy cleaved through all, bisecting the eunuch's body with brutal force. The ensuing sword energy rampaged, obliterating the eunuch's remains into a cloud of debris. Ding! Rewards received. Instant mastery of martial arts, 1 chance for invulnerability, and 10 cultivation pills. Hearing the most melodious of sounds, Lu Fan could not suppress a wide grin, witnessing Lu Fan slay the eunuch. A chilling dread gripped the hearts of the onlookers. What manner of demon was he? His strength was capable of vanquishing a Golden Core cultivator. The pinnacle of the crystal realm was merely a fade of his true power. Only Lin Yu could discern the subtle changes in Lu Fan's aura. Others believed he had merely concealed his formidable prowess. However, Lin Yu realized that Lu Fan had, in that very moment, ascended to the Golden Core realm. He possessed a pill that allowed a breakthrough from the pinnacle of the crystal realm to the Golden Core. Could it be the legendary breakthrough pill? Lin Yu's mind raced. Having seen much, he had heard of the effects of the breakthrough pill, that it was reputed to be a 3rd-tier elixir. Only 3rd-tier alchemists could concoct such a pill, and those were the stuff of legends. Likely possessed only by the superpowers of the Songlong continent. Could it be that Lu Fan was a scion of such a superpower? In that moment, all clues converged. leading to the inescapable conclusion that Lu Fan was indeed a descendant of a superpower. This revelation explained everything. A descendant of a superpower descending casually to become a disciple of a ninth-tier sect, wandering freely and fearlessly, decisive in combat, without any concerns that if Lu Fan were to learn of Lin Yu's vivid imaginings, he would undoubtedly be both amused and perplexed. He was merely the master of an eighth-tier sect. Oh no, an eighth-tier sect, without any ties to a superpower. Yet, with Lin Yu and the others' limited imagination, they could never fathom that Lu Fan was equipped with a system, a super cheat. Cough, cough. Noticing the dazed expressions of the crowd, Lu Fan placed his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat twice. He then walked directly to the table of the sixth-tier sect, casually enjoying a meal. The individuals at that table instantly recoiled, terrified, wishing to distance themselves from this harbinger of death. They were unworthy to share a table with someone capable of slaying a golden core expert. At that moment, Lin Yu, displaying great insight, sturdily lifted the table made of spirit stones and swiftly placed it before Lu Fan. This table was fit for Lu Fan's consumption. Chapter 23. A shocking secret seeing Lin Yu's dramatic display. Lu Fan's mouth fell open in astonishment. Goodness, this man truly possesses discernment. However, one should never turn down a free meal. With such a delightful offering, he had no reason to refuse that he then indulged heartily, savoring each bite. Meanwhile, the royal family of the Liang Kingdom was in an uproar. Someone had dared to assassinate a member of the royal family during the palace banquet. A golden core expert. No less, this incident spread like wildfire throughout the royal court. Outrageous! Outrageous! The Emperor of Liang was now in a furious rage, his crown having been cast to the ground in his wrath. Such humiliation was intolerable. Who is that Lu Fan? Who exactly is he? To murder a member of the royal family at our banquet is nothing short of a slap in the face to the throne. The emperor bellowed, and a small eunuch timidly interjected, Your Majesty. That Lu Fan is the master of the eighth-tier sect, the Heavenly Sword sect. Eighth-tier sect, you say? Instantly, the emperor's eyes bulged with fury that he drew the small eunuch close, as if by magnetic force, grasping him tightly. How could a mere eighth-tier sect master slay a golden core expert in my royal family? Are you mocking me? Those who dare deceive the throne shall perish. Crack! The emperor crushed the small eunuch without hesitation. Subsequently, his fingernails elongated several-fold, piercing into the veins of the eunuch's neck. Hiss! The emperor's elongated nails, imbued with a sinister force, drained the eunuch's blood until he was nothing more than a desiccated corpse. With his rage somewhat quelled, the emperor commanded, Take this corpse away to feed the dogs, and thoroughly investigate Lu Fan's identity. The royal family must not be humiliated. If he can kill a golden core expert, then Lin Ping must not involve himself in this matter. Let Liang Chong deal with it. The guards outside, upon receiving the orders, entered and dragged away the eunuch's lifeless body, their expressions betraying not a hint of emotion, as if such occurrences were commonplace. The banquet in the palace continued. Ordinarily, the emperor would be present at such gatherings. Reminiscing with the leaders of various sections, however, due to this unforeseen incident, he was conspicuously absent. Bloodshed at the royal banquet was a rarity, having not occurred for many years. The last instance was perhaps a century ago, when members of the royal family conspired for the throne. Yet that was an internal affair, a mere family matter. This time, however, was entirely different, that an outsider had committed murder within the palace, an act of unparalleled severity. At this moment, Lu Fan sat calmly at his table, feasting contentedly. Nearby, Lin Yu appeared solemn, contemplating whether he should broach certain topics with Lu Fan. Sensing the tension, Lu Fan turned to Lin Yu and inquired, Is there something on your mind, Sect Master Lin? Lin Yu's expression was pained, as if he desired to speak but hesitated. With a sigh, he fixed his gaze upon Lu Fan's eyes and said, Has Sect Master Lu ventured beyond the Liang Kingdom? Lu Fan shook his head. Lin Yu continued, In my lifetime, I have harbored two wishes. The first is for my daughter to live a long and safe life. As the words fell, Lin Yu glanced at Lin Wan beside him, his expression radiating affection. Moreover, he harbored a yearning to someday venture beyond the confines of the Liang Kingdom and explore the vast world. As he spoke further, a tinge of bitterness crept into his tone. Lu Fan, upon hearing this, was utterly perplexed. With the strength of the sect leader Lin, it is entirely feasible to traverse beyond the Liang kingdom. Why does he not do so at the peak of the Golden Core stage? His power was undeniably sufficient in the neighboring nations at this juncture. Lin Yu's demeanor suddenly turned grave. He then summoned his spiritual energy to erect a barrier, effectively shielding their conversation from prying eyes and ears. Once a cultivator begins their journey, they can never escape the prison that is the Liang kingdom. A prison? Why do you say that? Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Lin Yu replied solemnly, the Liang kingdom is nothing less than a cage established by the royal family. Lu Fan remained silent, awaiting Lin Yu's subsequent revelations, and no matter how formidable I become, even as the esteemed leader of a third-tier sect at the pinnacle of the Golden Core, should the royal family desire my demise, it would occur in an instant. This is intrinsically linked to the cultivation methods employed by the Liang royal family. Their practices are exceedingly sinister and contravene the natural order. Such methods are excruciatingly slow for ordinary cultivators. They necessitate the absorption of the cultivator's entire life essence to enhance one's cultivation. The Liang kingdom itself is a vast barrier. Those who cultivate within its borders cannot escape that a mere step beyond its confines can lead to instant death. Chapter 24. Eradicate the Liang royal family. An earth-shattering secret unveiled by Lin Yu. Lin Yu continued, I only comprehended this truth after attaining the Golden Core stage. The royal family of Liang suppresses the development of sects, treating all sects within the kingdom as mere livestock. While this act incites our indignation, we are powerless to resist. The reason we do not fight back is that the royal family is deeply entrenched. Take the current emperor of Liang, for instance, a top-tier expert at the transformation stage. Lin Yu's tone was filled with indignation, yet tinged with despair. Indeed, as humans, how can we accept being slaughtered by our own kin after being nurtured? Despite the Sword Spirit sect's ostentatious presence at banquets, behind the scenes, they are compelled to offer 10 peak crystal realm cultivators and 1 golden core each year to the royal family. A once noble human kingdom has been twisted into a primal jungle, rife with bloodshed and plunder. Lin Yu's expression was one of deep sorrow, although he was a powerful figure at the Golden Core stage. In the presence of those at the transformation stage, he felt as fragile as a child. For many years, the sects within the Liang kingdom did not lack the courage to resist. Rather, those who dared to oppose the royal family were annihilated. Leaving no trace of their legacy behind. 20 years ago, there were 4 third-tier sects in the Liang kingdom. Yet now only the Sword Spirit sect remains, the others having perished during their rebellion against the royal family's brutal actions. The then leader of the Sword Spirit sect, in a bid to preserve their heritage, capitulated willingly, consenting to tribute cultivators to the royal family annually. However, this humiliation is etched deeply into the bones of every subsequent leader of the Sword Spirit sect. Had they not been weak, how could they have been so exploited? In the Tsanglong continent, where martial prowess reigns supreme, each realm is distinctly defined, like insurmountable chasms. Lower realm cultivators are at the mercy of their higher counterparts. Unable to resist, Lu Fan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow tightly, a flame of fury igniting within him. As a human, how could one commit such atrocities against their own kind, treating their brethren as mere livestock? The coldness in Lu Fan's gaze deepened. Though he was enraged, he had no desire to be a savior, for the burden was too great to bear. However, he suspected that the Liang royal family had already taken note of him. Even if he wished to retreat now, it would be impossible. The members of the royal family could no longer be considered human. Their mindset was far from that of ordinary people. Thus, his only course of action was to ally with sects within the Liang kingdom that harbored animosity towards the royal family to resist together. The elixirs bestowed by the system became invaluable in this moment. Isn't the Emperor of Liang at the transformation stage? Lu Fan mused. With an abundance of cultivation pills at his disposal, ascending to the transformation stage would be but a fleeting moment. And with the aid of realm-breaking elixirs, he could potentially elevate his power beyond that threshold. Ding. Task triggered. Annihilate the Liang royal family. Rewards: 5 level 3 realm-breaking pills, 10 life-evading pills, the Human Sovereign Sutra, and the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Level 3 realm-breaking pill. Aids those at the pinnacle of the transformation stage in breaking through to the returning origin realm. Life-evading pill. Temporarily allows one to escape certain death. After 3 days, one will resurrect. Human Sovereign Sutra. an unparalleled cultivation manual authored by one of the ancient three sovereigns, suitable for disciples of sects, with all cultivation derived by disciples subsequently shared with the host. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. A divine-grade technique penned by the ancient king of divine elephants, an unparalleled cultivation manual. The technique can only be cultivated by those at the transformation stage. Lu Fan had just reached the golden core and had yet to begin practicing any technique. In terms of strength, with merely a sword technique, he could only be considered of middling prowess at the early golden core stage, far from the pinnacle. Should he commence cultivating this supreme technique, he would become virtually invincible at the early golden core stage. Yet, the Tiandao sect, being merely a ninth-tier sect, did not possess any techniques suitable for golden core cultivators. The task at hand was indeed a timely boon. If Lu Fan could cultivate a divine-grade technique, his strength would likely surge to unimaginable levels at this moment. Lin Yu dispelled the spiritual barrier, leaving those outside oblivious to the nature of their conversation. Shen Xian rushed over, concern evident in her voice. "Sect leader, are you all right?" Lu Fan nodded, and upon meeting Shen Xian's sincere gaze, he couldn't help but jest. "What? Are you worried about me?" Shen Xian's face flushed crimson. She could hardly miss the flirtatious undertone in Lu Fan's words, yet inexplicably, she nodded softly before looking down. Young maidens have ever admired the strong, having been saved by Lu Fan from the clutches of the old eunuch. Shen Xian viewed him as a hero. Her heart subtly swayed that Lu Fan surpassed every young talent she had ever encountered, and the allure of strength has been a timeless trait, especially pronounced in the martial realm of the Songlong continent. Seeing Shen Xian's gaze, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly that he recognized Lu Fan's exceptional qualities and, as a father, naturally wished to introduce his daughter Lin Wan to him. If he could secure a son-in-law like Lu Fan, Lin Yu might indeed find himself smiling in his sleep each night. Alas, the young maiden before him was not lacking in beauty either. Chapter 25. Liang Chong arrives. Moreover, it seemed they were already acquainted. His daughter might not stand much chance. That Lu Fan shivered, feeling quite uncomfortable. Why did Lin Yu's gaze seem so complex? Did he harbor some ulterior motives? After all, with his handsome visage and gallant demeanor, it was no surprise that not only maidens were enamored, but even elders might have their own thoughts. It appears that being handsome truly brings its own troubles. If Lin Yu were to learn of Lu Fan's musings, he would likely be vexed to the point of spitting blood. This moment, the various sect leaders of the Liang kingdom, seated with rapt attention, had not shifted their gaze from Lu Fan. They had never encountered someone who could slay a member of the royal family in the palace banquet. Among them, some admired Lu Fan's audacity, while others were curious about his identity, and still others smirked inwardly, believing Lu Fan was courting disaster. Unless Lu Fan possessed backing powerful enough to obliterate the Liang kingdom at a whim, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to extricate himself from this situation. "Apologies for keeping you all waiting." That moment, a voice, aged yet vigorous, resonated from the entrance, accompanied by a gust of wind. The attendees felt the force of the wind and scattered instinctively, for it was aimed directly at Lu Fan. Boom! Lu Fan stood undaunted, not moving an inch, while Lin Yu shielded him from the onslaught. An elderly man clad in gray, with hair cascading over his shoulders, appeared in the doorway as the tempest subsided. "Lin Yu, you truly are a connoisseur of talent, shielding this young sect leader from my test," the gray-clad elder remarked, one eye glimmering with cold light, while the other appeared disturbingly vacant, as if it were a mere illusion. Lin Yu cupped his hands and replied coolly, "The royal family has always been magnanimous. Why would Lord Liangchong take action against a young talent? That seems out of character for the royal family's usual conduct." Were he merely an ordinary young talent, would I have come here?" Liangchong retorted icily. "This young talent is remarkable indeed, having the audacity to slay the chief eunuch within the palace. Such boldness puts even me to shame." Liangchong was a direct descendant of the royal family, related by blood to the current emperor of Liang, and was at the peak of the spiritual realm. Ahem! Just as Lin Yu prepared to counter, he was interrupted by a cough from Lu Fan beside him. "Lord Liang, you are mistaken. The royal family ought to adhere to principles of justice. Have you inquired into the reasons behind my actions against that old eunuch?" This question momentarily left Liangchong at a loss. The royal family had long acted with impunity, obliterating entire clans without a second thought, rarely concerning themselves with motives. Liangchong then coldly chuckled. Killing a royal family member is a capital offense, regardless of the reasons. How tyrannical the royal family is. Lu Fan scoffed at this point. Lin Yu interjected. Lord Liang Chong should seek to understand the truth of the matter. Sect leader Lu was invited by the royal family to attend the banquet, yet that old eunuch assaulted him without provocation, and as a result of his own lack of strength, he met his demise. It was truly a case of just retribution. Lin Yu, are you speaking in his defense? Liang Chong turned to look at Lin Yu, his gaze frosty. Until now, Lin Yu had been supremely respectful towards the royal family, never exhibiting even a hint of defiance. He had dutifully offered the fruits of his cultivation every year, proving himself a loyal hound to the throne. However, today, Lin Yu's reaction seemed rather uncharacteristic. Let us not forget how the Sword Spirit sect nearly faced annihilation in the past. Lin Yu, you must be mindful of your words and actions. Liang Chong coldly admonished, this moment. Lu Fan also turned his attention to Lin Yu, his expression calm, yet his intentions were unmistakable that if you, Lin Yu, are unwilling to remain shackled by the royal family and seek to overthrow them, then you must demonstrate your resolve now. The Lu Fan awaited Lin Yu's decision. Should Lin Yu genuinely wish to rebel, he would bestow upon him a second-tier breaking realm pill, aiding him in breaking through to the nascent soul realm. With such a companion at the nascent soul level, Lu Fan would find his circumstances considerably more comfortable. Lin Yu took a deep breath, the resentment hidden within him gradually surfacing. For many years, the Sword Spirit sect had endured humiliation, annually offering its outstanding disciples as sacrifices, publicly claiming they had perished during their trials. While in truth, they were used as fodder for the royal family's cultivation. As the leader of the Sword Spirit sect, Lin Yu had borne too much indignity over the years. The appearance of Lu Fan felt like a divine rescue. Lin Yu understood that this moment was pivotal for him to pledge his allegiance. Fixing his gaze on Liang Chong, Lin Yu declared solemnly, is it permissible for the royal family to act with such impunity, disregarding human life and reason? The fault lies not with Master Lu, but with the royal family. A gasp rippled through the crowd, save for Lu Fan, as everyone else was taken aback, including Lin Wan, who gazed at her father in shock. What had come over him today, daring to directly oppose the royal family? While Lin Wan also harbored grievances against the royal family's tyranny, she understood that such open defiance in this setting would undoubtedly invite fierce retaliation from them. She was acutely aware of her father's typically restrained character. He would sacrifice his dignity for the sake of the Sword Spirit sect. Who was her father's support? Was it Lu Fan? Unable to contain herself, Lin Wan glanced at Lu Fan, only to find his expression indifferent, as if the unfolding drama bore no relevance to him. Chapter 26. Do you wish to rebel? What is the meaning of this? Master Lin, why do you dare to oppose Liang Chong? Liang Chong is kin to the current Emperor Liang. Opposing him is tantamount to opposing the Emperor himself. Master Lin had previously been composed and steady. Such reckless words should not have crossed his lips. Now, the entire Sword Spirit sect might very well be dragged down with him. Although a third-tier sect is powerful, it can hardly contend with the royal family, whose foundation is simply too profound. The leaders of the surrounding sects were astonished by Lin Yu's audacity, while simultaneously feeling a sense of pity for him. Over the years, none who had stood against the royal family had met with a favorable outcome, regardless of whether they belonged to a third-tier sect or possessed the strength of a golden core cultivator. Ultimately, the only fate awaiting them was death. There had even been an elusive transformation stage cultivator who had dared to seize a treasure from a prince of the Liang kingdom, only to have the royal family dispatch two ancient experts, long thought deceased, who found and executed the transformation stage cultivator within 3 days. The depths of the royal family's power were unknown to all, for no one had ever managed to fully unveil the Liang kingdom's true strength to that moment. A sect leader who was on friendly terms with Lin Yu transmitted a message. Master Lin, are you seeking death? Opposing the royal family is beyond the capability of even 10 Sword Spirit sects. You must apologize quickly. It is not too late that I have some rapport with Liang Chong. If I present him with a few crystal-enhanced cultivators, he may choose not to pursue this matter further. Lin Yu's expression remained serene. Once he had uttered those words, there was no turning back. He could only place his hopes in Lu Fan now. Lin Yu surveyed the assembly and then spoke calmly. Esteemed sect leaders, we have endured humiliation under the royal family's oppression. over the years. How many talented young cultivators have we sacrificed? Do you remember? No one among those present responded. They all averted their gazes, heads bowed. Lin Yu continued, the Sword Spirit sect has already sacrificed 237 cultivators. Additionally, 7 late-stage Golden Core elders, all of whom were painstakingly nurtured by our sect, as its leader. How can I not feel anguish? Every night, it seems as though countless innocent souls haunt me, blaming me for their fate. Though I am a Golden Core cultivator, I am constantly disturbed by these tormented spirits. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu fixed his gaze on the increasingly pallid Liang Chong and declared loudly, we may occupy the position of sect leaders and thus be spared from execution. But what of those innocent disciples? When the rules violate the natural order, we must shatter those rules. Liang Chong spat each syllable through clenched teeth. Do you wish to rebel? Liang Chong had not anticipated that he would enter to resolve the matter concerning Lu Fan, only to be confronted by Lin Yu's rebellious spirit. Rebel? Lin Yu countered. What constitutes rebellion? We merely seek to free our lives from the grasp of you beasts. Outrageous. Liang Chong erupted, cursing vehemently that in such a situation, being openly insulted was utterly humiliating. Some leaders of other sects began to gasp for breath. They were not all timid cowards, merely constrained by the overwhelming power of the royal family. Lin Yu's impassioned rhetoric had stirred the embers of rebellion within many hearts that Lu Fan stood by. A smile gracing his face, feeling a sense of gratification. In the world he had traversed before, there existed a group of individuals who dared to resist, battling for freedom and equality. This was what Lu Fan deemed the most fervent and romantic of endeavors. Realizing that the atmosphere was shifting unfavorably for him, Liang Chong understood that the only course of action was to swiftly eliminate Lin Yu to quell the unrest. The matter concerning Lu Fan had become inconsequential. He had merely dispatched an elderly Golden Core cultivator, but Lin Yu's words had instigated turmoil, a scenario Liang Chong wished to avoid at all costs. Should the merciless Emperor Liang learn of this, he would not hesitate to execute Liang Chong for his failure to maintain order. The thought of the Emperor's cruelty sent a shiver through Liang Chong. He knew he could not afford to delay any longer and must resolve this matter with haste. Thus, Liang Chong bellowed, Lin Yu of the Sword Spirit sect has incited discontent at the royal banquet, harboring intentions of rebellion, a crime deserving of death. Today, let this Lin Yu be executed within the palace to serve as a warning to others. Boom! Liang Chang's aura as a peak cultivator erupted violently, sending those beneath the spirit realm reeling backward, spitting blood from the overwhelming pressure. Shun Exin, under Lu Fan's protection, remained unharmed, while Lin Wan, shielded by her father's fierce defense, also managed to evade grave danger. With a crack, Liang Chang's 10 fingers suddenly elongated, the nails swelling to an enormous size. These elongated nails emanated a chilling wind, akin to sharp blades, ready to be wielded as weapons. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. The royal family rarely employed weapons, favoring their bare hands or fingers. Years ago, during a fierce clash between the sects and the royal family, several royal experts had used such techniques to slay their foes. Those struck by the fingers would find their life essence drained in an instant, leaving behind nothing but a withered corpse, their deaths gruesome. Blood demon claws. Liang Chong hissed coldly, and in an instant, his form became a wraith, appearing before Lin Yu, a claw infused with a nauseating scent of blood and decay aimed directly at him. Chapter 27. A breakthrough in battle. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The speed and ferocity of this attack were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Instantly, he channeled his energy to brace himself against the onslaught. With a grunt, he staggered back several steps, having been forced to retreat after just a single strike. The disparity between their strengths was stark. Liang Chang's prowess far exceeded Lin Yu's. Humph! With such weak strength, you dare to stand against the royal family? I, a mere peak spirit cultivator, can easily overpower you. What a waste! Liang Chong scoffed, his disdain palpable. The royal family possessed unique cultivation techniques and methods, compounded by the vast difference in their realms, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Lin Yu, once a prodigy in cultivation, found himself utterly outmatched by Liang Chong with a single move. Sigh, the observers lamented Lin Yu's impulsiveness. Why had he chosen to rebel? Though Lin Yu stood at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, the strongest among these sect leaders. He could not even withstand a single elder from the royal family, let alone contend with the royal family's deeper reserves that in this light. Their insurrection seemed utterly senseless. The hopes ignited in those previously inspired by Lin Yu's words extinguished under the weight of overwhelming force. No one would dare to entertain thoughts of rebellion in such dire circumstances. Outside the battle circle, Lin Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. After just one exchange, her father appeared to be faltering that if this continued, he would likely be defeated within 5 exchanges, and his life could very well hang in the balance. For reasons unknown, her gaze suddenly fell upon Lu Fan. Her father's sudden change in demeanor must have stemmed from Lu Fan's influence. Surely, Lu Fan possessed some extraordinary quality. Lin Yuan approached Lu Fan, her tone urgent as she implored, "Master Lu, do you have any means to assist?" Lu Fan glanced at her, nodding slightly that a wave of joy washed over Lin Yuan, and she knelt before him, exclaiming, "If Master Lu can save my father, I am willing to comply with any command." Beside her, Shen Ektin pouted, a look of unnatural jealousy crossing her face. Clearing his throat, Lu Fan replied, "No need for that, Miss Lin. Please rise, that I stand on the same side as your father, and I shall certainly rescue him." Inwardly, Lu Fan mused, "Not even I anticipated this old man has strength, that if I merely allow Lin Yu to break through to the nascent soul realm, he may not be able to defeat Liang Chong. It would be wiser to elevate his cultivation further." Subsequently, retrieving the cultivation elixir and the second-tier boundary-breaking pill from the system space, Lu Fan shouted, "Master Lin, catch!" Whoosh whoosh, the 2 pills soared through the air like shooting stars. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu was filled with overwhelming joy. He swiftly dodged and consumed the 2 elixirs, believing them to be the very medicines that would facilitate Lu Fan's ascension in realm. Boom! The moment the pills entered his abdomen, Lin Yu's body underwent a tremendous transformation. A potent force erupted within him, drawing all surrounding spiritual energy toward himself. Liang Chong, sensing the ferocity of this energy, had no choice but to retreat momentarily. What on earth is happening? What did that young man give him? Liang Chong stared in astonishment at Lin Yu's transformation. Wait a moment. His realm. Liang Chang's body trembled as he gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief. This is the sensation of reaching the divine transformation realm. He has broken through, achieved a spontaneous breakthrough on the spot. Liang Chong gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "The divine transformation realm. A realm I have longed for. I have lingered at the peak of the spirit form realm for countless years, yearning for the Yuan Ying, aspiring for the divine transformation. Now, seeing someone break through to the divine transformation realm, I cannot help but feel intense jealousy. Could it be the result of the pills given by that young man? Pills capable of aiding one in breaking through realms. Yes, the boundary-breaking pill." The realization struck Liang Chong with even greater shock. No wonder the royal family sought to host him. It was all for his elixirs. When Liang Chong turned to look at Lu Fan, he found Lu Fan wearing a smile, and upon meeting Liang Chang's gaze, he feigned innocence and shrugged his shoulders. Considering that Lu Fan possessed pills capable of facilitating breakthroughs, Liang Chang's thoughts shifted once more. In comparison to everything else, elevating one's cultivation was of utmost importance. Boom! Liang Chang's figure flickered, and in an instant he dashed toward Lu Fan with lightning speed. He, picking a soft persimmon to squeeze. This notion is rather astute, but Lu Fan stroked his chin. "I am no longer a soft persimmon. If you wish to squeeze me, you lack the capability." Whoosh! Lu Fan then waved his sleeve, emanating an aura surpassing that of a formidable opponent, a presence even more powerful than Lin Yu, who had just ascended to the divine transformation realm. On the other side, witnessing Liang Chong rushing toward Lu Fan, Lin Yu's expression drastically changed. However, at that moment, he wished to save Lu Fan, yet it was too late for Liang Chong in his full speed. Seize the opportunity. No! Lu Fan must not perish. Lin Yu raged internally. If Lu Fan were to die, he alone would have no confidence to overturn the royal family. Even though he had reached the divine transformation realm, he still fell short against the deeply rooted royal family. Moreover, Lu Fan possessed such a rare elixir as the boundary-breaking pill. His foundation might well rival that of the royal family. Lin Yu firmly believed that if Lu Fan could achieve the divine transformation, he could also aid others in doing so. Locked in by the energy of the spirit form peak, Lin Wan and Shun Xen beside Lu Fan found themselves unable to move. Chapter 28. One punch to death. Boom. Old fool, are you seeking death by coming here? Lu Fan scoffed, unyielding in the face of the oncoming Liang Chong, and retaliated with a single punch, the Dragon Elephant Diamond Fist, in an almost imperceptible manner. The majestic and formidable visage of the Dragon Elephant began to reveal itself. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Fan's current cultivation was insufficient to unleash the full might of the Dragon Elephant Diamond Fist. Wait a moment, this young man is not in the early stages of the Golden Core. He is not even in the spirit form realm, nor does he possess the overwhelming might of the Yuaning realm. Liang Chong, soaring through the air, suddenly felt a wave of terror wash over him. The aura emanating from Lu Fan clearly belonged to one who had reached the divine transformation realm. He has actually achieved the divine transformation. Upon reaching this realm, one can subtly condense a semblance of divine visage using spiritual energy, making the execution of martial techniques considerably easier. Just like earlier, when Lu Fan executed the Dragon Elephant Diamond Fist. The thin shape of the Dragon Elephant was indicative of the capabilities of the divine transformation realm, transforming spiritual energy into tangible form. Boom! The Dragon Elephant Diamond Fist, infused with the terrifying power of the divine transformation realm, surged forth toward the swiftly approaching Liang Chong. That moment, Liang Chang's expression was exaggeratedly horrified. He was afraid, terrified, and panicked. How could a mere spirit form practitioner withstand a strike from the divine transformation? Liang Chong was struck by the fearsome Dragon Elephant Diamond Fist, the immense spiritual power sweeping through his body, fully revealing the might of the divine transformation, sending him flying backward. Boom! Liang Chang's body was propelled against the wall several dozen meters away. Pinned firmly by an overwhelming force, utterly immobile, his bones were nearly shattered, and his internal organs had become a gruesome mass of blood. Blood poured from his eyes, ears, and every pore in his body. At this moment, his entire being was obliterated by a single punch. He was utterly crippled, left with only a flicker of consciousness struggling to persist. Strong, so strong. He is a practitioner of the divine transformation realm. Cough, cough. Today I have fallen at the hands of one pretending to be a fool. Soon after, his consciousness faded into an endless void of darkness. His awareness extinguished. He had truly died at such a young age. Possessing the strength of the divine transformation, Liang Chong could hardly fathom how Lu Fan cultivated. Naturally, with his limited imagination, he had no inkling that Lu Fan was aided by a divine-level system. The onlookers stared at Liang Chang's lifeless body, all astonished by the unmatched prowess Lu Fan had just displayed. With a single strike, he had brought down Liang Chong, who was at the peak of the spirit form realm. What immense power! Such strength could only be wielded by those of the divine transformation realm or above. Yet, Lu Fan appeared youthful, not resembling someone who had spent years in cultivation. His extraordinary power left everyone intensely curious about his true identity. Some glanced at Liang Chong, who had moments ago been imposing and arrogant, now reduced to a quivering mass of lifeless flesh. The stark contrast left the assembled crowd reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. Coughed out. Lu Fan cleared his throat, saying, "Everyone witnessed that he struck first. I was merely defending myself." The crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes. Lu Fan was already so powerful, yet he remained humble. The mightiest tend to be the most modest. And those of high status often exhibit greater humility. It seemed that Lu Fan's upbringing was indeed extraordinary. All the sect leaders present silently acknowledged this fact. Typically, young prodigies are often exceedingly proud, eager to flaunt their capabilities. That it is rare to find someone like Lu Fan who only revealed his strength after being attacked. Lin Yu swiftly approached Lu Fan, first taking Lin Wan's hand to check for injuries. Then gazing at Lu Fan with immense gratitude, assessing him from head to toe. With excitement, he knelt on one knee, clasping his fists and proclaiming, "Master Lu, you have saved my daughter's life. I am eternally grateful. Whatever you require, I shall do my utmost to fulfill." From his previous actions, it was evident that Lin Yu was a father deeply devoted to his daughter. Just moments ago, Liang Chang's overwhelming spiritual energy had swept through, undoubtedly affecting Lin Wan. Lu Fan had intervened, even killing Liang Chong, thereby indirectly saving Lin Wan. This kindness was something Lin Yu would remember forever. Moreover, in that critical moment, he had nearly lost his life to Liang Chong. Had it not been for the miraculous elixirs provided by Lu Fan, Lin Yu feared he might have perished. Thus, Lu Fan had saved both father and daughter. As for repayment, Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. For he was not one to dwell on such matters. He provided Lin Yu with the elixirs because he stood by Lu Fan's side. Rescuing Lin Wan was merely a matter of convenience. Such a trivial act was not one Lu Fan deemed worthy of repayment. However, at this moment, Lu Fan seemed to recall something and continued. As for repayment, there is no need, but currently, Master Lin has completely positioned himself against the royal family. Given the nature of those in power within the royal family, they may very well pursue the Sword Spirit sect for accountability, and I have also slain 2 of their experts, leading to an irreconcilable conflict. Chapter 29. Merging sects. Lin Yu nodded gravely, stating, "From the moment I acted, I resolved to resist to the end. Now, I stand with Master Lu. If one suffers, we all suffer. Of course, but I have a proposal." Lu Fan said. "What is it?" Lin Yu inquired. Lu Fan spoke slowly. "All members of the Sword Spirit sect shall join my Heavenly Sword sect. Let us merge, and I shall become the sect leader." Wow! Lin Yu was taken aback, then inevitably fell into contemplation. Lu Fan System's long-term mission was to strengthen the Heavenly Sword sect. Having just saved the life of the Sword Spirit sect's leader and demonstrated his prowess in the divine transformation realm, it was indeed an opportune moment to recruit the Sword Spirit sect, and he must not let this chance slip away. The Sword Spirit sect was a third-tier sect, established for hundreds of years. And its foundation was not to be underestimated. That if Lu Fan could successfully incorporate the Sword Spirit sect, what rewards might the system bestow upon him? This was something he eagerly anticipated, after a lengthy pause. Lin Yu finally lifted his head and addressed Lu Fan. "Master Lu, it's not that I am unwilling, but although I am the leader of the Sword Spirit sect, I cannot make such a significant decision unilaterally. This matter must be discussed within the Elder Council before a final decision can be reached." That Lu Fan furrowed his brow, but then relaxed. Indeed, the governance structure of a third-tier sect was relatively sound, and power could not rest solely in Lin Yu's hands. However, Lu Fan was not worried, for he still possessed 6 cultivation elixirs, a first-tier boundary-breaking pill, and a second-tier boundary-breaking pill, most of which had not yet been utilized. When the time came, he merely needed to use these pills to entice them slightly. He did not believe those old geezers could resist the allure of a breakthrough in their cultivation. "Not to worry, I will accompany Master Lin to the Sword Spirit sect shortly. That I will speak with the elders. They will surely agree." That Lu Fan spoke casually, and Lin Yu was puzzled by Lu Fan's unwavering confidence. However, he suddenly recalled the elixir Lu Fan had given him, which could elevate one's cultivation level, and he instantly understood. Indeed, that single elixir was worth a fortune. If Lu Fan were to present it as a bargaining chip, the elders would undoubtedly acquiesce. Yet, Lin Yu's expression soon darkened as he scanned the faces of the sect leaders from various factions around him and said, "Esteemed colleagues, at this juncture, do you still intend to remain passive? Will you not join me in opposing this inhumane royal family?" The crowd murmured among themselves, yet no one dared to respond directly to Lin Yu. Their gazes were tinged with fear towards the royal family. Despite Lu Fan demonstrating his prowess in the transformation stage, they lacked the courage to side with him. To them, the royal family loomed like an insurmountable mountain, unfathomable and oppressive. Alas, after enduring oppression for so long, it became impossible to rise again. That a hint of bitterness curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. He chose not to scold the group, for their hesitations were rooted in far too many considerations. Moreover, 20 years prior, the royal family had unleashed a wave of slaughter upon sects of the 7th rank and above, embedding an indelible shadow of fear in the hearts of those sections. 2 decades had passed, and the royal family's influence had only grown, extinguishing any spark of rebellion within them. Especially as those present were the upper echelons of various sects, the yearly sacrifices of cultivators were not their own. Thus, they were not directly threatened by death. Consequently, under the royal family's nurturing, they increasingly lost their capacity for resistance. Esteemed colleagues, Lin Yu's gaze once again swept across each sect leader present. He wished to say no more, for sometimes a mere glance could convey his meaning. Yet still, no one responded. Lin Yu shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. He understood that this group would not take a stand unless they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Therefore, he turned his attention to Lu Fan, hoping he might present something to sway their hearts. Lu Fan, sensing Lin Yu's gaze, subtly shook his head, but he had no intention of offering anything to entice them. For what he saw was not a band of timid fence-sitters, but rather individuals with genuine resolve, courage, and a willingness to risk their lives. Lin Yu comprehended Lu Fan's meaning and fell silent. Lu sect leader, why don't we return to the Sword Spirit sect and deliberate further? The royal family is vast. It is impossible for us to uproot them all at once, Lin Yu suggested from the side. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan also agreed. After all, they could not linger indefinitely on another's territory, as falling into a trap would prove troublesome. Just as Lu Fan and his companions prepared to depart, a voice called out from behind, Lu sect leader, I am willing to follow you. Lu Fan's eyes brightened. It seemed there remained at least one person among them with a fighting spirit. He turned to see who had spoken, only to be momentarily taken aback to discover it was Zhou Yud, the leader of a fifth-rank sect, who had earlier expressed confusion about his entry into the palace. With cupped fists, he declared, I am Zhou Yud, leader of the Yunfu sect. 20 years ago, when I first became an inner disciple, my sect faced the ruthless slaughter of the royal family. This hatred I hold close to my heart. Today, upon witnessing Lu sect leader's valiant presence, I believe there is hope in resisting the royal family, that on behalf of the Yunfu sect, I wish to follow Lu sect leader in this endeavor. Chapter 30. Follow me for a bountiful future. Lu Fan regarded Zhou Yud. Through the determination shining in his eyes, Lu Fan recognized his genuine desire to follow him. While it was certainly spurred by Lu Fan's display of strength in the transformation stage, it was Zhou Yud's courage that compelled him to stand forth at this moment. For to step forward now meant to stand in outright opposition to the royal family. Yet he showed no fear, openly expressing his grievances against them. This alone was commendable. However, apart from Zhou Yud, no one else stepped forward. Lu Fan snorted. He felt no sympathy for this cowardly lot who were content with their current situation. Turning to Zhou Yud, he said, You are indeed a man of character, and I admire that. Might I propose that the Yunfu sect merges with my Heavenly Sword sect? Joining my sect will be most advantageous. You will see for yourself. Zhou Yud nodded earnestly. I hold absolute authority within my sect, that if Lu sect leader does not mind, the Yunfu sect shall merge with the Heavenly Sword sect from henceforth. Our disciples will cultivate together and progress jointly. Ding, mission accomplished. Strengthen the Heavenly Sword sect. Strengthening the Heavenly Sword sect is a long-term mission. Please continue your efforts. Reward. Title of sect leader's dread. 1,000 Foundation Establishment Pills, 100 First Rank Breaking Realm Pills, and a top-grade magical artifact, the Iron Sword Umbrella. The sect leader's dread grants that the cultivation achievements of Heavenly Sword sect disciples will share 50 with the host, without affecting their own progress. The rewards from the system were all aimed at strengthening the sect. Lu Fan certainly had no need for the Foundation Establishment Pills and First-Rank Breaking Realm Pills. However, it was fortuitous, as Lu Fan could no longer rely on such pills to enhance his cultivation. They only benefited those of the transformation stage and below. Previously, he had seized the opportunity to consume Breaking Realm Pills and Foundation Establishment Pills, elevating his own level to the early transformation stage. With a sword technique and basic sword manual at his disposal, his strength could rival even those at the mid-transformation stage. The sword technique and manual granted by the system complemented each other, yielding tremendous power. After vanquishing the royal family, the rewards would be even more bountiful. Would all skills reach max proficiency instantly? At that time, Lu Fan's combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon, positioning him as an unrivaled prodigy within his realm. The top-grade magical artifact, the Iron Sword Umbrella, could serve as both a weapon and a defensive shield. Judging by its description, the Iron Sword Umbrella was a rare artifact, versatile in offense and defense. And it was a magical artifact, a grade above spirit artifacts. As others witnessed Zhou Yud stepping forward, their gazes flickered with various thoughts. Zhou Yud, you are well aware of the royal family's might. Why would you seek death by standing forth? Someone sighed quietly. Preserving one's life is paramount. As a high-ranking sect leader, why act so foolishly as to align with an inexperienced youth? No matter how strong they are, can they rival the royal family? The murmurs of the others reached Zhou Yud's ears, yet he remained unfazed, responding earnestly, A cultivator exists within the world. How can one live in oppression, foolish and unaware of your impending doom? Someone shook their head. At that moment, Lu Fan produced a first-rank breaking realm pill and casually tossed it to Zhou Yud, saying, "This pill will aid you in breaking through your realm. Consume it swiftly." Upon hearing that Lu Fan had thrown a ceramic vial, and that it contained a breakthrough pill, Zhou Yud was taken aback. He quickly opened it, pouring the contents into his mouth before the keen eyes of others. Buzz, as the pill entered his stomach, Zhou Yud felt it swiftly dissolve, a warm and immense spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, bones, and blood. Moments later, wisps of azure smoke emanated from his head, and his complexion flushed, his breath reaching new heights. Furthermore, Zhou Yud sensed the pill he had long harbored within him was beginning to awaken, a sign of the nascent soul. With just one elixir from Lu Fan, he achieved a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm on the spot. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment at Zhou Yud's sudden advancement. Lu Fan possessed a pill capable of breaking through realms. Liang Kingdom was a secluded little nation, with the highest-ranked alchemist barely reaching the 8th rank. An 8th-rank alchemist could never concoct such profound elixirs. All eyes turned to Zhou Yud, filled with envy. Especially those at the peak of the crystal stage, who had languished in this realm for decades without making any progress. How could they not feel jealousy upon witnessing Zhou Yud's promotion from consuming a single pill? In that instant, some even contemplated encircling Lu Fan to force him to yield such miraculous elixirs. But upon recalling Lu Fan's strength in the transformation stage, they suppressed their greed, instead keeping a watchful eye on Zhou Yud. Too fearful to glance at Lu Fan. Not only the peak crystal stage cultivators felt envy. The Golden Core sect leaders wore bitter expressions, feeling a sense of injustice. The leap from Golden Core to Nascent Soul was a significant chasm filled with countless heroes and champions. Yet Liang Kingdom's resources were simply too meager. Those at the peak of the crystal stage, seeking to ascend to the nascent soul, must navigate perilous paths to uncover their own opportunities. Only through relentless trials could they enter this realm, and such opportunities often came with tremendous risks. Chapter 31. The death of Lin Ping, a single misstep could lead to one's demise. Moreover, finding an opportunity once did not guarantee advancement to the nascent soul. The challenges were formidable. The nascent soul realm was a distinguished status within Liang Kingdom, while the peak of the crystal stage merely denoted a skilled practitioner. A seemingly insurmountable gulf lay between them. Zhou Yud was indeed fortunate. Through a mere moment of resolve, he had ascended to the nascent soul. Someone muttered enviously, "As Zhou Yud celebrated his promotion, the crowd began to stir. Among them were fervent cultivators, some of whom valued their cultivation even above their own lives. Soon another voice emerged. "I am Yang Wu, and I too wish to follow Lu's sect leader." Lu Fan's attention shifted instantly to the speaker, who appeared hesitant to meet his gaze, and Lu Fan discerned a flicker of greed in his eyes. "Humph. You are willing to ally with me for the sake of a pill, yet you might betray me for your own survival in the future. Such a person is not one I desired." Lu Fan spoke mercilessly, and upon hearing this, Yang Wu's expression instantly turned as ghastly as if he had choked on something. He found himself in a predicament. His face contorted with embarrassment, yet he dared not show his anger before Lu Fan, ultimately retreating with his tail between his legs. That Lu Fan harbored no fondness for these opportunistic individuals. He mused that allowing such people into his sect would be akin to allowing a single rotten apple to spoil the entire barrel. Although the system's task was to strengthen the sect, a larger sect necessitated stricter governance. That if anyone could gain entry, chaos would surely ensue. The presence of such fickle individuals would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the sect. A scenario Lu Fan was determined to prevent. Casting a sweeping gaze around, Lu Fan casually addressed Lin Yu and Yang Wu, saying, "We shall take our leave." The group followed Lu Fan, leaving a multitude of sect members behind, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. After Lu Fan departed, Yang Wu venomously remarked, "So what if he has ascended to the nascent soul stage? Once the imperial family regains their composure, they will surely dispatch their forces to annihilate him. And he will not survive." That he could only invoke the imperial family to assuage the humiliation he had just suffered that moment. Within the emperor's study, the emperor frowned. It had been a full half-hour since he had instructed someone to send Liang Chong to handle the matter. Yet there was still no word. Was the young man named Lu Fan of such a complicated background that it made him difficult to deal with? The emperor's gaze grew increasingly frigid, regardless of your identity. Within the borders of my Liang kingdom, you shall perish. That if someone had been beside the emperor at that moment, they would have seen a palpable aura of blood mist enveloping him, and upon observing the study, it would appear as though it had been drenched in blood, suffused with a dark crimson hue, reminiscent of hell. Knock, knock, knocked at a sound of knocking echoed from outside the study, with a wave of his hand. The door flew open as if torn apart by a tempest, and a guard entered, unfazed by the grim scene, clearly accustomed to it, and he knelt on one knee and reported, "Your Majesty, Liang Chong has been slain by that Lu Fan with a single strike, and the sword spirit sect's master." He hesitated at the latter part, fearful of inciting the emperor's wrath. The emperor's eyes narrowed as he uttered a single word, "Speak." The master of the sword spirit sect had turned traitor on the spot, insulting the imperial family and inciting the other sect leaders present to rebel against the crown. Now, the master of the sword spirit sect, along with a fifth-grade sect leader, had followed Lu Fan, and their whereabouts remained unknown. The guard continued, "I have dispatched someone to investigate and preliminarily surmise they have returned to the sword spirit sect." The room fell silent, save for the sound of the emperor's clenched fist and his labored breaths. Stifled with rage, the guard lowered his head further, too terrified to meet the emperor's current demeanor. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the stench of blood intensified. Should anyone take a closer look, they would see the blood mist swirling freely, coalescing into ghastly visages, each bearing a sorrowful expression, as if they had endured great suffering. The imperial family has lost 2 lives, and I feel an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Inform the Elder Hall to resolve this matter for me. Within 3 days, I demand to see the living body of that Lu Fan. I shall partake of him personally. If this is not accomplished, one of the Elder Hall must commit seppuku as atonement. The emperor issued a savage decree. The command made the kneeling guard tremble. He could only imagine the grim expressions of the elders when he conveyed this message. Yet the emperor was far more terrifying. He could only obey. As the guard prepared to leave, the emperor called out to him once more, "Summon Lin Ping for me." Yes, before long, Lin Ping arrived at the emperor's study. However, the moment he stepped inside, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. The blood mist enveloped him like the underworld, obscuring his vision as if the study stretched infinitely before him. Lin Ping, originally a wandering cultivator with decent talent who fortuitously achieved the nascent soul stage, had later been recruited by the imperial family as a miscellaneous elder. He had only ever seen the emperor in the main hall and had never entered the emperor's study before. "Your Majesty, you summoned me," he said, half kneeling on the ground, swallowing hard. Within mere moments, Lin Ping felt crushed under the oppressive aura emanating from the emperor, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had never witnessed the emperor in such a furious state. Compared to his usual imposing demeanor, the emperor now resembled a raging beast. "Lin Ping, do you know why I've called upon you? I am dull-witted. I beseech your Majesty to enlighten me." Lin Ping dared not breathe too deeply, fearful that a single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. Fortunately, the emperor's wrath did not fall upon the innocent. "Lin Ping, are you aware of Lu Fan, the one who has gained notoriety in recent days? Indeed, I require you to embark on a journey and bring me his head." Upon hearing this, Lin Ping appeared perplexed. After all, not long ago, the emperor had sought to recruit Lu Fan. How could he suddenly demand his death? "Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, what transgression has Lu Fan committed?" "A transgression? Ha! He has killed Liang Chong, whom I dispatched. On that sole basis, I have ample justification to eliminate him. Lin Ping, I assure you, upon the successful completion of this task, I shall reward you with wealth and lands aplenty. Will you be able to accomplish this?" As he spoke, the emperor's gaze bore down on Lin Ping, akin to a famished lion fixating on its prey. At this juncture, even if Lin Ping were incapable, he had no choice but to comply. "Rest assured, your Majesty, in 3 days, I shall present Lu Fan's head before you. Should I fail, I shall offer my own head in atonement." "Excellent, Lin Ping. I have high hopes for you. Did you not disappoint me? You may leave." "Yes, your Majesty." Lin Ping bowed and exited the study. It was only at that moment that he finally exhaled, unaware that cold sweat had drenched his robes. "Lu Fan, oh Lu Fan, Why must you provoke such ire? It is merely your misfortune. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was equally preoccupied with concerns, upon returning to the Sword Spirit sect with the others. Lu Fan felt an unsettling anxiety in his heart, as though something ominous loomed. I have killed Liang Chong and slapped the Emperor in the face. Surely this time, the Emperor will not let me off easily. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Fan sighed deeply that if he were alone, it would be of little consequence. With his strength, even if he were at a disadvantage, he could adequately protect himself. However, too many individuals were now entangled in this matter. Lu Fan could not simply depart, for that would unjustly endanger others. Nevertheless, he was resolute that among the Sword Spirit sect, he would persuade its master to ally with the Heavenly Sword sect. Indeed, neither the Heavenly Sword sect nor the Sword Spirit sect alone possessed sufficient strength to withstand the imperial family's encroachment. Yet, should the two unite, perhaps they would stand a chance. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan entered the Sword Spirit sect alongside Lin Yu. That I trust my intentions are clear to all of you. The imperial family is ruthless, slaughtering the innocent and perpetrating indiscriminate killings, a fact well known to the world. Now, my Heavenly Sword sect seeks to rise against this oppression. Will you join me? To be frank, Lu Fan held little hope that this group, already weakened in spirit, would provide any meaningful support. The terror of the dynasty had persisted for far too long, extinguishing the fire within their hearts. They had watched helplessly as family and friends were slaughtered before them, lacking even the courage to resist. Believing he lacked the charisma to inspire these cowards, Lu Fan realized that he had no choice but to appeal to their self-interest. I am the face of immense benefits. All fears are but empty words. I do not demand that you abandon all hesitation and fight alongside me against the imperial family. I do not even ask for your assistance, that I simply hope that when the imperial family strikes, you will remain passive bystanders. What say you? At these words, the expressions of the crowd finally began to soften. Their thoughts were simple. They wished to observe which side would gain the upper hand before choosing a side. Yet the truth was that they would be forced to make a decision before any such opportunity arose. Let alone others. The Emperor himself would not grant them the luxury of time to deliberate at that very moment. Lin Ping had already arrived at the Sword Spirit sect's entrance with the imperial emissaries. The Great Liang dynasty has dispatched forces to capture the traitor Lu Fan. All unrelated parties, stand back. As the leader of the Great Liang contingent, Lin Ping commanded the entire small squad, seated within the Sword Spirit sect. Upon hearing this proclamation, Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Having slain two of the Great Liang's men, Lu Fan understood that they would not rest until they had exacted vengeance. Yet, he had not anticipated their swift arrival, nor that they would come with such a modest retinue. How underestimated I have been! With a cold chuckle, Lu Fan slowly rose, surveying his surroundings as he spoke in a chilling tone. This shall be my first battle against the Great Liang. Anyone wishing to join me is welcome. Those who do not wish to join need not feel compelled. However, regardless of your choice, I ask you all to be witnesses. With that, Lu Fan stepped out of the Sword Spirit sect. Observing Lin Ping and his entourage from a distance, Lu Fan extended his perception abilities. The highest among them was merely at the nascent soul stage. Could it be that the Great Liang had no one left? What of the nascent soul? Capturing you will be a simple task for me. Chapter 33, A Hard Battle. Despite the audacity of his words, for Lin Ping, it was far from a fanciful notion. With his gaze fixed intently on Lu Fan, Lin Ping's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Prior to you, a certain practitioner of the spirit realm boasted recklessly, only to be obliterated by my fist, reduced to a mere mist of blood. How much stronger do you believe yourself to be? Lu Fan let out a cold laugh, seemingly unfazed. After all, with his formidable strength, unless this group assailed him en masse, even restraining him would pose a significant challenge. Moreover, fully aware of Lu Fan's ability to annihilate practitioners of the spirit realm in a single blow, who would dare step forward to lead the charge? Yet, Lin Ping had the audacity. Indeed, while Lin Ping held a relatively low position within the dynasty, it was fundamentally due to his blunt nature, lacking the flattery that others employed so adeptly. His forthrightness had frequently provoked the wrath of Emperor Liang, and had it not been for his genuine capabilities, he might have long since been expelled from the dynasty. It was precisely this confidence that revealed Lin Ping's strength was not to be underestimated. At the very least, It would be no simple feat for Lu Fan to subdue Lin Ping in a brief period, especially considering Lin Ping was flanked by 18 other formidable warriors of the Great Liang, amounting to a total of 19 Yuan practitioners. This underscores the fact that Great Liang's dominance over the years is indeed supported by substantial strength, as they can effortlessly dispatch numerous Yuan practitioners, something few other factions could achieve. However, they were not contending with mere rabble, but rather with Lu Fan, a powerful foe capable of swiftly dispatching practitioners of the spirit realm. Lu Fan, you have harmed the practitioners of my dynasty. What punishment do you deserve? He seeks my life and has taken the initiative to strike at me. Thus, I must naturally preemptively eliminate him. Even the most docile of creatures would not stand idly by to meet their demise. What crime have I committed? Or should I infer that the lives of the Great Liang people hold more value than ours? With his silver tongue, regardless of the circumstances, today you must accompany me back to face the consequences according to the laws of Great Liang. Surrender peacefully, and perhaps you may find a sliver of hope. Resist to the end, and your death is assured. Assured death. Ha! I, Lu Fan, stand here. If you wish to kill me, feel free to give it a try. In Lu Fan's eyes, emperors and beggars alike were of no consequence. All were merely 2 legs, 2 arms, 1 head, and a single life that if you seek to take my life, why should I not take yours? Having faced death once, Lu Fan cherished life all the more. Casting a glance at Lin Ping, Lu Fan stepped forward, brimming with combat spirit. To speak the truth, if given a choice, Lin Ping would prefer not to engage in battle with Lu Fan. However, one cannot defy the emperor's command. With that thought, Lin Ping let out a cold snort and declared, "Since you are intent on seeking death, I shall grant you your wish, Lu Fan. Prepare to meet your end." With a fierce shout, Lin Ping propelled himself forward, landing directly before Lu Fan. Clenching his fist, he struck towards Lu Fan. As Lin Ping soared through the air, Lu Fan did not evade. Instead, he welcomed the challenge. Dragon Elephant Diamond Fist. With a resounding roar, Lu Fan's internal energy surged forth, his presence overwhelming, akin to ripples radiating outward. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated as the ground at the center of Lu Fan and Lin Ping shattered instantaneously. Collapsing under the force of the impact, a powerful shockwave scattering dust and obscuring the view of the onlookers. Yet in that moment, a figure burst forth from the haze. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Ping. What was even more shocking was that Lin Ping had withstood Lu Fan's devastating blow, emerging unscathed. How could this be possible? Though Lin Ping was a Yuaning practitioner, superior to the spirit realm, Lu Fan had just obliterated a spirit realm practitioner. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd's confidence in Lu Fan plummeted drastically. They had presumed Lu Fan's strength would be sufficient to dominate most practitioners within Great Liang, and only under such assumptions would they lean toward supporting Lu Fan. But now, a previously unknown individual had matched Lu Fan blow for blow, leaving them questioning their faith in him. Yet only Lin Ping understood who truly held the upper hand in that exchange. Touching the shattered spiritual crystal armor upon his chest, Lin Ping's brows furrowed, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. This spiritual crystal armor was a crucial support for Lin Ping's combat prowess. It was precisely due to this armor's presence that Lin Ping had been able to ascend and secure his position. It was worth noting that this armor could withstand the full force of a god transformation practitioner. Yet now, having endured merely 1 punch from Lu Fan, it lay in ruins. This armor had effectively sacrificed itself for Lin Ping. Surviving this ordeal, Lin Ping dared not underestimate the situation and promptly shouted, "Form the formation." Upon hearing this command, the remaining 18 Yuaning practitioners sprang into action, forming a formation that enveloped Lu Fan. At that moment, the dust finally began to settle, and the crowd could faintly perceive a red glow emerging from the deep pit. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the red glow was none other than Lu Fan's murderous intent. With a cold smirk, Lu Fan soared into the air, positioning himself at the center of the formation, stating, "With such meager strength, do you dare boast of capturing me? I believe it would be wiser to reconsider that Lu Fan. Though you are strong, you are not invincible." Lin Ping retorted, "The formation created by 18 Yuaning practitioners shall undoubtedly suppress you. Today, your death is inevitable. Do you not feel a twinge of anxiety in uttering such words?" Lu Fan chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he drew the long sword from his waist. Truth be told, that punch should have sufficed to slay you. However, regardless of the means by which you narrowly escaped, your opportunities are now at an end. Do not forget, Lu Fan's greatest strength lies not in his fists, but in his swordsmanship. As the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, few have witnessed Lu Fan unsheath his sword. The reason is simple. Those who have seen Lu Fan's swordsmanship are all dead. As the sword was drawn, a piercing sharpness suffused the air. Unseen, spiritual energy coalesced into sword chi, cleaving through the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ping could not help but swallow hard. It was not until this moment that he recalled Lu Fan's identity. He was the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. With a casual flourish of the sword, Lu Fan exuded an essence of swordsmanship that was terrifyingly profound, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Quickly form the formation. Lin Ping sensed that if they did not take the initiative to strike before Lu Fan drew his sword, they would have no chance to retaliate. He even envisioned his own head being severed, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, the remaining 18 Yuan Ing practitioners were already prepared, simultaneously unleashing their spiritual energy to construct semi-transparent chains. These chains then coalesced into portals, confining Lu Fan within. At the heart of the formation, feeling the immense pressure weighing down upon him, Lu Fan merely chuckled, remarking, "If this is the extent of your capabilities, do not delude yourself into thinking you can suppress me. Even a 5-year-old child could breach this formation." Sharp-tongued as ever, Lu Fan, this formation was meticulously crafted for you, should you wish to break free. By all means, give it a try. As the formation solidified, Lin Ping finally felt a semblance of confidence that in truth, this formation was merely a simple gravity formation, one that even the least skilled formation master could construct. However, Lin Ping's confidence stemmed from an additional layer he had incorporated into the formation, known as Endless Rebirth. Endless Rebirth, in itself, was a formation devoid of any offensive capability. Its sole purpose was to recycle all wasted spiritual energy. Furthermore, it could siphon the spiritual energy of everyone within the formation to replenish the energy sustaining it. In simple terms, for Lu Fan to break the formation, he must confront his own power. Indeed, while the 18 Yuaning practitioners might seem insignificant against Lu Fan, what of his own strength? Lu Fan's spiritual energy was gradually being siphoned away, and his condition would only worsen. Consequently, he would find it increasingly difficult to breach a formation constructed from his own power. It must be said that Lin Ping truly possessed considerable skill. Had anyone else been trapped within the formation, Lin Ping would likely have emerged victorious. Regrettably, the figure within that formation was named Lu Fan. It is crucial to understand that Lu Fan had never regarded others as his targets. He sought only to surpass himself. Each day, Lu Fan endeavored to break through his own limits. How could a mere endless rebirth formation hope to confine him? With his eyes gently closed, Lu Fan's internal energy began to settle into tranquility. His spirit intertwined with the long sword, merging and enhancing one another until they became one. At this moment, Lu Fan embodied the sword, and the sword embodied Lu Fan. Lu Fan infused the majority of his spiritual energy into this singular attack. How could it fail to astonish? The very aura emanating from him left onlookers in stunned silence. Had Lu Fan truly grown this powerful? Perhaps opposing the tyrannical rule of Great Liang was not merely a pipe dream. In this moment, Lu Fan exuded an aura akin to a sheathed sword, capable of cleaving the heavens, yet concealed in restraint. It is often said that the sword yet to be drawn is the most fearsome of all. This saying fit Lu Fan perfectly. Suddenly, a piercing sound of the sword echoed through the air. A surge of sword chi soared skyward, cleaving through all obstacles before him. The formation, the very heavens themselves, could not impede its path. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ping's support was shattered by Lu Fan's sword, disintegrating into countless motes of starlight, carried away by the wind. How could this be possible? Witnessing this unfold, Lin Ping was nearly left speechless. He had presumed that even if the formation could not completely suppress Lu Fan, it would at least drain him of his spiritual energy, making it a simple task to subdue him thereafter. Yet to Lin Ping's astonishment, Lu Fan's sword proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. So powerful that even the Lu Fan of mere moments ago had not been confident he could withstand such a strike. Stepping outside the bounds of the formation, Lu Fan wore a mocking smile as he gazed at Lin Ping and said, "Earlier, you urged me to give it a try. Now that I have emerged, what do you intend to do? To think a mere broken formation could impede my progress. What a fantasy." Gripping the hilt of his sword, Lu Fan felt his understanding of the sword path elevate once more. Even if it was just by a fraction, while this subtle advancement might be elusive to others, it represented an unattainable realm for many, a truth of the sword that could never be comprehended in a lifetime. "I am the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. How dare you underestimate me?" Chapter 35, A Hard Battle. Part 2. As Lu Fan advanced step by step, Lin Ping's confidence crumbled, disintegrating into dust. Before setting out, Lin Ping had felt a sense of assurance, believing he had a 70% chance of bringing Lu Fan back to the Great Liang. But now, he finally realized his grave mistake. Some individuals are not those whom one can confront simply by having numbers on their side. Even with an army at his back, Lin Ping could not stand against Lu Fan. He now understood the meaning of the phrase. How could a firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the moon? Regrettably, it was a lesson learned too late. With a sword held in one hand, each step Lu Fan took unleashed a ferocious sword aura, severing the head of one of the 18 Yuanying realm cultivators. What was even more unsettling was that, no matter how they fled or defended themselves, they could not escape the fate of losing their heads. The most oppressive feeling was the knowledge of their impending doom, coupled with the realization that they were powerless to change it. In stark contrast, Lu Fan wore a smile as he took 18 steps, leaving the 18 cultivators as headless corpses, lifeless on the ground. Approaching Lin Ping, he sheathed his sword, bent slightly, and whispered, "Now tell me, how much will the Emperor of Liang mourn for the loss of these 18 cultivators? Will he send more assassins after me? Next time, it should be at the transformation realm, right?" Though Lu Fan was within arm's reach, a single punch from Lin Ping could have taken his life. Yet, Lin Ping found even the act of breathing to be a monumental challenge. The overwhelming pressure, akin to that of the Emperor of Liang, enveloped him, leaving him feeling suffocated and breathless. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? No, that question should be directed towards the Emperor of Liang. Ask him what he wishes to accomplish. Ultimately, I am merely the leader of a modest sect, seeking only to nurture my disciples and develop my sect. It was you who first provoked me. Therefore, today, I spare your life, and you shall return to inquire of the Emperor what he truly desires. However, one thing I can assure you, regardless of whether his intentions are overt or covert, righteous or sinister, Lu Fan and the entire Heavenly Sword sect will accept it all. Do you understand? Once Lu Fan finished speaking, Lin Ping's robes were soaked with sweat, but he suddenly realized what a foolish decision it was to agree to capture Lu Fan and return to the Great Liang. Utterly absurd. However, with wolves before and tigers behind, even though Lin Ping was acutely aware of Lu Fan's terrifying strength, he had no choice but to come. After all, the one who commanded him was the sovereign of Liang, the sole ruler of this dynasty, that if he refused, his fate would likely be no better than what awaited him now, perhaps even worse. Compared to Lu Fan, Lin Ping understood the Emperor of Liang far better. This emperor, who had ruled for decades, though not a virtuous man, cruel and bloodthirsty, was undeniably a formidable sovereign. He had transformed Liang from a weak nation into a powerful dynasty that looked down upon surrounding forces, a feat for which the emperor could not be credited enough. Nevertheless, Lin Ping understood that should he return alone, he would meet only death. Not to mention, he had already set a military order. Either bring back Lu Fan's head or his own. Even if the emperor did not raise this matter, Lin Ping never believed he would be merciful enough to spare him. The emperor would only see Lin Ping as incompetent, and the fate of incompetence. It is often said that the most ruthless are those in power. In the court of the Great Liang, everyone could contribute to the nation's development. As for those who could not, they had long since become corpses. What? Are you stunned? Lu Fan playfully patted Lin Ping's cheek, a smirk gracing his lips. Lu Fan, I do not wish to die, of course, who desires death? How could anyone wish for such a fate? Yet, whether or not you wish to die has nothing to do with me. If I return, the Emperor will surely kill me. I cannot die. Not now, at least. So, I beg you, save me. Finally succumbing to the fear of death, Lin Ping fell to his knees, desperately pleading with Lu Fan. "Then why should I assist you? Is Lu Fan a saint? Clearly not. Or rather, quite the contrary. Lu Fan was a selfish man who valued his own life, for the sake of his own survival. He would not hesitate to engage in slaughter and bloodshed, and he had done so more than once. Lu Fan's hands were already stained with blood. Thus, he was driven by the principle of self-interest. If Lin Ping held no value for him, why would Lu Fan extend a helping hand? There were countless individuals in the world seeking aid. Why should it be Lin Ping? What could he possibly offer? Therefore, you had best provide me with a compelling reason, and perhaps I shall consider whether to assist you. That if your only plea is that you do not wish to die, then I'm afraid. I am not that benevolent." Chapter 36. Accepting him as a dog. Reason. Reason. Lin Ping's gaze wandered, searching desperately, his mind racing. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could not conjure a reason compelling enough to sway Lu Fan. "I do not wish to die. I beg you, have mercy and save me." Such a feeble argument could not even persuade himself. But apart from the desire to live, what else did he possess? Lin Ping could not think of anything. While Lin Ping held a position in the court, his influence was minimal, barely meeting Lu Fan's criteria. Even if, hypothetically, Lu Fan were willing to offer assistance, how could he help? Based on Lin Ping's understanding of the emperor, returning would be tantamount to a death sentence. Staying behind might offer a glimmer of hope. With this thought, Lin Ping suddenly turned to Lu Fan and declared, "I am willing to join the Heavenly Sword sect." His words took Lu Fan by surprise, that he had anticipated that Lin Ping would offer promises of wealth, resources, or beautiful maidens in exchange, but he had not expected a proposition to join the Heavenly Sword sect. However, despite the surprise, Lu Fan had no intention of allowing Lin Ping to join his sect. If he could betray the emperor for his life today, would he not do so again if history were to repeat itself? Lu Fan could not tolerate betrayal. Many were eager to join the Heavenly Sword sect, so what made Lin Ping think he could simply waltz in? Was it merely his cultivation at the Yuanying realm? That was far too presumptuous. "Lord Lu, I do have a good suggestion." That moment, a voice interrupted, belonging to the leader of the Soul sect, who had been observing from the sidelines. "What suggestion do you have?" "Lord Lu, our every move is currently under the watchful eye of the Great Liang, which puts us in a passive position. Therefore, we might consider placing a few pawns within the Liang court. This way, should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, we would be better prepared to respond, would we not? Your reasoning is indeed sound, but I do not trust him. What if we allow Lin Ping to return, only for him to betray us? That would be quite the predicament. Rest assured, if I cannot resolve this issue, I would not have proposed it." With a light chuckle, the Soul sect leader turned to Lin Ping and asked, "Lord Lu, have you ever heard of a soul imprint?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's mind was illuminated. "You mean to imprint my soul on a Lin Ping?" "Precisely, as long as you inscribe your soul imprint deep within Lin Ping's essence. With just a thought, you could end his life. In such a case, Lin Ping would have no choice but to obey your commands. But how can you be certain that the people of Liang will not discover or unravel the soul imprint?" It was only natural for Lu Fan to be wary. After all, the Great Liang had existed for centuries, and no one could predict the talents that might lie within, necessitating caution. "Fear not. I can guarantee that no one in the Great Liang will discover the imprint I inscribe, not even among the most skilled. And as for breaking it, no one could possibly achieve that." Seeing the confidence in the man's expression, Lu Fan could only nod, albeit with some skepticism. However, rather than allow Lin Ping to perish without cause, it would be wiser to turn him into a pawn. Suddenly, a line from his favorite movie from a past life flashed through Lu Fan's mind. "Invite guests, behead them, and accept them as dogs." Laughing heartily, Lu Fan nodded, gazing at Lin Ping as he declared, "I permit you to join the Heavenly Sword sect, and I will do my utmost to preserve your life. However, before that, I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Lin Ping, observing the enigmatic smile on Lu Fan's face, could not help but gulp nervously. "What condition?" "I wish to inscribe my imprint upon your soul." Lin Ping understood the implications of this situation all too well. Should he acquiesce, it would signify that for the rest of his life, unless Lu Fan were to relinquish the mark, he would be bound as Lu Fan's eternal servant, incapable of resistance, and utterly powerless to defy his will. Frankly speaking, having cultivated to this level, as a nascent soul cultivator, Lin Ping possessed a dignity befitting his status. Yet if he were to refuse, he had no doubt that Lu Fan would take lethal action against him. "How will you assist me?" At this moment, it was Lin Ping who posed the question, not the other way around. "Are you willing or not?" However, he felt compelled to know how exactly Lu Fan intended to aid him. After all, were he in Lu Fan's position, he would surely not wish to become a mere pawn in a hostile game, would he? This statement held a kernel of truth. "Ultimately, I have my own methods to assist you. It simply depends on whether you choose to trust me." This was little more than a meaningless exchange. Lin Ping let out a bitter smile and fell into silence. Now, before him lay only two paths. Either agree to Lu Fan, perhaps ensuring his own survival, or face death. This seemed like a rather straightforward choice. "Indeed, it was a clear choice that I accept your terms, but you must ensure my life is spared. Fear not. Your life is of utmost importance at present." Chapter 37. Ensuring your survival. Lin Ping. "Shortly, she will inscribe my mark upon your soul at that moment. Do not resist. Otherwise, you may risk becoming a fool. Do you understand?" As Lin Ping sat before him, Lu Fan's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. Once the soul mark was established, upon Lin Ping's return to the Great Liang, he would become Lu Fan's sharpest blade embedded within the empire. The only complication lay with the one who had proposed this scheme, the master of the soul sect. Could Lu Fan place his trust in him? He could not be certain. The intentions of the soul sect's master were ambiguous. Whether he was genuinely committed to serving Lu Fan remained unclear. In terms of soul cultivation, Lu Fan undoubtedly fell short. Should the master manipulate Lu Fan's soul, he might not even be aware of it. Therefore, prior to the full initiation, Lu Fan needed to gauge the master's intentions. "Master of the soul sect, I have yet to inquire your name. Forgive my rudeness. I am called Elder Xuanji. You may refer to me as Xian Lao. I understand your apprehensions, and rest assured, if you are reluctant to trust me, I can impart the method for inscribing the soul mark to your disciples. It's hardly a complicated task," seemingly aware of Lu Fan's concerns. The man who called himself Elder Xuanji proactively alleviated the confusion in Lu Fan's heart. Having reached this juncture, what more could Lu Fan say? He could only steel himself for the task ahead. After all, the more doubt Lu Fan displayed, the greater the likelihood of calamity. "Master of the soul sect, we shall commence now. Elder Xian, please proceed." Lu Fan nodded, and Elder Xuanji gently closed his eyes, allowing Xian Lao to take control of the process. However, this procedure was devoid of any significant discomfort. Although Elder Xuanji had extracted a portion of Lu Fan's soul, Lu Fan felt no adverse effects, instead experiencing a refreshing clarity. Conversely, Lin Ping was far less fortunate. The foreign soul invading his being inflicted excruciating pain, nearly causing him to faint. After all, Lin Ping's body instinctively rejected Lu Fan as an intruder, yet Elder Xuanji firmly restrained Lin Ping's form, binding Lu Fan's fragment of soul like a shackle upon Lin Ping's own, tightly entwining it. This sensation of confinement rendered Lin Ping exceedingly uncomfortable. As a cultivator of the nascent soul realm, he had become a mere prisoner, a pawn at the whims of another. Were it anyone else, feelings of resentment would be inevitable. Yet such indignation served no purpose. To preserve his life, Lin Ping had no choice but to comply with Lu Fan's directives. As time waned, after approximately 2 hours, this protracted ordeal finally drew to a close. With Elder Xuanji retracting his spiritual energy, Lin Ping succumbed to unconsciousness. It was a normal occurrence for those inscribed with a soul mark to lapse into a brief stupor. There was no need for concern, Master Lude. He would awaken in about an hour. I see. Then I shall rest easy. Lu Fan nodded and instructed that Lin Ping be taken away. As for Lu Fan himself, though he felt no immediate harm, he reluctantly complied with Elder Xuanji's insistence to rest briefly. Thus, it seemed the event was nearing its conclusion, but not quite. After all, what lay before Lu Fan was the challenge of ensuring Lin Ping could withstand the Emperor of Liang's wrath upon his return, and survive. At the very least, Lin Ping could not return empty-handed, lest he meet a certain death. Lu Fan understood the Emperor to be meticulous and unforgiving. Should anything go awry, he would not hesitate to strike. The Great Liang had just lost 18 nascent soul cultivators. The Emperor's fury was all too predictable. As the sole survivor among their ranks, Lin Ping would undoubtedly become the target of the emperor's wrath. The question of how to ensure Lin Ping's survival was indeed a formidable dilemma. Since Lin Ping could not return empty-handed, some sacrifices would undoubtedly be necessary. However, regarding the potential sacrifices, Lu Fan found himself at a loss. After all, the ranks of the Tianjin sect were sparse, each member invaluable. Unable to withstand such losses that in contrast, the others were mere opportunists, swaying with the wind. They could certainly be of assistance in times of plenty. Yet offering aid in times of need, ridiculous. Your life matters, but mine does not. If all else fails, I shall have to accompany Lin Ping myself. After much contemplation, Lu Fan could conceive of no other solution. Ultimately, with his strength, escaping would pose little difficulty. As long as Lin Ping brought him back, Lu Fan's mission would be fulfilled, and his subsequent escape would not be Lin Ping's concern. With this thought, Lu Fan could not devise a better plan. However, it must be said that for Lu Fan, the great Liang now resembled a den of dragons and tigers. The emperor of Liang harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu Fan, wishing nothing more than to flay him alive. Thus, prior to embarking on this journey, Lu Fan had to make certain preparations. Otherwise, should he remain in the great Liang, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 38. Departure. Master Lu, do you truly intend to take this perilous risk and accompany Lin Ping back to the great Liang? Within the Sword Spirit sect, Lu Fan's disciples and those who leaned towards him were all filled with confusion. Having just escaped the jaws of death, now he intended to return willingly. Was that not akin to walking into a trap? Moreover, while Lu Fan was formidable, could he truly surpass the entirety of the great Liang? Escaping from such a stronghold teeming with powerhouses was no trivial task. The last time, it was only due to a lapse in the emperor's vigilance and a myriad of other factors, such as the emperor's desire to recruit Lu Fan, that he had managed to escape unscathed. Should such a scenario repeat itself, who could guarantee the same outcome? Thus, when Lu Fan proposed this course of action, he faced unanimous opposition, particularly from Elder Xuanji, who even flushed with anger in his attempts to dissuade Lu Fan. Yet, did Lu Fan not consider their concerns? Alas, for Lin Ping's survival, he found himself with no better alternative. Esteemed colleagues, I comprehend your sentiments, yet for Lin Ping's sake, my resolve is unwavering. Please, no further objections. To Lu Fan. All their worries seemed futile. After all, what would transpire in the future was beyond anyone's knowledge. Furthermore, it was possible that Lady Luck would once again smile upon Lu Fan, granting him a safe escape. Although the great Liang was fraught with peril, it was not devoid of avenues for survival. Observing that they could not dissuade Lu Fan, the others could only shake their heads in resignation. With preparations complete, Lu Fan adjusted himself to peak condition, and Lin Ping finally awakened, ready to embark on their journey back to the great Liang. However, the journey unfolded rather unexpectedly. That Lu Fan had anticipated that after being inscribed with Elder Xuanji's soul mark, Lin Ping would become little more than a soulless automaton, with all actions dictated by Lu Fan. Yet, it appeared Lu Fan had overestimated the situation. At present, Lin Ping exhibited no signs of alteration. His speech and demeanor remained entirely unremarkable. Perhaps only those closest to him might detect a subtle difference. Unfortunately for Lu Fan, straightforward Lin Ping had no close friends, which spared him from many potential complications. Accompanying Lin Ping back to the great Liang, they arrived at the imperial city 2 days later. Along the way, Lin Ping had suggested on multiple occasions that they should reconsider their return. However, each time, Lu Fan had firmly rejected his pleas. The soul mark had already been inscribed. Returning now would render their efforts futile. Moreover, should they achieve their objective, it would significantly bolster not only Lu Fan, but also the growth of the Sword Spirit sect. Upon entering the imperial city, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, that he could distinctly sense that the moment he stepped into the city, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of spiritual energies locked onto him, including several formidable beings of the transformation stage. Such a grand reception truly flattered him. With a cold chuckle, Lu Fan began to survey his surroundings, that if the guards in the imperial city of Daliang were this formidable, then he must devise a strategy for himself at this moment. It is worth mentioning that before Lu Fan could even step into the imperial palace, the emperor of Liang had already made his appearance, standing before him. There, on the once imposing visage, a sinister smile crept forth. as he fixed his penetrating gaze upon Lu Fan and coldly proclaimed, "Lu Fan, we meet again. Rest assured, this will certainly not be our last encounter. Who knows, Lin Ping? Take Lu Fan into the court. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." "Oh, what urgent business does Lin Qing have?" "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission and brought Lu Fan back, but during the battle, I was wounded by Lu Fan, depleting my vital energy. If I do not recover soon, it may jeopardize my foundation." Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Liang hastily ordered the imperial physician to examine Lin Ping's condition. However, the examination seemed more like a means to ascertain whether Lin Ping was lying. When the physician nodded in acknowledgement, the Emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Lin Qing, your health is paramount. I still rely on you to accomplish greater feats for De Liang." To be frank, the Emperor had not anticipated that Lin Ping would actually succeed in bringing Lu Fan back. Although the cost was somewhat high, it was a price that the Emperor could certainly accept. He commanded others to temporarily confine Lu Fan in the prison, while he feigned concern, personally escorting Lin Ping to his residence, repeatedly urging him to rest well. Although Lin Ping found this nauseating, he had no choice but to accept it with a forced smile. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, who had arrived at the De Liang prison, began his preparations. Now that he had achieved his objective, Lin Ping had become a hero of De Liang by bringing him back. He could escape without implicating Lin Ping. However, before making his move, he needed to observe further. After all, escaping from the De Liang prison was not as simple as it seemed. Chapter 39. Almost encountering danger. "Hey brother, do you know? You shouldn't have taken over my affairs." Lu Fan jested as he entered the prison. At these words, the appointed individual turned around, sneering, "Why? Do you really think you still have a chance to escape from here? Who knows? Perhaps in the next moment. I have already fled, or perhaps it is right now." As he spoke, Lu Fan suddenly shattered the iron handcuffs forged from meteorite metal. The sight left the man utterly astonished, gasping in disbelief. It is known how resilient meteorite metal is. It can even withstand the impact of cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Yet, this meteorite handcuff was shattered by Lu Fan. Wait, the man realized he was no match for Lu Fan. However, in this prison, how could he find assistance? After all, those here were all enemies of De Liang, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Emperor. Thus, when they witnessed Lu Fan breaking free from the handcuffs, a thunderous cheer erupted. "Wait, Lu Fan, this has nothing to do with me. I was merely following the Emperor's orders to bring you to the prison." The earlier bravado vanished, and the man's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable as he retreated continuously. It was futile. 19 nascent soul cultivators had been ordered to capture Lu Fan, yet he had slain 18 of them. Such strength was beyond what a nameless individual like him could contend with. Even before Lu Fan could make a move, a puddle of foul-smelling yellow liquid flowed from the man's nether regions. Seeing this, Lu Fan sneered, "Rest assured, I won't lay a hand on you." As his words fell, Lu Fan suddenly drew his long sword, slicing open all the prison doors around him, continuing, "However, I cannot guarantee what will happen to them." Observing the multitude of fierce individuals, each filled with hatred for the Emperor, the man finally understood how foolish it was to eagerly volunteer for this task. As he watched those who had languished in the prison for years, even decades, tear him to shreds, Lu Fan did not intervene. Or rather, there was no need to. Now, Lu Fan's sole concern was how to escape the prison and flee to Liang. The prisoners held the key to his escape. "Esteemed individuals, congratulations. You are about to regain your freedom. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your benefactor, Lu Fan, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect." Lu Fan had an inkling that by skillfully utilizing some of the criminals, escaping from De Liang would be a piece of cake. Thus, before setting off, he needed to instill hope in them. Lu Fan certainly did not expect them to recognize him. After all, being locked in this pitch-black dungeon, merely remembering how to converse was already quite an achievement. "Why not join me in breaking out of this prison, escaping De Liang, gathering strength, and one day avenging ourselves against De Liang?" To be honest, Lu Fan did not expect these individuals, stripped of their fighting spirit by the prison, to accept his proposal. After all, given the Emperor's temperament, those who had survived in this prison were likely to have chosen submission long ago. Lu Fan only hoped that more people would escape the prison alongside him, thereby alleviating some of his burden. Fortunately, about a dozen individuals silently followed behind him. However, just as Lu Fan was about to leave the prison, a new problem presented itself to Tob Frank. Lu Fan nearly lost his way in the vast De Liang prison. He had thought that by retracing his steps, he could find his way out, but reality proved him overly optimistic. Although he remembered every detail of his arrival, he still found himself lost, and no matter where he ventured or which passage he took. All paths led to dead ends, that is, for those who had not breathed fresh air for years or even decades. He could hardly rely on them for guidance. However, since he could not find a way, he would carve his own path. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan drew his long sword, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged forth, elevating his might. The spirit sword danced in his hand. And then in a blinding flash of white light, the iron wall before Lu Fan was cleaved into fragments, as if it were mere tofu. The long-awaited sunlight poured into the prison, seemingly awakening their most primal desire, freedom. Having been trapped here for so long, they had never even imagined that one day they could escape. Alas, waiting for them, besides the fresh air and warm sunlight, were the armies of De Liang and the Emperor's wrath. Lu Fan, gazing at Lu Fan, the Emperor's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, but he had long sensed that something was amiss. Why had Lu Fan been captured? He had suffered no injuries, yet Lin Ping was gravely wounded. Logically, Lin Ping should have returned in defeat. The Emperor had considered the possibility of a conspiracy, yet he did not believe that Lu Fan had the audacity to infiltrate De Liang alone. He could only attribute it to Lin Ping's extraordinary abilities. However, it now appeared that things were far from simple. Lu Fan was undoubtedly harboring some ulterior motive for willingly allowing himself to be captured by Lin Ping. At this moment, the more pressing question was whether Lin Ping was involved in this scheme. The Emperor had inquired of the physician regarding Lin Ping's condition. The physician's reply indicated that Lin Ping was on the brink of having his foundation destroyed, rendering him an ordinary person incapable of further cultivation. It was precisely for this reason that the Emperor had chosen Lin Ping. After all, if this were a conspiracy, the stakes were exceedingly high. At this juncture, the Emperor had no time to ponder other matters. He absolutely had to keep Lu Fan here. Lu Fan's repeated challenges to him and to the very foundations of De Liang were intolerable. In an instant, the army and cultivators surrounded Lu Fan. With a mere command from the Emperor, they would surge towards Lu Fan like a tidal wave, tens of thousands against a motley crew hastily assembled. And the outcome seemed apparent at a glance. Even Lu Fan, facing such overwhelming numbers, could not be certain he would break through the encirclement. Yet circumstances are shaped by human effort. With this thought, Lu Fan bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy, concentrating it in his legs. Then, with a thunderous roar, the ground cracked beneath him, and Lu Fan soared forth like a cannonball into the throng of people. As for those who had followed Lu Fan, they had initially done so of their own volition, hoping to escape with him. However, faced with this formidable scene, most retreated. Only one remained, his expression resolute, determination etched in his features, steadfastly following Lu Fan into the fray. Lu Fan naturally noticed him, astounded by his formidable strength. Despite being merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, his aura was no less impressive than Lu Fan's. The two charged into the crowd like ferocious tigers among sheep, leaving a trail of slaughter in their wake. Lu Fan's long sword gleamed with sharpness, dispatching all who dared to obstruct him. Yet, what lies beneath the surface of the great beam is far from merely this. Soon, two figures of the transformation realm blocked Lu Fan's path to the individual that we serve the decree of the Liang Emperor to execute you. If you cease your struggles, perhaps we can grant you a swift end. Relying on your age and experience, you think you can kill me? Come and try. Lu Fan scoffed coldly, showing no sign of retreat. You are merely courting your own demise. As he spoke, one of the transformation realm cultivators unleashed a palm strike, summoning a pair of ethereal hands from the void to grasp at Lu Fan. Heavenly mechanism hand. Restrain. Such theatrics. Faced with the fierce onslaught, Lu Fan instead charged forward, his sword erupting with blinding brilliance. With his eyes slightly closed, he transformed into a sharp sword aura, tearing apart the ethereal hands. Simultaneously, the resolute man following Lu Fan let out a muffled grunt, igniting fiery, spiritual energy within him. In the next moment, the flames consumed the ethereal hands entirely. The attack from the Transformation Realm cultivators was effortlessly neutralized. However, undeterred by a failed strike, the duo gathered their spiritual energy once more to strike at Lu Fan. Their mission was to impede and slay Lu Fan. The other individual was of no consequence that a deep azure energy filled the space around them, runes floating and spiritual chains intertwining, forming a great cage to encompass Lu Fan. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Fan let out a cold chuckle and drew his sword to break the formation. Yet, to his astonishment, the cage proved remarkably sturdy, resisting even his most powerful strike. Fortunately, at that moment, the resolute man did not choose to stand idly by. He understood that if Lu Fan fell here, he too would be unable to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, the man unleashed his full cultivation, charging towards the cage like a rainbow piercing the sun. No matter how you resist, it is all in vain. The Transformation Realm cultivator sneered, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, this formation is the result of our diligent research, capable of restraining even Transformation Realm cultivators, making it a simple task to block Lu Fan's path. Lu Fan, surrender, as you cannot escape death. Since death is inevitable, I shall fight with all my might. Lu Fan laughed heartily, then drew blood from his fingertip, letting it drip onto the sword blade. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged from the Spirit Sword. Spirit Sword, unleash! As the words fell, Lu Fan soared into the sky, colliding with the cage, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled outward, sweeping away everything in its vicinity. Disastrous. He is breaking free. With a resounding boom, Lu Fan burst into the air, shattering the formation. The Transformation Realm duo furrowed their brows, astonished by the sight. They had previously used this formation to trap countless nascent soul cultivators, and it was not uncommon for Transformation Realm cultivators to fall at their hands. Of course, some had broken through the formation, but for someone to accomplish this in such a brief moment was unprecedented. However, the duo quickly regained their composure. What if he breaks through the formation? As fellow Transformation Realm cultivators, can we truly fear Lu Fan? With this thought, one of them sneered, launching himself towards Lu Fan. Close combat. Hi, Lu Fan, fear not the clash of blades. Drawing his long sword, Lu Fan shouted, his spiritual energy surging forth, enveloping the blade in a sharp, cold light clang. A crisp sound resonated as Lu Fan's sword clashed with the heavy blade of the Transformation Realm cultivator. Sparks flying. Not bad, the cultivator remarked, a mocking glint in his eyes to TO him. Lu Fan's ability to withstand his attack must solely rely on the might of his weapon. Unaware that as the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Fan had already grasped the true essence of the sword path. Indeed, at the very least, it surpasses your broken blade by a considerable margin. Ah, but that matters not, for soon he shall belong to me. Then you must possess the ability to claim him. As the words fell, Lu Fan twisted his waist, forcing back the Transformation Realm cultivator, then condensed a sword aura of 100 feet before cleaving towards him. The sword aura was incredibly sharp, capable of piercing the heavens and slaying immortals. It was unthinkable for a Transformation Realm cultivator to confront it head-on. Sensing the danger, the cultivator retreated hastily, barely avoiding the strike. Perhaps feeling humiliated by being forced back, the red-faced Transformation cultivator glared at Lu Fan. You insolent brat, you have thoroughly infuriated me. Today, you shall die here. Why waste words? If you wish to fight, then let us. Lu Fan flicked his sword, weaving intricate patterns in the air, before lunging forward, wrapping around the Transformation Realm cultivator like a relentless shadow. The sword is a gentleman's weapon. The knife is king of all weapons. The sword master relies on skill to defeat his foe with speed. The knife master wields strength, overwhelming and forceful, to combat a king of weapons with a gentleman's weapon. Lu Fan must unleash his advantages to the fullest. Otherwise, a single cut could cost him his life. The knife of the Transformation Realm cultivator was exceptionally ruthless, each strike seeming capable of tearing apart the fabric of space. This compelled Lu Fan to exercise utmost caution. Seeing this, the other Transformation cultivator could no longer hold back and chose to intervene. After all, should Lu Fan continue to drain their strength, it was entirely possible that he could perish here. With this thought, he gathered his spiritual energy and charged at Lu Fan. At that moment, The resolute man also sprang into action. Looking at Lu Fan, a complex glimmer flashed in his eyes that I asked his savior. He felt compelled to assist. Moreover, he shared a history of enmity with these two transformation realm cultivators. Resolutely, he let out a muffled grunt as overwhelming flames surged forth, consuming the attack of the other cultivator. You dare to bully the weak, to fight with numbers? You are unworthy of being a transformation realm cultivator. Your opponent is me. You are courting death. I am indeed courting death. What will you do about it? With that, the resolute man soared forward, launching a powerful punch enveloped in blazing flames, as if capable of melting the very void. How dare a firefly contend with the bright moon? You may have but one to fight. But we are different. What do you possess to challenge us? Whether I can defeat you, I must at least give it a try, then allow me to demonstrate with facts. As he spoke, the man waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that scattered the raging flames. Great heavenly finger. With a single pointed finger, it shot forth like a rainbow, piercing the sun, carrying immense force towards the resolute man. Seeing this, the resolute man dared not underestimate the attack and quickly dodged before retaliating with his own spiritual energy. In that instant, a fierce battle erupted one-on-one, in a fiery clash. Yet, observing the entire scene, the Liang Emperor's brow furrowed deeply. Despite Lu Fan and the other being suppressed by the transformation realm cultivators of Daliang, the Emperor remained anxious, as if sensing an impending change. This cannot stand. Lu Fan must die without fail. With that thought, the Emperor bellowed, "You two, swiftly suppress Lu Fan." With their superior commanding officer issuing a final ultimatum, the two transformation realm cultivators dared not delay, unleashing their strongest powers against Lu Fan. Feeling cornered, Lu Fan could only evade. However, in a moment of carelessness, he was struck by the back of the transformation cultivator's knife, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! Struggling to rise, Lu Fan coughed lightly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. That blow had caused his internal energies to surge chaotically, nearly leading to his demise. The solid foundation of the transformation realm truly was formidable. Until he personally experienced it, Lu Fan finally understood the difference a solid foundation made. At the very least, while the battle had raged on, Lu Fan's energy had been significantly depleted, while the two cultivators showed no signs of fatigue. Watching the two, who seemed to have victory in hand, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. To be honest, if Lu Fan were to confront transformation realm cultivators head-on, especially two at once, he truly felt somewhat powerless. Even with the resolute man aiding him, it was still exceedingly challenging. Merely fending off their attacks required all his strength, let alone counterattacking. Moreover, Lu Fan's own energy was dwindling. If this continued, it was likely he would not escape. A swift resolution was imperative. Yet, despite this, Lu Fan could not find a suitable opportunity for a counterattack. Perhaps it was because the two transformation realm cultivators were twin brothers, sharing a deep connection. Often, a mere glance sufficed for them to understand each other's intentions. As a result, whether it was Lu Fan's or the other man's attacks, they were seamlessly intercepted. The situation had become exceedingly precarious. Crouching on the ground, Lu Fan endeavored to restore his spiritual energy, while the other remained standing, filled with combat fervor. Indeed, 3 years prior, he had been captured by this pair of transformation realm brothers and brought to Daliang. Initially, the brothers had coveted his cultivation method, but upon failing to seize it, they resorted to this drastic measure. Throughout those 3 years, he had never slackened in his training, growing stronger each day, all in preparation for the day he would seek revenge. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Yet, he remained too weak that in Daliang's prison, there were no resources for cultivation. Relying solely on the thin spiritual energy drifting through the air was utterly insufficient for a breakthrough. This explained why, with his potential, he had failed to advance in 3 years. Nevertheless, there are indeed advantages, as it has established a solid foundation for him, making him no less formidable even against those in the transformation realm. Jiang Qingyi, heed our brotherly advice. If you surrender your cultivation techniques, we shall allow you to depart unscathed. Why resort to such treasonous acts? Treasonous? You captured me indiscriminately and imprisoned me for a full 3 years. How can I ever repay that time lost? Stubborn fool. Do you not see the situation clearly? The one you rely upon, Lu Fan, is destined to perish here today. Do you truly wish to accompany him to death? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyi let out a cold laugh and replied, Rely upon? Why would I, Jiang Qingyi, need to depend on anyone? My greatest reliance is myself. For 3 years, I have been consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Imagining countless scenarios of slaying you two today, having finally obtained this opportunity, I shall fight to the bitter end. As his words fell, Jiang Qingyi emitted a low grunt, and a torrent of blazing flames manifested around him, enveloping him entirely. At this sight, not only were the Transformation Brothers taken aback, but even Lu Fan could not help but feel astonished. Since his rebirth, this was the first time Lu Fan had witnessed such a type of technique. It was as though he had transformed his own body into a magical artifact. Indeed, at its core, Jiang Qingyi's technique was quite comprehensible. It merely involved solidifying spiritual energy and attaching it to his physical form. This was not particularly rare, as Lu Fan often infused spiritual energy into his blades. However, attaching it to one's own body was not a feat everyone could accomplish, at the very least. The excruciating pain from solidifying spiritual energy onto one's body was not something an ordinary person could endure. Furthermore, Jiang Qingyi's technique transformed spiritual energy into raging flames. Even now, Jiang Qingyi was suffering under the searing heat of the flames. The extent of his agony was beyond Lu Fan's imagination. At this moment, Jiang Qingyi seemed to sense Lu Fan's thoughts. Turning to him with a light chuckle, It's of no consequence. I am unfazed. Jiang Qingyi held a degree of admiration for Lu Fan. After all, it was the Transformation Brothers who had ensnared him using that formation, leaving him powerless to escape, resulting in a futile waste of spiritual energy and ultimately being captured like a turtle in a jar. Yet today, Lu Fan accomplished what Jiang Qingyi had been unable to achieve, breaking through the formation with his nascent soul cultivation. This single feat was enough for Jiang Qingyi to form a bond with him. Moreover, they shared the same goal, to escape the Great Liang and seek vengeance against it. Thus, Jiang Qingyi would never allow, at least not now, for Lu Fan to come to any harm, despite his reluctance to admit it. Lu Fan was indeed more powerful than Jiang Qingyi. Whether they could leave the Great Liang depended solely on Lu Fan. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qingyi approached Lu Fan and said, I will intercept all attacks for you. All you need to do is exert your utmost effort to slay these two. Thank you, but there's no need for you to do that. It's no trouble. This is my own choice. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude. At this juncture, there was no alternative for Lu Fan but to give his all. Chapter 43, To the Bitter End. Part 2. While defense may not be Lu Fan's strong suit, when it comes to unleashing a desperate offensive, he would certainly not disappoint Jiang Qingyi. However, the Transformation Brothers seemed intent on denying Lu Fan this opportunity. Before he could make a move, they charged at him simultaneously. One wielded a long blade, while the other surged with spiritual energy, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet, in the face of their imminent assault, Lu Fan did not evade. Instead, he sat down, recovering his spiritual energy and regaining his composure. Though he had known Jiang Qingyi for only a few hours, Lu Fan was willing to believe that Jiang Qingyi would shield him from every attack. There was no specific reason. Lu Fan simply chose to trust Jiang Qingyi. If pressed for a reason, perhaps it was merely a matter of affinity. Jiang Qingyi, too, proved that Lu Fan's trust was not misplaced. As the Transformation Brothers' attacks rained down, Jiang Qingyi proactively engaged, delivering a swift kick that forced the long-bladed assailant back, followed by a punch that engulfed the other's strike in a torrent of flames, incinerating it. This opportunity I have waited 3 years for. How could I let him slip away just like that? 3 years ago, you were no match for us, brothers, and 3 years later, the outcome shall be the same. How can you know without trying? Upon hearing this, the Transformation Brothers' expressions darkened further. This statement utterly provoked their ire. How can you know without trying? Do you take us for mere stepping stones? Very well. Jiang Qingyi, since you desire death so fervently, we shall send you on your way. Take your techniques with you to the grave. As the words left their lips, the two joined forces, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy. In an instant, a tempest erupted from the void. A pair of shadowy hands emerged, grasping a long blade of spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye, it descended upon Jiang Qingyi with tremendous force. Lotus of Hellfire, faced with the full-force strike of the Transformation Brothers, Jiang Qingyi no longer concealed his power. This Lotus of Hellfire was his strongest attack within his domain. Jiang Qingyi had intended to use it to severely injure or even eliminate the two. However, now, to create an opportunity for Lu Fan, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card prematurely. As the shadowy hands approached, Jiang Qingyi shouted, unleashing his spiritual energy, which coalesced into a flaming lotus in the heavens. Pure and immaculate. This was the only impression the Transformation Brothers had of this attack. The temperature in the air soared, until the lotus blossomed, unleashing scorching tongues of fire that collided with the shadowy hands. To speak honestly, Jiang Qingyi found it exceedingly arduous to withstand. After all, it was the combined assault of two Transformation Realm cultivators. The mere fact that Jiang Qingyi had not been obliterated was a testament to his strength. Now, Jiang Qingyi's complexion was flushed, gritting his teeth, enduring with all his might, solely to buy Lu Fan more time. However, this was not the scenario the Transformation Brothers wished to see. Ding Qinglong, Ding Qinghu, is this all the prowess you possess? A voice rang out, jolting the two brothers back to reality. Jiang Qingyi, you shall pay for this. Having their dignity challenged, the brothers could no longer contain their fury, and the impact of the shadowy hands intensified. At this sight, Jiang Qingyi could not help but grin. Let you expend some of your spiritual energy. It will only increase Lu Fan's chance of success. Ding Qinglong, Ding Qinghu, 3 years ago, you two forcibly brought me to the Great Liang and cast me into the dungeons. Did you ever think this day would come? Jiang Qingyi, you overestimate Lu Fan. After all, he is merely a fledgling in the Transformation Realm. How can you know without trying? I shall await you both below. Indeed, Jiang Qingyi understood that he had reached the end of his tether. When the last vestiges of spiritual energy within him were exhausted, it would signify his demise. However, though he would not witness the death of Ding Qinglong and Ding Qinghu, this was already sufficient. Just as Lu Fan chose to trust Jiang Qingyi also believed that Lu Fan could achieve this. At that moment, Jiang Qingyi's spiritual energy depleted, the Lotus of Hellfire dissipated, and the shadowy hands reached for him. However, in this dire moment, Lu Fan made his move. Having finally restored himself to perfection, Lu Fan's mind stirred, and he swiftly appeared before Jiang Qingyi. Thank you. Now it's my turn. Lu Fan, slay them. As you wish. Lu Fan drew his long sword, executing the cloud ascension technique, rising into the air with a smile, addressing Ding Qinglong and Ding Qinghu. Are you ready to face the full force of a fledgling in the Transformation Realm? Such theatrics, Lu Fan. Do you think you can kill us? We brothers have faced countless formidable foes and ancient monsters, yet we still stand here. What makes you think you possess the right to slay us? How can you know without trying? As Lu Fan spoke, he tightened his grip on the sword, letting out a grunt as he swung it, weaving a net of blades that shattered the shadowy hands into fragments. In the realm of ultimate freedom, even the sword of iron dares to cleave the heavens. With his words echoing, they resounded throughout the cosmos. Following closely was Lu Fan's razor-sharp strike. Chapter 44, Aid from Afar. Dazzling and piercing. This was the final impression that Ding Qinglong and Ding Qinghu had of Lu Fan's attack. As the long sword descended, the brothers suddenly realized the scene before them was drenched in blood. In the next instant, they both beheld a sight beyond belief. A headless corpse. At this moment, Ding Qinglong and Ding Qinghu finally comprehended that they had been decapitated by Lu Fan. How is this possible? He is merely a fledgling in the Transformation Realm. How could he? This thought became the last remnant of their consciousness, and soon, filled with resentment and regret, they collapsed forever. Witnessing this scene, everyone, including Jiang Qingyi, gasped in astonishment, utterly shocked. To achieve victory and slay two formidable Transformation Realm cultivators while merely at the early stage of transformation was nothing short of miraculous. Has the world changed? Gazing at Lu Fan's figure, the Liang Emperor's eyes blazed with fury. Lu Fan, why? Why do you persist in challenging my limits time and again? Transformation Realm cultivators are not to be trifled with. They are exceedingly rare beings, with only a handful existing throughout the Great Liang. The death of two in a single blow was undoubtedly a grievous blow to the Great Liang. Kill. I demand you to kill Lu Fan. Whoever can slay Lu Fan shall be rewarded with techniques and resources. Under the weight of gold, courageous souls are bound to emerge. Even if the possibility is minuscule, one would still attempt it. Such is the nature of greed and humanity. Faced with an overwhelming tide of responsibilities, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, his complexion pallid, not from fear, but rather due to the depletion of all his spiritual energy from the recent assault, leaving him in a state not much better than Jiang Qingyi. Had they both been at their peak, they would have easily countered the sea of adversaries. Yet, the circumstances have drastically changed. The mere act of ensuring their survival now loomed as a formidable challenge. Lu Fan and Jiang Qingyi found themselves confined to a limited space, deftly maneuvering while striving to replenish their spiritual energy. Yet, as the saying goes, even a master can fall prey to a chaotic flurry of blows. Despite their extensive battle experience, it was inevitable that they would sustain injuries amidst such a multitude. Soon, a long gash appeared on Jiang Qingyi's shoulder, inflicted by a saber, blood oozing forth in a delicate stream. Witnessing this, Lu Fan hastily pulled Jiang Qingyi back, exclaiming, "Do not rush. Your life is paramount. It matters not. Ding Qinglong and Ding Qinghu are dead. My vengeance is avenged, and I die without regrets." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan momentarily found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond, but he could sense that Jiang Qingyi was not jesting. Ironically, despite facing the combined assault of two transformation stage cultivators, Jiang Qingyi had yet to suffer a scratch, while now he was cornered by mere lackeys. Lu Fan could hardly muster any strength. The previous attack had drained him significantly. In an instant, the throng engulfed both Lu Fan and Jiang Qingyi. However, just as calamity seemed imminent, countless sword energies surged forth, cleaving the surrounding foes to pieces. "It is you!" Following the trajectory of the sword energy, Lu Fan's spirit soared. Indeed, the ones coming to their aid were none other than his cherished disciples and those willing to join the Tianjin sect to oppose the Great Liang. Elder Xian's predictions were truly remarkable. He had informed them that Master had successfully extricated himself, urging them to come here to assist. Thus, it can be said that my life is indeed a gift from Elder Xian. With that, Lu Fan chuckled lightly and glanced at Elder Xian to speak candidly. Receiving Elder Xian's assistance was undoubtedly Lu Fan's fortune. Otherwise, opposing someone capable of foreseeing the future would not be a wise endeavor. Fortunately, Elder Xian had chosen to side with Lu Fan. "Master, please take your rest. The next phase is entrusted to us." As the voice echoed, Elder Xian and his group approached Lu Fan, offering him restorative and healing elixirs. Lu Fan, unscathed, handed the elixirs to Jiang Qingyi. After all, had it not been for Jiang Qingyi, Lu Fan might not have endured until the arrival of the others. Out of both sentiment and reason, he could not afford to be petty. Sitting nearby, he watched the fierce battle unfold not far away, feeling an immense sense of gratification that in the current circumstances, though his disciples were few, their strength and cohesion left Lu Fan thoroughly satisfied. Conversely, Jiang Qingyi, upon realizing that the newcomers were from Lu Fan's faction, finally exhaled in relief. Jiang Qingyi accepted the hemostatic powder without hesitation, applying it to his wound. Though it stung a bit, he could distinctly feel his injury gradually healing. Yet this sudden turn of events seemed to confirm the unease of the Liang Emperor. He clenched his teeth, fixating his gaze on Lu Fan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. It seemed Lu Fan might indeed escape unscathed once more. For him, and for the entire Great Liang, this was undoubtedly a provocation to their dignity. "Charge! Ensure that Lu Fan is slain. Anyone who dares to retreat a step shall face my wrath." Chapter 45. Escape from Death. "Master, please rest well. The next phase is entrusted to us. Lord Lu, I have long stated that you should not have returned. Yet you would not heed my words. Now look what we have here. Such upheaval may irrevocably bind us in enmity with the Great Liang." As the words were spoken, Elder Xian stepped beside Lu Fan but the outcome remains favorable to Lu Fan slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. To speak truthfully, had it not been for Elder Xian and the others coming to his aid, Lu Fan might have truly been left behind. Indeed, executing that technique with his current cultivation was rather ambitious. Lu Fan offered a wry smile and turned to Jiang Qingyi, saying, "Fear not, we shall leave this place. Thank you for saving my life. I shall repay this debt in the future." "Ah, there is no need for such formalities. Had it not been for you, I would not have been able to slay those two transformation stage cultivators. We are even now." Lu Fan clapped Jiang Qingyi on the shoulder, saying this to be frank. Lu Fan held a considerable admiration for Jiang Qingyi. After all, not everyone could maintain their resolve and continue striving for improvement after experiencing such turmoil, all for the sake of a slim possibility. Should he manage to bring Jiang Qingyi under his wing, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon. Lu Fan contemplated, extending an olive branch to Jiang Qingyi. "So, what are your plans once we leave the Great Liang?" "I am uncertain. I do not know where I should go, or where my true home lies." Jiang Qingyi sighed softly, expressing the sentiment 3 years prior. Those two brothers had captured him and obliterated his last refuge, leaving Jiang Qingyi without support in this world, utterly alone. Thus, after avenging himself, he found himself ensnared in a web of confusion. Where should he go? What could he do? These questions incessantly plagued Jiang Qingyi. "Why not join my Tianjin sect, become an elder within our ranks? But I am utterly ignorant of swordsmanship. Joining the Tianjin sect as an elder would be unjust and untenable, likely leading to discontent." You need not fret over that. Lu Fan refrained from mentioning the fact that the Tianjin sect itself boasted few members, merely smiling and shaking his head, replying, "As the saying goes, there are those who come to the path first, and those who follow. While you may not excel in swordsmanship, your agility and capacity for refining spiritual energy are rare and invaluable talents. Would you not consider it?" Lu Fan gazed at Jiang Qingyi with hopeful anticipation. Yet the latter merely shook his head, saying, "I am sorry. I need to think it over, and owe rewards without effort. I already owe you my life, and how could I impose further burdens upon you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fan did not press the matter, recognizing that everyone has their own aspirations. "Nevertheless, whenever you wish to join my Tianjin sect, the doors shall always be open to you. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your understanding. It is truly an honor to have met you. You flatter me." Those words should be mine to say. Unlike the calm demeanor of Lu Fan and Jiang Qingyi, the Liang Emperor was seething with rage. It seemed that since Lu Fan's appearance, everything had changed. The once subservient factions of the Great Liang now continually challenged its authority. Especially Lu Fan, time and again, he had provoked the emperor, an affront that could not be tolerated. Yet, the current situation found the Great Liang's forces retreating at every turn, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of Elder Xian and his companions. It was likely that within half an hour, a breach would be torn in the encirclement, allowing Lu Fan to escape yet again. Damn it. Those useless fools, Ding Qinglong and Ding Qinghu. They were always causing trouble, and now I must clean up after them. Yet, they have been slain by a mere newcomer to the transformation stage. What utter disgrace! The once guaranteed victory had been shattered by the incompetence of the two brothers. The Liang Emperor felt as though he might flay them alive. Yet they were already dead. Now, he could only place all hope upon the army of the Great Liang, praying they could delay long enough for reinforcements from other transformation stage cultivators to arrive. Alas, Elder Xian seemed to have sensed the Emperor's intentions and had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Lu Fan's condition fully restored, he led Elder Xian and the others in one final charge. Drawing his sword, Lu Fan and Jiang Qingyi surged into the fray side by side. This time, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Just as Lu Fan had previously seemed so hesitant, now he struck with tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fan and Jiang Qingyi joined forces, tearing a gaping hole in the encirclement. As Lu Fan prepared to escape, the Liang Emperor found himself powerless to act. He could only fixate on Lu Fan's retreating figure, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Lu Fan, this time consider your victory. Next time we shall settle the score." Lu Fan laughed heartily, proclaiming this. Subsequently, Lu Fan led Elder Xian and his group through the breach, departing with an air of nonchalance, leaving only a receding silhouette behind. Chapter 46. A Surge in Power. Brother Lu, here shall suffice. Jiang Qingyi suddenly called out to Lu Fan, saying this. Are we to leave already? We are still within Great Liang territory. Understanding the underlying meaning in Jiang Qingyi's words, Lu Fan halted, letting out a soft sigh. Tio, speak frankly. If it were possible, Lu Fan truly wished to forcibly take Jiang Qingyi away with him. Yet, should he do so, how would he differ from Ding Qinglong and Ding Qinghu? He could only relent. Well, I do not intend to leave the Great Liang just yet. I have matters to attend to. However, rest assured, once I have arranged everything, I shall naturally seek you out at the Tianjin sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's anxious heart finally found solace. Since he was willing to join, it no longer mattered. After all, given Jiang Qingyi's strength, self-preservation within the Great Liang territory was hardly a concern, and Lu Fan need not worry that I end that case. I await your arrival at my Tianjin sect as an elder. It would be more respectful to comply with your wishes. With that, Jiang Qingyi let out a hearty laugh, clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell, and turned to depart. Indeed, it was not a matter of evasion. Jiang Qingyi genuinely had affairs to attend to. If his memory served him correctly, today marked the anniversary of Shuer's passing. Perhaps this was fate, allowing Jiang Qingyi to escape on this very day and achieve his revenge. Jiang Qingyi felt fortunate that he had insisted on escaping with Lu Fan. Had he hesitated like the others, he would likely have been captured and returned to the dark prison. He had truly had enough of those sunless days. After exchanging pleasantries, the two bid farewell and went their separate ways. However, on some future day, Lu Fan would feel grateful that he had insisted on bringing Jiang Qingyi along. After roughly an hour and a half, Lu Fan returned to Tianjin sect with Elder Xuanji and his entourage. Their journey in Great Liang had been fraught with peril, and Lu Fan had remained vigilant, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Therefore, upon returning to Tianjin sect, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep, oblivious to his surroundings. Observing this scene, the others understood and refrained from disturbing him, allowing him to sleep soundly. It was not until the third morning that Lu Fan finally awoke, and the first thing he did was indulge in a hearty meal. Despite having practiced fasting, which rendered him immune to hunger, he still relished the sensation of food sliding down his throat, a reassurance that he was indeed alive. After a brief wash, Lu Fan convened a meeting. However, though he called it a meeting, it was merely an opportunity to grant recognition to those willing to join Tianjin sect. Ultimately, they were merely allied with Tianjin sect rather than being absorbed into it. Only a handful were willing to relinquish their original standings to become elders of Tianjin sect, with Elder Xuanji being among them. On this matter, Lu Fan was somewhat perplexed. Given Elder Xuanji's prowess, it seemed he could easily ensure his own safety without joining Tianjin sect. After all, not to mention Elder Xuanji's adept soul cultivation techniques. His formidable prediction abilities could often turn misfortune into fortune. Hence, Lu Fan could not fathom the significance of Elder Xuanji's willingness to join him. Yet Elder Xuanji offered no explanation, merely smiling enigmatically. However, Lu Fan sensed that Elder Xuanji was concealing something from him. Nevertheless, since he was unwilling to disclose it, Lu Fan chose not to press further. He believed that when the time was right, Elder Xuanji would willingly reveal the reason. Thus, the matter concerning Great Liang came to a close. If Lu Fan were to evaluate the events, he would conclude that they were a mixed bag. He had narrowly escaped death while befriending Jiang Qingyi and gaining Elder Xuanji's assistance. Whether this was more beneficial or detrimental, Lu Fan could not be certain. However, one thing was clear. The overall strength of Tianjin sect had significantly escalated. Although the number of elders was nearly surpassing that of disciples, Lu Fan believed that the quality of disciples was far more valuable than mere quantity. With the alliance solidified under Lu Fan's leadership, the other factions gradually returned to their respective sects. It seemed as though life had once again regained its tranquility. Yet if only it were that simple. Before Lu Fan could enjoy a few days of peace, the unfortunate system promptly assigned him a new task: recruit 5 or more exceptionally talented disciples within a 3-month deadline. Upon completion, the system would bestow a special reward. Failure would result in the host being stripped of the system and returning to a life worse than that of pigs and dogs. Damn, so soon? Can't I have a few more days to rest? Lu Fan sighed and pinched his brow. Nevertheless, the system was correct. The current Tianjin sect was lacking in foundation compared to those long-established sects. and it was time to open the mountain gates and draw in fresh blood. Moreover, the events surrounding Great Liang had been brewing for some time, and Lu Fan's reputation resonated throughout Great Liang and its neighboring regions and factions. Lu Fan was determined that he could certainly recruit at least 5 exceptionally talented disciples. Not just 5, but 100 he could gather in the blink of an eye. Chapter 47. Elder Xuanji's predictions within his residence. Elder Xuanji sat cross-legged on the floor, his eyes gently closed. Before him, an intricate formation was etched, at the center of which lay a tortoise shell. Chanting incantations, Elder Xuanji directed a stream of spiritual energy onto the shell. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted within the room, followed closely by a thick fog. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. Elder Xuanji sighed softly, waved his hand to disperse the fog, stowed away the tortoise shell, and slowly rose to leave his residence. This marked his 3rd failed prediction attempt. The first time he attempted to foresee Lu Fan's future, he nearly faced a backlash and had to hastily conclude the session. The second time, the outcome indicated that Lu Fan would become a great calamity, leading to the destruction of this epoch. And now, the 3rd attempt had dissolved into nothingness. Elder Xuanji had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, even if he could not fully predict a person's future or past, he would at least glean some information. Yet with Lu Fan, he found himself utterly at a loss. It was as though something was obscuring Lu Fan's future. And should he attempt to force a prediction, Elder Xuanji might very well meet his demise. However, the more something was hidden, the more it piqued Elder Xuanji's curiosity. This was also part of the reason he chose to join Tianjin sect. He yearned to witness firsthand the heights to which this young man, whose future he could not even decipher, would ascend. Arriving at the sect master's pavilion, Elder Xuanji pushed open the door. Finding Lu Fan seated in a rocking chair, deep in thought about recruiting disciples. 5 disciples did not seem like a tall order, yet recruiting 5 exceptionally talented ones posed a challenge. After all, the system had not provided a clear standard for what constituted exceptional talent, leaving Lu Fan entirely in the dark. Fortunately, the annual enrollment competition was fast approaching, where countless sects would gather to absorb fresh talent. Lu Fan hoped to seize this opportunity to bolster the strength of Tianjin sect, that he believed that with Tianjin sect's current reputation, there would surely be individuals willing to join out of course. These were mere speculations. The true outcome would only reveal itself after the event. At that moment, Lu Fan suddenly noticed Elder Xuanji's arrival and quickly rose to greet him. Elder Xian, what brings you here? Sect Master, I merely came to observe. You need not concern yourself. Observe? Very well, make yourself at home. However, I must attend to a matter that has arisen with the second elder, Lu Fan replied, pushing the door open and striding out. Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure, a complex glimmer passed through Elder Xuanji's eyes as he approached the rocking chair, searching for a long time before finally discovering a hair, presumably fallen. Picking it up, Elder Xuanji's face brightened, and he hurried back to his residence to begin another prediction. This time, he placed Lu Fan's hair on the tortoise shell, channeling spiritual energy to pierce through the void. At last, the dense fog dissipated, revealing Lu Fan's future. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Before Elder Xuanji could comprehend more, a figure suddenly appeared, its eyes radiating a brilliant blue light. The figure drew a sword from its waist, and with a single stroke, it severed Elder Xuanji's prediction. This unexpected turn of events caught Elder Xuanji off guard. And before he could halt the prediction, he suffered a backlash. With a muffled groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who could that be, capable of severing the heavenly secrets? Elder Xuanji was utterly astonished, abandoning any thoughts of predicting Lu Fan's future. That person, that sword, was truly terrifying. He felt an instinctive sense that the individual could strike him down with a single swing across time. Elder Xuanji's heart raced. And just then a voice called out from outside. Elder Xian, are you there? Sect Master, what is it that you seek of me? Well, Elder, the second elder mentioned that tomorrow marks the commencement of the enrollment competition. I was wondering if you would accompany me to participate. Since the sect master does not find me unwelcome, I would naturally be willing to join you. That's splendid. We shall depart tomorrow morning. Lu Fan replied, setting the time, before turning to leave, that he was not particularly curious as to why Elder Xuanji had not opened the door to greet him, as the old man often spoke in cryptic terms about heavenly secrets and predictions, things Lu Fan could hardly comprehend. As long as Elder Xuanji was willing to accompany him, that was enough. Returning to the sect master's pavilion, Lu Fan sat in the rocking chair, lost in thought. Tianjin sect still felt too desolate. Lacking any semblance of liveliness that he hoped this time, they would not return empty-handed, that Lu Fan had already experienced shadows from past enrollment competitions, which had been nothing short of public executions for Tianjin sect. Only those of inferior aptitude, whom other sects are unwilling to accept, would reluctantly join the Heavenly Sword sect. Moreover, upon achieving even the slightest success, they would hastily depart. Yet, Lu Fan found himself utterly helpless in this regard. Chapter 48. Setting off for the recruitment conference. As the sun set and the moon rose, the cycle of day and night continued unabated. Before long, it was the dawn of the second day. Lu Fan hastily arose, summoned the Elder of Mysteries, and, once prepared, set off on his journey. This matter was crucial, as it pertained to whether Lu Fan would be stripped of his system, thus necessitating a proactive approach. After approximately 2 hours, Lu Fan and the Elder of Mysteries finally arrived at the venue for the recruitment conference. Unfortunately, the situation remained unchanged. Their Heavenly Sword sect still languished at the bottom tier of sections. However, fortune smiled upon them, for the Heavenly Sword sect had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even before the conference commenced, several leaders or elders from various factions approached Lu Fan, eager to curry favor with him. Naturally, Lu Fan did not decline, for an additional ally could open new avenues. To his surprise, before he could voice any objections, other factions clamored to reposition themselves, offering flattery about elevating the Heavenly Sword sect's ranking. Lu Fan, of course, welcomed this development with open arms. After all, being ranked last meant being the last to encounter those talented disciples. Thus, even if the Heavenly Sword sect boasted a stellar reputation, it might still fail to achieve its goals. Consequently, under the urging of the crowd, Lu Fan reluctantly ascended to the coveted first position, standing proudly at the forefront. Following this, the recruitment conference commenced. Hundreds, if not thousands, of young men and women surged in like a tidal wave, racing towards the sects of their dreams. Yet, in an unfortunate twist, despite Lu Fan standing at the forefront, the number of individuals approaching him was disappointingly scant. This was indeed perplexing. Why were they so reluctant to join the Heavenly Sword sect? Despite its newfound prominence and Lu Fan's demonstrated prowess, the sect remained overlooked and ignored. Elder Xian, we must recruit at least 5 exceptionally gifted disciples this time. 5. Sect Master, what exactly constitutes exceptionally gifted in your view? Even if you were to ask me, I would. Lu Fan sighed deeply, inwardly cursing the system for not providing even a rough standard. Just then, a young man approached Lu Fan. Excuse me, is this the Heavenly Sword sect? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan turned sharply, exclaiming, Indeed, this is the Heavenly Sword sect, and I am its master. However, before Lu Fan could revel in his excitement, he scrutinized the young man before him and discovered that he was ragged and emaciated, clearly not meeting the standards he desired. With your qualifications, I'm afraid you may not be suitable for admission into our Heavenly Sword sect. But Lu Fan, though not devoid of compassion, remained resolute. A task was a task, and until it was completed he would not yield. Otherwise, what difference would there be between the current Heavenly Sword sect and its former self? Just then, a voice echoed in Lu Fan's mind. Detected. This individual possesses an innate broken body, sword chi constitution. A rare find. It is recommended that the host accept him into the sect. Hearing this, Lu Fan promptly shifted his tone, stating, However, considering your earnestness, I shall begrudgingly accept you as a disciple. The words left his lips. A smile finally broke across the young man's face. Thank you, Master. Not at all. Elder Xian, please take and have a hearty meal, get him some new clothes, and then return to see me. Yes, Master. Though Elder Xian could not fathom Lu Fan's intentions, he complied with the directive. However, after this one disciple, Lu Fan found himself with no further gains throughout the first day of the recruitment conference, watching helplessly as other sects returned with bountiful results. Sighing, Lu Fan could only hope for better fortunes the following day that he and Elder Xian, along with the young man, found an inn to rest for the night. Upon inquiry, Lu Fan learned that the young man's name was Zhang Zhuijuan. Hailing from a nearby village, due to a devastating flood the previous year, Zhang Zhuojuan had lost his parents and was left utterly destitute, reduced to the status of a beggar. Upon arriving here and hearing about the recruitment conference, he hoped to chance upon an opportunity to join a sect and secure a means of sustenance. What Zhang Zhuojuan had not anticipated was that he would indeed be accepted by a sect. After all, he had no spiritual energy within him, and any sect that encountered him would typically hasten him away. Only the master of the Heavenly Sword sect was willing to take him in, providing him with food and new garments to at this. Zhang Zhuojuan's eyes grew misty as he gazed at Lu Fan. The latter seemed to notice Zhang Zhuojuan's gaze and turned to ruffle his hair, saying, "A man does not shed tears lightly. From now on, I shall be your master. Should you face any grievances, speak to me, and I shall seek justice for you. Do you understand? By the way, I still do not know your name." Zhang Zhuojuan. The young man wiped away the tears from his waist and looked at the man before him, who was poised to change his life, offering a faint smile. Chapter 49. Am I a genius? Zhang Zhuojuan. Since you have pledged yourself as my disciple, you are no longer the timid person of yore. You must believe in yourself. You are exceptional, truly exceptional. You are a genius. Am I truly a genius? Zhang Zhuojuan appeared somewhat bewildered as he gazed at Lu Fan. To be honest, he struggled to believe Lu Fan's words. After all, if he were genuinely a genius, how could he have fallen so low? Why had no reclusive master sought him out to take him as their disciple? Lu Fan must be offering empty consolation, he thought. However, Lu Fan's explanation compelled Zhang Zhuojuan to acknowledge the reality that he might indeed be a genius. Zhang Zhuojuan, do you think I accepted you as my disciple out of pity? There are countless individuals in this world who are homeless and starving. I am not a paragon of virtue. If I were, I could not possibly save them all. Therefore, if I had not recognized your potential, I would not have spared you a glance, just like those others. Indeed, perhaps you perceive my words as lacking compassion. But having experienced the fall of your family, you should understand human nature. At the very least, I shall not engage in a losing proposition. Since I am investing in you, you must provide returns. Do you comprehend? Listening to Lu Fan's words, Zhang Zhuojuan hesitated, finding it difficult to disagree, yet unable to voice his thoughts, leaving him standing there in a daze. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Zhuojuan finally spoke. That is not the case, Master. Everyone possesses the capacity for great kindness without seeking returns. For instance, when I was wandering, I encountered an elderly couple who, had it not been for their generosity, I might have perished from hunger on the streets. They did not expect anything in return. Their aim was to evoke gratitude from you. Do you not understand this? No one is inherently good to you without reason, myself included. That is not how it is. Oh, you may counter my argument with your perspective. Zhang Zhuojuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head, stating, I do not know how to articulate my thoughts, but I will prove through my actions that there are indeed pure-hearted individuals in this world. I shall wait and see. Lu Fan chuckled lightly, ruffling Zhang Zhuojuan's hair, that in truth, Lu Fan's intent in making such statements was merely to help the kind-hearted Zhang Zhuojuan understand the importance of discernment. But he inadvertently ignited Zhang Zhuojuan's competitive spirit. Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, this very action would have significant repercussions in the future. Returning to their lodgings, Lu Fan contemplated for a while before ultimately selecting a peach-wood sword and the sect's foundational sword technique to present to Zhang Zhuojuan. After all, having taken him in, Lu Fan felt a responsibility to guide him appropriately. Notably, when Zhang Zhuojuan received the identity token, robe, wooden sword, and sword technique prepared by Lu Fan, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly wept. Zhang Zhuojuan explained that aside from his parents, this was the first time anyone had treated him with such kindness. At this, Lu Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. For reasons unknown, Lu Fan sensed that his newly accepted disciple was somewhat peculiar. In other words, he seemed rather unorthodox, with a singular focus that bordered on naivety. Yet perhaps it was a blessing that amidst the murky world, he could maintain his original intentions. As night fell, Lu Fan refrained from further conversation, instructing Zhang Zhuojuan to rest well and practice diligently, promising to bring him back to the Heavenly Sword sect once the recruitment conference concluded. Returning to his room, Lu Fan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and soon drifted into slumber. When Lu Fan opened his eyes the next morning, he found that Elder Xian had been waiting outside for quite some time. After a brief wash, Lu Fan opened the door, allowing Elder Xian to enter. Elder Xian, you arrived early to see me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed, Sect Master, I meticulously examined the disciple you accepted yesterday, and to my astonishment, I discovered that he possesses an innate broken body, sword, chi, constitution. His future is boundless. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan let out a soft chuckle. He had initially thought it was something significant, only to discover it was merely about Zhang Zuijun, of course, as I mentioned yesterday. My decision to recruit him is solely due to his remarkable talent. There are no other motives to AT that time. I assumed you were merely comforting him. Alas, I did not expect the esteemed sect leader to possess such discerning insight. It seems I have acted unnecessarily in no matter. Now that you are awake, let us proceed to the recruitment conference and observe the proceedings. There remain 4 disciples to be selected, after which we can return. As he spoke, Lu Fan slowly rose, preparing to depart. However, the Elder Xian gazed at Lu Fan's retreating figure, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Esteemed sect leader, there is one matter that perplexes me greatly. Oh, what is it that troubles you, Elder Xian? Esteemed sect leader, could you enlighten me as to why you have chosen to recruit precisely 5 disciples, given the current reputation of the Heavenly Sword sect? It would certainly not be an insurmountable task to attract a greater number. While there may be some discrepancies in talent, the Heavenly Sword sect is ultimately at a disadvantage in numbers. We should prioritize quantity over quality at this juncture. Did I ask there perhaps a deeper significance to this choice? Ah, Elder Xian, you overthink matters. There is no hidden significance at all that I simply wish to recruit 5 disciples. You are correct. At present, the number of elders exceeds that of the disciples in the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet, even so, we cannot accept just anyone indiscriminately. Indeed, while talent alone does not determine everything, those lacking in it will merely squander more time and resources to achieve what others can accomplish with ease. Therefore, why should I complicate matters unnecessarily? Is it truly so straightforward? Indeed, it is. Observing the Elder Xian before him, Lu Fan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Recently, this old man had become increasingly meddlesome, even interjecting regarding his own disciples. Were it not for Lu Fan's regard for his fortuitous divination skills, he might have long since pulled out the old man's beard. After bidding farewell to Zhang Zuijun, Lu Fan departed with Elder Xian to the venue of the recruitment conference once more. Lu Fan had initially believed he was among the early arrivals, only to find that several sects had not left and had remained throughout the night, seizing an early advantage. However, Lu Fan remained unfazed. After all, his goal was merely to find that rare group of individuals with exceptional aptitude. Yet, the situation mirrored that of the first day, apart from a few reasonably capable youths who approached him. None had met the system's required standards. Consequently, it was unsurprising that the second day yielded no results. Soon came the 3rd and 4th days, and as the recruitment conference neared its conclusion, the aspiring disciples had largely found their preferred sects, leaving only a small number either rejected or still undecided to be. Why this point? Lu Fan felt a twinge of uncertainty, but he could not comprehend why. Despite making such a significant stir as the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, he had attracted only 1 talented disciple, Zhang Zuijun, with the remaining 4 slots seemingly elusive. This was not how it should have been. Logically, his sect should have been bustling with applicants. Propped up on his chin in boredom, Lu Fan unleashed a burst of sword energy, etching a mark upon the bluestone slab. Yet this seemingly inconsequential action sparked inspiration within him. He drew his long sword, leaving behind a series of marks on the stone, each representing profound insights into the sword path. In total, nearly 100 bluestone slabs accumulated behind Lu Fan, creating a truly spectacular sight. However, Elder Xian did not quite grasp the reasoning behind Lu Fan's seemingly pointless endeavor. Pointless? No, you are mistaken, Elder Xian. You are not a sword cultivator, thus you cannot perceive the true significance within. Only those with talent in the sword path can fathom the immense treasures inscribed upon these bluestone slabs. With this newfound understanding, Lu Fan was confident that he would successfully recruit 4 more disciples. And indeed, his intuition proved correct. Just as the day was drawing to a close, a young woman approached Lu Fan, declaring her desire to join the Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Fan had the system assess her. And to his astonishment, her aptitude met the required standards. However, what baffled Lu Fan was that while accepting this young woman as his disciple, she provided no name, No identity and no background, merely insisting on joining the Heavenly Sword sect without elaboration, which inevitably stirred suspicion within him. Fortunately, Elder Xian was there. Through divination, Lu Fan soon discovered that he had not merely acquired a talented disciple. He had stumbled upon a treasure. The young woman was none other than the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the three great noble families. It was worth noting that the Su family, as one of the prestigious three clans, held power and status that rivaled the great Liang dynasty, if not surpassed it. To have accepted the eldest daughter of the Su family was akin to striking gold. However, after the initial excitement, Lu Fan sensed something amiss. Why would the esteemed eldest daughter of the Su family travel such a great distance to join my Heavenly Sword sect? There seems to be no necessity for such a move. Perhaps there was only one plausible explanation. She had secretly departed from the Su family. Esteemed sect leader, I too cannot deduce her intentions. No matter, knowing her identity is sufficient. Leave the rest to me. To avoid becoming entangled in any conspiracy, Lu Fan felt compelled to probe her intentions. After all, the Heavenly Sword sect was already locked in a bitter rivalry with the Great Liang. Provoking the Su family would only complicate matters further, and even 10 Lu Fans would be unable to resolve such a predicament. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan promptly sought out the young woman. Su Qianting, eldest daughter of the Su family, am I correct? My precious disciple. You've investigated me. Of course not. I merely happen to know some individuals well-versed in divination. Answer my question. You are indeed Su Qianting, the eldest daughter of the Su family? Chapter 51. Dilemma. Lu Fan felt utterly speechless. All he sought was to find a few disciples to fulfill a task. Was it truly necessary to endure such torment? First, a Na'vi girl arrived, incessantly claiming she wished to be a good person, and now another aloof young woman appeared, refusing to divulge anything, resembling a mute. What had Lu Fan done wrong? Why was the heavens treating him this way? Looking at Su Qianting before him, Lu Fan sighed softly and remarked, "If you choose not to speak, I shall take it as your tacit agreement that I ask the eldest daughter of one of the three great noble families. Why have you traveled so far to join the Heavenly Sword sect? What hidden secrets lie beneath? These matters are of no concern to you, that of no concern to me. Pray, I am your master. Is this how you address your master? Once you enter the Heavenly Sword sect, you become one of our disciples, and whatever you do pertains to the life and death of our sect. How can you claim it is of no concern to me? It is utterly ridiculous. What difference does it make if I tell you? You only need to know that I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. And that alone suffices." Perhaps unwilling to waste further words with Lu Fan, Su Qianting lay down on her bed, silent as a grave. Confronted with this haughty young woman, Lu Fan found himself at a loss. After all, if she refused to speak, what could he do? Yet, it mattered little. After all, Lu Fan's sole aim was to complete the task assigned by the system. Returning to his chamber, Lu Fan instructed Zhang Zhujun and Su Qianting to get along well before he once again made his way to the recruitment conference. This time, the process was far smoother. Within a day, he filled the remaining 3 slots and successfully completed his task. However, Lu Fan was puzzled as to why, despite having recruited 5 disciples, the system had yet to dispense his rewards. 5 indeed, system. Where's my reward? Host, you have only recruited 4 disciples. One does not acknowledge being your disciple, thus cannot be counted. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt tears welling up. If they were to disregard one, he could have sought another disciple. Yet now it was too late. Moreover, Lu Fan did not need to inquire. It was undoubtedly Su Qianting who had delayed his reward. Resolving himself, Lu Fan reluctantly approached Su Qianting. Now that you have joined the Heavenly Sword sect and become my disciple, you should at least acknowledge this sect in your heart. Should you not? Acknowledge. What qualifications do you possess to earn my acknowledgement? Is it not sufficient that I am stronger than you? You are older than me. If your cultivation does not surpass mine, it would be too shameful. And what of it? Is it not true that there are youthful prodigies of your age who have already broken through to the nascent soul or even transformation stages? Is it not your own inadequacy that prevents you from achieving such feats? Besides, I am merely in my early 20s, not significantly older than you. Lu Fan let out a cold snort and cast a fleeting glance at Su Qianting. To speak candidly, Su Qianting was indeed quite striking. Her flowing white gown accentuated her perfect figure, and beneath her frosty beauty lay an air of aloofness that warded off strangers. were she not such a haughty individual. She would undoubtedly have countless admirers. Alas, her unpleasant temperament was a pity. Liu Fan shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and remarked, "Since you do not genuinely acknowledge the Heavenly Sword sect, there is no necessity for you to remain here. You wish to use my sect as a shield, yet disregard my authority as the sect leader. You certainly have a clever scheme in mind." After all, Su Qianting was already entangled with the Su family, one of the legendary 3 clans. Should any suspicion arise, Liu Fan would bear the burden of that responsibility, which the Heavenly Sword sect could not afford. At that moment, Su Qianting unexpectedly spoke up, saying, "I say, how can a grown man be so fussy? Does it truly matter whether I acknowledge it in my heart? Now that I am here, I am a disciple of your Heavenly Sword sect. Unless I were to leave without a word, I will remain a disciple. Are you satisfied now?" With that, Su Qianting let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Liu Fan curled his lip and muttered under his breath, "What else with the attitude?" As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Liu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Given that Su Qianting had publicly acknowledged herself as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, the host had successfully completed the task. The subsequent rewards would now be bestowed upon him. Rewards included a heavenly level sword technique, Sword 23, heavenly level artifacts, 10 fiery blades, 10 frost blades, 10 water-repelling blades, 10 earth blades, and 10 azure lotus blades, 5 bottles of high-grade swordsmanship essence, 5 bottles of mid-grade swordsmanship essence, and 5 bottles of low-grade swordsmanship essence. With the first stage of the task completed, the host was awarded a 20-year cultivation pill. All rewards have been allocated to the host's storage space. Please check. Additionally, since the host has completed all tasks of the first stage, the second stage will now commence, branching out and cultivating the Heavenly Sword sect into a world-renowned top-tier sect. Therefore, the host is encouraged to continue striving for excellence. Chapter 52. Am I Liu Fan to take a back seat? Wait, there is too much information. I can't process it all at once. Give me a moment to sort through it. Liu Fan furrowed his brows, striving to recall the system's lengthy introduction to "So, all my efforts thus far have merely completed the first stage of the task." Indeed, the rewards just issued are a significant gift for completing the first stage of the task. What on earth does the second stage entail? The host's first stage task was to save the nearly moribund Heavenly Sword sect and work to strengthen its influence, which the host has achieved commendably. The second stage, however, requires the host to diligently cultivate disciples, aiming to step back from the forefront sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, Liu Fan could not help but chuckle bitterly, saying, "You can't be serious. System, I, the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, am expected to take a back seat. How can that be possible? With my strength, I must handle all matters of the sect personally. Besides, with the looming threat of the Great Liang, how can I focus on cultivating disciples? As the saying goes, a master leads one through the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual that I can provide them with techniques and resources, but the rest should be left to their own efforts." However, the system's explanation left Liu Fan speechless. The primary objective of the system was to cultivate disciples, with the enhancement of the host's strength being a secondary concern. Thus, the system urged the host to recognize his position and focus solely on cultivating disciples. After confirming this response repeatedly, Liu Fan had no choice but to resign himself to the notion. Yet, this could also be a blessing, as focusing on cultivating disciples would allow him to take a much-needed break and address his personal issues. After all, having reincarnated here for years, it was rather embarrassing not to have even a romantic interest, let alone a spouse. Though it is often said that a sword should keep emotions at bay. If wielded appropriately, feelings need not have a significant impact. With that thought, Liu Fan followed the mysterious elder and Zhang Zuojun, along with Su Qianting, as they set off back to the Heavenly Sword sect. Among the 5 new disciples Liu Fan had recruited, only Su Qianting had any prior experience with cultivation. The remaining 4 were mere ordinary individuals. Consequently, it took Liu Fan and his companions a full 9 days to finally return to the Heavenly Sword sect. Naturally, the sect members noted Liu Fan's arrival and welcomed him with open arms. However, this was merely one reason among many. The primary reason was that the Heavenly Sword sect had an overwhelmingly high male-to-female ratio. Not only were there no female disciples, but even the presence of 2 female members was lacking. That if this continued, the sect would soon be dubbed the Anxious Sect. Thus, the disciples were eager to see if the sect leader had recruited any female disciples. To their astonishment, Lu Fan had indeed brought back a chillingly beautiful woman, whose figure and visage were nothing short of divine. Therefore, when Su Qianting made her appearance, a throng of disciples transformed into eager admirers, rushing forward to attend to her. Yet Su Qianting's sole response was a curt scram. Truth be told, had it not been for some issues at home, Su Qianting would never have had to hide her identity and leave the Su family. She likely would have never interacted with these imbeciles at all. The only exception was Lu Fan, that Su Qianting found herself unable to fathom this man. How did he come to know of her identity? What were his true intentions? She was utterly at a loss. However, as the saying goes, when you arrive, settle in. Rather than wandering aimlessly, it would be wiser to find a relatively secluded place to hide. Surely, even the members of the Su family would never guess that she, Su Qianting, would willingly lower herself to become a disciple of such a sect. Meanwhile, observing his group of fawning disciples, Lu Fan, frustrated by their lack of ambition, bellowed, "Get away from me! At least I am Lu Fan's disciple. Look at how you all are acting." Lu Fan surveyed his surroundings, his eyes glinting with cold light. He had initially returned in high spirits, intending to reward them with the heavenly-level artifacts bestowed by the system, but now it seemed unnecessary. Retrieving the 50 elemental artifacts, Lu Fan thrust them into the ground and coldly stated, "I had thought to reward you with these, but now it appears you are not worthy. If you desire the swords, come and take them yourselves." As soon as his words fell, several seasoned disciples eagerly rushed forward to the sword mound. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, even utilizing their spiritual energy, they could not budge the swords an inch. "Zheng, you come and try," suddenly called upon by Lu Fan. Zhang, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly stepped forward, grasping a Qinglian sword. With a vigorous heave, he pulled the sword from the ground, even uprooting a clump of dirt alongside it. Not too shabby. He and T neglected his cultivation, and he had a clear understanding of what suited him. "However, take this sword 23 with you, and remember not to disappoint me." "Yes, sect leader." Zhang Yi trembled with excitement as he received sword 23 from Lu Fan, as if it were a precious treasure bestowed upon him. Little did he know, on the way back, Lu Fan had already had the system replicate 50 copies of sword 23. Chapter 53. Comprehensive System Upgrade, as the majority of the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples stepped forward to try their luck. Only a handful managed to obtain artifacts, while most could do nothing but watch enviously as others claimed the magnificent treasures. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan regarded Su Qianting, Zhang Zuojun, and the others with a bemused smile, saying, "Why don't the 5 of you give it a try as well?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuojun swallowed hard, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. The other 3 shared similar sentiments. Even though they were unsure of their chances, were their SA will, their SA way. Only Su Qianting simply shook her head, confirming her room before turning to leave. Watching Su Qianting depart, Lu Fan chuckled lightly. It seemed his newly recruited female disciple was rather out of place. Indeed, coming from one of the legendary 3 families, Su Qianting had been exposed to far more than most could imagine since childhood. Thus, she viewed Lu Fan's mass-produced artifacts as beneath her status. Little did she realize, however, that what the system produced was of unparalleled quality. The elemental artifacts awarded to Lu Fan did not require manual refining. The sword bodies would automatically manifest sword spirits within them that as long as a contract was signed, they would unleash 200% of their power. Consequently, Lu Fan's artifacts were far more valuable than Su Qianting's perceived precious, heavenly-level artifact. As for Sword 23, it was a treasured technique from Lu Fan's past life, renowned for its excellence, and undoubtedly of heavenly quality. In fact, it even surpassed some divine-level and quasi-divine-level sword techniques. The might of Sword 23 lay not in its intricate techniques or flamboyant moves. It was simply capable of refining the user's entire spiritual energy into a single strike. One strike to vanquish the foe. In other words, one truly wielded Sword 23 only when defeating an opponent. Due to the profound and enigmatic nature of the 23 swords, it is exceedingly challenging for anyone other than Lu Fan to grasp its intricacies. Even Zhang Yi finds it difficult to make headway at this moment. However, on the path of cultivation, perseverance is paramount. With diligent practice, One will inevitably master this sword technique in due time. After issuing a few more instructions, Lu Fan returned to his room to prepare for rest. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more, capturing Lu Fan's attention in light of the host commencing the second phase of the mission. A set of 3 cultivation tools is hereby rewarded. A set of cultivation tools. What on earth could that be? Lu Fan felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding the system's recent peculiar behavior, which seemed to be bestowing upon him an array of bizarre rewards. Furthermore, his recent sign-in rewards had become increasingly lackluster. Having attended the recruitment conference at a place far removed, Lu Fan had anticipated at the very least a treasure of celestial grade. Instead, upon signing in at the conference, the system had merely granted him a stone talisman. After fiddling with it for some time, Lu Fan failed to discern any remarkable quality about the stone talisman, ultimately deciding to stow it away for further examination later. Thus, when Lu Fan heard about the cultivation tools, he initially presumed it might be yet another instance of advanced technology. However, upon claiming the set of cultivation tools, he faintly heard the astonished exclamations of numerous disciples outside the window. Stepping outside his room, Lu Fan gazed around and discovered that, moments ago, 3 distinctly styled structures had inexplicably materialized in the sect's courtyard. Fixing his gaze upon them, Lu Fan realized that these were none other than the gyms, notorious in his past life for their money-making schemes. Yet, each of these 3 gyms seemed to serve a unique purpose. Approaching the first structure, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Barbells, elliptical machines, butterfly machines, Smith machines, an array of fitness equipment he had known in his previous life was gathered here. Next, upon reaching the second structure, he found treadmills, sandbags, and an assortment of endurance training apparatuses. As for the third structure, it was somewhat different. Lu Fan studied it for a while before realizing it was intended for cultivating the spirit, though he did not fully grasp the principle behind it. How one could enhance their spirit merely by lying on a bed and sleeping. He was convinced that since the system had described it thus, it must indeed possess such efficacy. At that moment, the surrounding elders and disciples gradually approached, their faces filled with confusion as they scrutinized the unfamiliar equipment. Master Sect Leader, what are these? You ask about these. These are the cultivation tools I have prepared for you, designed to significantly enhance your training speed. As he spoke, Lu Fan meticulously introduced the usage of each piece of equipment and the effects they would have on the body, leaving everyone astonished. Nevertheless, if anyone was truly astonished, it was Lu Fan himself. After all, the presence of these modern elements rekindled memories of his past. Back in his university dormitory, he had once purchased a standing sandbag to bolster his fitness. Having not engaged with such equipment in quite some time, Lu Fan felt a sudden surge of enthusiasm and decided to lead by example. Donning protective gear, he approached the sandbag. Before we begin exercising, it is essential to implement safety measures and warm-up exercises to prevent any potential injuries. Chapter 54. The Boxing Champion of Tianjin Sect. Part 1. After completing several stretching exercises, Lu Fan took a deep breath, clenched his fist, planted his heels firmly on the ground, and with a swift glance, unleashed a powerful straight punch that landed heavily on the sandbag. In an instant, a muffled thud echoed as Lu Fan's strike sent a fierce gust of wind cascading outward. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. They marveled at Lu Fan's terrifying strength. With bare hands, he could exert such destructive force. How fearsome would he be wielding a sword? At that moment, Lu Fan was equally elated. Prior to his strike, he had harbored concerns about whether these ordinary sandbags could withstand his full power. However, it now seemed he had underestimated their resilience. After the system's magical modifications, not only Lu Fan, but even cultivators at the body refinement and spirit transformation realms would struggle to make a dent in them. This applied not just to the sandbags, but to all the equipment. There was no need to worry about potential damage. This revelation caught Lu Fan by surprise. Yet, this was for the best. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss as to how to repair any broken equipment. Removing his boxing gloves, Lu Fan released his pent-up energy and turned to the crowd, declaring, "From now on, you may practice within these 3 structures. In the future, I will procure even more training apparatuses." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fan noticed that none of the disciples were paying attention to his words. They were all fixated on the boxing gloves. eager to give them a try. Observing this scene, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, no man could resist the allure of boxing. With this thought, Lu Fan suddenly had an idea. Since you all wish to experience it, why not hold an internal boxing championship within our sect? Of course, participation is entirely voluntary. Upon saying this, Lu Fan glanced at Su Qianting. After all, a girl would likely not be keen on such a vigorous sport. However, to Lu Fan's surprise, Su Qianting expressed her desire to participate. When he inquired about her reasons, her response left him utterly astonished. "What? I merely wish to vent my frustrations. Is that not permissible?" "Of course, it is that Lu Fan," replied outwardly, though inwardly, he couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that anyone who faced her would likely be in for a rough time. After a spirited discussion, the sign-ups concluded, and all disciples of Tianjin sect, along with 3 elders and Lu Fan himself, were set to participate in the first boxing championship of Tianjin sect. Naturally, with the competition comes the promise of rewards. After some contemplation, Lu Fan decided to designate that peculiar stone talisman as the prize, as he remained uncertain of its true value and thought it better to distribute it as a reward. Before long, the first match commenced, featuring Su Qianting against Zhang Yi. As soon as they stepped into the ring, Zhang Yi cast a glance at Su Qianting, his face flushing crimson, as he stammered, Su Shimi, do you not think it's inappropriate for a girl to partake in such contests?" "Inappropriate? I see nothing wrong with it. Let us get started." Su Qianting, eager to unleash her pent-up fury, urged Lu Fan on impatiently. However, noticing Zhang Yi's infatuated demeanor, Lu Fan sighed. "Zhang Yi, you better pray for your own good. Remember, although Su Qianting may not be well known, she is indeed a formidable master at the nascent soul stage, that if you let your guard down, you will most certainly regret it." Yet such words remained unspoken. Soon, the match officially began, and just as Zhang Yi pondered whether to strike Su Qianting, she had already made her move. Given that Lu Fan had restricted the rules to disallow the use of spiritual energy, Zhang Yi had assumed Su Qianting's attacks would be harmless. Yet, the moment her swift and precise punch collided with his chest, he realized with horror that he was the fool. Indeed, with just one blow, Su Qianting nearly knocked Zhang Yi out, feeling the sharp pain radiating from his chest. Zhang Yi struggled to catch his breath. Yet he was finally convinced that the woman before him was anything but ordinary. At the very least, if he did not give his all, he would undoubtedly fail to subdue her. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi mimicked Lu Fan's stance, declaring, "Su Shimi, please forgive me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yi propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging towards Su Qianting. Observing Zhang Yi's impending attack, Su Qianting did not flinch. Instead, she twisted her waist, evading it at an extraordinarily peculiar angle. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qianting delivered a hook punch straight to Zhang Yi's ribs, securing her victory in the match. First match. Winner, Su Qianting. Incredulous, even Lu Fan had not anticipated such an outcome. However, a loss is a loss. Making excuses would only seem feeble. Patting Zhang Yi on the shoulder, Lu Fan consoled him. "It's all right. Losing is part of the game. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You can always win it back next time." Losing to a girl had already left Zhang Yi feeling humiliated, and Lu Fan's words only reopened old wounds, leaving him feeling even more despondent. He could only nod in acknowledgement, sigh softly, and turn to leave. Chapter 55. The Boxing Champion of Tianjin Sect. Part 2. Enough. Enough. There's nothing surprising about this. Winning is merely the result of one's efforts, that if you can't accept it, perhaps you'd be better off practicing in the nearby gym. Lu Fan dispersed the crowd that had gathered to gawk, restoring order as he prepared for the second match. However, compared to the first, the second match proved somewhat lackluster. The contenders for the second round were Zhang Zuojun and another recently initiated disciple, both of whom were mere mortals with limited strength and resilience, offering little in terms of excitement. Following closely, the third match featured Lu Fan against the second elder. As the youngest elder in Tianjin sect, the second elder often mingled with the disciples, maintaining amicable relations with all of them. This time, he had intended to use the opportunity to engage with the disciples. However, unbeknownst to him, under Lu Fan's covert manipulations, he had ended up facing Lu Fan directly. This was truly a perilous situation. Recalling Lu Fan's overpowering straight punch from earlier, the second elder felt a shiver run down his spine. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, seemingly aware of the second elder's trepidation, chuckled softly. "Fear not, second elder. I shall show you mercy. Esteemed sovereign, may I concede defeat. Although this may seem somewhat lacking in ambition, it pales in comparison to the humiliation of being thoroughly beaten." However, the request from the second elder was promptly dismissed by Lu Fan, who retorted, "Do you possess no spirit of competition? Even if you are acutely aware that defeat is inevitable, you must still give your all." "I understand, esteemed sovereign." Upon hearing these words, the second elder let out a soft sigh. With matters having come to this point, what else could be done? He resolved to press on despite his misgivings. Donning protective gear, Lu Fan and the second elder stepped into the arena simultaneously. In an instant, the other disciples erupted in cheers. After all, both competitors were among the elite in this contest, and this match promised to be a spectacle. However, the moment Lu Fan entered the stage, his demeanor underwent a striking transformation. The previously jovial Lu Fan morphed into a predator, akin to a wolf fixated on its prey, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto the second elder. Sensing Lu Fan's intense scrutiny, the second elder could not help but shudder. "Esteemed sovereign." The second elder's words were left unfinished as the match officially commenced. At that moment, Lu Fan took a forward stance. His waist driving his arms with force, and with sheer physical strength, he sent tremors through the void. Remarkably, the power behind this punch was even more formidable than before. Witnessing Lu Fan's explosive assault, the second elder harbored no thoughts of resistance and swiftly evaded to the side. Yet, it was as if Lu Fan had anticipated the second elder's every move. He altered his stance and delivered a devastating elbow strike, sending the second elder hurtling out of the arena. With but a single blow, Lu Fan achieved victory in what could only be described as an overwhelming triumph. Had it not been for the second elder's timely use of spiritual energy for protection, Lu Fan's strike would have sufficed to claim his life. Having narrowly escaped, the second elder was still somewhat shaken. "Esteemed sovereign, did you intend to take my life?" "Of course not. It's merely a competition, and injuries are to be expected. Please understand," Lu Fan chuckled, scratching his head. For reasons unknown, upon stepping onto the stage, Lu Fan seemed to transform into a different person. Focused, fierce, resembling a ferocious beast. Naturally, due to the vast disparity in strength between himself and the disciples. After satiating his thrill, Lu Fan withdrew from the competition. Otherwise, this day's champion contest might have indeed resulted in fatalities. However, the subsequent matches appeared rather trivial, due to the incomplete rules and the participants' lack of familiarity. The proceedings were rather perfunctory, concluding the match in a mere flash. Thus, the first round of competition officially came to a close. A total of 10 individuals advanced, including Zhang Zuojun, Su Qianting, and several familiar faces from Lu Fan's past. After a brief respite, the second round commenced swiftly. The atmosphere reached a new zenith with the first match, Su Qianting versus the third elder. As the dark horse of this competition, Su Qianting's performance was nothing short of astonishing. Within just 2 rounds, she decisively defeated Zhang Yi, advancing with ease. As for the third elder's prowess, everyone was well aware. His cultivation at the early stage of the nascent soul, specializing in spells, rendered his physical strength nearly on par with a foundation establishment cultivator, hardly worth mentioning. Yet precisely because of this, Lu Fan had graciously permitted the third elder to employ certain spells to enhance his physical abilities. Thus, this match promised to be equally captivating. Upon her entrance, Su Qianting greeted the audience with an expressionless bow, merely acknowledging her opponent. In contrast, the third elder nodded with a warm smile, displaying his respect. The match commenced with both parties poised for action. Before Su Qianting could make her move, the third elder unleashed a series of spells, bolstering his presence to rival Lu Fan's. Observing this, Su Qianting furrowed her brow, halting her assault to assess the third elder. The third elder, unhurried to attack, maintained his small spells, as they required minimal energy to sustain, rather than hastily concluding the match. He preferred an exhilarating battle. Chapter 56. The Champion of Tianjin Sect. Part 2. The stalemate was broken yet again by Su Qianting. Seemingly having gauged the third elder's capabilities, she let out a cold huff and cautiously advanced, launching a jab aimed directly at the third elder's face. Observing this, the third elder merely chuckled lightly, raising his hand to block it. When her first strike failed, Su Qianting remained undeterred, launching another attack. It appeared she had grasped the essence of boxing. As her right fist struck out, her left instinctively guarded her neck, showcasing her remarkable talent. Were it not for Su Qianting's commendable physique, Lu Fan might have genuinely mistaken her for one of his male disciples. The contest between Su Qianting and the third elder devolved into a stalemate, neither able to breach the other's defenses. However, this impasse did not bode well for Su Qianting. After all, with the third elder's cultivation level, even maintaining his minor spells would impose little strain, whereas Su Qianting's stamina was rapidly depleting. A swift resolution was imperative. Resolving herself, Su Qianting gritted her teeth, lowered her stance, and charged at the third elder. Faced with Su Qianting's fierce advance, the third elder did not dare to underestimate her. Promptly assuming a defensive posture, yet unexpectedly, just as Su Qianting's punch was about to connect, she executed a sudden sidestep, positioning herself behind the third elder. Following that, she delivered a powerful elbow strike. With no time to block, the third elder could only absorb the blow with his body. The sheer ferocity of a punch from a nascent soul cultivator need not be elaborated upon. In an instant, the third elder staggered, his internal energy growing increasingly unstable, unable to maintain even his minor spells. At this point, the outcome was evident. Su Qianting triumphed. With a wry smile, the third elder turned to Su Qianting and remarked, "You possess extraordinary talent. I merely took advantage of the situation," she replied. "However, the ability to seize opportunities also speaks to your exceptional talent." I wholeheartedly concede that as he spoke, the third elder gradually descended from the stage. Acknowledging Su Qianting's victory, the audience erupted in cheers. Indeed, it was Su Qianting, the dark horse who had captured attention since the preliminary rounds. Now triumphing over the formidable third elder, it seemed the championship was within her grasp. The only remaining contender capable of challenging Su Qianting was the familiar face of Wang Xiao. However, Wang Xiao himself lacked confidence. After all, having defeated Zhang Yi and now the third elder, Su Qianting's prowess was formidable, and he felt woefully inadequate to compete. Now, he could only hope for a stronger opponent to eliminate him from the competition. Yet, reality proved Wang Xiao's fears unfounded. Upon learning that his opponent was the newly arrived junior disciple, Zhang Zuijun, he was utterly dismayed. The victory that had seemed so attainable now foreshadowed a confrontation with Su Qianting. "Fine, if we must fight, then let it be. After all, the third elder is lost. There's no shame in it." With this thought, Wang Xiao ascended the stage and effortlessly knocked the young Zhang Zuijun aside, securing an easy victory. As for the other matchups, after some discussion, the competitors decided to grant this historic opportunity to Wang Xiao, collectively withdrawing from the contest. This time, Lu Fan appeared genuinely agreeable, allowing several participants to forfeit. Thus, the competition for the championship was now solely between Wang Xiao and Su Qianting. "Please go easy on me, junior sister. Rest assured, I shall hold back." With that, Su Qianting steadied her breath and re-entered the arena. Seeing this, Wang Xiao resigned himself to fate and also stepped onto the stage. Thus, the finals of the inaugural Tianjin Sect Boxing Championship officially commenced, given the comparable cultivation levels of both competitors. Su Qianting did not underestimate Wang Xiao, engaging in a brief probe of his abilities. Upon confirming her opponent's strength, Su Qianting unleashed a brutal and one-sided onslaught. Each of Su Qianting's strikes landed with precision upon Wang Xiao's frame, while he found himself utterly helpless to retaliate. Su Qianting's punches were swift and powerful, often connecting before he even had a chance to defend. Consequently, within less than 100 exchanges, Wang Xiao was left battered and bruised, his body marred with contusions. Yet, Lu Fan refrained from calling an end to the match, leaving Wang Xiao to endure the relentless assault. However, Wang Xiao was not entirely devoid of opportunities to counter. Once, he clenched his fist and in a moment of carelessness struck Su Qianting squarely on her ample chest, causing a tumultuous reaction. At this sight, even Lu Fan nearly lost his composure. Yet, this action infuriated Su Qianting. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes fixated fiercely on Wang Xiao as she clenched her fists. "Wait! Junior sister! Junior sister! Allow me to explain. The anguished screams echoed as Lu Fan shook his head helplessly. There was no remedy for such foolishness. Yet, it became evident that the victor of the first Tianjin Sect Boxing Championship would be none other than the newcomer, Su Qianting, who had joined the sect less than 5 days prior. Chapter 57. The Glorious White Tiger. Life within the sect is rather mundane. Reclining in a rocking chair, Lu Fan let out a soft sigh and drained his teacup in one go. Just days prior, the Tianjin sect hosted a boxing championship, and to everyone's astonishment, the ultimate victor was none other than Su Qianting. As a newly initiated disciple, and notably a female one, it was rather unexpected for Su Qianting to emerge victorious in the inaugural King of Fighters Championship. However, upon the conclusion of the competition and during the award presentation, Su Qianting nonchalantly waved her hand, dismissing the champion's prize. She seemed entirely indifferent to the nature of the reward, as if to say that her participation was merely an outlet for her pent-up fury. And beyond that, she harbored no further interest. Yet, her abrupt departure left Lu Fan feeling somewhat embarrassed. But what could he do? After all, she was the formidable Sister Chow. Displeasure had to be endured. Subsequently, life within the Tianjin sect resumed its monotonous routine of training. Dining, training, and sleeping day in and day out. Even Lu Fan found it somewhat tedious that it was imperative to seek out some amusement. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan gradually rose and sought out the Elder Xuanji. Just the previous evening, Lu Fan had chanced upon Elder Xuanji while he was divining the secrets of heaven. And to Lu Fan's surprise, this seemingly eccentric old man was capable of predicting where fortunes lay and opportunities arose. Lu Fan suddenly realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Who better to consult than Elder Xuanji, who could avert disaster, discern feng shui, and divine the heavenly mysteries? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan sought to inquire whether any extraordinary encounters might transpire nearby in the near future. After all, remaining cooped up within the sect day after day was stifling, not only for Lu Fan, but for the other disciples as well. Coincidentally, after Elder Xuanji's divination, a fortuitous site was indeed identified. Located not far from the Tianjin sect, right at the back mountain. With that in mind, Lu Fan wasted no time and promptly gathered the disciples, preparing to venture toward the back mountain. After all, opportunities are often serendipitous, and since this one had manifested at the sect's rear, it was a divine gift they must seize. Upon learning of this news, the other disciples and several elders were naturally elated. Regardless of the treasures that might be found, the mere prospect of escaping the confines of the sect for some fresh air was more than sufficient. Under Lu Fan's direction, a total of 33 disciples and elders from the Tianjin sect were assembled, ready to embark towards the back mountain. However, one point perplexed Lu Fan. He had traversed the back mountain countless times, yet had never heard of any opportunities being present there. Surely, it could not be mere coincidence that this opportunity arose only after Elder Xuanji's arrival. With his curiosity piqued, Lu Fan and his companions arrived at the back mountain of the Tianjin sect. Though referred to as the back mountain, it was merely the beginning of the vast 3,000 mountains, which stretched for thousands of miles beyond. This mountainous region was renowned as one of the 6 great forbidden areas, rife with ferocious beasts and perilous dangers. It was said that a fearsome creature, the suspended-eyed, white-headed tiger, had once roamed these lands, possessing strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas. However, it was rumored that not long ago, an outsider had trespassed upon the territory of the suspended-eyed, white-headed tiger, and that intruder was Lu Fan's intended target. According to Elder Xuanji's divination, the intruder was with offspring, and should they capture its cubs, they might cultivate a guardian beast for their sect. Yet, Lu Fan remained unaware of the true nature of this intruder. Given the inherent dangers of this expedition, the task of capturing the intruder would inevitably fall to Lu Fan himself, while the disciples would merely meander about the periphery, taking the opportunity to unwind. Upon reaching the outskirts of the back mountain, the disciples relished the fresh air, their spirits lifted considerably. Of course, some of the iron-pumping disciples clamored to return to the gym to train, unwilling to waste a single moment. Nevertheless, this was not the crux of the matter. After confirming the suspended-eyed, white-headed tiger's range of activity with Elder Xuanji, Lu Fan prepared to venture forth alone. After bidding farewell and entrusting the group to Elder Xuanji, Lu Fan plunged into the dense forest. The afternoon weather was pleasant, and the temperature just right, Yet Lu Fan found little enjoyment in the oppressive heat of the forest that as he traversed the stifling woods. Beads of sweat quickly formed on his brow, trickling into his eyes. After scanning the area for some time, Lu Fan had yet to catch sight of the suspended-eyed white-headed tiger. However, Elder Xuanji had clearly indicated that the creature resided within this vicinity. Furrowing his brow, Lu Fan's agitation grew. The sweltering forest was unbearable, and the incessant buzzing of insects only added to his vexation. Finally, after delving deeper for about half an hour, he made a significant discovery: a fresh corpse of a demon beast. At this moment, Lu Fan had already distanced himself from the Tianjin sect, but he had little time to ponder such details. He had found his target. Lowering himself behind a thicket, he beheld not far ahead a suspended-eyed white-headed tiger, approximately 7 meters long, indulging in its meal. Witnessing this, Lu Fan's heart raced with excitement. Yet he hesitated, setting aside the fact that the suspended-eyed white-headed tiger was said to possess strength rivaling that of a Yuanying realm cultivator. With its formidable might and ability to attack with its roar, he recalled a television program he once watched titled Animal Kingdom, which had taught him not to provoke a feeding or dying predator, for they would unleash unimaginable strength. Unfortunately, Lu Fan was not one to dally. After all, encountering a suspended-eyed white-headed tiger was a rare opportunity he could not afford to miss, though his primary objective was not the tiger itself. Its value was indisputable. With a determined breath, Lu Fan clenched his fists, let out a low grunt, and propelled himself forward, the ground beneath him cracking as he surged ahead. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fan found himself before the suspended-eyed white-headed tiger, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at its face. This was a clash of predator against predator. The suspended-eyed white-headed tiger, sensing the disturbance, soon took note of the diminutive figure before it, and with the arrogance befitting the king of beasts, it dismissed Lu Fan entirely. However, Lu Fan, having lived a second life, was no ordinary individual. Combat relies on strength, skill, and momentum. With a mighty roar, Lu Fan unleashed a punch aimed at the suspended-eyed white-headed tiger. Yet, having dwelled in the mountains for so long, the tiger effortlessly evaded his relatively sluggish attack with a graceful leap that, of course, Lu Fan had not expected to land a decisive blow and quickly withdrew to avoid the tiger's retaliation. Indeed, Lu Fan's strength paled in comparison to that of the suspended-eyed white-headed tiger. To face its might directly would be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, Lu Fan was undeterred. He possessed a distinct advantage: speed. As the suspended-eyed white-headed tiger emitted a series of low growls, it seemed to warn Lu Fan that he was trespassing in its territory. Yet, Lu Fan was unfazed. The tiger was his target, and he could not simply abandon his pursuit. But the tiger was no fool. Recognizing that its warnings had gone unheeded, it decided to demonstrate its true strength. With a thunderous roar, the suspended-eyed white-headed tiger surged forward, its massive paw striking down to shatter a stone before Lu Fan, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Fan wasted no time in creating distance between them. However, fleeing was not Lu Fan's style. Seizing an opportunity amid the tiger's assault, he extended his hands, using them as blades to slice at the tiger. Unfortunately, his efforts proved futile. The tiger's hide was far more resilient than he had anticipated. Though it appeared no different from an ordinary tiger, its skin was several times tougher than steel. Undeterred by this initial setback, Lu Fan shouted and charged forward again, drawing his sword to engage in a fierce battle with the suspended-eyed white-headed tiger. However, he fought with utmost caution, for those paws were lethal. Even with a sword in hand, Lu Fan struggled to penetrate the tiger's defenses, barely managing to parry its attacks. Nevertheless, he was not without advantages. Agility was his secret weapon. With a mental command, Lu Fan unleashed his spiritual energy, infusing it into the blade of his sword. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fan darted before the suspended-eyed white-headed tiger and, in a flash, thrust his sword into its abdomen. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the wound, staining the ground. Yet for a beast of its caliber, such an injury was hardly significant. Perhaps the suspended-eyed white-headed tiger was beginning to grow weary of this insignificant adversary. Having discerned the nature of its foe, it lost patience for the skirmish and decided to escalate its efforts with a mighty roar. Its strength and speed visibly surged, swiftly pushing Lu Fan into a precarious position. If this continues, I may very well perish here. The heavens granted me a second chance at life, not to have it extinguished by a mere beast. Moreover, if I could withstand the assaults of a stable transformation realm cultivator, I certainly would not succumb to a wild animal. It is unfathomable that Lu Fan, who could hold his ground against a transformation realm cultivator, was now being overwhelmed by a mere demon beast, illustrating the perilous nature of the 3,000 mountains. Even those who have attained the Yuaning realm, or even the Huashan realm, may find it exceedingly difficult to emerge unscathed from the treacherous expanse of the 3,000 great mountains. Chapter 59, The Invader, Part 1. At present, the fierce and formidable golden-eyed white-striped tiger shows no regard for Lu Fan, a fact that Lu Fan finds absolutely intolerable. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan clenches his fists, bracing himself to withstand a blow from the golden-eyed white-striped tiger. Simultaneously, with his right hand firmly gripping his longsword, he thrusts it into the creature's eye in an instant. Lu Fan's left hand crumbles as if made of paper, contorting into a grotesque shape. However, it is thanks to Lu Fan's reckless assault that he pierces the golden-eyed, white-striped tiger's right eye with his sword. The tiger, in agony, lashes out wildly, sending Lu Fan hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing up blood. Yet, almost immediately, Lu Fan struggles to rise, realigning his dislocated left arm. Furthermore, the golden-eyed white-striped tiger is not faring well either. Lu Fan's previous strike has shattered its right eye. The tiger emits a roar that reverberates through the forest, for the first time feeling its dignity as the king of beasts trampled upon. This is the moment Lu Fan has been waiting for. Whether human or beast, fury can blind the eyes, and anger is often a harbinger of defeat. Yet, anger can also amplify one's power. Lu Fan is now fully alert, his focus unwavering as he fixates on the approaching golden-eyed white-striped tiger, which presents no openings. How infuriating! Indeed, despite the tiger being blinded by rage, Lu Fan's current strength is insufficient to inflict a fatal blow. Even if it were, the tiger closes in relentlessly, offering Lu Fan no opportunity to unleash his sword techniques. He finds himself in a deadlock. Suddenly, Lu Fan slips, glancing down to discover a quagmire beneath him that a spark of inspiration strikes, and he pivots to flee. As he runs, Lu Fan's breath quickens. Sharp pains radiate from his ribs. He suspects several are broken. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within him diminishes at a visible rate. If he is not mistaken, this marshland seems to consume spiritual energy. Nevertheless, the golden-eyed white-striped tiger continues to roar, closely pursuing Lu Fan. The situation is dire. The tiger appears truly incensed, having chased Lu Fan out of its territory, intent solely on his demise. Yet, it has violated the laws of the jungle. Every powerful beast possesses its own territory, rarely breaching it. Lest it be seen as a provocation, leading to conflict or even slaughter, Lu Fan has calculated this to his advantage. Suddenly, the rustling sounds in the forest diminish, eventually ceasing altogether. That a flicker of joy surfaces on Lu Fan's solemn face. They have now entered the domain of an even more formidable predator, a perilous realm teeming with danger. Lu Fan gradually slows his pace, steadies his breath, and adopts a posture befitting prey, cautiously stepping into the marshland. However, the golden-eyed white-striped tiger pays no heed. It is singularly fixated on killing Lu Fan and devouring him whole. Thus, instead of tempering its ferocity, the tiger roars even louder, seemingly celebrating its impending victory prematurely. Yet the master of this marshland is displeased. Just as the tiger's forepaw steps into the mire, a flash of white light intervenes, barring its path. Concurrently, the marsh's surface begins to writhe, revealing a small hill approximately 4 meters high. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that it is a spider the size of an elephant, exuding a putrid odor. With 3 fist-sized eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, fixated on the invading golden-eyed white-striped tiger, Lu Fan has triumphed. This is a creature that is no less formidable than the golden-eyed white-striped tiger, the carrion demon spider. And he, Lu Fan, has unwittingly become the invader, for this spider is already with child. However, it is precisely for this reason that the carrion demon spider's temperament is even more savage and bloodthirsty. Clearly, the golden-eyed white-striped tiger comprehends this, as years of survival in the wild have endowed it with a heightened sense of danger, causing it to feel fear. Initially, the first encounter between the tiger and the carrion demon spider ended in the tiger's defeat. Thus, even upon encountering the spider again, the golden-eyed, white-striped tiger lacks the courage to engage. It refrains from provoking the carrion demon spider, casting a fierce glare at the hiding Lu Fan before slowly retreating. Yet, how could Lu Fan allow the golden-eyed, white-striped tiger to escape so easily? He unleashes his agility to its utmost, moving at a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye, delivering a fierce strike to the spider's vulnerable orifice. The orifice is the spider's weak point, as it serves as the organ from which it extrudes silk. Unlike other parts, it is encased in black armor, yet it is exceedingly fragile that Lu Fan strikes true and swiftly withdraws. While the injured carrion demon spider emits a spine-chilling, hoarse cry of pain, the golden-eyed, white-striped tiger is taken aback. I've conceded, so why do you continue to screech in such a manner? My offering of half my territory does not imply that I am afraid of you. The more the tiger contemplates, the angrier it becomes, yet reason reminds it that any rash actions could lead to its demise. Chapter 60. The Invader. Part 2. Nevertheless, the carrion demon spider pays no heed to such considerations. Its massive form is remarkably agile, swiftly lunging to viciously bite the tiger's abdomen. In an instant, blood gushes forth, accompanied by a trace of dark green venom adhering to the wound. The golden-eyed, white-striped tiger roars in agony, but the dignity of the king of beasts compels it to fight back. Retaliating with a bite to the spider's head, tearing several bloody holes that Lu Fan has achieved his objective. He has incited conflict between the two predators, positioning himself to reap the benefits. The reason humanity stands atop the food chain is not due solely to innate cultivation talent, but rather to cunning intellect that a simple, yet effective ploy proves unexpectedly useful. Meanwhile, the wound on the tiger's abdomen begins to fester, emanating a faint, foul odor. Realizing the peril, the golden-eyed, white-striped tiger decides to take the initiative. However, the carrion demon spider, having lived in the marsh for years, is hardly affected by the mire. The tiger, on the other hand, finds its heavy pads unable to support its considerable bulk, causing its limbs to gradually sink into the swamp. Seizing the opportunity, the carrion demon spider, enduring the pain in its orifice, sprays numerous threads, ensnaring the golden-eyed, white-striped tiger. The spider's silk is as strong as steel, rendering the tiger immobile. Meanwhile, the spider lashes out with its limbs, leaving translucent blood holes on the tiger's body. The golden-eyed, white-striped tiger finds itself at a disadvantage. Yet, do not forget the variable that is Lu Fan. As a practitioner of the Yuan Ying realm, Lu Fan undoubtedly possesses the power to alter the course of the battle. Moreover, he has been diligently restoring his bodily state, returning to peak condition. Now, among these three apex predators, Lu Fan stands at the forefront. Nevertheless, despite this, Lu Fan lacks the confidence to confront the carrion demon spider alone. For after all, demonic beasts are not human. They possess numerous trump cards that humans do not. Furthermore, the golden-eyed, white-striped tiger has afforded Lu Fan ample time to execute his sword techniques, inflicting significant damage upon the carrion demon spider. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan holds his breath and slightly closes his eyes, that in an instant, spiritual energy erupts from within him, swirling around him and coalescing into a layer of silvery shadow. The next moment, Lu Fan propels himself forward, gripping his sword hilt tightly as he plunges it into the spider's orifice, causing a torrent of milky white silk to erupt forth. Having cultivated to this level, the carrion demon spider's intelligence is comparable to that of a middle-aged human, and it now regrets not having eliminated Lu Fan at the first opportunity. Alas, even in regret, it has no chance to start anew. As Lu Fan temporarily restrains the carrion demon spider's movements, the golden-eyed, white-striped tiger tears through the webs, regaining its mobility. The situation begins to shift delicately to Lu Fan, and the golden-eyed, white-striped tiger flank the carrion demon spider. Ready for battle, an imminent clash. Although the tiger is reluctant to cooperate with Lu Fan, whom it considers a despicable character, it must comply for the sake of survival. After all, given the current situation, both the carrion demon spider and Lu Fan could easily slay it. Yet compared to the spider that has encroached upon its territory, the golden-eyed, white-striped tiger is even more inclined to trust a human. Thus, the tiger initiates the attack, with Lu Fan closely following, the pair forming a pincer movement against the carrion demon spider. However, how could the carrion demon spider be so easily vanquished? Its body expands further, emitting a cloud of deep purple venom that envelopes the surroundings. Realizing the danger, Lu Fan hastily retreats, escaping the poisonous mist. In contrast, the golden-eyed white-striped tiger is not so fortunate. The inertia of its massive form prevents a swift withdrawal, and upon contact, the venom begins to corrode the tiger's skin, emitting a hissing sound that as the poisonous mist dissipates, the carrion demon spider emerges, intent on dealing with the troublesome human first that Lu Fan curses inwardly. Yet does not slacken in his efforts. Sword 23, he shouts, drawing his long sword across his chest, as spiritual energy surges forth. In an instant, a blinding white light flashes, accompanied by the sound of shattering, as one of the spider's legs is cleaved off by Lu Fan's strike. Certainly, Lu Fan was not in a favorable position either. He was shaken by the immense backlash, causing internal injuries and spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, at that moment, the golden-eyed white tiger seized the opportunity, pouncing onto the carrion demon spider, relentlessly slashing its claws and tearing open its abdomen with deep gashes. The carrion demon spider, in agony, unleashed its innate spell once more. Yet this time, both Lu Fan and the golden-eyed white tiger had learned their lesson. Immediately withdrawing from the attack range, that a vulnerability was revealed. Ever since the carrion demon spider first cast its innate spell, Lu Fan had sensed something amiss. Now, he finally discerned the weakness in the carrion demon spider's innate spell. Chapter 61. The Demon Spider and Its Offspring. Lu Fan realized that before the carrion demon spider unleashed its innate spell, it would experience about a second of rigidity. Beyond that, there were no other weaknesses. This meant that for Lu Fan to break the deadlock, he could only capitalize on that fleeting second. However, a second, how easily can it be grasped? Not to mention whether Lu Fan could seize that window. Even if he did, a second would hardly be enough time for him to escape the poisonous mist. He needed to strategize carefully. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan drew his longsword from his waist, positioning it across his chest. Now, he and the golden-eyed white tiger had forged a tacit understanding, momentarily joining forces against the carrion demon spider. Yet, to speak truthfully, Lu Fan still felt quite uncertain. After all, the carrion demon spider was on the verge of giving birth, and Lu Fan dared not provoke it lightly. He even hesitated to approach the creature. In contrast, the golden-eyed white tiger cared little for such concerns. Having already lost half of its territory, it was filled with rage. Coupled with the toxin injected by the carrion demon spider into its body, the effects were beginning to take their toll, indicating that it would not be long before the golden-eyed white tiger succumbed to the poison. With this realization, the tiger no longer hesitated. As the sovereign of this mountain, its pride would not allow retreat. It let out a tremendous roar, its voice resonating like ripples, echoing through the heavens and earth. Indeed, this was the golden-eyed white tiger's innate spell, the tiger's roar. The powerful shockwaves swept through the dense forest, dispersing the poisonous mist released by the carrion demon spider. With great effort, the golden-eyed white tiger, enduring its discomfort, leaped before the carrion demon spider, striking out with a claw, leaving several bloody gashes on its shell. Instantly, a foul green liquid gushed from the wounds, splattering onto the ground and corroding it into deep pits. Conversely, the carrion demon spider, in pain, was equally unwilling to yield, retaliating by raking its claws across the golden-eyed white tiger, leaving several glistening wounds. But at that moment, Lu Fan made his move. Since he had allied with the golden-eyed white tiger, he certainly could not remain passive. With a thunderous crack, the ground shattered beneath him. In the next heartbeat, Lu Fan had somehow darted in front of the carrion demon spider, his spirit sword erupting with blinding light. Sharp spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into waves of sword chi that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens. Swish! A blinding white light flashed, and Lu Fan struck a deep, bone-revealing wound in the abdomen of the carrion demon spider. Simultaneously, 19 juvenile spiders tumbled out from within the carrion demon spider's belly. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Fan couldn't help but shudder. To be candid, before his rebirth, he had an intense aversion to creatures with numerous legs. Even the mere thought of them sent chills down his spine. After his rebirth, this aversion had lessened somewhat, but seeing those juvenile spiders scampering about filled him with revulsion. In an instant, Lu Fan felt his stomach churn violently. nearly on the verge of vomiting. However, what followed would leave him with an enduring psychological scar. The carrion demon spider, unlike other beasts, tenderly cared for its offspring, yet it opened its gaping maw and began devouring one juvenile spider after another, swallowing them whole, one after the other, the second, the third. The carrion demon spider showed no hint of mercy for its own flesh and blood, instead reveling in the gruesome feast. The ear-piercing, raspy sounds reached Lu Fan's ears, making him feel as though he was being pricked by needles. Those semi-transparent juveniles lacked the ability to move, merely waiting for the grim embrace of death. Damn it, this is utterly disgusting. Lu Fan had previously heard that mantises sometimes consumed their mates, which he found distasteful enough. But now he was confronted with the horrifying reality that the carrion demon spider would not even spare its own young. Lu Fan could not simply stand by and watch the carrion demon spider devour all of its offspring. After all, he had intentions of bringing back a few juveniles to nurture as guardian beasts for his clan. It was crucial to note that each time the carrion demon spider consumed a juvenile, its power increased. If it were to consume all its young, it could very well restore its full strength, or perhaps even become stronger. Given the current state of the carrion demon spider, even with the cooperation of the golden-eyed white tiger, they might not stand a chance against it, let alone if it regained its full strength. He had to intervene. With this thought, Lu Fan swiftly launched himself forward, positioning himself alongside the golden-eyed white tiger, charging toward the carrion demon spider. However, unlike Lu Fan, the golden-eyed white tiger was solely focused on snatching the juveniles before the carrion demon spider could consume them, seeking to replenish its own strength. This meant that Lu Fan was not only competing against the carrion demon spider, but also had to wrest the juveniles from the golden-eyed white tiger's grasp. However, since the carrion demon spider had already consumed 7 or 8 of its young, its condition had improved significantly, and with a single strike, it could force back the golden-eyed white tiger, nearly claiming the tiger's life. Nevertheless, Lu Fan seized the opportunity to sever another leg of the carrion demon spider and, in the process, snatched away a juvenile spider, storing it in his storage ring. Chapter 62. The Clam and the Heron Struggle. It is rather amusing. Although it was a battle to the death among 3 parties, the dynamics had shifted. All 3 were now fixated on the carrion demon spider's juveniles, engaging in a fierce competition for them. The carrion demon spider opened its gaping maw, intent on swallowing a juvenile. The golden-eyed white tiger lunged forward, crashing into the carrion demon spider and swiftly biting down, crushing the head of the juvenile spider. Witnessing this, the carrion demon spider let out a howl, seemingly filled with sorrow. Yet this sorrow was not for its lost offspring, but rather a lament for not being able to enhance its strength with them. Now, only 9 juvenile spiders remained, and all 3 parties were fully committed to the fray, vying fiercely for them. Even the prior cooperative relationship between Lu Fan and the golden-eyed white tiger had crumbled into a competitive rivalry. However, the carrion demon spider and the golden-eyed white tiger, having regained their strength, became the dominant forces in this battle, leaving Lu Fan at a disadvantage. Yet he could not consume the juveniles as the tiger and spider did to restore his own strength. He could only swallow a few pills in hopes of regaining some vitality. During this interval, the carrion demon spider and the golden-eyed white tiger each devoured 2 more juvenile spiders, leaving only 5 remaining. He had to act. At the very least, he needed to bring back 2. If he returned empty-handed, it would render his journey to the rear mountain futile. With this thought, Lu Fan steeled himself and charged back into the battlefield. However, at this moment, the inherent disadvantages of humanity became glaringly evident. Although Lu Fan had some skills and body refinement, he was merely a small fish in a big pond compared to the golden-eyed white tiger and the carrion demon spider, struggling to fend off their attacks. Lu Fan's arms involuntarily trembled. Observing the increasingly frenzied states of both the carrion demon spider and the golden-eyed white tiger, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. As a human, Lu Fan's greatest advantage over the tiger and spider was his intellect. To engage in direct confrontation, neglecting his advantage, would be an act of folly. Moreover, Lu Fan was determined. As the saying goes, if one cannot obtain something, they might as well destroy it. Even if he did not want it for himself, he could not allow the golden-eyed white tiger and the carrion demon spider to feast upon the juveniles. Otherwise, it would be Lu Fan who would not escape this dense forest today. With this thought, Lu Fan concealed himself, holding his breath, and quietly hid to the side. Now, the shells of the juvenile spiders had become sturdy, exhibiting a degree of mobility. This made things considerably easier. The adage holds true: one must sacrifice something to gain something. To acquire greater benefits, Lu Fan had to make certain sacrifices beforehand. He withdrew a juvenile spider from his storage ring, placed it upon himself, and sliced open its abdomen, instantly releasing a pungent, bloody aroma. Unlike the adult carrion demon spider, the juvenile ones lacked toxicity, their blood a vivid red, even more potent in scent than human blood. Consequently, both the carrion demon spider and the golden-eyed white tiger were soon drawn to the source of the scent, moving closer to it. At that moment, Lu Fan seized the opportunity, leaping forth, circumventing the carrion demon spider and the golden-eyed white tiger, snatching away 2 juveniles. Not only that, he also unleashed the dragon tiger fist, obliterating 3 other juvenile spiders into a mushy pulp. He succeeded. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Fan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. When the carrion demon spider and the golden-eyed white tiger turned around after devouring the juvenile spiders, they beheld Lu Fan mercilessly slaughtering the remaining juveniles, igniting their fury. And they charged at him. However, while Lu Fan might not stand a chance in a direct confrontation, when it came to fleeing, he had never feared anyone. Do not forget, Lu Fan has repeatedly managed to escape from the grasp of the Great Beam, even eluding the encirclement of countless cultivators and scathed point 2 young beasts, barely of adolescent intellect, could hardly impede his progress. After stowing away the 2 carrion magic spider cubs, Lu Fan turned and fled without a backward glance. Meanwhile, the carrion magic spider and the suspending-eyed white tiger trailed closely behind him, emitting a low, threatening growl that served both as a warning and a final ultimatum for the suspending-eyed white tiger. This was its sole opportunity to retaliate against the carrion magic spider and reclaim its territory. It could scarcely allow this hard-won chance to slip away for the carrion magic spider. It was utterly intolerant of the situation. It could devour its own cubs without a shred of remorse, for that was its mission. Until the adult carrion magic spider met its demise, its offspring would merely serve as a means to enhance its own cultivation. Chapter 63. The Flying Stream Sword. Damn it. How can these 2 beasts pursue so relentlessly? Casting a glance back, Lu Fan saw the suspending-eyed white tiger and the carrion magic spider still hot on his heels. Since Lu Fan's acquisition of the spoils, approximately 2 hours had elapsed during which he had not paused, keeping the carrion magic spider and the suspending-eyed white tiger in tow. However, Lu Fan had numerous opportunities to escape the 3,000 mountains and return to the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet each time he chose to forego that chance. Alas, given Lu Fan's strength, facing off against the suspending-eyed white tiger and the carrion magic spider was merely a struggle for survival, not to mention the disciples within the Heavenly Sword sect. Should the carrion magic spider and the suspending-eyed white tiger pursue him all the way to the sect, it would be nothing short of a catastrophic blow. Yet, if this pursuit continued, Lu Fan would inevitably exhaust himself and be caught by the suspending-eyed white tiger and the carrion magic spider, leading to certain doom. However, how could one hope to alter such a dire predicament? Without employing the 23rd sword technique, Lu Fan could not breach the defenses of the carrion magic spider, and the suspending-eyed white tiger's assault was so fierce that it would afford him no time to prepare. A deadlock, neither fighting nor fleeing seemed viable, and it was Lu Fan's first experience of such a headache, driven to this state by 2 beasts. Host, the system has determined that your chances of escaping safely are virtually 0. The system recommends utilizing the Flying Stream Sword one-time experience card to turn the tide. Yet employing the Flying Stream here seems somewhat wasteful. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, caught in indecision. Recently, he had fortuitously completed a side quest issued by the system, which had rewarded him with a one-time sword technique. According to its description, the sword technique named Flying Stream was akin to a full-force strike from a peak transformation realm expert. However, it could only be used once before vanishing completely. Thus, such a precious experience card had not been utilized even when he was at the Great Beam. Yet now, he was compelled to resort to the Flying Stream due to the pressure from the 2 beasts. Lu Fan began to doubt whether the two carrion magic spider cubs he had taken could compensate for his losses. Nevertheless, Lu Fan was not so obstinate. He prioritized his life above all else. Since the situation had reached an impasse, there was no longer any need for him to hold back. With that thought, Lu Fan took out the talisman and gently crushed it. Instantly, his aura surged, climbing to the brink of the peak transformation realm, before finally stabilizing. Upon witnessing this scene, the carrion magic spider and the suspending-eyed white tiger halted in their tracks, observing Lu Fan's overwhelming presence. They became exceedingly cautious and vigilant. The dense forest heightened their sensitivity to danger, and at that moment, Lu Fan inspired profound trepidation within them. Conversely, Lu Fan, with his eyes slightly closed and spirit contained, had never experienced such formidable power, as if every inch of his being was infused with spiritual energy. Just a moment ago, weren't you pursuing me with great relish? Why have you stopped? Drawing forth the spirit sword from his waist, Lu Fan wore a mocking smile. Though he was uncertain whether the carrion magic spider and the suspending-eyed white tiger could comprehend his words, he declared, "This sword is named Flying Stream." With a mighty shout, Lu Fan executed the cloud-soaring technique, propelling himself into the air. Immediately, spiritual energy surged from within him, enveloping the surroundings and blotting out the sun. Subsequently, that sharp spiritual energy coalesced into a brilliant blue spiritual sword, poised above the carrion magic spider and the suspending-eyed white tiger. The flying stream sword seemed to lock onto the two beasts. No matter how they attempted to evade, the sword remained steadfastly suspended above them. Looking up, they could see the sword radiating an oppressive aura that filled them with an unprecedented sense of danger. Suddenly, without their awareness, Lu Fan had appeared before them. The sword that hovered above them was now inexplicably gripped in Lu Fan's hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Lu Fan wielded the flying stream sword, transforming into a blur as he lunged for the carrion magic spider's vital points. In that instant, the once impenetrable shell of the carrion magic spider crumbled like thin paper beneath his strike. With a single blow, the carrion magic spider was cleaved in two, leaving behind only a lifeless husk. Astonishingly powerful. Even Lu Fan couldn't help but marvel at the might of the flying stream sword. Though it was merely an experience card, it granted him profound insights into the sword arts. Yet before he could fully digest the revelations brought forth by the flying stream sword, Lu Fan had to act swiftly, aiming to severely injure or even slay the suspending-eyed white tiger before the sword's effect waned. Resolute, Lu Fan charged once more towards the suspending-eyed white tiger. However, the suspending-eyed white tiger seemed to sense Lu Fan's intentions. The moment the carrion magic spider met its demise, it turned tail and fled, leaving without so much as a backward glance, reminiscent of Lu Fan moments before. In that instant, the tables had turned. Chapter 64. Return with abundance. Do not flee. Allow me to deliver a single strike. Just one strike. Bearing the immense flying stream sword, Lu Fan pursued the suspending-eyed white tiger, his mouth agape as he gasped for breath. Yet he could not catch up. After all, if the suspending-eyed white tiger had chased Lu Fan previously to reclaim its lost possessions, now it was running for its very life, desperately striving to escape. Having witnessed the fate of the carrion magic spider, the suspending-eyed white tiger recognized that if a mere strike could fell the spider, its own demise would be all but assured. Thus, the suspending-eyed white tiger summoned every ounce of strength in its body, striving to evade Lu Fan. Yet, what the suspending-eyed white tiger did not anticipate was that Lu Fan had already vanished from sight. In truth, shortly after Lu Fan began his pursuit, the effect of the flying stream sword had worn off, and he was merely riding the coattails of its momentum, as for why he did not continue the chase. Lu Fan was primarily concerned that once the suspending-eyed white tiger regained its wits, he might become vulnerable to a counterattack, having ventured too deeply into the 3,000 mountains. Securing two carrion magic spider cubs was already a satisfactory outcome for Lu Fan that moment. The suspending-eyed white tiger finally realized it had been outmaneuvered by Lu Fan. Nevertheless, despite this realization, the suspending-eyed white tiger dared not seek revenge. After all, it had no way of knowing whether Lu Fan could still utilize the flying stream sword. If he could, then approaching him would be tantamount to courting death. However, as the king of beasts, being so easily outwitted left the suspending-eyed white tiger feeling somewhat disgruntled, resulting in a prolonged suffering inflicted upon other beasts within the 3,000 mountains. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Lu Fan. Upon returning to the back mountains of the Heavenly Sword sect, Elder Xuanji had already led the other disciples back inside the sect. Gazing at the familiar sight of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. The 3,000 mountains indeed lived up to its reputation as a forbidden zone. Even at the periphery, there existed such terrifying beasts, with Lu Fan himself unable to stand against them, that he could scarcely fathom what horrors awaited in the depths of the 3,000 mountains. Perhaps, with his current cultivation at the nascent soul stage, he would be obliterated without a trace. It was indeed lamentable that the Heavenly Sword sect had chosen this location, having grasped the true extent of the dangers posed by the 3,000 mountains. Lu Fan grew increasingly resentful of the sect's geographical position. Initially believing that being backed by the 3,000 mountains provided a strategic advantage, he now recognized that what was once seen as a refuge had become his greatest threat. Fortunately, the 3,000 mountains only bordered the outer regions of the Heavenly Sword sect. As Lu Fan returned to the sect, he happened upon Su Qianting, who was preparing to head to the gym. An idea sparked within him to tease her a little. With that thought in mind, Lu Fan quickened his pace, calling out to Su Qianting, "Qianting, I need your assistance with something." Suddenly being singled out. Su Qianting was momentarily taken aback, then cast a disdainful glance at Lu Fan, retorting, "Do not call me Qianting. It sounds rather unpleasant. What should I call you then? Just call me disciple. After all, you are indeed my master whatever. Let us get to the point. This matter requires your help, and I doubt anyone else can assist me." "What is it?" "Just so you know, I'm quite busy and don't have time to waste here with you." Hearing Su Qianting's blunt words, Lu Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn, how arrogant. I'm your master, and this is your attitude. Even if you can't muster a smile, at least show a bit of courtesy in your tone. Forget it, forget it. After all, I have no good thoughts myself, so let things unfold as they will. With this thought, Lu Fan disregarded Su Qianting's rudeness and promptly tossed a young carrion spider onto her. It is essential to note that although it was merely a young carrion spider, it was still the size of a person, with 3 green eyes fixated on Su Qianting, emanating a ghostly green glow. Its 8 legs ensnared her clothing, leaving it dangling from her. The sight would terrify anyone, and had it been Lu Fan, he certainly would not have been able to bear it. However, at that moment, Su Qianting exhibited an unexpected calmness that surpassed Lu Fan's imagination. She neither screamed nor pushed the young spider away, merely standing there in a daze. Yet, just as Lu Fan marveled at Su Qianting's composure, he was taken aback when she suddenly buckled at the knees and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. It turned out that the instant the young carrion spider appeared on her, she had already lost consciousness. Realizing that his prank may have gone too far, Lu Fan hastily retrieved the young spider and carried Su Qianting back to her room. After laying her down, he couldn't help but flee the scene. There was no choice. Given Su Qianting's identity, it would be better if she did not remember this incident, for if she recalled it vividly, Lu Fan would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, perhaps the shock from the young carrion spider was too overwhelming. For when Su Qianting awoke the following morning, she had no recollection of what had transpired or why she had fainted. Chapter 65. The Past of Xian Lao, Part 1. Master Zone. When you say it was successful, what do you mean? Just the literal meaning. I brought back 2 young carrion spiders as guardian beasts for the sect. Did I not mention this before I set out? Seeing the puzzled expression on Xianji Lao, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, he had mentioned it, but he had not expected that the intruder into the territory of the golden-eyed white-headed tiger was merely a young carrion spider. Xianji Lao forced a bitter smile, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Sensing something amiss in Xianji Lao's gaze, Lu Fan quickly inquired, "Xian Lao, what is it, master? These are all matters of the past. Years ago, when I was young and fearless, I was quite arrogant that I ventured alone into the 3,000 mountains for a bet, agreeing that if I could survive for 7 days, I would win the wager. What was the wager? Forgive my foolishness, but the wager was merely to elicit a smile from a woman. Looking back now, I realize how utterly foolish I was. Xianji Lao's bitter smile only piqued Lu Fan's curiosity. After all, Judging by Xianji Lao's demeanor, it was hard to imagine that such a kind elder once engaged in such reckless behavior in his youth. Xian Lao, please elaborate on what transpired between you and that woman. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with interest, fixating on Xianji Lao, who, finding himself compelled, relented. Since Master Zong wishes to know, I shall recount it. Reflecting on those years, I was merely a child from a humble family, never imagining that I would one day become a cultivator. The catalyst for this change began when I met her. Her name was Wang Xianling, a merchant's daughter. Our first encounter occurred at a temple fair, where I became deeply enamored with her at first sight. However, later her family fell into ruin, and her beastly father sold her to a brothel merely to obtain a handful of spirit stones. To find her, I was compelled to undertake perilous tasks within the sect, accumulating money to seek her out in that establishment. Yet the scale of that brothel far exceeded my expectations. It was not just a den of vice, but also half a gambling house. The hall was filled with the raucous din of shouting, giving the place a rather sordid air. Some attendants and beautiful maidens wandered about, serving drinks and snacks, while occasionally a winner would slip a spirit stone into a maiden's bosom, eliciting coy protests from the maidens and inciting jealousy among others, prompting them to exert themselves even more before setting out. I had spent 15 spirit stones to acquire a splendid outfit of shoe brocade, appearing like a wealthy young master out for pleasure. The half-hidden mask added an air of mystery to my appearance. I remember taking a cup of spirit wine from a maiden nearby, playfully squeezing her bosom, and then staggering toward a gambling table. After a few rounds, I found no enjoyment in such foolish behavior. So I randomly chose a girl to sit beside and drink. Ignoring the sultry teasing around me, I was consumed with thoughts of Xianling. I cared little for any other woman. However, I was later informed that to redeem Xianling, I would need 300 spirit stones, and as a penniless youth, I could only risk my life to acquire spirit stones to grant her freedom. At this point, Xianji Lao chuckled softly. His eyes filled with nostalgia to this day. He remained grateful for the depth of his feelings back then. Yet, regrettably, stories often do not conclude with a happy ending. Eventually, I encountered my master, who recognized my talent and sought to take me as a disciple. Upon learning of my attachment, my master did something I will never forget. Prior to this, I had been frequenting the brothel to avoid others mentioning Xianling, often clashing with others as a result. On one occasion, I was gravely injured by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Though now I see he was merely an insignificant insect, I was left severely wounded until my master found me and helped me take revenge. Providing me with 300 spirit stones to redeem Xianling, however, it was because of this that I came to see Xianling's true nature. Xianji Lao sighed deeply, seemingly lamenting the events of the past. Seeing this, Lu Fan felt compelled to offer words of comfort. Xian Lao, do not dwell on it too much. The past is behind us, and you both are well now. Is that not enough? Well now, no, Master Zong, I killed her. I personally took the life of the woman I loved most, and in front of many people, I killed her with my own hands. Yet, strangely enough, after committing such an act, I felt no sorrow. Instead, I experienced an overwhelming sense of relief. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes widened in shock. Xian Lao, you claim to have killed the woman you loved, but why would you do such a thing? Chapter 66. The Past of Xian Lao, Part 2. At that moment, I vividly recall being bedridden from my injuries, with my master healing me and leading me back to the brothel. As we walked down that familiar path, I grew increasingly bewildered, and a troubling thought began to surface in my mind. After much wandering, my master and I returned to the brothel, entering a room where he removed his mask, sighed softly, and pointed to a hole he had created in the wall, saying, "Take a look." Listening to my master's words, I approached hesitantly, and what I beheld nearly shattered me. The woman I had once longed for was now beneath another, gasping for breath and pleasure. How does it sound? Pleasant, no? My master asked me, "Datio, speak honestly." I was reluctant to believe it. I thought it must be some trick of my master's magic, so I retorted, "Impossible. Xianling is not that kind of person. Absolutely impossible. This must be a deception." I disregarded my pain and grabbed my master's collar. Yet, despite my rudeness, he remained unfazed, leisurely drinking. Witnessing this, I realized that sometimes silence serves as the best rebuttal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Feeling utterly deflated, I released my master's collar and collapsed to the ground. Master Zone, you cannot imagine how the girl who would blush at holding hands could fall to such depths. Her servile demeanor sickened me. However, perhaps my master could not bear to see me in despair, and he uttered words I would remember for a lifetime. Foolish child, in truth, you have long understood certain things. Why deceive yourself? Have you not considered how much you have spent on her? As soon as my master spoke, I realized something, and my expression grew increasingly grim. Indeed, I had long exceeded 300 spirit stones. Logically, I could have redeemed her and married her by now. Yet, what was the reality? The reality was that Xan Ling had deceived me. With this realization, I could no longer contain my fury. My face flushed red. My eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, my breath growing heavy, akin to a raging beast. Had my master not restrained me, even in my wounded state, I would have charged out then and there to tear that man to shreds. But I calmed myself and began to contemplate. Was he truly at fault? He is utterly indifferent to the identity of the woman beneath him. It merely happens to be Xinling. Moreover, even if it weren't him, there would be others who would find themselves atop Xinling at this point. The Elder of Mysteries paused, lost in thought. Yet, as he spoke, Lu Fan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. It is difficult to fathom how one could remain so composed and articulate in analyzing the situation after experiencing such events. Just then, the Elder of Mysteries interrupted Lu Fan's reverie, continuing, at that moment, my master looked into my eyes and slowly said, "Do you believe now? The pure-hearted girl you cherish has long since perished. What remains is Wang Xinling, a harlot. The girl you adored is merely a plaything for others, not even permitting you a touch. So, what exactly is it that you have been clinging to? To be frank, my master's probing question struck me like a revelation. I suddenly realized that I was a piece of gold yet to be discovered, and she was merely the dust that had settled upon me. I had no reason to hold any attachment to her. I comforted myself this way, yet the anger within me surged like a raging torrent, growing ever more intense that I asked for what transpired next. My memory grows hazy. I vaguely recall barging in and striking that man dead with a chair. I shall never forget the look of shock and confusion on Xinling's face when she saw me. Devoid of even a trace of guilt, it was only when I grasped her neck that she seemed to come to her senses, desperately pleading for my forgiveness. Still, I killed him, from that moment forth. I vowed never to take a life again, and thus I dedicated myself to the study of divination techniques. Master, I said, this is my story. What do you think? Strangely, the Elder of Mysteries appeared as a mere observer, neither saddened by the past nor stirred by any emotions, simply recounting everything quietly. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but swallow hard, saying, I apologize, Elder Xian. I did not mean to. It is of no consequence. These are merely old tales. Moreover, without those past events, the Elder of Mysteries would not exist as he does today. Thus, one might say that misfortune can be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps this is fate. Xinling and I are destined to be like ships passing in the night. Yet, at times, I find myself grateful that my master allowed me to grasp the truth of the matter. But if I were to live again, I would unreservedly fall in love with her once more, with that girl who had bright eyes and a radiant smile. Master, am I not foolish for ending up like this for the sake of a woman? Chapter 67. Half Wind and Rain. Half injury, that it was curious how the Elder of Mysteries seemed so at ease that he could recount the events of the past with calm detachment while still feeling a sense of regret and reflection. This left Lu Fan feeling somewhat at a loss that in his previous life, amidst the vibrant chaos of the world, he had witnessed countless partings and betrayals. Yet he had never encountered anyone as serene as the Elder of Mysteries. Lu Fan knew that upon discovering another's hideous nature, the venomous words uttered in hatred would wish nothing less than for the other to descend into the depths of hell, a commonplace reaction. Thus, Lu Fan found himself unsure of how to console the elder, even feeling an odd sense that he himself was the one in need of comfort. Elder Xian, to be honest, I admire you, Lu Fan sighed as he spoke. Oh, what brings you to say that, master? If I were to endure such experiences, I doubt I could ever achieve the same level of tranquility as you. Alas, rather than harboring resentment, it is better to simply forget. Reflecting on it, with half my life spent in storms and injuries, I no longer wish to muddle through my existence over such matters. The Elder of Mysteries chuckled softly, rising to continue. And you, Master, have never mentioned your past and aren't you skilled in divination? Why not deduce your own past and future? If it were possible, I wouldn't inquire of you, Master, the Elder of Mysteries replied, shaking his head. I cannot see your past or future, regardless of when or how I attempt to divine it. Everything about you seems shrouded in a dense fog, eluding my understanding. I see. However, to be honest, my past is hardly anything grand or noteworthy. If I must speak of it, I've already died once. Oh, I was unaware of such a past, Master. I have never mentioned it, so naturally, you would not know that I simply prefer not to dwell on it. Lu Fan deftly steered the conversation away, igniting the Elder's curiosity. There was no way to explain that he had been struck by a car and subsequently transported to this world. Who would believe such a tale? Even Lu Fan himself dared not trust whether those memories were real or merely a dream. Forget it. Why am I suddenly feeling melancholic? Lu Fan shook his head and patted the Elder of Mysteries on the shoulders, saying, Regardless, you are now a disciple of the Tianjin sect, and that is sufficient. No sooner had Lu Fan spoken than the system's voice suddenly resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, pouring out one's heart. Reward, 3 standard basketball courts. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was rendered utterly dumbfounded that it was not the completion of a hidden task that astonished him. After all, he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Rather, the reward of 3 basketball courts left him utterly flabbergasted. In his previous life, basketball had been his greatest passion, and his skill was nearly on par with that of a university basketball team in a certain country. With a bit more effort, he could have even claimed the title of a rookie standout. Alas, the accident that followed put an end to it all. However, the opportunity to once again engage in his beloved sport filled Lu Fan with immense joy. He envisioned placing the 3 basketball courts adjacent to the gymnasium, eager to dive back into the game. Grabbing a basketball, the familiar sensation surged within him. A simple retreat, a smooth shot, a three-pointer. Lu Fan rediscovered that long-lost feeling. Suddenly, with the addition of a new facility, disciples and elders of the Tianjin sect gathered around. Master, what is this? This time it is my favorite sport, basketball. Basketball. The lack of familiarity with the sport was evident in their puzzled expressions. In response, Lu Fan meticulously explained the gameplay, rules, and even some techniques, generously sharing his knowledge without reservation. After all, basketball was his greatest passion, akin to a beautiful woman lying before him in all her glory. Yet, with the myriad of rules and styles, Lu Fan continued to elaborate until the others lost interest, but he remained undeterred. However, once Lu Fan demonstrated his skills on the court, he completely captivated the energetic disciples. Given that the basketball court adjusted its gravitational field according to each individual's cultivation level, it served as an unparalleled choice for endurance training. Just as Lu Fan was reveling in the moment, Su Qianting approached with an air of determination. Observing her fierce demeanor, Lu Fan sensed trouble brewing. Yet before he could slip away, Su Qianting called out to him. Master, have you forgotten something? What a coincidence. You're here too. Indeed, quite fortuitous. Master, where are you headed? Do you need me to accompany you? Chapter 68. A Wedding Escape. No need. I can go by myself. You should attend to your own matters. Lu Fan laughed awkwardly, preparing to slip away, only to be firmly grasped by Su Qianting. One must admit, the strength of this young lady was formidable. Even Lu Fan could not break free. What do you want? Glancing at the fierce Su Qianting, Lu Fan swallowed hard that, to be honest, he felt a twinge of fear towards his own disciple. Setting aside Su Qianting's status as the daughter of the Su family from the 3 legendary clans, her background was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, her cultivation level was comparable to Lu Fan's, and as one of the few females in the Tianjin sect, he truly had no idea how to handle her. What do I want? My dear master, have you forgotten what you did to me? Su Qianting chuckled lightly, her brows arching into an attractive curve. Yet the sight of her smile sent shivers down Lu Fan's spine, unable to deny his culpability. Lu Fan knew better than to provoke Su Qianting. You remember now? Yes, I remembered. I found it strange why my memory only returned before leaving the gym, while everything after encountering you was completely blank. Now it makes sense. Master, you actually dared to scare me with a spider. As she spoke, Su Qianting grabbed Lu Fan's collar and shook him back and forth, leaving him dizzy. Damn, I should never have opened this gym. Su Qianting's strength is growing by the day. Wait, Qianting, let us talk this over. What is there to discuss? Wasn't it you who used a spider to frighten me? Though that may be true. However, I am your revered master. You ought to show me some courtesy. There is no need for such formality. If it were not for my current situation of running away from home, I would certainly confront you and my father. Upon saying this, Su Qianting suddenly realized she had let something slip. Her delicate face flushed, fixating her gaze on Lu Fan. Running away from home? Wait, do you mean to say that you left secretly? And your family is unaware? What do you mean by running away from home? You must have misheard. Yes, that must be it. Su Qianting, tell me the truth. Does your family know you are out? If they do not, I must take you back. Why? The reason is quite simple. If one day your family discovers you within the Tianjin sect, and if they are reasonable, it may not be too problematic. However, if they are aggressive and demand an explanation from our sect, coupled with your insistence that you were coerced into staying, I would have nowhere to lament my misfortune. As he spoke, Lu Fan grasped Su Qianting firmly. Turning to Elder Xuanji, he inquired, Elder, do you know where the Su family resides? We are taking Su Qianting back. No way. I absolutely refuse to return. Su Qianting forcefully shook off Lu Fan, sending him sprawling. Struggling to rise, Lu Fan brushed off the dust from his shoulders, gazing at Su Qianting. To Su Qianting, I must make it clear. No matter what, I must escort you home. After all, this concerns the potential repercussions for the Tianjin sect. We cannot afford to incur the wrath of the Su family at this moment. That Lu Fan had articulated his reasoning. There was no option. To stand against the Su family, one must weigh the consequences. Even the Tianjin sect or the entire Daliang. Therefore, to eliminate any potential complications at the outset, Lu Fan had to adopt a firmer stance. Let us settle this for today. Tomorrow morning, pack your belongings. And return with me, that I will not go back. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. That I said, I absolutely will not return. I have only just escaped from that hellish place and freed myself from marrying that fool. How could I possibly return so easily? Wait. Escaping a marriage. This complicates matters further. It is known that those eligible to marry the daughter of the Su family are typically the scions of prominent families. Lu Fan certainly did not wish to provoke two formidable entities simultaneously. Su Qianting, under no circumstances should you escape a marriage. What would that mean for your family? Why not clearly articulate your intentions instead of resorting to flight? Lu Fan could already envision the ugly expressions on the faces of the Su family when they came looking for him. Not to mention the scornful mockery from Su Qianting's fiancée. That alone was something he could not endure. However, upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Su Qianting merely shook her head and replied, It is futile. Even if I express it, it holds no significance that I have made it clear more than once that I have no desire to marry him. Yet my father, for the sake of profit, has forcibly betrothed me to him. Aside from fleeing, what other options do I have? Then you should not sigh. It is not easy for anyone involved that if possible, could you divulge which young master your fiancé belongs to? The Third Prince of Daliang, Liang Zhiqing. Chapter 69. Troubles Arrive, Part 1. The Third Prince of Daliang. Good heavens, you cannot be serious. Lu Fan could not help but smile bitterly. While he had anticipated that anyone eligible to marry Su Qianting would not be an ordinary person, hearing that it was the Third Prince of Daliang made it clear that if he did not return her soon, trouble would inevitably knock at their door. What? Who is joking with you? It is indeed the Third Prince of Daliang. What of it? He is still just a fool. I say, master, are you afraid? Afraid? I am indeed frightened. If it were just me, even if Daliang issued a manhunt against me, I would not be the slightest bit intimidated. However, I now represent the entire Tianjin sect that if both the Daliang royal family and the Su family come to seek trouble with the Tianjin sect simultaneously, it would not be a jest. Sect master, we should return her home at once. That Lu Fan concurred with Elder Xuanji's words. Yet Su Qianting's strength was akin to his own. Aside from himself, there was only one other Yuanying realm expert in the entire Tianjin sect. Forcing her back to the Su family would not be a simple task. He must devise a strategy. I will not return. Master, I am your disciple of the Tianjin sect, yes, your sect leader and my master. You cannot cast me back into the flames. I declare it now. I will not return. Whoever wishes to marry that fool can go back, but it will not be me. after Su Qianing finished speaking. She ceased to engage with Lu Fan and the others. She understood that even if Lu Fan were to act personally, he would find it challenging to defeat her, let alone anyone else. Faced with such a resolute woman, Lu Fan found himself somewhat vexed. However, Su Qianing could not remain in the Tianjin sect. He could shoulder the wrath of both the Daliang royal family and the Su family. But could the disciples of the entire Tianjin sect withstand it? Certainly not. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Fan sighed and said, "Elder Xuanji, do you have any solutions?" Elder Xuanji was momentarily at a loss for words. He too did not know how to persuade Su Qianing to return home. Just then, Elder Xuanji suddenly froze, his brow furrowing. Sect Master, trouble may truly be arriving. Lu Fan did not immediately grasp the meaning behind Elder Xuanji's words. But he quickly comprehended that the trouble he referred to was none other than the Daliang royal family, or the Su family, so soon. Lu Fan had faith in Elder Xuanji's ability to read the signs. Yet he had never anticipated that it would come so quickly and so abruptly. How long until they arrive? No more than half a day. Lu Fan gazed into the distance, troubled. He knew that even if he forcibly returned Su Qianing now, it would not stave off this impending trouble in that case. It would be wiser to confront the situation head-on. Elder Xuanji, notify all disciples of the Tianjin sect to enter a state of readiness. Prepared at all times. Yes, receiving the order, Elder Xuanji immediately set to work, while Lu Fan did not remain idle, that he approached Su Qianing's quarters, knowing that to defuse this crisis for the Tianjin sect, he must persuade Su Qianing, otherwise there was no alternative. Qianing, are you resting? Come out, Master has something to discuss with you. Lu Fan softly called from outside the door, and suddenly the door swung open. Su Qianing stepped out, rolling her eyes at him, and said, "I've told you countless times, don't call me Qianing. It feels strange. Call me disciple." Although Su Qianing feigned dissatisfaction, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, though Lu Fan remained oblivious. "Speak, Master has graced me with his presence. What brings you here?" Lu Fan found himself momentarily speechless, unsure how to address Su Qianing. However, she perceived his intentions and coldly remarked, "Master, do you truly wish for me to leave?" If you fear the wrath of the Daliang royal family, I can understand, for as the sect leader, you must consider the lives at stake for all in the sect. Since you have made your decision, I shall not insist further. I take my leave." With that, Su Qianing turned to depart, yet her pace was slow. She waited for Lu Fan's words. "Wait." Su Qianing halted, her face still somewhat cold, yet her heart was already brimming with joy. "What else does Master wish to say? Forget it. They are about to arrive. If you do not want to leave, then stay." In truth, Su Qianing's words left Lu Fan with an indescribable feeling. He was uncertain of his own feelings towards her. Yet, just as she was about to leave, he found himself feeling somewhat reluctant. "I knew it. Master would never abandon me." Su Qianing's previous cold demeanor melted away as she returned to her room, her face aglow with delight. Watching her close the door, Lu Fan smiled helplessly and mused, "The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean." Su Qianing, hiding behind the door, felt her cheeks flush at Lu Fan's comment. She slightly opened the door to peek, only to find that Lu Fan had already departed. Master is truly adorable. He is infinitely better than that fool Liang Zhiqing. Ugh, what am I thinking? He is my master. At this moment, Su Qianing's face resembled a ripe apple. Had Lu Fan seen her like this, he would surely be taken aback. Chapter 70. Troubles Arrive, Part 2. Sect Master. Elder Xuanji awaited in the main hall and rushed forward upon seeing Lu Fan return. "Elder, have you notified everyone?" "Rest assured, Sect Master. All disciples of the Tianjin sect are prepared at all times. As for Su Qianing, no matter. Since she does not wish to leave, I shall not force her. After all, it is indeed unreasonable to compel a woman to wed someone she does not love. They are about to arrive, and it is too late to leave now." The Elder of Mysteries nodded slightly. Lu Fan's words were not without merit. He understood well the principle that what is a blessing may not be a curse, and that what is a curse cannot be avoided. Half a day's time swiftly passed, and the gates of the Heavenly Sword sect remained tranquil as ever. However, the patrolling disciples were all on high alert. For this was a calamity for the sect, and if they could not withstand it, they too would face dire consequences. That Lu Fan sat calmly in his chair, awaiting the impending troubles. Soon, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect rushed into the great hall, kneeling halfway before him. Reporting to the sect master, an army is approaching from over 100 miles away, numbering no less than 100. Very well. Proceed with reconnaissance. Reporting to the sect master, they have already arrived at the foot of the mountain. I see. Lu Fan sighed, rising from his seat to stretch his limbs, just as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, you have received a mission to repel the Su family and retain Su Qian Ting within the sect. Success reward. Acquire the essence of divine transformation. The essence of divine transformation contains the aura of mysterious power, which can assist in breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Should you fail, your cultivation will regress to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Hearing this mission, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was a situation where victory was the only option. And the essence of divine transformation was indeed a coveted treasure. To obtain it, one must traverse the divine ascension ladder, and successfully completing this task would certainly facilitate his own breakthrough to the divine transformation realm. After all, only Lu Fan himself knew that despite appearing to be at the divine transformation level, all his true cultivation was merely at the peak of the nascent soul realm. This was solely due to the hasty enhancement of his powers during the rebellion against the royal family, leaving him in a state where even he was unsure of his true cultivation level, seeming to be at the divine transformation level, yet not quite, and being able to contend with those at that level. It seemed that this bitter battle could not be avoided. Since that was the case, let the battle commence, sect master. What are you mumbling to yourself about? The Elder of Mysteries gazed at Lu Fan in confusion, to which Lu Fan responded with an awkward smile, realizing he had spoken aloud. Nothing. Let us proceed to the mountain gate to assess the situation. With that, Lu Fan strode towards the mountain gate, the Elder of Mysteries following closely behind. Despite the formidable presence approaching them, they could not allow fear to take hold. Who goes there? This is the mountain gate of the Heavenly Sword sect. If you have no business here, please depart, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect shouted sternly. The Heavenly Sword sect? A mere disciple dares to shout at me. At the foot of the mountain stood over 100 individuals, led by a middle-aged man whose cultivation level was indiscernible to the disciple. Go inform your sect master that the Su family, one of the 3 great clans of legend, has come to visit. The Su family, upon hearing this, all the outer disciples broke into a cold sweat. The Su family held a formidable reputation throughout the mystic continent, having long since attained the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Could it be that this middle-aged man was the head of the Su family? Our sect master has stated that we shall not receive guests for the time being, so we kindly ask you to return. Not receiving guests? What audacity! What if I insist on seeing your sect master today? The Su man spoke with a tone of authority, and though his own aura was not outwardly displayed, the hundreds behind him had already released their spiritual energy, revealing that there were over 10 nascent soul realm experts among them. So it is Elder Su. Your visit truly brings honor to our Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Fan's voice resounded from a distance, followed by 2 fleeting figures that appeared before the outer disciples, blocking their path. Lu Fan and the Elder of Mysteries. Greetings, sect master. Enough, rise. How could you all let Elder Su be obstructed? Hurry and face your punishment. This, Lu Fan exchanged knowing glances with the disciples, who quickly understood his meaning and replied, Yes, we shall go at once. Watching the outer disciples depart, Lu Fan turned back to face the Su man, cheerfully inquiring, Elder Su, I am not aware of the purpose of your esteemed visit. What brings you to our sect? You are the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. You seem rather young. Surely you are not deceiving me. Deceive you? How could I dare? Even if you do not recognize me, surely you must know this esteemed elder beside me. Upon hearing this, the Su man finally noticed the Elder of Mysteries beside Lu Fan. If even the Elder of Mysteries was unaware of him, then he would not be worthy of being called the head of the Su family, for there were few who possessed the ability to calculate the heavens. And the Elder of Mysteries was the most renowned among them. Su Tian, my old friend, it has been many years. Could it be you no longer recognize me? Ah, it is indeed the Elder of Mysteries. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I did not see you at first. Please do not hold it against me that Su Tian's outward demeanor was jovial, but inwardly he was perplexed. wondering how the Elder of Mysteries came to be at the Heavenly Sword sect. It seemed today he could not afford to act recklessly. This was not out of fear of the Elder's strength, but rather because those capable of calculating the heavens would not wish to offend them. After all, who would not want to know their fate? Chapter 71. Too wealthy? Not at all. Not at all. Sect Master, considering Elder Su has traveled a great distance, it would be remiss of us to deny them entry. Ha! Elder Su is correct. I was quite thoughtless. Please do come in. Lu Fan gestured for Su Tian to enter, to which Su Tian smiled slightly and extended his hand, signaling his clan to retract their spiritual energy. Su Tian slowly walked through the mountain gate, followed closely by Lu Fan and the Elder of Mysteries. Observing the 100-strong Su family, Lu Fan felt a twinge of concern, with no fewer than 10 nascent soul realm experts. Their strength was evident. Inside the Great Hall, Lu Fan took his seat at the head, the Elder of Mysteries to his left, and Su Tian on his right, with 3 nascent soul realm experts standing behind Su Tian, causing Lu Fan to break into a sweat. Elder, may I refer to you as such? Of course. Then I shall not be polite. Might I inquire the purpose of your visit, Elder Su? I seek someone. Hearing this, Lu Fan felt a sense of inevitability. As expected, the moment had come. May I ask whom you are searching for? Is this individual within my Heavenly Sword sect? Sect Master Lu. Let us speak plainly. The purpose of my visit is to find my daughter, that I have heard she has joined your sect. While I do not oppose her joining a sect, as all children need to experience the world, my daughter carries the weight of family responsibilities that if she truly is within your sect, I hope Sect Master Lu will allow me to take her back to the daughter of the Su family has joined my Heavenly Sword sect. That is splendid news indeed, as it brings honor to our sect. However, I must confess that I am not familiar with this individual. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place. Elder? Lu Fan feigned ignorance, while the Elder of Mysteries remained silent, unable to suppress a chuckle at Lu Fan's performance. Sect Master Lu, you truly do not know of this matter. Indeed, I do not. Seeing Lu Fan's earnest demeanor, Su Tian began to doubt himself. Could the information be incorrect? If so, might I request that all disciples of your sect, both inner and outer, be summoned? I shall know upon seeing them. Is there a problem? Lu Fan found himself at a loss for words that if Su Qianting truly was not present, summoning all disciples to show Su Tian would not be an issue. However, if this news reached Su Qianting's ears, given her character, she would surely come out with no hesitation that it is not a problem. But I must inform you that most of my disciples are currently executing tasks that without completing their missions. They cannot earn spirit stones, and without spirit stones, they cannot purchase quality martial arts. The sect master, I must consider the welfare of my disciples. I cannot call them all back merely because of your visit. Sect Master Lu, you need not worry. Should your sect truly have no knowledge of my daughter, the Su family is willing to compensate each disciple with 1,000 spirit stones as recompense. 1,000 spirit stones? Lu Fan was utterly taken aback. 1,000 spirit stones was no insignificant sum, and with 100 disciples in the Heavenly Sword sect, that amounted to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. The financial power of the Su family was indeed not to be underestimated. Sect Master Lu, do you have any further concerns? If not, please summon all your inner and outer disciples at once. Su Tian's insistence left Lu Fan with no room for dissent, but he glanced at the Elder of Mysteries, who nodded in agreement. Very well. As you wish, call for all disciples to assemble at the training ground. Those executing tasks, return swiftly. Yes. Witnessing Lu Fan's decisiveness, Su Tian began to question himself. Could it be that his daughter truly was not at the Heavenly Sword sect? 100,000 spirit stones was not a large sum for the Su family. Yet it represented half a year's expenditure for them, that if his daughter was indeed absent, how could he possibly retract his offer? Of course, retracting was not an option, had the Elder of Mysteries not been present. He might have dared to act differently, but the Elder's presence compelled him to communicate amicably with Lu Fan. Elder. After giving Lu Fan a knowing glance, the Elder of Mysteries stood and said, Elder Su, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. The calculations of the heavens have been quite taxing. Very well, Brother Mysteries, do rest well. The Elder of Mysteries nodded and departed from the Great Hall. Junior Brother Lu, why are you all in such a hurry, Senior Sister? Did you not receive the notice? All disciples of the academy gathered in unison, as if a momentous figure had arrived. Finishing his words, Lu Shidi hastily made his way to the training ground, leaving Su Qianning alone, that a momentous figure. I must see for myself, as the young lady of the Su family, one of the 3 renowned clans. She had encountered many illustrious individuals before. However, she was eager to discern the identity of one who could command the attention of the entire sect, that Su Qianting. Wait a moment. Just as she was about to soar towards the training ground, the elder Xian appeared just in time to call her back. Elder Xian, what is it? I heard a significant figure has come to our sect. Who is it? Elder Xian smiled wryly, pondering that it could only be her father. Though he refrained from voicing this thought, that it's nothing. The sect master has ordered you to the gym for training. Chapter 72. I cannot let this person go, master. Su Qianning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ever since the morning, whenever she heard Lu Fan's name, her face would turn crimson. Elder Xian, witnessing this, rolled his eyes at the sect master, who was well aware of Su Qianting's betrothal to the second prince of the Great Liang, yet acted thus. However, he was oblivious to Su Qianting's affection for Lu Fan, a sentiment even Lu Fan himself was unaware of. The sect master said, you need not make an appearance. Just follow his orders and train in the gym. Why won't you allow me to show myself? Elder Xian, please just tell me. Seeing Elder Xian hesitate, Su Qianning felt a twinge of unease. Could it be? Before Elder Xian could react, Su Qianning had already become nothing but a fleeting shadow. Concern breeds chaos. Concern breeds chaos. Elder Xian was quite anxious that he had come specifically to prevent Su Qianning from going to the training ground. Yet unexpectedly, she had anticipated his intentions. Both were powerful beings at the Yuaning stage. But Elder Xian, who specialized in celestial calculations, found himself unable to keep pace with her, and could only think to hastily inform Lu Fa and At the training ground. All disciples of the Tianjin sect were assembled. Those who had been on missions returned one by one. The Lu Fan stood high above, surveying the disciples below, and only relaxed upon confirming that Su Qianting was not among them. Did Lu Fan fear the Su family? The answer was a resounding no. Were he not the sect master of Tianjin, but rather a solitary figure, he would dismiss the 3 renowned clans and the great Liang royal family without a second thought. Even though he was currently only a pseudo-deity at the Yuaning stage, with the existence of the system as a cheat, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Bring Su Tian. Elder Su. Soon, Su Tian arrived at the training ground, guided by the disciples of Tianjin sect, and upon seeing Lu Fan standing there calm and unperturbed, he thought, is it possible that Qianting is truly not here? Elder Su, Lu Fan turned around and called out gently upon noticing Su Tian standing still. All inner and outer disciples of the Tianjin sect have gathered here. Please proceed. Elder Su, Su Tian nodded. As a powerful figure at the deity transformation stage, he had already scanned the training ground with his divine consciousness upon arrival and found no trace of his daughter. However, he was reluctant to let it go, fearing that his divine sense might have missed something. Sect Master, can you hear me? Elder Xian's voice echoed in Lu Fan's ear. Realizing it was a distant transmission, Lu Fan felt a surge of anxiety. Elder Xian, reaching out to him from afar, could only signify trouble. Elder Xian, what is the matter? Without beating around the bush, Elder Xian relayed the news that Su Qianting was en route to the training ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was taken aback and swiftly glanced towards the approaching figure in the distance. Indeed, Su Qianting was racing towards them. This is BAD, the Lu Fan exclaimed, directing his gaze towards Su Tian, who fortunately had not noticed yet. However, it was impossible for him to leave and intercept Su Qianting now. Any movement on his part would certainly alert Su Tian that I hope it's not too late. Lu Fan clung to a sliver of hope, wishing fervently that Su Qianting and her father would not cross paths at the training ground. Yet, such a wish was futile, for Su Qianting, being a Yuan-ing stage master, possessed remarkable speed that in the blink of an eye, she had already arrived at Lu Fan's side. Master, did I not instruct Elder Xian to inform you not to come? Why did you not heed my warning? Qianting. As a powerful being at the deity transformation stage, Su Tian could sense the slightest movements around him. Initially, he thought it was Elder Xian arriving, and paid it no mind. However, upon turning to see Su Qianting's figure, he immediately released his spiritual energy, rushing through the crowd of disciples to Lu Fan and Su Qianting's side. With a stern expression, Su Tian said, "Sect Master Lu, did you not claim my daughter was not present in your sect? I demand a reasonable explanation." Lu Fan found himself at a loss for words, that if Su Qianing had not come, the matter would have naturally resolved once Su Tian finished his inspection. But now, with Su Qianting standing right beside him, what excuse could he concoct? "Father, this matter has nothing to do with Master. He was unaware of my identity as a member of the Su family." "Silence. You ungrateful child from childhood. You were the one I cherished most, yet you choose to elope. Do you realize the calamity your actions will bring upon the Su family? I would rather die than marry that fool Liang Jiqing." As soon as Su Qianing's words fell, she gathered her spiritual energy and struck towards her own crown. Upon witnessing this, Su Tian was momentarily taken aback. Though he was a deity transformation stage master, he found it exceedingly difficult to prevent a Yuan Ing stage expert from taking her own life. "Foolishness!" Lu Fan bellowed, seizing Su Qianing's hand, thus averting her actions, which also caused Su Tian to exhale in relief. At that moment, Elder Xin arrived. Witnessing the tense standoff, he positioned himself behind Lu Fan, ready to intervene should Su Tian consider violence. "Master, the body is a gift from one's parents. To take one's life before one's father is unfilial. And to do so before one's master is disloyal." That Lu Fan's words softened Su Tian's demeanor, and Su Qianting's eyes glistened with tears. Seeing this, Lu Fan could not help but feel a pang of concern. "Elder Su, this is the Tianjin sect. Su Qianting is a disciple of my sect. I shall not meddle in your family matters, but here, my word is law." "What does Sect Master Lu mean?" "One sentence. This person, I cannot let go." Chapter 73. What can 3 moves do? "Sect Master Lu, are you declaring enmity with my Su family?" Su Tian's expression darkened considerably. That he asked the head of the Su family. It had been quite some time since anyone dared to defy him so openly, especially a young man of the Yuaning stage, which fueled his ire. "Elder, I do not wish to become adversaries with your Su family. However, you can see that Su Qianting is so resolute in her refusal to marry Liang Jiqing that she would rather die than comply. Do you truly wish to witness your daughter driven to such desperation by your own hand? Qianting is my daughter. Does our Su family require an outsider's interference?" Lu Fan could discern that Su Tian was genuinely enraged. With his strength at the deity transformation stage, annihilating the Tianjin sect would be a simple task. Yet would Lu Fan simply acquiesce? Turning to glance at Su Qianting, he noticed the tears glistening in her eyes, and he sighed helplessly. "Your family matters are indeed none of my business, but as Su Qianting's master, I cannot stand idly by while you destroy her. Is Sect Master Lu declaring war? You must understand that should war break out today, you will offend not only my Su family, but the entire Great Liang royal family. Are you truly prepared for this? The Great Liang royal family?" Lu Fan scoffed derisively that he had managed to escape from the deity transformation stage experts sent by the Great Liang royal family before. Why would he fear them now? What truly concerned him were the disciples of the Tianjin sect, as this endless conflict had nothing to do with them. "Master." Su Qianting felt deeply moved. Lu Fan's figure had firmly etched itself in her heart. She would never allow another man to occupy that space, not even the 3rd prince of the Great Liang. "Stand behind me. I will take care of everything." Su Qianting nodded obediently, knowing that as long as this man stood firm, he would never allow her to be taken back to her family. "All disciples of the Tianjin sect, listen well. I, Lu Fan, in the name of the sect master of Tianjin, declare that from this day forth, the Tianjin sect shall be at odds with the Su family. If anyone wishes to withdraw from the sect, I shall not hold it against you. The choice is yours." Upon hearing Lu Fan's declaration, Su Tian was completely enraged. That it was abundantly clear that Lu Fan intended to wage war against them. Even though they were on the territory of the Tianjin sect, he had brought along many powerful allies. "Master, we are willing to fight and die for the Tianjin sect," the disciples of the Tianjin sect shouted in unison. Witnessing this scene, even Su Tian, a deity transformation stage expert, was taken aback. Most of these disciples were merely at the Golden Core stage, with only a few reaching the spirit form stage, yet the loyalty they displayed was something even his Su family could hardly boast. "Junior brother, you sister, do not worry. Though you have only recently joined the Tianjin sect, you are now one of us, that we will never allow you to become a pawn in a family alliance. We vow to protect you with our lives." Su Qianting was overwhelmed with emotion. After joining the Tianjin sect, she had rarely interacted with her fellow disciples, and she had never expected them to stand up for her in such a critical moment. Excellent. This is the spirit of the disciples of the Tianjin sect. Elder Su, you have witnessed this. Our sect is fully prepared. State your intentions. The originally resolute Su Tian found himself at a loss for words, although he had brought with him no fewer than 100 formidable warriors from the Su family. Engaging in battle with the Tianjin sect would undoubtedly result in grievous casualties that he had no desire to expend too many of the Su family's elite here. Qianting, your father asks you, are you willing to return with me? If you marry the third prince, our Su family will ascend to the pinnacle among the three esteemed clans, and you shall enjoy an abundance of wealth and glory. Please, do not continue. Su Qianting interrupted Su Tian before he could finish. From childhood, you have been the one who cared for me the most. I should not resist your wishes, but our Su family has always valued strength above all. Why must you now seek an alliance with the De Liang royal family? Is the reputation of the three clans truly more important than your daughter's happiness? Qianting. Su Tian began, but she cut him off once more. Let me reiterate, if you insist on forcing me to marry Liang Zhiqing, then I would rather choose death. Seeing Su Qianting's unwavering resolve, Su Tian furrowed his brow, glancing at the watchful Lu Fan beside him, uncertain of how to proceed. Old Su, how might we retreat? Lu Fan discerned Su Tian's growing hesitation and understood that compelling Su Qianting to marry the third prince was not his true intention. He was simply left with no other choice that Su Tian was acutely aware of Lu Fan's meaning. After all, his indecision was evident upon his face, were it not for the pressure from the De Liang royal family. He would not wish to force his daughter into an undesirable situation. Since Lu Fan had offered him a way out, it would be unreasonable for him not to take it. Very well. I, too, do not wish to deplete our strength here. How about this? You receive 3 of my strikes that if you can withstand them, my Su family will depart and refrain from entering the Tianjin sect's territory henceforth. 3 strikes? What? Is the Lu sect master afraid? Lu Fan smiled slightly, striding confidently towards Su Tian. What harm is there in receiving 3 strikes? Excellent. As expected of the Lu sect master, did I in that case. Let us commence. Su Tian declared, stepping back a meter. When he turned around, Lu Fan was already poised for action. Master, my father specializes in lightning techniques, which are quite volatile. Moreover, in the transformation of spirit realm, lightning techniques can unleash tremendous power without harming oneself. Please be cautious. Upon hearing Su Qianting's warning, Lu Fan nodded. Although his sword technique was not particularly powerful, it possessed remarkable endurance and the potential for a decisive strike, despite merely being on the receiving end this time. He was not incapable of withstanding an attack from a transformation of spirit realm expert, using his sword-based agility that the Lu sect master prepared. Please proceed. Su Tian wasted no time, releasing the lightning attribute spiritual energy from within him. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, crackling with thunder that Lu Fan felt a sense of pressure at the sight. Previously, when facing the royal family, Lu Fan had forcefully upgraded to a pseudo-transformation. Yet he had not truly felt the pressure from a transformation of spirit expert. But now, the experience was markedly different. The transformation of spirit realm. Although it is merely a step above the Yuanying realm, the difference is akin to heaven and earth. While a spirit realm cultivator can defeat a Yuanying realm practitioner through superior techniques, it is not simply a matter of techniques for the Yuanying realm to conquer a transformation of spirit expert. Thunder Control Technique. Su Tian unleashed 6 lightning orbs toward Lu Fan, each imbued with formidable spiritual power characteristic of the transformation of spirit realm. Faced with the oncoming 6 lightning orbs, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, and a shadow of a sword appeared beneath his feet, allowing him to deftly evade the bombardment of the orbs. The initial few lightning orbs were not particularly swift, and Lu Fan easily dodged them. However, by the 5th orb, he found it increasingly challenging to evade. Fortunately, he reacted in time to avoid it, but the 6th orb proved to be far less straightforward. Despite his utmost concentration, the 6th orb had concealed itself behind the 5th. And before he could fully react, it was already upon him. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the area around Lu Fan was engulfed in a cloud of dust. The disciples of the Tianjin sect felt a pang of anxiety. Could their leader truly be defeated so easily? The answer was, of course, negative, that as the dust began to settle, Lu Fan remained standing, albeit with his clothing tattered by the blast. The reputation of a transformation of spirit expert was indeed well deserved. Lu Fan brushed off the dust from his attire, a faint smile playing on his lips, for he could discern that Su Tian had not exerted his full strength. Moreover, at the moment of the explosion, he heard the system's voice in his ear. Congratulations, host, you have activated the lightning attribute. Experience points 1002000. That it turned out that the attack from a transformation of spirit expert could aid the system in activating other attributes. Had he known, he would not have dodged the previous 5 lightning orbs, as Su Tian had no intention of harming him. However, he pondered what benefits might arise once the lightning attribute experience points reached their maximum. Master, are you all right? Hearing Su Qinning's voice, Lu Fan snapped back to reality, shaking his head to reassure her. Old Su, let us proceed with the second strike. Upon confirming that Lu Fan was unharmed, Su Tian let out a sigh of relief that he had feared that he could not control his power. And truly injuring Lu Fan was not his desired outcome. Indeed, Lu Sect Master, you possess no lightning body, yet managed to withstand my strike without flinching. I am truly impressed. However, do take heed. My second strike will not be so simple. Thank you for the reminder, Old Su. I shall give it my all, Lu Fan replied, acknowledging Su Tian's warning with a nod. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Tian noticed his daughter's gaze fixed upon Lu Fan. And understanding a father's intuition, he recognized that Su Qinning held feelings for Lu Fan. Alas, such matters seemed to be the will of fate, that Su Tian sighed softly, and then unleashed 5 more lightning orbs from within him, all aimed at Lu Fan. Unleash Thunder Technique. The 5 lightning orbs hurtled toward Lu Fan with considerable speed, radiating an even more intense aura than before. Should I evade or not? Lu Fan hesitated, knowing that the system had just unlocked the lightning attribute for him. The attack from a transformation of spirit realm expert would enable him to gain experience rapidly. However, these lightning orbs were particularly ferocious, and he feared that he might not withstand them if he braced himself. To hell with it. I'll endure. Lu Fan gritted his teeth and steeled himself, choosing not to evade, but instead lunging toward the oncoming orbs. This unexpected action sent shockwaves of alarm through the gathered crowd. Master, Sect Master. With a resounding explosion, Lu Fan's anguished cries echoed through the arena. Upon hearing his voice, Su Qining could no longer bear it. She collapsed onto the ground, her gaze turning hollow. Not far away, Su Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, but he had clearly controlled the lightning's intensity, allowing Lu Fan to evade easily. Yet this reckless decision to endure was beyond his expectations. Sect Master. The Elder Xuanji rushed toward Lu Fan, but the overwhelming lightning energy made it challenging for him to approach. Just as he was about to unleash his spiritual energy to counter the lightning, Lu Fan's voice rang out across the arena. "Did you not come closer? I am fine, Master." Lu Fan's voice invigorated Su Qining, who quickly rose to her feet, searching for Lu Fan. With a shout, Lu Fan broke through the lightning. Though his appearance was somewhat comical, his skin was charred from the electric shock, and his hair resembled a wild explosion. "Goodness, you startled me," Su Tian mused to himself. "Sect Master, are you unharmed?" Elder Xuanji inquired. Lu Fan nodded, indicating that he was indeed all right. That he quickly checked his lightning attribute experience points and discovered that after enduring the Unleashed Thunder technique, his lightning attribute experience had surged from 100-2000 to 900-2000. This unexpected gain left him somewhat astonished. Who would have thought that the experience points for the lightning attribute would increase so swiftly? The reputation of a transformation of spirit expert is truly well-founded. A faint smile graced Lu Fan's lips, while Elder Xuanji raised an eyebrow, wondering if the sect master had been momentarily stunned by the lightning. However, Lu Fan soon regained his composure and turned to Su Tian, his eyes reflecting gratitude. This display left Su Tian feeling somewhat bewildered. After all, he had been the one striking Lu Fan, so why was Lu Fan expressing thanks? Lu Sect Master, may we continue? Although your endurance against my Unleashed Thunder technique was commendable, it likely depleted a significant amount of your spiritual energy that I do not wish to force you, so I shall grant you half an hour to recover before you face my third strike. Thank you, old Su. Lu Fan clasped his hands together in gratitude, but he certainly did not wish to push himself beyond his limits. Enduring the Unleashed Thunder technique had indeed consumed considerable energy in the euphoria of the moment. He had not felt the pain, but now that he had calmed down, the discomfort was evident, and he needed to recuperate some energy. Otherwise, even if he survived the third strike, he would emerge in a pitiful state. Without further ado, Lu Fan promptly seated himself on the ground to meditate. Half an hour swiftly passed. Although Su Tian did not urge him, Lu Fan concluded his recovery promptly. As he stood, Su Qianting hurried over. Concern etched across her face. "Master, are you all right? Perhaps we should call off the third strike, that I can return home with my father instead." Su Qianting gazed at Lu Fan with a heart full of compassion. Fully aware of the nature of her father's third strike, an ultimate technique from the transformation of spirit realm, one that would pose a challenge even to an early-stage enlightenment realm expert. "Do not speak such foolishness. You may call me master, and it is my duty to oversee your affairs that I cannot bear to witness you wed someone you do not love. Fear not, step back to avoid harm." After speaking, Lu Fan restored his state to its utmost, yet he remained oblivious to the desolation reflected in Su Qianting's eyes. Did he truly perceive me merely as his disciple? Observing Lu Fan's near-complete restoration, Su Tian inquired, "Leader Lu, shall we commence?" Lu Fan took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy coalesced into swords that encircled him, that he understood well that the divine powers of a peak transformation stage expert were not something he could withstand without consequence. To avert any mishaps, he preferred to leave his thunder attribute experience lacking rather than falter against this final strike. "Very well. If you can withstand this last divine ability of mine, I shall uphold my word. The Su family will no longer tread upon your esteemed sect's grounds." Upon finishing, Su Tian closed his eyes, his body levitating from the ground as the lightning in the sky intensified. Suddenly, Su Tian opened his eyes, revealing pupils transformed into bolts of lightning. Witnessing this, Lu Fan felt a tightening in his chest. Becoming increasingly cautious, lightning-based divine ability, Swift Thunder Punishment Array. Su Tian's voice echoed throughout the Heavenly Sword sect, and not a single cultivator beneath the nascent soul realm remained standing. Even those at the nascent soul stage found it exceedingly arduous to resist the pressure exerted by a transformation stage expert. "Embrace the punishment of the heavenly thunder." As Su Tian's words fell, bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, targeting no one but Lu Fan. Seeing the numerous bolts of lightning, Su Qianting clenched her fists, vigilantly monitoring Lu Fan's condition. Should anything go awry, she would not hesitate to implore her father to cease, unwilling to witness Lu Fan's demise. "Come forth. I wish to see just how ferocious this heavenly thunder can be." Lu Fan let out a wild laugh, the sword array accompanying him closely. As he unleashed the sword shadows beneath his feet, they surged skyward, entering the tempest of heavenly lightning. "Leader." Elder Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the ultimate divine ability of a transformation stage expert. How could Lu Fan, merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, possibly charge into the thunder array? Such an action could only spell the end of his life. And Elder Xian could fathom no other outcome. "Qianting, is there any way to stop your father now?" Su Qianting shook her head helplessly, that if Lu Fan had not charged into the thunder array, her father could still maintain control. However, once he entered, he had transcended her father's influence and could not be halted. This foolish boy. Even Su Tian, witnessing Lu Fan's reckless charge, was rendered speechless that he had no intention of killing him. But if Lu Fan could not escape the thunder array, death was the only fate awaiting him. Lu Fan, now engulfed in the thunder array, immediately regretted his decision, that he had not anticipated the ferocity of the thunder's power. "What the hell? Am I truly to perish here?" With a resigned smile, Lu Fan acknowledged that he had attempted to retreat, yet the heavenly lightning seemed to possess a tracking mechanism, incessantly assaulting him and even sealing off his escape route. "Since retreat is not an option, I shall fight back." Chapter 76. The wind and thunder ascended body, countless bolts of heavenly lightning attacked Lu Fan with the ferocity of rabid dogs. Each time he attempted to evade, he found no angle to do so, and could only endure the relentless onslaught of heavenly thunder. Even with the spiritual energy sword protecting him, he could hardly withstand a few strikes. By the time the 60th bolt of lightning descended, The so-called spiritual energy swords were utterly shattered. Lu Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, surveying the surrounding bolts of lightning with a furrowed brow. At that moment, Su Tian's voice unexpectedly reached his ears. Lu Fan, can you hear me? Elder Su, thank heavens, it's fortunate you can hear me. Listen closely, the Swift Thunder Punishment Array contains a total of 100 bolts of heavenly lightning. Based on my estimation, you have endured 60 strikes thus far, and there remain 40 more. Do not underestimate them. With each subsequent bolt, their power will double. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was thoroughly taken aback. He realized that the 60 bolts he had fought against were merely child's play, and what lay ahead was far more daunting. That it could very well spell his demise. Elder Su, how should I respond? There is no choice but to withstand it. Life and death are predestined, and fortune lies in the heavens. That I hope you can emerge alive. That Su Tian's words were filled with helplessness, although he wished to aid Lu Fan. Once within the Thunder Array, he could not control the intensity of the lightning. Everything rested upon Lu Fan's own strength. Thank you for the warning, Elder Xu. No need for thanks. That I never intended to harm you. I simply did not expect you to charge into the Thunder Array. That if you survive, you and I shall have a proper discussion, for I have my own share of grievances. That Lu Fan acknowledged with a nod. For he did not wish to cease communication with Su Tian, yet the heavenly thunder afforded him no such opportunity. After a minute of respite, the 61st bolt of lightning fell, and Lu Fan was compelled to focus all his attention on the Thunder Array. Daring not to let his mind wander, 68th bolt, 78th bolt, 88th bolt, Lu Fan steadfastly endured the torment of the heavenly thunder, counting each strike as it fell. At this juncture, the spiritual energy within him had dwindled to nearly nothing. Fortunately, after withstanding the 90th bolt, the punishment array paused for a brief moment, allowing him to hastily replenish his spiritual energy. The 91st bolt of heavenly lightning descended as scheduled, though Lu Fan had not restored much power. It was sufficient to withstand it. At 98, 99, 100 bolts of heavenly lightning had now struck 99 times, and at this moment, not a single part of Lu Fan's body remained unscathed. Blood covered him entirely, and he gasped for breath as he gazed upon the final bolt of lightning, utterly exhausted and unable to resist any further. Is it truly my fate to perish within this Thunder Array? Though Lu Fan felt a deep sense of unwillingness, his spiritual energy had been utterly depleted, rendering him incapable of withstanding this last bolt of lightning. Just as he contemplated giving up, the voice of the system echoed in his ear. Thunder Attribute Experience Points. 2000. Congratulations, host. You have maxed out your Thunder Attribute Experience. Reward. Wind and Thunder Ascended Body. Wind and Thunder Ascended Body. Upon hearing these 5 words, Lu Fan was at a loss regarding the nature of this system-bestowed body. He had no time to ponder. He closed his eyes, seemingly having relinquished all thoughts of resistance, awaiting the final bolt of lightning to strike. Time passed, and when Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes, he was astonished to feel no pain whatsoever. Could it be that the final bolt had not yet descended? However, as he glanced at his hands, he discovered that his body was enveloped in a halo of lightning, emanating from the very 100th bolt of heavenly lightning. What is happening? Lu Fan gazed at his body in bewilderment. The skin ravaged by the heavenly thunder had now reverted to its original state, as if he had never endured any attack at all. Moments later, the void Thunder Punishment Array dissipated. With no remaining spiritual energy, Lu Fan was unable to utilize sword flight and plummeted directly from the sky. Su Qianting, who had been closely monitoring the punishment array, immediately spotted Lu Fan in free fall and rushed over without hesitation, catching him just before he touched the ground. Master, Master! Su Qianting's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her gaze away, unable to bear looking at Lu Fan. What is it, your clothes are gone, da-da? Lu Fan suddenly realized that while the heavenly thunder had restored his skin, his clothing had long since been reduced to tatters. Now he lay bare in Su Qianting's embrace. That, oh no! Lu Fan hastily stood, retreating behind a nearby tree. After retrieving a set of clothing from his spatial ring and dressing, he emerged at I didn't do it on purpose. Never mind. Let us act as though it never happened. Elder Xian and my father are approaching. Indeed, as Su Qianting's words fell, the figures of Elder Xian and Su Tian appeared before them. Thankfully, Lu Fan had changed quickly. Otherwise, standing beside Su Qianting in a state of undress would surely have led to his skin being flayed by Su Tian. Leader, are you unscathed? Leader Lu, you are completely unharmed. Chapter 77. Su Tian's helplessness. Su Tian's astonishment left Lu Fan at a loss for words. That it was indeed a shocking sight. Anyone would be taken aback by his seemingly unscathed appearance, especially considering he had emerged from the divine abilities of a transformation stage expert without a single wound. Well, I do not quite know how to explain this. Elder Su, does this mean I have withstood 3 of your strikes? That is correct. Su Tian's voice was resounding and confident that he was a man of great generosity. And upon witnessing Lu Fan endure his first and second strikes, he had already formed a new appreciation for this young man. When Lu Fan had charged into his swift thunder punishment array, Su Tian understood that Lu Fan's future was boundless. Then, Elder Yu, I comprehend your intent. Su Tian's voice resonated throughout the Heavenly Sword sect, and upon hearing his words, the disciples of the sect could finally set their minds at ease. All members of the Su family immediately withdraw from the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. This, Su Zheqiang gazed at me, and I returned his stare. There was no doubt that it was Su Tian's voice. Since the head of the family had already declared his stance, they had no choice but to comply. However, unbeknownst to everyone, among the ranks of the Su family, one individual immediately departed upon receiving Su Tian's notice, disappearing without a trace. Thank you, old Su, sighed Lu Fan. The future belongs to you young ones. Lu Fan, you have successfully convinced me in this battle. May we have a proper conversation now? Lu Fan nodded. During the thunder punishment array, Su Tian had transmitted his voice to him, a gesture of gratitude that Lu Fan would not forget. Moreover, without engaging Su Tian in battle, he would not have unlocked the thunder attribute in the system, nor would he have obtained the wind and thunder holding the heavens body des for the purpose of this body technique. Lu Fan had surmised some of its implications. Upon returning to the main hall, it was evident to all that Lu Fan appeared somewhat weakened. Although he seemed outwardly fine, only Lu Fan was aware of the meager amount of spiritual energy remaining within him. Had Su Tian not withdrawn his people, Lu Fan truly would have been at a loss for how to cope. That Su Tian initially found it somewhat peculiar, yet as a formidable being of the transformation god realm, he could naturally sense Lu Fan's internal injuries. Lu Fan, I trust you won't mind me addressing you by your full name. Not at all. You may call me Lu Fan or Xiao Fan. Lu Fan replied. That Su Tian nodded and continued. Xiao Fan, I too have my share of helplessness. Qian Ting is the child I care for most dearly. To be honest, as a father, I do not wish to see her wed to someone she does not love, yet I find myself powerless. Old Su, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that the great Liang royal family is threatening you? Su Tian remained silent, but everyone present understood that Lu Fan had struck the mark. Hearing this, Su Qianting, who had been silent, was somewhat astonished. She had believed her father chose to marry her off for the family's honor, but it seemed there was more to the matter. Guilt welled up within her. She had long wronged her father. The third prince of Great Liang, Liang Zhicheng, was indeed a notorious libertine, with a harem of over 3,000 beauties, each a daughter of noble families, including numerous courtesans. That as a prince, his debauchery should have led to his exile. Yet the emperor of Great Liang had 3 sons. The eldest had suddenly gone mad. The second had lost all his cultivation in a moment of reckless practice. Leaving only the third prince unscathed, he was destined to be the next emperor. And naturally, the emperor doted on him, allowing him to act with impunity. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. The coincidence was too striking. The emperor of Great Liang's 3 sons had left only Liang Zhicheng unharmed, but if there were no signs of foul play, Lu Fan would not believe it. That Su Tian sighed and continued. Liang Zhicheng must have heard from somewhere that Qian Ting is as beautiful as a celestial being, and he became infatuated. He sought her portrait from our family, though I am the head of one of the 3 clans. I had no choice but to present the portrait with the utmost respect when the royal family sent their envoy. That was the reason you sought someone to paint my portrait? Lu Fan inquired. Su Tian affirmed with a nod, his eyes revealing a sense of guilt towards his daughter. Yet he felt he had no alternative. The royal family demanded the portrait, and for the sake of the Su family's interests, he could not refuse. Once the portrait reached Liang Zhicheng, he fell utterly in love with Qian Ting and sought every possible means to marry her that he had proposed multiple times, and just a few days prior, Su Tian had politely declined, until a month ago. A month ago, Su Qianting fell into contemplation, suddenly recalling that on an evening a month prior, her father had been summoned to the palace. When he returned home days later, he bore several wounds. Could this have been the doing of Liang Zhicheng? That night, she had endured great hardship in the great Liang Palace, although she was a transformation god realm expert. The royal family was not lacking in such powerful beings. Liang Zhicheng, seeing her reluctance to marry, had sent 6 transformation god realm experts to attack her in turns, even warning her before her departure that if she did not swiftly send Qianting to the palace, the Su family would bear the wrath of the great Liang royal family. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan clenched his fists and declared, "What a magnificent royal family! What a Liang Zhicheng! As a prince and the next emperor. He is so ruthless. If the great Liang were to fall into his hands, the realm would surely be in peril." Chapter 78. Blood Oath. Not only was Lu Fan enraged, but those present also found Liang Zhicheng's actions intolerable. Su Tian, regardless of his status as a fully realized transformation god realm expert, was a top-tier existence across the entire mystical continent, although he might never ascend to the Tao enlightenment realm in this lifetime. Such beings were but legends, unattainable in this world. Liang Zhicheng exploits his power for personal gain. Does the Emperor of Great Liang truly permit this? Is he not afraid of inciting public outrage? Alas, the reason Great Liang has been able to maintain its royal position is not without cause. Su Tian replied helplessly. Cause? What cause? Lu Fan inquired, prompting Su Tian to glance towards the enigmatic elder opposite him. The latter smiled wryly and said, "The first emperor of Great Liang was named Liang Fengji. He led dozens of Tao enlightenment realm experts to establish Great Liang. After abdicating a century ago, he vanished without a trace. Yet all cultivators know that Liang Fengji did not perish. He is believed to be hiding in a mysterious location, cultivating. Over a decade ago, the mystical continent was shrouded in dark clouds for half a year. I once calculated the heavenly machines and discovered that someone was on the verge of breaking through to the Ascension realm." Breaking through to the Ascension realm? Lu Fan's eyes widened, that if the Tao enlightenment realm was an unreachable dream, then a being of the Ascension realm could single-handedly contend with all cultivators below that level, capable of annihilating the entire continent without breaking a sweat. As for the Transcendence realm, achieving it on this continent was utterly impossible. The immense spiritual energy required for such a breakthrough simply did not exist here. Hence, throughout history, there had never been a record of a Transcendence realm expert emerging from the mystical continent. Could Liang Fengji have achieved a breakthrough? The enigmatic elder and Su Tian shook their heads, indicating they were unaware. When I was at the Golden Core realm, being able to sense someone on the verge of breaking through to the Ascension realm had already cost me a significant amount of life force. Since then, I have dared not pursue further inquiries. Even if I were to stumble upon the truth, I would be relentlessly hunted by Ascension realm experts. Hunted? Why is that? Because there is an unwritten rule on the mystical continent. Ascension realm experts are forbidden from appearing unless their family is in peril, lest they disrupt the balance of the continent and invite heavenly tribulations, leading to their utter destruction. Hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Lu Fan's forehead. He had not anticipated such a regulation existed on the mystical continent. He could hardly fathom which powerful being from ancient times had established such a world. Nevertheless, all cultivators on the mystical continent were acutely aware that Liang Fengji had most likely broken through, which elucidated why Great Liang had maintained its royal position for so long. Does this imply that the Great Liang royal family is truly beyond the law? The enigmatic elder sighed and nodded helplessly. With an Ascension realm expert lurking in the shadows, who would dare to provoke the Great Liang royal family? Did they wish to court death? Furthermore, even if Liang Fengji remained inactive, the myriad powerful beings the Great Liang royal family had gathered over the centuries numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Among them, a third were transformation god realm experts, and it was rumored that even a Tao enlightenment realm expert was present. "Father, if I refuse to marry Liang Zhicheng, will our Su family truly be doomed?" Given Liang Zhicheng's temperament, it appears that Su Tian did not wish to conceal the truth. He spoke candidly, not to pressure Su Qianting into marrying into the royal family, but to make her aware of the stakes involved without any forceful intent. Su Qianting found herself at a loss. her heart aching as she glanced at Lu Fan, unsure of what to do as the fate of her family weighed heavily upon her. Qian Ting, do not feel burdened. Lu Fan interjected that I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment I once heard. Liang Zhicheng, as the next emperor, is using his authority for personal gain, and the great Liang's reign will not endure. As for our Su family, we shall take it step by step. Your father had previously considered the family, but neglected your future. Now I understand that nothing is more important than your happiness. Lu Fan, I entrust Qian Ting to you. Father. Lu Fan remained silent, standing beside Su Tian with a serious expression that I, Lu Fan, vow by my blood and spirit that as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow Su Qian Ting to suffer any harm. Those who wish to harm or take Su Qian Ting must first tread over my corpse. Upon finishing his declaration, Lu Fan drew his spiritual energy to slice open his palm. And the blood did not fall to the ground, but instead floated in the air, forming a crimson character before entering his body. This is a blood oath. The blood oath is the most formidable vow on the mystical continent. Invoking the blood of the cultivator as a medium, witnessed by heaven and earth, that it is said that the blood oath was created by an ancient Ascension realm expert. Once established, if the oath taker fails to uphold their promise, they will face the punishment of heavenly thunder, leading to the obliteration of their soul, forever barred from rebirth. Master. Words are unnecessary to Su Qian Ting. Remember this. I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Not even Liang Fengji, that I will fulfill my oath, come what may. Chapter 79. The long-lost body technique. Lu Fan's eyes radiated determination. He was resolute in his convictions and would see them through. Initially, he had not fully comprehended why he felt a sense of trepidation towards Su Qian Ting, but as time passed, he gradually realized that it was not fear, but love. Master. From now on, please refrain from calling me master. It feels uncomfortable. Simply address me by my name, Su Qian Ting said, momentarily taken aback before a smile slowly graced her lips. She understood Lu Fan's intent and felt elated, realizing that her feelings were reciprocated. And that Lu Fan, often oblivious, had finally come to his senses that a sect leader, Su Laoj, is still here. The elder Xuanji sighed in exasperation, which snapped the two love-struck individuals back to reality. That Lu Fan remained unfazed, believing that a man of his stature had no reason to feel bashful, while Su Qian Ting's cheeks flushed a vivid red. Ahem, no problem, no problem. This is what youth is all about. Su Tian laughed heartily, approaching Lu Fan and patting him on the shoulder. To Lu Fan, today you swore before me to protect Qian Ting with your life. That I understand your intentions, and rest assured, I will not stand in the way of your union. In fact, I shall support it. However, you must remember to elevate your prowess swiftly, for Liang Zhicheng will undoubtedly not let Qian Ting escape easily. That I suspect his informants have already conveyed today's events to him. It matters not. She is my woman, and I shall protect her, Lu Fan declared boldly, pulling Su Qian Ting into his embrace, indifferent to the presence of others. That if a man cannot safeguard his woman, what meaning does life hold? Su Tian was thoroughly pleased upon hearing this declaration. That as a father, how could he not be satisfied that his daughter had found her happiness? Moreover, after witnessing Lu Fan's potential in the previous battle, he was convinced that if anyone could reach the Ascendant Realm, it would undoubtedly be Lu Fan standing before him. Given the circumstances, I too shall express my stance. The Su family shall stand united with the Heavenly Sword sect. And what of the great Liang royal family? Excellent. With your affirmation, Su Laoj, I can rest easy. Still calling me Su Laoj? Su Tian feigned sternness. That Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication, until a sharp pain in his side snapped him to attention. Su Qian Ting was pinching him. Lu Fan gasped in surprise, while Elder Xuanji shook his head in resignation, bemused by Lu Fan's obliviousness to matters of the heart. Sect leader, it is time to alter your mode of address. Elder Xuanji's reminder enlightened Lu Fan, prompting him to hurriedly exclaim, Su Bobo. Ah, now that is more like it. Su Tian smiled, while Lu Fan sheepishly scratched his head. After a hearty meal, Lu Fan escorted Su Qian Ting to her room to rest before heading to Su Tian's chamber. That's Su Bobo. Are you asleep? Lu Fan, I'm still awake. Come in. Lu Fan nodded and entered. Observing Su Tian seated at the table, his face noticeably aged since the afternoon. Without needing to ask, Lu Fan understood the source of Su Tian's worries. Lu Fan, is there something you need at this late hour? Su Tian inquired, lifting his weary gaze. Indeed, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. Speak freely. Lu Fan wasted no time, recounting his experiences within the Void Thunder Punishment Array, candidly sharing his reactions when the 100th bolt of thunder struck. You mean to say you had no spiritual energy left to resist the 100th bolt of thunder? How on earth did you survive? Even I would not dare face it without using my spiritual energy. Su Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Fan, that he had been scanning Lu Fan's spiritual energy with his own and only relaxed upon confirming its integrity. Well, when the 100th bolt struck, I had almost given up, yet I felt no pain. In fact, my entire being felt quite invigorated, as though the thunder was cleansing my meridians. When I opened my eyes, I found the thunder swirling around me. Initially, I possessed no affinity for thunder, but since that moment, I feel as though I can command all the lightning in the world at will. You can command the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Could it be that you have inadvertently cultivated the Wind Thunder Ascendant Body? When Lu Fan heard the term Wind Thunder Ascendant Body uttered by Su Tian, his heart leaped with joy. Su Tian indeed recognized this legendary body. Su Bobo, what exactly is the Wind Thunder Ascendant Body? Is it truly formidable? Su Tian couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Fan's inquiry. Having lived for centuries, he had tirelessly sought the cultivation method for the Wind Thunder Ascendant Body, yet had made no progress. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, after a single battle, had unexpectedly acquired such a divine physique. The Wind Thunder Ascendant Body is an ancient technique that has long been lost to time. While it could be attained through postnatal cultivation, the method remains unknown. The true power of the Wind Thunder Ascendant Body lies in the fact that its bearer can cultivate thunder-based spiritual techniques, ultimate skills, and divine abilities beyond their current realm. In simpler terms, though you are at the nascent soul stage, if you possess thunder-based techniques from the God Transformation or even Enlightenment realms, you can effortlessly learn them without being hindered by your cultivation level. Chapter 80. The Essence of God Transformation. That is astonishing. Do you not realize your fortune? The Wind Thunder Ascendant Body is not only coveted by us thunder cultivators, but is also sought after by those who pursue wind cultivation. As you rightly stated, those who possess the Wind Thunder Ascendant Body can indeed harness all the thunder and lightning of the heavens, but you have overlooked a crucial point. You can also manipulate the wind at will. Su Tian's words illuminated Lu Fan completely. Previously, he had not grasped the significance of the Wind Thunder concept, but now it all made sense. That he hurriedly checked through the system and, to his astonishment, found that his affinity for wind had reached its maximum potential. So the Wind Thunder Ascendant Body, is this incredible? I truly have turned misfortune into fortune. Lu Fan mused with delight. Lu Fan, I did not misjudge you, according to ancient texts, since the founding of the Xuanqi continent. Only one person has ever possessed the Wind Thunder Ascendant Body, and that individual was a formidable figure of the Ascendant Realm. All the thunder-based techniques and divine abilities cultivated by us thunder practitioners derive from him. Are you implying that I am the second person in history to possess the Wind Thunder Ascendant Body? Su Tian nodded affirmatively. No one understood this better than he did as one of the three prominent families. The Su family primarily focused on wind and thunder attributes. From a young age, his innate affinity for thunder had surpassed that of wind, leading him to specialize in thunder techniques, thus providing him with profound insight into the Wind Thunder Ascendant Body. Given that you have acquired such a divine physique, it signifies that you have a significant opportunity to break into the Ascendant Realm. It is merely a matter of time that I end the Xuanqi continent, where strength reigns supreme. Should you ever ascend to the Ascendant Realm, no one shall dare to oppose you. Lu Fan understood Su Tian's implication that if he could indeed reach the Ascendant Realm, no one in the Xuanqi continent would stand against him. Furthermore, with the assistance of the system, achieving the Ascendant Realm was merely a matter of time. Perhaps even the fabled immortal Ascension Realm was not as distant as it seemed. I understand, Su Bobo. Rest assured, regardless of whether I attain the Ascendant Realm, I shall forever be your Su family's son-in-law. This is beyond question that if the Su family encounters hardship, I, Lu Fan, will undoubtedly return to assist. Excellent, with your word. I can rest easy. Qianding is my only daughter, the apple of my eye. Although our family tradition dictates that leadership passes to male heirs, I have long desired to alter that rule. Lu Fan remained silent. For Su Tian's words were unmistakably a declaration that the next head of the Su family would be Su Qianting. With this connection, it was inevitable for him to assist the Su family in times of need. The two conversed for a considerable time, and it was not until the early hours of the morning that Lu Fan finally took his leave. That night, he gleaned much about the three prominent families and deepened his understanding of the imperial family, preparing himself for the future. Upon returning to his room, Lu Fan sat cross-legged and entered the system, for he had completed his task, and it was time to claim the essence of God transformation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received the reward. Essence of God transformation. Lu Fan opened his eyes to find a green orb materializing in his palm. This seemingly ordinary orb was, in fact, the essence of God transformation, an essential material for breaking through to the God transformation realm, without exception. This is the essence of God transformation, Lu Fan lamented, having anticipated that it would possess formidable spiritual energy. However, it appeared no different from the glass marbles he had played with in his past life. This object is the crucial material for breaking through to the God transformation realm. As he examined the glass orb in his hand, Lu Fan's amusement grew, and he began to toy with it. Sect leader? A voice from outside beckoned. What is it? An army is gathering outside. What did you say? Lu Fan sprang from his bed in alarm, barely having time to stow the essence of God transformation away, clutching it in his hand as he rushed outside. What on earth is happening? Yet the disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect provided no answer. Instead, he unleashed his spiritual energy and charged towards Lu Fan. Water attributes spiritual energy. Are you not one of us from the Heavenly Sword sect? Fortunately, Lu Fan reacted swiftly, sensing something amiss, and leaped back just in time to evade the ambush. Frowning at the figure in the distance, Lu Fan summoned his spiritual energy, forming a sword aura around him. Heh, I never expected to fail. The figure masquerading as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect chuckled softly, shaking his head in disappointment at the failure of his ambush. Who exactly are you? The one who will kill you. Beneath the cloak of night, the man launched another assault on Lu Fan, manifesting his spiritual power as water, which coalesced into numerous arrow-like projections aimed directly at Lu Fan. Golden Core Realm. Realizing the opponent's cultivation level, Lu Fan let out a cold laugh as the sword shadows beside him surged forth. 12 in total, shattering the water arrows and hurtling towards the man. Seeing himself utterly defenseless, the man transformed into a puddle of water, causing Lu Fan's attack to miss its mark by the time Lu Fan located his figure again. The man had already departed from the Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Fan, the number of those who wish to kill you will only increase. Pray for your own fortune. The man's words echoed throughout the Heavenly Sword sect, prompting the arrival of the Elder Xuanji. Upon witnessing the signs of battle outside the room, he immediately grasped the situation that had unfolded. Chapter 81. The Top of the Bounty List Master. Who was that just now? Lu Fan shook his head. It was too dark, and the figure was clad in dark attire and a mask, rendering him unrecognizable. That I'm not certain, but he claimed that more would come to assassinate me. Why is that? Lu Fan felt a sense of confusion. Why would anyone want him dead? Are you implying the De Liang royal family? That seems likely. Aside from them, I could think of no one else who would send assassins after me. Elder Xuanji nodded, agreeing that it was indeed difficult to conceive of anyone else but the De Liang royal family, but the speed at which they had acted was astonishing. Just hours after their earlier confrontation, they had already issued a bounty, indicating that Liang Zhiqing had not given up on his intentions. That Lu Fan, are you all right? Hearing the sounds of the skirmish, Su Qianting hurried to Lu Fan's residence. Relieved to find him with Elder Xuanji. That I'm fine. It was merely a golden core cultivator, hardly a match for me. That's good to hear. Who sent him? Liang Zhiqing. Lu Fan nodded, stating, I can think of no one else. It appears that the days ahead will not be peaceful. That a pang of guilt washed over Su Qianting, realizing that her actions had inadvertently placed Lu Fan in peril. Observing her remorseful expression, Lu Fan smiled gently, embracing her as a domineering figure would. Silly girl, this is not your fault. Even if it weren't for your marriage, I believe I would have eventually clashed with Liang Zhiqing. It was bound to happen sooner or later, and an early confrontation may not be such a bad thing for us. Lu Fan? Lu Fan. Su Tian's anxious voice called from nearby, and he soon arrived before the trio, panting heavily and clutching a bounty notice. What is this, Uncle Su? Open it and see for yourself. Lu Fan took the bounty notice, and after scanning its contents, he let out a resigned smile. Whose bounty is this? Su Qianning asked cautiously. Lu Fan pointed at himself, and then recounted the details of the bounty that I never anticipated that I, Lu Fan, would make it onto the list, let alone as the first name. With a bounty of 20,000 spirit stones, Liang Jiqing certainly holds me in high regard. Lu Fan's anger flared. How could a prince of the Liang, the future monarch, place a bounty on his head simply because of a woman? What do you think, Lu Fan? It matters not. When the soldiers come, I shall meet them, and when the waters rise, I shall divert them. This is my territory, the Heavenly Sword sect, and I refuse to believe that anyone can wreak havoc here. Elder Xuanji, issue a decree. All patrolling disciples must remain vigilant. Should any outsiders breach our domain, they are to report immediately, and remember, do not engage in combat. Master, what do you intend? I am to make an example. Lu Fan was genuinely enraged. If it were merely an ordinary bounty, many cultivators might have chosen to disregard it upon seeing his name, for the Heavenly Sword sect was a significant force, and assassinating its leader was no trivial matter. However, this bounty was issued by the royal family, with such a high reward that even early-stage transformation realm cultivators could hardly resist the allure of those spirit stones. Very well, I shall relay the order at once. Tonight, I shall witness which fools dare to invade our Heavenly Sword sect. Elder Xuanji swiftly disseminated Lu Fan's command. Even Su Tian and his daughter did not leave. Though Lu Fan wished to spare them from involvement, they refused to depart, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. The night passed uneasily. Every hour, assassins infiltrated the sect, but all were Golden Core cultivators, whom Lu Fan dispatched one by one. By the end of the night, Lu Fan's reputation as a killer spread across the entire Xuanxi continent. Many cultivators, tempted by the spirit stones, hesitated to act. For Lu Fan had dispatched over 20 Golden Core experts that night, including a fully realized transformation realm cultivator who fell beneath Lu Fan's sword. For wealth, men die. For food, birds perish. I never imagined that for 20,000 spirit stones, so many would be willing to risk their lives. Observing the corpses scattered outside, Lu Fan shook his head in resignation. This is only natural. Wealth can procure desires for a chance at sudden riches. What other avenues exist but to accept a royal bounty? Lu Fan nodded silently, moving closer to the body of the transformation realm expert. Damn it. You don't even carry a spatial ring. How impoverished can you be? Initially, Lu Fan had hoped to discover something valuable on the expert's person, but that desire was dashed. Someone clear this area. Collect all spatial rings and hand them over to Elder Xuanji. All acquired items will be deposited in the sect's treasury. Yes, with a single command, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect sprang into action, swiftly restoring the area to its former state. Qianting, Uncle Su, you two should return and rest. Elder Xuanji will stay with me. Su Tian complied without protest, but Su Qianting hesitated. However, upon meeting Lu Fan's reassuring gaze, she relented and departed. Chapter 82. Good news and bad news. Once Su Tian and his daughter had left, Lu Fan no longer put on a brave front. He collapsed into a chair, fatigue evident on his face, prompting a pang of concern from Elder Xuanji. Master, why not rest for a while? It is already daytime. No assassin would dare to strike now. Very well, I would appreciate Elder Xuanji guarding me. I am indeed rather worn out. The night's fierce battles had nearly drained Lu Fan's spiritual energy, and without the system's assistance to restore it midway, he would have been unable to endure until now. Rest easy. I can still deter threats below the transformation realm. Though Elder Xuanji had not engaged in battle for a long time, he understood that Lu Fan represented hope for the Heavenly Sword sect and himself. For Lu Fan's safety, he would not hesitate to break his VOW. Lu Fan nodded. If there was anyone he trusted most in the Heavenly Sword sect, it was undoubtedly Elder Xuanji. With him present, Lu Fan felt assured of a peaceful slumber. Seeing Lu Fan at rest, Elder Xuanji stepped outside, remaining vigilant, even instructing disciples who came to report to do so quietly. Understood. You have done well. Take turns resting. After this crisis passes, I will commend you all to the Master for your efforts. Thank you, Elder Xuanji. In the depths of slumber, Lu Fan dreamt of a green orb floating before his eyes. Isn't this the essence of transformation? Lu Fan was puzzled. Why was this essence appearing in his dream? Suddenly, the orb emitted a radiant glow, flying forth from his spatial ring and merging with his body. What is happening? Lu Fan felt no discomfort. In fact, a profound sense of comfort enveloped him, that he sensed a formidable divine power coalescing within his dantian, which then coursed through every vein in his body. What is this? Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of absorbing transformation essence. Reward: 30,000 spirit stones. Cultivation level increased to the bottleneck of the transformation realm. 30,000 spirit stones. Bottleneck of the transformation realm. Lu Fan was utterly astounded. Just last night, those who sought to assassinate him were willing to risk their lives for a mere 20,000 spirit stones, while he had merely taken a nap and completed a hidden task. Receiving 30,000 spirit stones as a reward, that if those cultivators who perished at his hands the previous night were to learn of this, they would surely be consumed by envy. Moreover, he never anticipated that he had reached the bottleneck of the transformation realm, meaning that with the right materials and the transformation pill, he could swiftly break through to the transformation realm. This is incredible. It was important to note that Lu Fan was already a fully realized transformation realm cultivator. Yet breaking through to the next level was no simple feat. Otherwise, transformation realm experts would not be such rare entities across the Xuanqi continent. Once I break through to the transformation realm, what could the royal family possibly do to me? With that thought, Lu Fan snapped back to reality, gazing at the floating transformation essence with a smile before retracting it back into his spatial ring. When he stepped outside, he found the sun setting, realizing that he had slept an entire day. Master, you're awake. Yes, thank you, Elder Xuanqi. During my rest, nothing transpired, I hope. No, it was very quiet to be. By the way, Su Laoj came by earlier, urging you to wake and seek him out. Well, let us go together. Lu Fan and his companion arrived at Su Tian's residence. The former approached and knocked on the door. Uncle Su, may I come in? Upon receiving a response, they pushed the door open and discovered Su Qianting was also present. That Lu Fan sat down beside her, observing the restoration of his demeanor, which eased Su Qianting's worries. Uncle Su, Elder Xian mentioned you were looking for me. Indeed, Lu Fan, that I have received intelligence from the family regarding both good and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The good news. Please, Su Tian smiled and continued. The good news is that the Emperor of Daliang is on the brink of death, not on the brink of death. How is that good news? If Liang Zhicheng ascends to the throne, our troubles will only multiply. Noticing Lu Fan's anxious demeanor, Su Tian shook his head and said, while that may be true, I have heard that the internal strife within the Daliang royal family is quite chaotic. The second prince, Liang Zhihua, has gathered a group of cultivators to seize the throne from Liang Zhicheng. Seize the throne? Didn't you say the second prince was in a state of madness? Having lost all his cultivation overnight? Correct, but according to reliable sources, the second prince has now achieved substantial mastery in the Golden Core realm and will soon reach the bottleneck of that stage. What? Lu Fan was somewhat taken aback that a person who had lost all cultivation was able to cultivate anew and, within a few short years, reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, even with the system's assistance. Achieving that would be quite challenging. The news must be accurate. The reason I consider it good news is that Liang Zhicheng currently lacks the time to deal with us. After all, if the second prince ascends, he will be finished. Indeed, the internal conflict within the Daliang royal family grants us considerable time. What about the bad news? The bad news is, Chapter 83, I have good news too. Su Tian hesitated, unsure if he should disclose this matter to Lu Fan. Seeing his silence, Su Qianting spoke softly. The bad news is that Liang Zhicheng has issued a new bounty. Anyone who can take your head will be rewarded with a spiritual technique instead of spirit stones. A spiritual technique? Yes, and it is a technique of the transformation realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle that he never expected his head to be worth so much, exchanged for a technique from the transformation realm. While 20,000 spirit stones might not entice a strong cultivator of that realm, a spiritual technique certainly would. Truly, the third prince of Daliang is quite generous. It makes me almost want to offer my head to him in exchange for that technique. Lu Fan's words lightened the atmosphere, and the four of them burst into hearty laughter. After a moment of relaxation, Su Tian remarked, however, given the turmoil within the Daliang royal family, many people do not believe Liang Zhicheng's words. They think he cannot ensure his own safety, let alone afford a technique from the transformation realm. So, No one is taking the bounty to assassinate me then. You could say that, but it's not entirely certain. The allure of a technique from the transformation realm is still quite strong, and there will undoubtedly be greedy individuals. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and not let our guard down. Lu Fan nodded. He understood this principle. Though his previous life had been somewhat stifling, now that he had arrived at the Shuanchi continent, he would not allow himself to become someone else's prey. Uncle Su, rest assured, anyone who wishes to kill me will find no easy path that I will inevitably confront Liang Jicheng. But for now, I have more pressing matters to attend to. What matters? Su Tian and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what Lu Fan was plotting. Noticing their confusion, Lu Fan grinned and said, I have some news to share with you as well. Speak quickly. Don't keep us in suspense, Su Qianting said with a hint of impatience. Lu Fan scratched his head, deciding not to hide anything from them, that he released his spiritual power, sensing that it had indeed increased since before, while Su Qianting and Elder Xian did not perceive any significant change. Su Tian's expression suddenly shifted. Father, what is wrong? Seeing Su Tian's face change dramatically, Su Qianting quickly inquired. That Su Tian turned back, shook his head to indicate he was fine, and fixed his gaze on Lu Fan. After a moment, he slowly said, You have reached the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Indeed, that is the good news I wanted to share, good lad. To think you reached the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm in just a day. I have not misjudged you. Entrusting Qianting to you was the wisest decision of my life. However, what? Lu Fan encouraged. However, the materials required to break through to the transformation realm are quite numerous, and each is exceedingly precious. Even at an auction, they are difficult to come by, and should you chance upon them, the prices are steep. Elder Xian nodded. Though he was not a strong cultivator of the transformation realm, he had heard a few things. To break through from the nascent soul realm to the transformation realm, 7 items are needed. The Qi of transformation, the Dragon God soul, the Gochen soul, the Xiange soul, the Lu Wu soul, the Chongming soul, and the transformation pill. Among these, the Qi of transformation is the most elusive. You should be aware of that. As for the other 5 souls, they can be obtained by defeating great demons in the eternal ice plains. But acquiring the Qi of transformation is no simple task. It could very well cost you your life, which is why there are so few transformation realm cultivators in the Shuanchi continent. The Qi of transformation, you say? Lu Fan chuckled, retrieving the Qi of transformation from his spatial ring. Upon seeing it, Su Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, recalling how he had nearly lost his life to obtain it. Even after acquiring it, he had spent 2 years recuperating. Yet Lu Fan held it casually in his hand, leaving him speechless. What else do you possess that I am unaware of? You can nonchalantly produce such a rare item as the Qi of transformation. Lu Fan remained silent. That it was not that he wished to conceal the truth, but even if he told them about the system within him, claiming that the Qi of transformation was a reward for completing tasks, Su Tian and the others would likely think him a fool. That it's merely coincidence. Just a coincidence. Su Tian shook his head helplessly. This young man before him was becoming increasingly inscrutable. However, he also felt a sense of joy. After all, the stronger Lu Fan became, the safer his daughter would be, and the Su family would gain a formidable ally. What's not to be happy about? Nevertheless, Uncle Su, I still have a bit of a headache. What? You possess the Qi of transformation, and you still have a headache? Lu Fan scratched his head and replied, I don't know how to concoct pills. What am I to do about the transformation pill? Hearing this, Su Tian was momentarily taken aback, looking at Lu Fan as if he were a fool. That gaze left Lu Fan feeling somewhat flustered. What is it? Sect Master, you do realize that the Su family is a renowned pill-concocting family, right? Master Lei is renowned for refining pills, and those produced by him are in high demand across the Shuanchi continent. Chapter 84, Departure, the Eternal Ice Plains. Of this, Lu Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. His father-in-law was a master alchemist, and he had been unaware of it. What an awkward situation. As for the transformation pill, you need not worry that a first-grade transformation pill may take some effort, but it's not an insurmountable task. Leave it to me. As for the demon souls, you will have to rely on yourself. Thank you, Uncle Su. Your assistance with the transformation pill is a tremendous help. That a 3rd grade will suffice. 3rd grade. Su Tian shook his head. That break through to the transformation realm. If the chi of transformation is the catalyst, the transformation pill is the most critical step that a first-grade transformation pill offers a 90% chance of immediate success. A second grade provides only 80%. And the third grade is even lower. Though Lu Fan possesses the Wind Thunder Titan body, enduring the lightning tribulation to break through to the transformation realm is no easy feat. The Wind Thunder Titan body can only alleviate the effects, not fully withstand them. Since Lu Fan is my future son-in-law, I naturally won't allow him to take such risks that a third-grade transformation pill will not suffice, that I insist on a first grade, and that's final. You need not argue. I am speaking from experience and fully understand the importance of the transformation pill. Very well then. Thank you, Uncle Su. Lu Fan understood that once Su Tian had made up his mind, it would be as difficult to change as moving a mountain, that he felt it best not to press further. After all, he couldn't just claim that having a system meant he could break through even with a fifth-grade transformation pill. No need for formalities. You are my Su family's son-in-law, so there's no need to be polite. Upon hearing this, Su Qianting shyly lowered her head, mumbling something under her breath, though her voice was soft. Lu Fan could still hear it. Qianting, I have stated that you are my woman. Are you considering reneging on that? No. I told you, I'm tired of hearing it. Su Qianting's face flushed crimson as she dashed out of the room, leaving the three of them laughing heartily. It had been a long time since they had felt so relaxed. Uncle Su, where is the Eternal Ice Plains located? We are currently in Yunmo Prefecture, and the Eternal Ice Plains is directly to the north. However, despite the proximity, the climate between the two regions differs greatly. The reason it is called an ice plain is that it experiences eternal winter. Many first-time visitors to the ice plain struggle to withstand the cold. However, with your Wind Thunder Titan body, you should manage just fine. Lu Fan nodded, having heard tales of the Eternal Ice Field, a realm that has remained in perpetual winter since its inception in the Xuanqi continent. The reason for this enduring chill remains an enigma. It is now June, a time when the demon beasts emerge to roam, and fortuitously, it seems you have arrived just in time. Does this mean that setting out for the Eternal Ice Field now presents a significant opportunity to encounter those 5 demon beasts? Su Tian nodded and produced a hand-drawn map from his spiritual ring, handing it to Lu Fan. This is a map I sketched during my own journey to the Eternal Ice Field. It may not be entirely precise, but it will certainly assist you in locating the activity zones of the 5 demon beasts. Furthermore, the 2 formidable demons, Jiao Long and Go Chun, tend to be active during the day, while Xian Gui, Kuan Wu, and Chong Ming prefer the cover of night. Thus, you must be mindful of the timing and avoid aimlessly wandering, as the frigid conditions of the Eternal Ice Field will deplete your spiritual energy significantly. Even for someone with your Wind Thunder Ascendant body, that I understand. Thank you for the warning. Uncle Lu Fan accepted the map and examined it closely. It clearly marked the activity areas of the 5 great demons, filling him with a sense of confidence that at the very least, he would not be wandering aimlessly in the Eternal Ice Field like others. Prepare yourself. The Eternal Ice Field is not as simple as you might think. Not only do 5 great demons dwell there, but numerous lesser demons will also pose a challenge. As for me, I plan to return to the Su family tomorrow, once you have obtained the souls of the 5 great demons. Have Qianting bring you to find me at the Su family, and I will provide you with protection, increasing your chances of a breakthrough. Very well. It's settled then. Su Tian nodded, giving Lu Fan a few more instructions before departing with a sense of relief. Master, the Eternal Ice Field is exceedingly dangerous. Should I accompany you? Upon hearing the words of the Elder Xuanji, Lu Fan shook his head. For this journey to the Eternal Ice Field, I can venture forth on my own. Both you and Qianting should remain at the sect to address any unforeseen circumstances. But Su Qianting hesitated to refuse, as she had only recently confirmed her relationship with Lu Fan and was reluctant to let him embark on such a perilous venture alone. Yet, Lu Fan's resolute gaze reassured her that he would be fine. Qianting, the Tianjin sect needs you. Elder Xian is not adept at combat. If the followers of Liang Zhiqing arrive, you will be the main force. My decision is firm. You must stay at the Tianjin sect and await my return. Su Qianting sighed in acquiescence. Elder Xian, the disciples have worked hard during this period, though we acquired a significant amount of resources from those golden core cultivators last time. Please distribute them among everyone. Understood. I intended to discuss this matter with you, but it seems you have already considered it. The Tianjin sect is fortunate to have a leader like you. Chapter 85. The little girl, I will leave the affairs of the sect to you. I anticipate that my journey to the eternal ice field will take no less than 10 to 15 days, so there is no need for concern. Rest assured, with Qian Ting and myself overseeing the sect, nothing will go amiss. You can focus on your quest for the great demons and their souls, and return safely to Lu Fan nodded, casting a reluctant glance at Su Qian Ting that he could see that she was still somewhat uneasy about his solo expedition to the eternal ice field. But he believed it best for her to remain at the Tianjian sect rather than accompany him in a potential hardship. Qian Ting, have faith that I assure you, I will return within 6 months, and we will return to the Su family together. I will wait for you. Lu Fan affectionately pinched her cheek. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of reluctance. They had just solidified their relationship, and now they would part ways, albeit temporarily. However, he could also sense the reluctance in Su Qianting's heart. Elder Xian, if Liang Zhiqing's followers come to the sect to cause trouble, please find a way to inform me. Upon receiving the news, I will return from the ice field immediately. Rest assured, if the Liang royal family sends someone, I will notify you at the first opportunity. Lu Fan nodded, offering a few more words of caution before deciding to set out, noting that the day was still young. After all, the journey from the Tianjin sect to the eternal ice field would take more than half a month. And his most pressing goal was to locate the great demons and acquire their souls. As Lu Fan departed, Elder Xuanji and Su Qianting accompanied him to the foot of the mountain. Watching his retreating figure, tears welled in Su Qianting's eyes. Do not worry. I attempted to divine the fate of our leader, but I could see nothing. He is far more formidable than we could have imagined. I understand, Elder Xian, but the eternal ice field is fraught with peril, and I cannot shake my concern. Yet I also recognize that staying by his side would only make me a burden, which is why I agreed to remain at the sect. Elder Xuanji nodded, comprehending Su Qianting's sentiments. He refrained from saying more until Lu Fan's silhouette vanished from their view, at which point Su Qianting reluctantly departed, having exited the confines of the Tianjian sect. Lu Fan followed the map given to him by Su Tian, heading toward the eternal ice field. A fortnight passed swiftly, and Lu Fan could distinctly feel the temperature dropping around him. He knew he was drawing near to the eternal ice field. After such a long journey, he felt quite fatigued. According to the map, there should be a town within 100 miles of his current location, which would provide a suitable place to rest for the night. After walking for 2 hours, Lu Fan finally spotted the town in the distance. He steeled himself and pressed onward, eager for a good night's sleep. However, to his surprise, a little girl suddenly blocked his path. Little girl, what troubles you? Were your parents? Lu Fan observed the child before him, noting her tattered clothing and the blood trickling from her mouth. Big brother, can you help me? Help you? What has happened? Before the little girl could respond, a commotion erupted nearby. The little demoness is just ahead. Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! Lu Fan frowned, perplexed by the identity of the little girl. Why were these righteous individuals pursuing her with such cruelty? Big brother, please help me. I'm not a bad person. The little girl cried, tears brimming in her eyes. Sighing, Lu Fan felt unable to ignore her plea, especially given her innocent demeanor, that he could not believe that this seemingly harmless little girl could be a demoness. Do not worry, I will protect you. His resolute gaze instilled a measure of confidence in the little girl. Soon, the group of righteous individuals approached, and the girl, frightened, hid behind Lu Fan. Everyone, I am Lu Fan, the leader of the Tianjin sect. Why do you pursue this little girl? Is there some misunderstanding? Tianjin sect, Lu Fan, you are the one atop the royal bounty list. Indeed, that is I. Initially, Lu Fan spoke amicably. But upon hearing their mention of the bounty list, he became cautious. Forget the royal bounty list. The internal issues of the De Liang royal family have yet to be resolved. That bounty does not hold weight. Brother Lu, please hand over the little demoness, and you may leave. And what if I refuse? Lu Fan replied with a charming smile, his spiritual energy manifesting as multiple sword shadows, enveloping himself and the little girl. The onlookers understood his intent. They had long heard of his formidable reputation and were momentarily at a loss as to whether they should act against him. Leader Lu, we are all righteous individuals. I know that while the Tianjian sect bears the name of a demonic sect, it has never engaged in demonic practices. Thus, I consider you one of our own, that I hope you can hand over the demoness. What constitutes a demonic sect? What defines righteousness? In my eyes, although the Tianjin sect is deemed a demonic sect, our actions are righteous. Yet you, who claim to be righteous, wield that title to carry out demonic deeds. It is you who embody true demonic practices that if you wish to take the little girl today, then let us prepare for battle. Chapter 86. The Demon Clan Girl. Feng Lishi Leader Lu, do you truly intend to engage in battle over this demoness? And what of it? Lu Fan's icy glare unsettled the group of righteous individuals that as they witnessed his readiness for combat. Many chose to abandon the demoness and retreat, realizing that it was not worth risking their lives for a mere task. Frustrated by the retreat of many, a man turned to face Lu Fan, who stood poised for action, hesitating. I am a Mohan, an elder of the Yunluo sect. I implore you, Leader Lu, to relinquish the girl, or I shall be forced to take her by force. Suit yourself. Lu Fan had no intention of releasing her. Having promised the little girl his protection, he would not waver, regardless of her true identity. He was determined to see this through. Then I shall not hold back. Mo Han's brow furrowed as he summoned his spiritual energy, forming 5 water pillars that reached skyward that a water attribute cultivator. Lu Fan scoffed. Water attribute cultivators are primarily focused on control, making them the weakest in one-on-one combat. Furthermore, one must not forget that Lu Fan possessed the Wind Thunder Ascended body, capable of commanding the lightning of heaven and earth. And let us not forget, water is a conductor of electricity. With a raised hand, Lu Fan summoned dark clouds, and the sky darkened ominously as thunder rumbled. The sudden change in weather made Mo Han uneasy. Brother Mo, I do not wish to harm you. I suggest you withdraw. Enough with the idle talk. The demoness must accompany me today. Refusing to heed warnings will lead to a swift demise. Lu Fan let out a helpless sigh as he witnessed a bolt of lightning strike down towards Mo Han's location. With a resounding bang, the force of the lightning struck Mo Han directly. Oh, you can actually control the lightning between heaven and earth. After uttering those words, Mo Han lost consciousness, smoke billowing from his head. Fortunately, as he collapsed, 5 streams of water lost their control over spiritual energy and cascaded onto him, extinguishing his scorched hair. Let us depart. Lu Fan instructed the little girl beside him. She nodded in agreement. Sensing that Lu Fan was different from others, he genuinely wished to protect her and would never cause her harm. The little girl followed closely behind Lu Fan as they entered the town and sought out an inn, where they ordered an array of food and drink. Little girl, might you share your name with me? And why are those people pursuing you? I am called Feng Lishi. They chase me because I am of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan? You truly are a daughter of the Demon Clan. Feng Lishi dared not look up at Lu Fan, fearing that once he learned of her identity, he would wish to harm her like the others did. Why yes, but our Demon Clan is not as you perceive, that we were once of the human race, merely infected by the demonic energy from residing near the Yuming Mountain for so long that we have never committed any atrocious acts. And if it weren't for us, the demonic energy from the Yuming Mountains would have long since permeated the entire Xianxia continent. Feng Lishi spoke with a sense of grievance, and upon hearing her words, Lu Fan felt a pang of sympathy. What a lovely little girl. What harm could the Demon Clan possibly do? Those righteous individuals truly did not understand. Had it not been for the Demon Clan, perhaps there would be no normal humans left on the Xianxia continent today. Xiaoxi, you need not fear. I am different from others. I do not consider your Demon Clan as some sort of aberration. We all coexist on the Xianxia continent, akin to one family. Moreover, your clan has selflessly contributed to our protection. Rest assured, with me here, I shall ensure your safety. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Feng Lishi nodded. Her earlier sadness replaced with a measure of joy. Before long, their food and drink arrived, and after such a long time without a meal, Feng Lishi eagerly dug in, relishing the delicious spread before her. However, to Lu Fan's surprise, despite her petite frame, Feng Lishi possessed a hearty appetite. Before he had even taken more than a couple of bites, she had polished off nearly all the dishes. Appearing still unsated, Brother Lu Fan, is there more? Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. This girl had consumed an entire table's worth of food, yet still sought more. Fortunately, he had earned quite a sum from the system. Or else he would truly struggle to support her appetite. Indeed. Today, I shall ensure you are well fed. With that, Lu Fan ordered another table's worth of dishes, much to the delight of the innkeeper. After all, This town was the closest to the eternal ice plains, and it was rare for anyone to visit, let alone someone like Lu Fan, who ordered 2 tables of food in one day. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Lu Fan found himself in a bit of a dilemma that as a man, it was not particularly convenient for him to share a room with a little girl like Feng Lixi. However, she was frightened and unwilling to sleep alone. Reluctantly, Lu Fan offered her his bed while he sat in a chair, practicing his cultivation throughout the night. Chapter 87. A task without reward. The night passed swiftly. And upon awakening from his cultivation, Lu Fan found Feng Lixi quietly seated across from him, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at him. You woke up so early? We demon folk do not require much rest. 2 hours is sufficient. Hearing her words, Lu Fan felt somewhat helpless. Had he known Feng Lixi needed only 2 hours of sleep, he would have opted to wait instead of practicing all night. Although the system aided him in recovering his stamina, as a modern individual in his previous life, he would have preferred to lie in bed for a proper rest rather than rely on the system's help. All right, by the way, where are you headed next? It may not be convenient for me to take you along. Feng Lixi's large, sparkling eyes looked up at Lu Fan, her expression pleading, which tugged at his heartstrings. He was reluctant to let such an adorable girl venture off alone, especially if she were to encounter those individuals from yesterday, without him by her side. I am bound for the eternal ice plains, and I fear for your safety. How about this? Where are your family? I can escort you back. My home lies at the boundary between the 100,000 Mountains and Huafeng Prefecture. It is quite far from here. Perhaps I could accompany you to the eternal ice plains? I am not afraid. Lu Fan shook his head that he had never been to the eternal ice plains, and he could not permit a little girl to accompany him on such a journey. Nevertheless, the distance to Feng Lixi's home was considerable, requiring at least half a month's travel. This presented quite the quandary for Lu Fan, torn between the eternal ice plains and Feng Lixi, making immediate decisions quite challenging. While he pondered his options, a voice from the system echoed in his ear. Host has activated a hidden task. Escort the daughter of the demon clan home. Reward: none. If declined, cultivation will revert to the initial stage of the Yuanying realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. The system was clearly compelling him to escort Feng Lixi home. Having spent some time in the Xianxia continent, this was the first time he had encountered such a task issued by the system. Well, I cannot allow Xiao Shi to return home alone. It would certainly weigh on my conscience. Delaying my journey to the eternal ice plains is not a significant issue. Lu Fan made his decision, gazing at Feng Lixi and stating, little girl, let us go. I will escort you home. Wonderful. Brother Lu Fan is the best, Feng Lixi exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up in delight. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Lu Fan affectionately ruffled her hair. After they packed their belongings, they departed the town, setting their course toward the 100,000 mountains. The days turned into weeks. Half a month swiftly passed. From the town to their current location, they had entered the realm of the 100,000 mountains. Feng Lixi confidently led the way, with Lu Fan close behind. Perhaps due to his cultivation, the little monsters within the 100,000 mountains dared not approach. Unbeknownst to him, it was actually Feng Lixi's presence that deterred them. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Fan sat atop a large stone, practicing his cultivation, while Feng Lixi continued to scout ahead. Soon, her joyful voice reached his ears. Brother Lu Fan. We are almost home. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan opened his eyes and walked to Feng Lixi's side, following her gaze to see a village not far off, surrounded by demonic energy. This village lay at the foot of the Yuming Mountains. It seemed Feng Lixi was correct. The demon clan had indeed been aiding in resisting the demonic energy from the Yuming Mountains. Otherwise, such potent energy would have long since infiltrated every corner of the Xianxia continent. Lu Fan's feelings toward the demon clan deepened, and he glanced at Feng Lixi, who was brimming with happiness that he also turned his gaze toward the direction of the Tianjin sect. Brother Lu Fan. Let us go. I have been away for so long. My father must be worried sick. All right. Lu Fan replied with a smile, following Feng Lixi as they approached the demon clan village. Stop. Humans are not welcome here. 2 demon clan men, possessing human bodies and serpent tails, blocked their path. Lu Fan's heart raced at the sight. Human bodies with serpent tails? Wasn't this the legendary appearance of Nuwa? Doubt crept into Lu Fan's mind. Could the demon clan have some connection to Nuwa? Uncle, it is I. I am Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi? Young lady, it truly is you. Where have you been all this time? Where's my father? I want to introduce him to someone. The demon clan man glanced at Lu Fan, realizing that the person Feng Li-Shi referred to must be him. Though he was human, due to Feng Li-Shi's influence, they felt it inappropriate to obstruct him, allowing them to proceed. Lu Fan politely nodded to the two men before following Feng Li-Shi into the village. As they walked through the village, the demon clan villagers regarded him with incredulity, some even directing hostile glares at him. Lu Fan sighed, understanding the source of their hostility. The human race had long viewed the demon clan as an otherworldly scourge, having unjustly slaughtered many of them over time. Seeing them harbor ill feelings toward him was something Lu Fan could comprehend. Chapter 88. Feng Yunrua, brother Lu Fan, do not take offense. The villagers mean no harm. They merely harbor some resentment toward the human race, that I understand. The humans have indeed committed many heinous acts against your clan, but not all humans are like that. I hope we can transform the relationship between our two races in the future. Feng Li-Shi nodded, sharing the same hope. The misunderstandings between humans and demon clans ran deep, and as inhabitants of the Xianxia continent, mutual slaughter could never be justified. Furthermore, the demon clan had selflessly defended the humans against the demonic energy from the Yuming Mountains, leaving a lingering discomfort in their hearts. Soon, under Feng Li-Shi's guidance, they arrived in front of a wooden house. Lu Fan halted, uncertain whether to enter. What troubles you, brother Lu Fan? Upon noticing Lu Fan come to a halt, Feng Li-Shi regained her composure in the wind. Approaching him, naturally, she was aware of the concerns that lingered in Lu Fan's heart. With a playful smile, she reassured him, "Fear not. While my father harbors no fondness for humanity, he does not harbor any disdain either. This is indeed splendid. Father, father, I am back." Feng Li-Shi's voice echoed into the house. Upon hearing his daughter's call, the leader of the demon clan promptly emerged from within, and the two embraced each other instantly. "My child, where have you been? I was terribly anxious during your absence." "Father, Feng Li-Shi hesitated, but the demon clan leader, well aware of her thoughts, affectionately tousled her hair and said, "You need not worry about clan affairs. I am here for you." And who might this be? Upon noticing Lu Fan, the demon clan leader paused momentarily, for it had been ages since a human had visited their village, and the sudden appearance of one left him somewhat astonished. "Father, allow me to introduce, this is Lu Fan, my elder brother, and he saved me from being hunted in Yunma Prefecture and bravely brought me back that I see." "Thank you, brother Lu Fan. I am Feng Yunrua, the leader of the demon clan. Greetings, Uncle Feng, that I have safely returned little Shi, fulfilling my duty. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave, as your kin may still harbor some misunderstandings towards me. My apologies for any discomfort you experienced. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for bringing little Shi home. From now on, you shall be a friend of our demon clan, should you ever require our assistance. We shall extend our utmost support." "Thank you, Uncle Feng." Lu Fan clasped his fists in gratitude. "Little Shi, do not wander off again. This time, you were fortunate enough to encounter me. Had you met someone else, luck may not have been on your side." Lu Fan admonished Feng Li-Shi with a gentle fondness, and seeing her adorable demeanor, he finally felt at ease, having returned her to the demon clan and to her father's side. He knew she would no longer be in danger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully escorting the demon clan's daughter home. Reward: none. Upon receiving the system's notification, Lu Fan could only smile wryly. With no reward, what was there to celebrate? Even without the system's task, he would have escorted Feng Li-Shi home. After all, he was simply the kind-hearted sort. "Uncle Feng, I shall not impose further on the demon clan. I am bound for the eternal ice field in search of a great demon. That I bid you farewell." "Hold on. You intend to go to the eternal ice field, indeed? Why do you ask?" Lu Fan looked at Feng Yunrua in confusion, not understanding why she seemed surprised by his intentions. "Nothing. It is just that the eternal ice field is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. Did you say you are going there in search of a great demon? Are you perhaps seeking the spirit of a great demon to break through to the transformation realm?" "Precisely. That is my purpose for venturing to the eternal ice field." Feng Yunrua nodded, intending to say something more, but ultimately refrained. In that case, do take care. Our paths may cross again, and I look forward to our next encounter." "Certainly," Lu Fan replied with a smile, casting one last glance at Feng Li-Shi before departing from the village chief's residence. As he observed his retreating figure, Feng Li-Shi slowly remarked, "Father, Why not let Lu Fan help us retrieve the sacred fire? He is heading to the eternal ice field anyway. Retrieving the sacred fire is a dangerous endeavor. We cannot allow Lu Fan to take such risks, though we must deliberate further. As Lu Fan reached the entrance of the demon village, he noticed two demon men regarding him with hostility, just as he was about to leave. One of the demon men blocked his path. Human, while you may be a friend of the young lady, it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling in our affairs, that do not speak of your visit here to the outside world. Or else. The demon man glared fiercely, and Lu Fan, perplexed, found himself at a loss for words. What he was saying was unclear to him. As for revealing the location of the demon village, that was out of the question. After all, he was a friend of Feng Lishi, and betraying a friend was not in his nature. Rest assured, no one will disturb you, and I apologize on behalf of humanity that Lu Fan performed a deep bow to the two demon men, eliciting a startled reaction from them. However, they quickly regained their composure, and as they watched Lu Fan depart, the other demon man remarked, "So there are good people among humans." Chapter 89. The swindler Li San, there isn't a decent human being among them. One of the demon men fumed, while the other remained silent. Having known this particular brother's disdain for humanity since childhood, Lu Fan left the demon village, continuing towards the direction of the eternal ice field. The journey from here to the eternal ice field would take at least a month, traveling day and night. Time had flown by, and it had already been 2 months since he left Tianjin sect. Yet he had yet to reach the eternal ice field. He wondered if Su Qianting was thinking of him. Shaking his head, Lu Fan mused that life was like this, regardless of whether the system had assigned him the task of escorting Feng Lishi home. He would have done so anyway. After all, Feng Lishi was still a child. Bringing her along to the eternal ice field was out of the question. Lu Fan himself feared the unforeseen dangers that could arise, let alone the risks of bringing along a little girl. Furthermore, allowing her to return home alone posed the risk of encountering those who sought to harm her again, and luck may not favor her a second time. While the spirit sword technique allowed for swift travel, it consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy that would still take a month to reach the entrance of the eternal ice field. So it was time to purchase a spirit beast for transportation. Lu Fan made his decision and spotted a signpost in the distance. Approaching it, he noticed a town named Yueshi Town. His immediate goal was to reach there, rest for a day, and purchase a spirit beast as a means of transport. Following the signpost guidance, Lu Fan arrived at Yueshi Town within a day. Entering the town, he found a tavern, ordered a hearty spread of food and drink, and prepared to indulge in a sumptuous meal. However, to his surprise, just as his feast was served, a mad old man approached him. "Young man, surely you cannot finish all this food. Allow me to assist you. Wasting food is a disgrace." Before Lu Fan could decline, the old man swept the entire table of delicacies clean, his wine cup hovering at his lips as he savored every drop. Half full. Half full. Hearing the old man's words, Lu Fan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry that a whole table of sumptuous dishes had been devoured without him even taking a bite. And the old man claimed to have only had half a meal. Was it a common occurrence to meet such gluttons on the way to the eternal ice field? "Old sir, you've eaten your fill. How about, I have no money. Wasn't this meal on you?" Lu Fan felt utterly helpless in the face of such a scoundrel, resigning himself to pay with his spiritual stones, tossing them to the innkeeper. What he failed to notice was that the moment the old man saw the numerous spiritual stones in Lu Fan's hand, his eyes glittered with greed. "Take care, come again next time." "Not a chance. I will never return. Lu Fan would rather starve than set foot in this town again." Lu Fan felt a deep sense of frustration. When dining with Feng Lishi, he at least managed to eat something. Yet here in Yueshi Town, he had not eaten a morsel while spending a considerable sum that in his peak. He wandered through the town, searching for a place to buy a spirit beast. The streets were bustling with cultivators, most at the early stages of the Golden Core realm. While he spotted his bounty notice on the bulletin board, there were no cultivators around, so he felt no fear. After all, even if he could not win, he could certainly flee. Before long, Lu Fan arrived at the entrance of the Merchant Association. Just as he was about to enter, a figure blocked his path. "Who goes there?" Lu Fan frowned, feeling cautious. Anyone capable of approaching him unnoticed was certainly not an ordinary person. "Hey, don't be alarmed. It's me." "It's me." Upon closer inspection, Lu Fan realized the figure before him was none other than the old man from the tavern, who had feasted at his expense, did I say. Old man, why are you here again? You've eaten your fill, drunk your wine, and I even paid with my spiritual stones. Please, do not cling to me. The old man gazed at the somewhat impatient Lu Fan and chuckled. Young man, my name is Li San, and I have some renown in the Xuanqi continent that I wish to propose a business deal with you. What kind of deal? Lu Fan regarded Li San with skepticism, uncertain of his true intentions. Follow me, Li San said, leading the way. Though Lu Fan had no desire to follow, an overwhelming curiosity compelled him to see what scheme Li San was concocting. Before long, Li San brought Lu Fan to a dead-end alley. Lu Fan surveyed the surroundings and snickered disdainfully. Li San, are you attempting to rob me? Bah, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Li San am a legitimate merchant. How could I engage in such despicable acts? Then why have you brought me to this dead-end alley? Lu Fan shivered, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself. That I am a respectable person. Please do not act recklessly. I wish you no harm. Seeing Lu Fan's demeanor, Li San rolled his eyes and retrieved a colossal creature from his spatial ring, saying, You young ones are always thinking of the worst. I am merely showing you something interesting. Chapter 90. Duped. Lu Fan let out a sigh of relief, scratching his head in embarrassment. Initially, he thought Li San was not a serious person, but now it seemed his assumptions were rather sordid. What in the world is this? Coming back to his senses, Lu Fan gazed upon the colossal creature before him. That it was not just a mere needle. Its size was immense, and its appearance was exceedingly grotesque, resembling nothing more than a crocodile from the zoo of his previous life. How utterly hideous! Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the spirit beast let out an indignant roar that made Lu Fan's ears ache. Teach, uncultured fellow, this spirit beast before you is called a dragon fish. Do not be deceived by its repugnant exterior. It is a spirit beast of the nascent soul realm. It took me considerable effort to tame it and make it my mount. A spirit beast of the nascent soul realm? Lu Fan never expected that the seemingly hideous crocodile was, in fact, a creature of such formidable rank. Realizing this, he promptly approached to examine it with his spiritual power. Indeed, Li San had not deceived him. As a peak nascent soul expert, he could sense the nascent soul energy within the dragonfish. It truly is of the nascent soul realm. Li San, Senior, I see. Do you wish to purchase the dragonfish? Li San had already discerned Lu Fan's intention to acquire a mount, though he pretended to be reluctant. Yes, Junior seeks to venture to the eternal ice field. Traveling solely with spiritual power is rather slow, hence the desire for a mount. Moreover, you summoned me here for this very transaction, did you not? You are not foolish. However, I now regret it. This dragonfish was tamed by me personally, accompanying me throughout the mysterious lands of the Xuanqi continent. That I shall not sell it. Not at all. Li San pretended to fondle the dragonfish, as if they were old friends. Seeing this, Lu Fan felt somewhat helpless and said, Very well. I shall not impose upon you. After saying this, Lu Fan turned to leave, but seeing his retreating figure, Li San hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his arm. All right. Why you not take a joke, young man? The price is a flat 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones. Why don't you go rob a bank? Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. While the dragonfish was indeed a mound of the nascent soul realm, it was hardly worth such an exorbitant price. Accepting such a price would render him a fool, which was utterly unacceptable. The little brat is quite astute. Fine. How much do you propose? At most 50,000 spirit stones. 80,000, 55,000, 90,000. Seeing Li San remain adamant, Lu Fan became somewhat agitated and shouted, A flat price of 60,000. Take it or leave it. Sold. Before Lu Fan could react, Li San unexpectedly agreed to sell the dragonfish for 60,000 spirit stones. What a loss. I could have secured it for 50,000. Lu Fan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but nevertheless retrieved 60,000 spirit stones from his spatial ring and handed them to Li San. Watching the heavy spirit stones in his hands, Li San's eyes sparkled as he stowed them away into his spatial ring. Very well, this hefty fellow is now yours. With that, Li San suddenly vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage. What the heck, Senior? How do I establish a bond with it? Lu Fan looked at the colossal creature before him, feeling somewhat at a loss. The dragonfish did not appear particularly friendly, especially since Lu Fan had just called it ugly. You fool. Simply inject your spiritual power into its forehead to establish a bond. Li San's words echoed in Lu Fan's ears upon hearing this. Lu Fan finally understood what to do. He approached the dragonfish, which emitted a series of roars. However, under the pressure of Lu Fan's strength, the dragonfish lacked the courage to resist, allowing him to infuse his spiritual power into its forehead. Bond established successfully, Lu Fan watched as the dragonfish slowly lowered itself beside him. In that moment, Lu Fan realized he had successfully tamed the dragonfish, marking it as his first spirit beast in the Xuanqi continent. This foolish lad is rather impressive, earning an easy 30,000 spirit stones. Li San sat atop a roof, observing Lu Fan and the dragonfish below, a smile creeping across his face. All right, hefty fellow. You shall have to work hard from now on. Lu Fan patted the dragonfish's back, which nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Lu Fan leaped into the air, landing atop the dragonfish. Onward, destination. The eternal ice field. The dragonfish let out a roar and set off, swiftly reaching the exit of Yueshi Town. However, Lu Fan soon found himself dumbfounded. He had thought the dragonfish was some rare spiritual mount, but to his surprise, there were stone dragonfish displayed right at the entrance of Yueshi Town. What? How much for this dragonfish, shopkeeper? 3,000 spirit stones apiece. But you already have one, do you not? Are you looking to exchange it? How about this? I'll buy your dragonfish for 1,000 spirit stones, and you can add 2,000 to purchase a new one. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Lu Fan nearly fainted. He had bought the dragonfish for 60,000 spirit stones, yet its market price was merely 30,000. Li San, you old coot, if I see you again, I will surely skin you alive. Chin. Li San sneezed, rubbing his nose. Who is cursing me? Oh well, there are plenty of people on the Xuanqi continent who curse me anyway. Chapter 91. Encountering Feng Lixi, the incident of being swindled soon faded from Lu Fan's mind. He was not one to hold grudges. After all, he had accumulated a fair amount of spirit stones from the tasks released by the system. So he wasn't particularly concerned about this matter of 30,000 or 50,000. Nevertheless, being conned by Li San left him with a lingering displeasure, and on the road to the eternal ice field, he found himself cursing Li San's entire family at intervals. According to the map, there were still 3 days' journey ahead. Hang in there, my friend. Lu Fan patted the dragonfish's forehead. The dragonfish let out a low growl of discontent. Ever since departing from Yueshi Town, the dragonfish had been working tirelessly for over half a month without rest. Meanwhile, Lu Fan would lie on its back whenever he felt tired, resting or practicing cultivation as he pleased. Noticing the dragonfish's dissatisfaction, Lu Fan chuckled and retrieved the dragonfish's favorite food from his spatial ring, tossing it forward. Here you go, buddy, a treat for your hard work. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Though the dragonfish harbored some grievances, it continued onward towards the eternal ice field while munching on its food. 3 days passed swiftly, and Lu Fan felt the temperature around them begin to drop. He knew they were not far from the entrance to the eternal ice field. Finally, we are arriving, Lu Fan sighed. Since departing from the Tianjin sect, the journey had been fraught with challenges. First, delivering Feng Lixi to the Demon Clan village, and then getting swindled by Li San in Yueshi Town. After 2 months, he was finally about to reach the eternal ice field. Ugh! The dragonfish's voice brought Lu Fan back to reality. Realizing the dragonfish was hungry, he intended to retrieve its food from the spatial ring, only to find that it had run out. Buddy, your food is finished. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the dragonfish halted. Sounding like a child who had been wronged, letting out whimpering noises. Seeing it suffer from hunger, Lu Fan felt a pang of sympathy. However, the dragonfish was quite picky. It wouldn't eat the food meant for humans. I remember there is a town not far from here. Hang in there, buddy. I will buy you something to eat when we get there. Ugh! The dragonfish roared in excitement, instantly invigorated as it raced towards the town. What should have taken a few hours was covered in less than an hour by the dragonfish. Arriving at the familiar streets of the eternal ice town, Lu Fan felt a wave of nostalgia. The last time he was here, he had shared a meal with Xiao. I wonder how that little girl is doing now. Lu Fan smiled as he entered an inn, asking the waiter to watch over the dragonfish while he ordered a table full of dishes. Just as he was about to dig in, A familiar voice rang out. Lu Fan Gij. Lu Fan put down his chopsticks and turned around, only to see a little girl waving happily at him from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Feng Lixi. Xiaoxi, what brings you here? Lu Fan's eyes widened, that he had left the Demon Clan village 2 months ago. With the dragonfish's speed, he had arrived here quickly. But Feng Lixi, even if she had left at the same time, would not have been able to catch up with him using her spiritual power. Lu Fan Gij, I knew I would find you here. Feng Lixi, who had been some distance away, suddenly appeared right in front of Lu Fan, startling him. Xiaoxi, weren't you in the Demon Clan village? What are you doing here? I have something to ask of you. What is it? Lu Fan found himself utterly defenseless against this little sister. Her pitiful eyes made it impossible for him to refuse that I want you to help my father. Your father. What happened to Uncle Feng? Lu Fan's brow furrowed with concern. Feng Lixi was already an initial stage god transformation expert. Could it be that the Demon Clan village had encountered an attack after his departure? What happened to your father? Feng Lixi hesitated, making Lu Fan anxious to my father. In order to resist the demonic energy from the Yuming Mountains, personally ventured deep into the eternal ice field to retrieve the holy fire. Deep within the eternal ice field. Retrieve the holy fire? Feng Lixi nodded, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, and whispered, Deep within the eternal ice plains lies the fire of heaven and earth, which our Demon Clan refers to as the sacred fire. The reason our clan can withstand the malevolent energies of the Nether Mountains is due to the assistance of the sacred fire. Every decade, the clan leader ventures to the eternal ice plains to retrieve the sacred fire. But this time, a primordial beast has appeared at its resting place. That a primordial beast. Indeed, that my father ventured forth alone to retrieve the sacred fire, but has yet to return. I initially intended to search for him in the eternal ice plains. But my strength is insufficient to endure the frigid temperatures. Brother Lu Fan, could you assist me in rescuing my father? I am genuinely worried about his safety. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan agreed. His impression of Feng Yinruo was already favorable. And with Feng Lixi's connection, he could hardly turn a blind eye to her plight. All right, I will seek out Uncle Feng, but you must remain behind, that I shall first escort you back to the Demon Clan. And then I will enter the eternal ice plains that I promise you. I will ensure Uncle Feng's safety. No, I can return to the Demon Clan on my own. The situation with my father is urgent. And you must find him at once. Can you truly return by yourself? What if you encounter pursuers? Lu Fan's tone was grave. He could not bear the thought of Feng Lixi coming to harm. If he did not accompany her to the village, she might fall prey to those self-righteous individuals. Well, actually, Feng Lixi hesitated, and Lu Fan discerned she was concealing something that he crossed his arms and feigned anger. Lil Shi, are you hiding something from your brother? Feng Lixi could tell that Lu Fan was not genuinely angry, merely putting on an act. Seeing him pretend to be upset made her anxious that no, I truly did not intend to conceal anything. I will tell you right now. Since childhood, I have possessed a skill, instant teleportation. Even my father was unaware of it when he first discovered this ability, that he fears that villains might learn of it. So he instructed me never to reveal it to anyone. Feng Lixi's pitiful demeanor tugged at Lu Fan's heartstrings, especially the glimmer of tears in her eyes, which he found utterly disarming. All right, I was merely teasing you. How could I possibly be angry with you? Since you can teleport, why did you ask me to escort you back to the Demon Clan last time? Actually, I wanted you to meet my father, and my sixth sense tells me that you would be able to assist him in retrieving the sacred fire. Feng Lixi replied softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. All this effort was merely to facilitate his assistance in obtaining the sacred fire. Such a trivial matter. Understood. Do not worry. I will set out immediately to find Uncle Feng, and I assure you, I will help retrieve the sacred fire and ensure he returns home safely. Feng Lixi wiped away her tears and broke into a joyous smile. Lu Fan looked at the little sister before him with tenderness. He simply could not conjure a valid reason to deny her request. Well then, it is still early. I shall hasten my journey into the eternal ice plains. You should return quickly if you encounter any danger. Simply crush this talisman, and I will sense your location. Lu Fan infused his spiritual energy into a talisman and handed it to Feng Lixi. Though he was aware she could teleport anywhere, he still felt a sense of unease. I understand, Brother Lu Fan. Thank you. There's no need for thanks. Just ensure you eat well and return home promptly. After offering a few last pieces of advice, Lufan paid for the meal before leaping onto the back of the dragonfish. The resting dragonfish sensed Lufan's presence and awoke, expressing its mild displeasure. "Friend, circumstances dictate that today you cannot rest. We must depart quickly and enter the eternal ice plains before nightfall." Though the dragonfish was somewhat disgruntled, it had no choice but to comply with its master's command. As Lufan and the dragonfish gradually disappeared from view, Feng Lishi prayed fervently that Lufan would swiftly locate her father and successfully procure the sacred fire. Perhaps due to resting for several hours, the dragonfish's speed increased considerably, and before the sun dipped below the horizon, the pair had already penetrated the depths of the eternal ice plains. This eternal ice plains is indeed as frigid as the legend suggests. Lufan shivered from the cold and immediately circulated his spiritual energy through his meridians, managing to stave off some of the chill. As for the dragonfish, being a spiritual beast, its hide was sufficient to withstand any harsh weather. It was fortunate that he had purchased this dragonfish. Otherwise, traversing the eternal ice plains would have been nearly impossible. Lufan felt grateful, despite having been swindled out of several thousand spiritual stones by Li San. Without this dragonfish, he would have struggled to navigate the eternal ice plains, let alone seek out the great demon and obtain its essence. Not to mention finding Feng Yuo. As dusk descended, the dragonfish's speed began to wane significantly. Lufan understood, for they were now deep within the eternal ice plains, where temperatures plummeted further and the winds howled fiercely. Where could Uncle Feng be? We must be in the depths of the eternal ice plains, surrounded by darkness. Lufan relied on the faint glow emitted by his spiritual energy to examine the map Su Tian had provided. According to the markings, they were indeed in the heart of the eternal ice plains. Suddenly, the dragonfish let out a startled roar, causing Lufan to jump. Feeling the dragonfish come to a halt, he was momentarily at a loss. "What is it, friend?" The dragonfish turned its head and let out a few gentle growls, then pointed with its snout toward a certain direction. "What is there?" The dragonfish nodded and led Lufan slowly forward. After a few steps, it stopped once more. Lufan leaped down and illuminated the area with his faint glow. "Uncle Feng?" Feng Yunhua lay in the snow, his human form merging with a serpentine tail, frozen and motionless. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, that Lufan's heart raced at the sight, and he rushed forward to support him. He ignited a pile of wood with his spiritual energy, raising the temperature significantly. Lufan then helped Feng Yunhua to the warmth of the fire while he leaned against the dragonfish, which, despite its tough exterior, radiated warmth as the bitter cold of winter enveloped the land. The eternal ice plains transformed into a vast, frigid expanse. The mountains trembled with the chill, rivers lay frozen in stillness, and the very air seemed to congeal, breath visible in the frigid air. Lufan, though warmed by the dragonfish's body heat, found it increasingly difficult to endure the harsh elements, his body beginning to quiver. This wretched place is unbearable. Ultimately, Lufan could only grumble in frustration, yet he was powerless to change his circumstances, even with protective spiritual energy. The biting winds proved challenging to withstand. "Where am I?" The weak voice of Feng Yunhua reached Lufan's ears, prompting him to spring to his feet. "Uncle Feng, you are awake." Lufan, what are you doing here?" With Lufan's support, Feng Yunhua leaned against the dragonfish, gradually regaining some warmth. "Uncle Feng, before entering the eternal ice plains, I encountered little Shi. She informed me of everything. Your grave injuries must be the result of that beast guarding the sacred fire." Feng Yunhua nodded, revealing no secrets, aware that his daughter had already divulged everything to Lufan, that if we do not retrieve the sacred fire soon, the malevolent energies from the Nether Mountains will soon encroach upon the Xuanqi continent, leading to devastation for all. With a resigned sigh, Feng Yunhua lamented his role as the clan leader of the demon clan, tasked with safeguarding the lives of all beings. Despite this, humanity viewed their kind as abominations, committing acts of brutality against them. Lufan clenched his fists, feeling powerless. The idea of changing human perceptions of the demon clan seemed utterly implausible. Lufan recognized that altering the relationship between humans and demons was beyond his capabilities and not something achievable in the immediate future. For now, the priority was to assist Feng Yunhua in obtaining the sacred fire to prevent the malevolent energies from infiltrating the Xuanqi continent. Uncle Feng, as a formidable cultivator, how could any beast possibly best you? The primordial beast, Sumu. Though Lu Fan had spent some time in the Xuanqi continent, he had never heard of Sumu, nor had he known of its existence in his previous life. Did Sumu truly that formidable? Though Suemu is a primordial beast, its cultivation level is merely that of a transformation stage. That I could defeat it, but I cannot do so alone. Does that mean we require another transformation stage expert? Feng Yunhua shook his head, explaining that to defeat Suemu, he only needed to be strong enough himself. However, he required a capable ally to deal with the two accompanying azure birds. Suemu, as a transformation stage beast, is always accompanied by two azure birds of the nascent soul stage. Each time I attempt to strike at Suemu, the azure birds obstruct me, preventing my spiritual techniques from reaching Suemu. 2 nascent soul beasts. I can handle that. You can. Do not forget, those are two azure birds. Such mythical beasts as azure birds are always found in pairs, akin to a married couple. As the saying goes, when a couple's hearts are united, their strength is as formidable as steel. They are not to be trifled with. Rest assured, if I say I can withstand them, then there is no cause for concern. Observing Lu Fan's confident demeanor, Feng Yunhua nodded. After all, Feng Lixi often praised Lu Fan in her ear, and she understood that Lu Fan was unlike ordinary cultivators. That in that case, let us depart swiftly. Just as Feng Yunhua was about to rise, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Upon seeing this, Lu Fan hurriedly rushed forward to assist her back to her seat. Uncle Feng, let us rest for the night. But there are no buts. You are gravely injured. Even if we were to confront Suemu together, you have yet to recover your spiritual energy. The situation would not be favorable. Instead of that, it is better to focus on regaining your strength. And after adjusting, we shall strike together. Lu Fan's words were quite reasonable, and Feng Yunhua did not press the matter further. Taking advantage of the darkness before dawn, she quickly entered into her meditation. Observing how swiftly Feng Yunhua could enter a state of cultivation despite the frigid weather made Lu Fan quite envious. That I must also seize the time to recover. Lu Fan braved the biting wind, pressing closely against the dragonfish, whose massive form shielded him from much of the harsh cold. As the night passed, Lu Fan felt as though an entire year had gone by. When he finally awoke from his meditation, he discovered that Feng Yunhua had been waiting for him for quite some time. Awake? Yes, Uncle Feng. Have you recovered? Feng Yunhua smiled and nodded, saying, the bodies of demon kin are unique. Even the most severe injuries can heal overnight, provided they are not fatal. I see. Well then, we must not delay in retrieving the sacred fire. Let us set off at once. Lu Fan nodded in agreement, extinguishing the fire pit with snow before leaping onto the back of the dragonfish. Uncle Feng, won't you join me? No. The speed of a spirit beast mount is too slow. Keep pace with me. With that, Feng Yunhua vanished from Lu Fan's sight. Hearing her taunt, the dragonfish displayed a fierce competitive spirit, letting out a roar before swiftly following her. Chapter 94. Battle with the Azure Birds. As a spirit beast mount of the nascent soul realm, the dragonfish possessed exceptionally keen senses. No matter how fast Feng Yunhua moved, it could accurately locate her position and pursue her. This dragonfish, truly so swift. Feng Yunhua had never anticipated that a dragonfish of the nascent soul realm could match her speed. Though dragonfish were among the most common spirit beasts in the mystic continent, capable of competing with nascent soul cultivators, she had never encountered one that could keep up with her. Lu Fan, your dragonfish is rather peculiar. Peculiar? In what way? Lu Fan looked confusedly at Feng Yunhua, as he was not well versed in the nuances of spirit beast mounts and could not comprehend her meaning. Nothing much. You have acquired an impressive spirit beast mount. Feng Yunhua's comment left Lu Fan at a loss for how to respond. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, mentally cursing Li San until he felt somewhat relieved. After an indeterminate period of time, Feng Yunhua suddenly halted. Just ahead, Lu Fan. Are you prepared? Lu Fan nodded, leaping down from the dragonfish's back to stand beside Feng Yunhua. Stay here, companion, that I do not wish to see you harmed in the upcoming battle. Lu Fan patted the dragonfish's head. The creature remained silent, standing still, but with a glint of concern in its eyes. Are you worried about me? The dragonfish nodded and leaned against Lu Fan, gently rubbing its head against him. "Fear not, my friend. I shall return safely." Lu Fan smiled slightly, retrieving some provisions from his spatial ring and placing them before the dragonfish, that he then turned to Feng Yunruo and said, "Uncle Feng, let us set off." "Indeed." Feng Yunruo responded and immediately set off towards the lair of Suimu. Lu Fan did not dawdle, closely following in her wake, that as they approached the vicinity of Suimu's hiding place. He distinctly felt the temperature rising, a stark contrast to the icy cold of the eternal ice plains that do not be surprised. Suimu is an ancient beast of both wood and fire attributes. Its true form resembling a towering tree, a dual attribute of fire and wood. The concept of Suimu, exceeded Lu Fan's understanding. After all, what is traditionally feared by fire? Yet here was a tree that could wield fire in battle. Something he had never anticipated. The fire that Suimu commands is heavenly fire. You must be cautious. Those two azure birds have been by its side for 2 years and have become allies. I will do my utmost to draw Suimu's attention, while you seize the opportunity to eliminate the 2 azure birds. Remember, you must slay them simultaneously. If you kill one, the other will revive. Once the azure birds fall, I shall deliver a fatal blow to Suimu. Understood. Lu Fan nodded, his expression shifting to one of caution. While defeating them one by one would not be overly challenging, simultaneously slaying 2 nascent soul realm beasts posed a considerable test for him. "Let us move." With Feng Yunruo's command, the 2 transformed into fleeting shadows, appearing before Suimu. "You again." Suimu's ancient voice rang out, causing Lu Fan's heart to tremble. For some reason, the sound of Suimu carried an inexplicable penetrating power. "And a human as well. Hee. Leave this place at once, or you shall perish here." Cold sweat broke out on Lu Fan's forehead, yet he did not entertain any thoughts of retreat. Instead, he summoned his spiritual energy, shaping it into a sword that encircled him, while bolts of lightning crackled around him. "You possess lightning energy. Are you not a swordsman? Now is not the time for explanations. When the opportunity arises, I shall tell you." Seeing Lu Fan poised for action, Feng Yunruo refrained from pressing further, fully aware that their immediate concern was Suimu, and they could not afford to be distracted. "Ding. Host has received a mission. Assist the demon kin in defeating Suimu and obtain the sacred fire. Reward: activation of fire and wood attributes, 20 fire spirit fruits, and 20 wood spirit fruits. Another mission." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Fan became visibly exhilarated. The prospect of activating both fire and wood attributes was akin to a windfall landing squarely upon him. Ever since acquiring the wind and thunder ascended body, he had been able to command the lightning of heaven and earth. While he had yet to master the art of wind, if he completed this task, he would possess the attributes of fire, wood, lightning, and wind. No one else in the entire Mystic Continent would boast such a formidable combination to Lu Fan. "What is the matter with you?" Noticing Lu Fan's momentary daze, Feng Yunruo furrowed her brow and called out urgently, It's nothing. Let us begin." Clang, clang. 2 piercing cries echoed through the air as the 2 azure birds soared from the distance, landing upon Suimu's branches. "Those are the azure birds. Be cautious that I know," Lu Fan replied, immediately stepping forward to divert the attention of the azure birds. Irritated by Lu Fan's provocation, the birds displayed their fury, flapping their wings and taking to the air, targeting Lu Fan, who stood not far away. "Your opponent is me." Just as Suimu intended to join the fray, Feng Yunruo interposed herself, redirecting Suimu's focus onto herself. "Since you wish to die, I shall oblige." Chapter 95. The Self-Created Divine Technique. Xian Lei Tian Jian Formation. Feng Yunruo's actions provoked Suimu's wrath. Had it not been for the assistance of the azure bird couple in the previous battle, Suimu would not have been repelled. Now that Feng Yunruo had brought a helper to intercept the azure birds, its own peril had increased significantly. Yet, as an ancient beast, Suimu held its own dignity, and it was imperative to defend its honor. "Arise, my descendants, to uphold the dignity of the Suimu clan." Suimu's ancient voice resounded, and from its form fell hundreds of branches. Each branch that struck the ground transformed into a small Suimu, advancing step by step toward Feng Yunruo. "Uncle Feng, fear not. Focus on eliminating the azure birds." "Understood," Lu Fan responded. With Feng Yunruo assuring him that he need not worry about Suimu, he directed all his attention to the azure bird couple. Drawing the spirit sword from his back, he allowed his spiritual energy to manifest as numerous flying swords that circled around him. Clang, 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 clang. Lu Fan's actions irked the azure birds, whose wings ignited with fierce flames. The gusts generated by their flapping wings coalesced with a rain of fire that came crashing down. Upon seeing this, Lu Fan frowned and swiftly maneuvered his sword with spiritual energy, evading the onslaught. Despite the dense rain of fire, openings remained sufficient for Lu Fan to dodge point 12 sword formation. After absorbing spiritual energy, the spirit sword in Lu Fan's hand split into 12, launching toward the azure birds in the air. A resounding crash echoed as the 12 swords were neutralized by the azure birds. Yet this assault only served to further infuriate them, prompting them to unleash torrents of flames, intensifying the previous rain of fire twofold. These azure birds are truly troublesome. Lu Fan lamented that if there were only one azure bird, it would be manageable, but with two communicating seamlessly, attacking one would prompt the other to come to its aid, leaving him no respite. What am I to do? Just as Lu Fan found himself at a loss, a triumphant message arrived from Feng Yunhua. The Sui Mu was on the verge of collapse. However, the number of smaller Sui Mu below was steadily increasing, restricting Feng Yunhua's movements. Lu Fan, we must act swiftly. Upon hearing Feng Yunhua's voice, Lu Fan gritted his teeth. Witnessing the tumultuous lightning in the sky sparked an idea within him. Since he possessed the wind and thunder body and was also a sword cultivator, why not attempt to combine his sword techniques with the power of lightning? This could very well be an opportune moment. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan wasted no time. After all, with the protection of the wind and thunder body, even in failure, the lightning would not harm him. Today, you shall perish, Lu Fan roared, charging into the clouds with his ethereal sword beneath him. Drawing upon the dominance of the wind and thunder body, he absorbed the lightning force from the sky into his being. Feng Yunhua, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. Was Lu Fan not recklessly endangering himself? My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. To save the world, who else but I? At that moment, Lu Fan's veins bulged as he absorbed all the lightning from the heavens. His eyes glowed with electric light, and the ethereal sword in his hand was enveloped by arcs of lightning. Xian Lei Tian Jinjin. Lu Fan's voice echoed across the eternalized plain. The sword rain cascaded down, each blade imbued with formidable lightning power. Even Feng Yunhua, upon witnessing this, had to evade immediately, feeling the violent aura in the air. Bang! With a resounding crash, the couple of Qingyao were struck down by the lightning-infused sword rain, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan lunged forward and pierced through the two birds with his sword. Clang, clang. The couple of Qingyao let out a wretched scream before turning to ashes. It is done, Feng Yunhua rejoiced internally. Without the interference of the Qingyao, the Sui Mu before him seemed trivial. Since Lu Fan had begun to wield his divine power, Feng Yunhua had been gathering strength, ready to deliver the final blow. Now was the time. Feng Yunhua unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, transforming into a streak of fire that pierced through the Sui Mu. The latter looked at its wound in disbelief. As the smaller Sui Mu on the ground vanished simultaneously, I never expected to die. At your hands, the Sui Mu, filled with resentment, succumbed to the depletion of its spiritual energy, its massive form turning to ashes. Gasping for breath, Feng Yunhua crouched low, having expended considerable spiritual energy for that final strike. However, the Sui Mu had been vanquished, and the sacred fire appeared where the Sui Mu had stood. The sacred fire. Feng Yunhua's heart surged with joy as he attempted to approach it, but his exhausted body rendered him immobile. Seeing this, Lu Fan, despite enduring physical pain, slowly approached the divine fire and grasped it with determination. Uncle Feng, I have not failed you. Lu Fan raised the sacred fire triumphantly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. As Feng Yunhua witnessed Lu Fan securing the sacred fire, his worries dissipated. Lu Fan, thank you. No need for thanks. Safeguarding the people is not solely the responsibility of the demon clan. Uncle Feng, I entrust this sacred fire to you. Lu Fan offered the sacred fire to Feng Yunhua, who accepted it. Whether it was a psychological effect or the power of the sacred fire, Feng Yunhua suddenly felt a resurgence of spiritual energy within him, invigorating his entire being. Chapter 96. secrets of the Yuming Mountains, gazing at the sacred fire in his hands. Feng Yinhua was filled with immense joy. As the current leader of the demon clan, acquiring the sacred fire was the most significant task of his life. With the sacred fire in hand, the heavy burden in his heart finally lifted. With the blessing of the sacred fire, the malevolent energy from the Yuming Mountains would not seep into the region for at least a century. Uncle Feng, is this sacred fire truly that important? Upon hearing Lu Fan's inquiry, Feng Yunhua nodded and replied, "The sacred fire is a remnant of the consciousness left behind by the powerful being who created the Xuanqi continent, capable of suppressing certain malevolent entities." Malevolent entities? So you all. Lu Fan quickly silenced himself, realizing he had misspoken and fearing Feng Yunhua's anger. However, to his surprise, Feng Yunhua showed no sign of irritation, for he understood that Lu Fan had not meant any offense. Though we are referred to as the Demon Clan, we are not truly evil beings. That My race has existed since the inception of the Xuanqi continent. That time, we were not known as the Demon Clan, but as the Sui-Ren Clan. Sui-Ren Clan? Lu Fan was taken aback. Isn't that the name of Nua's father? Could it be that my suspicions are correct and Feng Lixi is Nua? Upon seeing Feng Lixi for the first time, he had noticed that she, as a member of the Demon Clan, did not have the snake tail commonly associated with such beings, but appeared as an ordinary girl. However, it was certain that Feng Lixi was indeed the daughter of the Demon Clan. Yet Lu Fan remained skeptical, as the legendary Nua was said to possess a human form with a serpent's tail. Could it be that Feng Lixi was not Nua? All these thoughts remained unspoken, as Lu Fan pondered silently. Indeed, our Sui-Ren Clan has had but one mission since its founding: to protect the Xuanqi continent and prevent the malevolent energies of the Yuming Mountains from infiltrating. What kind of place is the Yuming Mountains? Lu Fan inquired. That I have attempted to enter multiple times, but I have always been blocked by a barrier, unable to gain entry. Uncle Feng, can you enter? Feng Yinhua shook his head, pondering for a moment before deciding to share some insights about the Yuming Mountains. Are you very interested in the Yuming Mountains? Not exactly interested. I merely wish to understand more. The Yuming Mountains are shrouded in mystery. When I arrived at the Xuanqi continent, I had already heard of the Yuming Mountains, but there are no specific records available, and no one seems to possess knowledge about them. Seeing Lu Fan's thirst for knowledge, Feng Yunhua smiled slightly. Do you know the origins of the Xuanqi continent? I do not. The Xuanqi continent did not originally exist, as I mentioned earlier. This realm was created by a powerful being. As for the cultivation level of this being, I believe you have already guessed. Transcending the immortal realm? Lu Fan ventured. Feng Yunhua nodded and continued. Exactly. It is indeed the transcending immortal realm, according to the memories passed down from my clan's ancestors. This powerful being was at the pinnacle of the transcending immortal realm. Moreover, beyond the Xuanqi continent, there exists another realm. Our Xuanqi continent is a subordinate of that realm, and the emergence of the Xuanqi continent was to suppress the invading external demon clan. External demon clan? Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. What exactly was this external demon clan? He had never heard of it before. The external demon clan is not a race native to the Xuanqi continent. They originate from other realms. As far as I know, when the external demon clan invaded the upper-level mainland, many powerful beings of the transcending immortal realm perished in that battle. That time, the mighty being who created our realm intervened, sealing the external demon clan here. The To reinforced the sealing power. He left behind a fragment of his soul, which transformed into the sacred fire to assist my clan in suppressing the demon clan. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan became increasingly intrigued by the powerful being. What kind of person could single-handedly seal such a formidable external demon clan and maintain that seal for millennia? Uncle Feng, do you know the name of this powerful being? I do, yet I also do not. Feng Yunhua's words left Lu Fan perplexed. Why was his response so ambiguous? Noticing the confusion in Lu Fan's heart, Feng Yunhua explained, very few know the name of this powerful being. The first leader of the Sui-Ren clan is said to be a life birthed by this being. According to clan lore, the being is named Gigu, but its authenticity is unverified. That's so? Gigu. The name sounded somewhat familiar to Lu Fan, as if he had heard it somewhere before, yet he could not pinpoint where. What I have shared encompasses the secrets of the Yuming Mountains. Apart from my demon clan, you are the only one privy to this matter in the world today. I hope you can keep this secret and refrain from spreading it, as it could incite unnecessary panic and hinder my clan's efforts to suppress the Yuming Mountains. Lu Fan understood the gravity of this matter. He was not one to gossip. Such a significant secret. Even if Feng Yunruo did not mention it, he would not disclose it to others. Regardless, I still thank you for your assistance in obtaining the sacred fire. Had it not been for the recent rebellious intentions of the external demon clan, I would have certainly aided you in acquiring those 5 fragments of divine souls. However, I must return to my clan immediately to use the sacred fire to suppress the external demon clan. You need not concern yourself with me. 5 great demons are merely that. 5 great demons that I have already dealt with. Sui Mu, an ancient beast. I do not fear a mere 5 great demons. Chapter 97. Reaping the benefits. Feng Yunruo held great faith in Lu Fan's abilities. Although the 5 great demons were formidable, they paled in comparison to the Qingyao couple that Lu Fan had managed to defeat the 2 of them. And as long as the 5 great demons did not unite, they would be no match for him. Very well. Take care of yourself. I must hasten back to my clan. The sealing matter cannot be delayed. Be cautious on your journey. Feng Yunruo acknowledged with a nod, disappearing from Lu Fan's sight, carrying the sacred fire with him. Seeing him depart, Lu Fan patted the dragonfish beside him and leaped onto its back. Together, they set off towards their first target. Qinggo, I shall claim your divine soul. According to the map provided by Su Tian, the location of Qinggo is not far from here, at the speed of the dragonfish. It would only take half a day to reach. As the half day swiftly passed, Lu Fan arrived within the vicinity of Qinggo's activities. However, everything here seemed tranquil, devoid of any signs of a great demon lurking about. Could it be that I have come to the wrong place? A seed of doubt sprouted in Lu Fan's mind, questioning the accuracy of the map Su Tian had given him, especially considering that this map was decades old. It was entirely possible that Qinggo had relocated long ago. Just as Lu Fan proceeded cautiously, a tremendous dragon's roar erupted from a nearby lake, accompanied by unmistakable sounds of combat. The dragon's roar? Qinggo! Being a river dragon, Qinggo was unmistakably the source of that roar. Yet, why were there sounds of fighting? This puzzled Lu Fan. Logically, as a formidable demon, Qinggo should not be so easily approached by lesser demons, let alone engage in battle with them. What could be the reason for this? Comrade, let us go and investigate. It was unclear whether the dragonfish sensed Qinggo's presence or something else entirely. But it became markedly subdued, and Lu Fan could even feel a hint of fear emanating from the dragonfish beneath him. The dragonfish's speed slowed considerably, but within a quarter of an hour, the duo arrived at the lakeside where the commotion was originating. That Lu Fan did not rush out, but instead concealed himself behind a large tree, while the dragonfish quietly lay on the ground, barely daring to breathe. What he saw was astonishing. Initially, Lu Fan had no idea why any demon would dare to challenge Qinggo, but he soon realized that it was a battle between 2 great demons. Before him stood a colossal tortoise, as massive as a mountain, locked in a fierce gaze with the river dragon, seemingly battling for territory. This is the Xing. Lu Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. Who would have thought he would encounter such fortune, stumbling upon 2 great demons at once? What delighted him further was that Qinggo and the Xiangui were engaged in a fierce conflict over territory. What a stroke of luck! Lu Fan calculated in his mind. Where 2 tigers contend, one must surely fall. That as soon as their battle concluded, he could rush out and strike when they were unprepared. And the souls of these 2 great demons would be his for the taking. Just as Lu Fan was lost in his reverie, Qinggo and the Xiangui began to move. He saw the dragon and the tortoise entwined, unleashing torrents of water and fire in a dazzling display. Indeed, this is a clash of water and fire. Although Qinggo was a river dragon, dwelling in the waters, he was a fire attribute demon, while the Xiangui belonged to the water element. It was no wonder that these 2 demon beasts were battling over this lake. As the battle intensified, Lu Fan, fearing that the 2 great demons might accidentally harm him, conjured a barrier with his spiritual energy, sheltering himself and the dragonfish within to prevent any unforeseen accidents. This battle was indeed exhilarating for Lu Fan, while the dragonfish beside him trembled in fear, not daring to glance at the battlefield. Comrade, you never used to be this timid. Lu Fan laughed derisively at the dragonfish. In the past, the dragonfish would have retorted at such mockery, but now, it had no time to engage in banter with Lu Fan, turning away and burying its head in the grass, silent as if the events occurring had nothing to do with it. Seeing this, Lu Fan chuckled heartily and turned his gaze back to the battlefield not far away. Indeed, Chen Go and the Xiangui were locked in combat, leaving the surroundings barren, with even a few passing lesser demons reduced to ashes in an instant. However, Lu Fan could discern that this battle was nearing its conclusion. Both Chen Go and the Xiangui were clearly not as vigorous as before, and the Xiangui had gained the upper hand. After all, water extinguishes fire, a principle that remains immutable. It was time to act. Without hesitation, as the Xiangui launched a lethal attack on Chen Go, Lu Fan appeared above them, and both great demons froze momentarily at the sight of this diminutive creature. Xianlei Tian Jianjin. Lu Fan unleashed his recently developed divine technique, and amidst a torrential downpour of sword rain infused with raging lightning. Even though the Xiangui immediately attempted to defend itself, both great demons were already severely weakened from their earlier battle. How could they withstand Lu Fan's onslaught? With a resounding crash, the once serene lake erupted into massive waves, and both great demons collapsed into the water, their attention fully diverted to Lu Fan. Yet now they were utterly powerless to retaliate. Chapter 98. The crisis of the Tianjin sect, sensing the life force of both great demons gradually fading. Lu Fan understood that they were now akin to arrows drawn to their limit. Any attempt at resistance was futile. Chen Go, Xiangui, your fates have been sealed. Farewell. Without hesitation, Lu Fan descended from the sky, a single strike dispatching both great demons. The forms of Chen Go and Xiangui dissipated into the ether, leaving behind two orbs, one red and one blue, floating before Lu Fan, that he recognized these as the two souls he so desperately sought and, without a moment's hesitation, stored them in his spirit ring. Now, with the souls of Chen Go and Xiangui in hand, only three remain. Lu Fan felt a twinge of frustration. According to Su Tian's map, the remaining three demon beasts were situated in three distinct areas of the eternal ice plains. Encountering such a fierce battle between these two tigers again would prove quite challenging. Forget it. No need to overthink it. Let's just do it. Lu Fan returned to the dragonfish's side. Observing it still trembling, he burst into laughter, playfully kicking its rear. Comrade, it's over. You don't need to hide anymore. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the dragonfish slowly emerged its head, and once it confirmed that the two great demons were no longer present, its pride returned. Roar. The dragonfish let out a dissatisfied roar. As if protesting Lu Fan's earlier mockery, Lu Fan said nothing more and leaped into action. Let us go. On to the next location. Just as the dragonfish was about to set off, Lu Fan's expression tightened as the voice of the mysterious elder echoed in his ears. Zhongzhu, the sect is in peril. Return at once. The sect is in peril. Lu Fan's countenance darkened. He found himself at a crossroads. He desired to break through to the transformation god realm, but he still needed three more souls. However, the message from the mysterious elder indicated that a significant event had transpired. How should he choose? This dilemma weighed heavily on Lu Fan's mind. Old comrade, turn around and head back to Yunma Prefecture. With a resolute clench of his jaw, Lu Fan ultimately decided to forego the remaining souls. After all, the Tianjin sect was his foundation. Even if he achieved the transformation god realm, what would it matter if the sect were no more? Moreover, his friends and loved ones resided within the sect. How could he prioritize his own desires over their lives? Roar. The dragonfish looked puzzled, but upon seeing the determination in Lu Fan's gaze, it quickly understood the gravity of the situation and promptly turned towards Yunma Prefecture. After 5 days, Lu Fan returned from the depths of the eternal ice plains to Yunma Prefecture, not pausing for rest as he hastened directly towards the Tianjin sect. After a relentless journey of half a month, the dragonfish finally reached the foot of the Tianjin sect's mountain. Who goes there? The disciples guarding the mountain of the Tianjin sect stepped forward to block Lu Fan. Eyeing the duo with caution, "Do you not recognize me?" Lu Fan found himself bemused by the question posed by one of his own disciples, but he did not become angry. After all, he had been away from the sect for half a year, and this outer sect disciple was unfamiliar to him, likely having joined recently. Not recognized. The Tianjin sect currently forbids outsiders from entering. Please leave. With a wry smile, Lu Fan realized that as the sect leader, he could not even enter his own domain, leaving him at a loss for words to "I am your sect leader." Sect leader? What proof do you have? Lu Fan felt a headache coming on, as he had never retained any tokens or items to verify his identity. Is the mysterious elder within? Elder Xian. You know Elder Xian. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a glimmer of hope. As long as Elder Xian came forth, his claim to the title of sect leader would be validated. Please inform Elder Xian that Lu Fan has returned. Lu Fan. The guarding disciple's demeanor shifted, but he remained cautious. After all, who could guarantee that this Lu Fan was indeed the genuine one? If he were an enemy spy, that would pose a significant problem. Please wait a moment. I will go inform him. The disciple's attitude softened considerably. He had no desire to offend Lu Fan, for if he truly was the sect leader, incurring his wrath would make it difficult for him to remain in the Tianjin sect. However, he was unaware that Lu Fan had taken note of his earlier actions, not with the intent of vengeance, but rather to promote him from an outer disciple to an inner disciple, as Lu Fan did not wish to overlook someone so steadfast and loyal to the sect. Before long, the guarding disciple returned, accompanied by another figure that Lu Fan focused his gaze. And indeed, it was Elder Xian. Elder Xian, it has been too long. Sect leader. It truly is you. I thought that Jose was merely playing a prank on me. You are Jose? Yes, that Lu Fan nodded, placing a hand on his shoulder as he spoke to Elder Xian. Elder Xian, promote him to an inner disciple. Such a disciple should not be overlooked. Indeed, quickly thank the sect leader. Jose was momentarily taken aback. He had expected punishment for his earlier obstruction, but instead, he received the sect leader's recognition, leaving him flustered as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. And no need to thank me. This is what you rightfully deserve, that I see you are still young. Once we resolve the current matters, I shall take you as my direct disciple. You are the future of our Tianjin sect, with limitless potential ahead. Chapter 99. The army approaches. Having uttered his words, Lu Fan stepped through the mountain gate. Before departing, he entrusted Jose with the care of Long Yu, for he had unwavering faith in Jose's character. He was confident that his old comrade would not face any harm.